Happy day, everyone. What an amazing day today is. Thank you very much for being here. It is day one of our 11-day marathon of presenting over 120 speakers from all around the world. And thank you very much for being here. My name is Omar. I am the host here at Watchers Talk with my friends and co-organizers here on the screen with you. And this has been like a month and a half, 2 months in the making. And I'm so excited to present this to you guys and be here and raise our awareness and learn together so that we can create a new paradigm and a new timeline shift on which we can begin to create the world that we want, the world of love and acceptance and unity and oneness. And we want to leave the divisions and what keeps us apart away from our timeline. So this program that we've created here for next 11 days is going to give you resources and a lot of education and awareness so that we can help raise our awareness, so that we can help our friends and our families and ourselves. So with that being said, guys, I'm going to introduce my co-organizers, Rob Yox from Full Spectrum Universe, Kathy Mason from Mason Works, and Leanne Curtis from Writing the Frequency. And our other organizers are in Australia, and they are in the dream world right now. Stephen and Evan Strong from Forgotten Origin. They will join us here when they wake up, probably in a few hours. Maybe Evan is watching right now because the guy is suffering from insomnia. So who knows? So guys, welcome. And I appreciate all of your guys' help in creating this mega event that is the biggest conscious-based event on the planet right now and ever has been. So I'm very excited about that. So welcome.
Thank you for having me, man. I mean, it's just always amazing when we put these events together because the energy that goes into planning it, when it comes to the day of, usually none of us sleep really when it comes like the night before, like myself, because we want everything to go off with like out a hitch and make sure that we are all able to essentially give our best selves over to the universe on days like this so we can be transceivers of this type of information. So I'm just ecstatic to be here as always.
I guess I'm next. I came late to the party, but I am really excited about being here. I got to help bring in a couple of the days of people, and I am so excited to learn and grow and ride this wave of energy. What I was saying to Rob earlier is this conference, if you want to call it a conference, it's a happening actually, is perfect for anyone who wants to learn and grow and really heal on every level. And it'll attract people that are interested in history, science, health, spirituality, well-being, and entertainment. So, from all different aspects, we can start a conversation about consciousness and make better choices for our future because we're at a pivot place and we need all of these facets for us to really heal and be whole. So, I am so glad to be part of this. Thank you so much.
I as well. It's always an honor and a privilege to be a part of anything you guys are doing. So I'm always incredibly flattered when I get emails and little ringy dingies from Omar. And really, part of the evolution of the species is holding these experiences, I'll call them, to which anybody and everybody who has a Wi-Fi signal has access, for free. And I feel so almost emotional, honestly, at the idea of expansion as a species, not just Leanne's going to show up here and offer something from Liane. Like it's great to wake up individually, but waking up as a species together as a collective, cool, I think also needs to be addressed. And I think these conferences, somehow between each speaker, it's another string into the braid of the species itself. I really kind of have no words, but that's what I'm feeling. So thank you very much for allowing me always to have a voice, and for doing these things just for the sake of the planet, you know, because that's a live being as well. I think she's grateful.
Yeah, beautifully said, Leanne.
Perfect.
Beautifully said, Leanne. And I'm going to play a quick video from our other organizers and sponsor, Paul Anthony Wallace, based out of Australia. Like I said, these guys are sleeping right now, so I wanted to get their message to you guys before we begin this stream. So I'll play these two videos back to back, one from Paul Anthony Wallace from the Eden series, and of course our brothers, Stephen and Evan Strong from our alien ancestry. So here we go.
It is an epic 9-day summit hosted by Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe. My name's Paul Wallace. I'm the author of Escaping from Eden, The Scars of Eden, and Echoes of Eden. And it's my absolute pleasure and privilege to be sponsoring this amazing event. I love the work of Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe. Rob and Omar are wonderful researchers and have an amazing ability to pull together some of the most fascinating researchers and speakers in the world today. I love how Omar and Rob have paced us over the next 9 days with activities that are restorative and health-giving, things that are very much there to help us go inward and center ourselves, and then information that can really take us to the stratosphere and stretch us in our thinking. Thank you for joining us for the beginning of this summit. I am really looking forward to sitting at the feet of some great speakers in the days ahead. Get some popcorn, get ready to put your feet up, and obviously you'll be weaving in and out of the 111 presentations that will be shared with you over the coming 9 days. There'll be some you'll want to diarize and make sure that you listen to you live, but there is the opportunity to go back later and listen to any that you missed. And I'd really encourage you, there's such a breadth of subject matter from the very, very small to the very, very large that we're looking at in this summit. I'd encourage you to find some speakers and some subjects that perhaps you've not considered before and follow hosted by Watchers Talk and Full Spectrum Universe.
Seems to be a little laggy there, but that's all right. I believe we have Stephen and Evan Strong next.
Okay. Look, thanks for being on board. We really appreciate you're part of all this. It is a very important time right now, what we're trying to do here. It's a bit like we've seen people on the streets complaining about things, but the most important issue is about the ascension of the spiritual. And this Humanity Unplugged is certainly about that. It's our intention to focus on one event or 3 events, isn't it, Evan?
Yeah, over a couple of years.
3 summer solstices. The first that took place in Uluru 2 years ago, or 1.5 years ago, and the last one that takes place the end of this year. According to the original people, there was a ceremony that took place there at the summer solstice when the conjunction of Saturn and Jupiter. And the summer solstice was a time when, what was it called? The magic box, wasn't it?
Yeah, magic box was open.
Yeah, opened up. And because there were 15 million people around the world giving their energy and meditating at that moment, focused on that place, it actually blew up. And we've got film on it, haven't we?
We do.
Yeah.
We have a lot more evidence.
That's
of
the
that
trick
before.
in this.
Yeah.
This is the big trick. What we want to talk with you about is the fact there was a ceremony that took place, and it's okay to say it is, but it's amazing. But when we had that ceremony and we had 300 people about 15 k's from the rock itself, and we put the sacred rocks out, there were amazing things that happened to the people there. But to be honest, we always thought to ourselves, that means nothing. We can tell you, we felt it, and people are going to say, well, no, I didn't. I didn't see it. I didn't feel anything, man. I wasn't sitting around in the room doing that. But we got proof. We got so much proof. All of the things we thought we weren't going to get, which when I was sitting there, is how am I going to prove it? We have so much proof that it actually took place. For example, the Schumann resonance went up 100-fold at 7:36. At 7:36, we've got film of Uluru exploding into white light, and the light covers the whole of the place, and no one saw it with their eyes, but it's been filmed by accident. And what does it do to Uluru? It doesn't touch it, does it? It comes out of there.
Yeah.
And that's the beginning of a change, and all sorts of come taken out of that. And what we want to do is take you through that process and then take you to the final part, which is the prophecy. It was given by the Hopi. And there's two, the two-brother prophecy and the one about jumping into the fast-flowing river. And both of them start with a statement. One of them says, the time has come, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. And they're saying it's now.
Yep.
And we believe what happened at Uluru was part of that, the beginning of the two brothers. And we can give you proof of the two brothers. And they say they fly in a shield. Well, lo and behold, we have film of UFOs circling over UFO at Uluru at 7:32. Plus more. And at the end point of this, the Hopi say the same thing. They say this: it is a time for people to go back to the old ways. And what they're saying at the finish, and we're going to talk about this too, and they will make it very clear, there are consequences for whether you choose correctly or incorrectly. And in closing, ladies and gentlemen, we've been informed by some sacred objects, which are part of all this, that there was a third ceremony that's taking place at the end of this year. And that's the third solstice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's an important one.
And yeah, isn't it? Isn't there three things that are in alignment?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just like on the first one, what are those three things, Evan?
They're is it Uranus or something?
Uranus
Yep.
is in alignment with the Earth, which is the god of sudden change. change.
Yep.
Then there's the summer solstice, and what's the lunar part doing? What are they doing?
Oh, there's that part.
It's eclipse, a total
That's
eclipse.
right. Yep.
3 objects again
Yeah.
are in alignment, and this is supposed to be the last part of the prophecy. When what the Hoppy call the red purifier, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, we've actually got films of red purifier in the sky, haven't we?
I've got a new film of it.
Oh, you can.
So yeah.
Oh, double one. Well, look, that's the point of this,
Yeah.
ladies and
It's
gentlemen.
unfolding as we
Yeah,
speak.
and
So,
there's more stuff coming in, and we want to share that with you. And whatever stage you're up to, I say, yeah, join us then. And we're one of 111 other people, and you're going to have an interesting time because you're going to hear stories of part of what's happening and what's going to happen to change everything.
from all sorts of different perspectives as well. So it's going to be an interesting couple of days.
111 perspectives apparently.
Yeah. So very exciting.
Yeah, so
And
that is an effort.
we're happy to be part of it.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, until then, see ya.
Okay.
Okay,
Wow.
that was a little bit of a lag in that video, but I think it's early morning over here and bit of a slow connection this morning, but that's fine. That's the
Happens.
last time we're going to be doing that. Right on. So, guys, that was Stephen and Evan Strong from Our Alien Ancestry, and our sponsor, Paul Anthony Wallace from the Eden series, Echoes of Eden. It's now available on Kindle, and the paperback will be released on May 1st, 2022. So you guys want to head on over to Amazon and place your pre-orders there, because Scars of Eden was a fantastic book, and Escaping from Eden was, again, another fantastic book. I've read them both. I've got them here. And looking forward to Echoes of Eden. And of course, our other sponsor is Kathy Mason from Mason Works. So please visit her website as well to get a little bit of insight into what Kathy does. And, I'm very thankful for Kathy in helping us organize this event. So maybe a quick word from our sponsor, Kathy, and then we'll do a quick intention around the room, and then we'll bring our first guest, Cyndal, on for a presentation.
Well, I am so excited to meet and be in circle with all of these incredible beings. You can feel that we're creating a wave of love that is not going to stop, that is part of the opportunity to support the earth and humanity as we grow. And my business has been I've been doing this for 21 years, and for 21 years I've been working with change agents and authors and speakers and coaches and businesses that are conscious. And what that means is they're servant leaders. They want everything they do is created with humanity in mind and our future in mind. And so I'm just my personal life vision is to help as many people wake up to their divinity as possible. So I work with other people that do the same, because it's just me. But if there's a whole bunch of us, we can really turn this ship around. So anyway, so thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. I feel really blessed to be here.
Thank you, Kathy. Rob, let's start with you, brother. Your intention for this event, and then I'll jump over to Leanne, and then we'll do an intention from Kathy, and then I'll do a quick intention myself, and then we will begin our conference, our day. So I'm very excited. So go ahead, Rob.
Awesome. Kicking it off. Thank you, Kathy, and thank you all the sponsors. I just want to say one thing before I go into my intention, is that when you buy the new Paul Wallace book, you may see some familiar characters in there, such as myself and Omar. So, it's truly an honor to be a part of that and to help in that process. But, my intention today and every day from this point forward is to be that forever student. My intention is to put out there that I'm not above anything or below anything. I'm right on par with everything. I am in the now. I am here, and I'm ready to learn. And that's all that can be asked of us at this time. And I'm just grateful and have a tremendous amount of gratitude to be able to keep doing that day in and day out. So I'll just stop it right there. That sounds good enough for me. Leanne, you're muted, and you can go next.
I'm trying so hard to stop wiggling around and moving, but it's my life.
That's
doesn't
okay.
always support
It's part
that.
of
So,
it's part of the way you are on the camera. It's
my
okay.
intention is to try to be still and listen. That's my personal intention. But for the day, my intention is that, you know, everybody who's been given a voice to speak and present today reaches individuals again, as well as a collective, so that we can move through and maneuver through this next linear time and space, and this next linear or maybe not so linear space time, with coherence and an intention, and not just running around the planet like shooting off thoughts in some subconscious pattern. You know, I'm hoping that, you know, the intention for me is to bring people together and get people to be still and allow new information to seed itself and be integrated.
All right, Omar, you're muted. Come off mute and give us your intention, brother.
Yeah, Kathy, go ahead, please.
Okay.
Well, I would love if is it okay if I open up the Akashic Records for the event? And usually I read it 3 times, but I'll read it once and then silently read it. And what this will do will open up an opportunity for the Galactic Akashic Records to fuel the energy for this whole event. And so let me open it real quick and read it to you. Okay. We align with our divine primordial blueprint with guidance from the Galactic Akashic Records in all dimensions. All aspects of self are here now. All universal and celestial information and all important memories for our highest good and guidance are available to us now. We have access to all stellar wisdom of light now, delivered by the Galactic Akashic Record Keepers in reverence for the well-being of all life. And so it is.
And so let it be. Thank you.
So it is.
Yeah. So the portal to the masters, ascended masters, healers, and guides is open and can be kept open for the entire event. And it will help magnetize the truth and the beauty, the divine beauty that we are.
Thank you. That was beautiful, Kathy. Thank you very much. My intention for this is to simply raise awareness and create a safe space in all of the chat rooms that we are streaming this, which is Joan of Angels, Full Spectrum Universe, Mason Works, Forgotten Origin, Ride the Frequency, and New Realities, and of course, Watchers Talk. That is my intention, and I intend to hold that intention for the next 10 more days, and altogether 11 days. So my idea is just to love and raise awareness so that we can raise awareness within our own families and in our workplaces and our schools and with our friends and wherever it is that we go, maybe a coffee shop, and can create a discussion that may raise someone's awareness. So that is my goal for this conference. So guys, I'm just going to quickly, before we bring Cyndal on in 5 minutes, just to give you guys a quick run through of who is going to be speaking today. So I will toss this on. So today we have Cyndal, and then after that we have Solreta Antaria, Tony Taylor, StoneHobbit, Paulina Howfield, Leonard O'Neill, Rodney McGillvary, Jon Mayberry, Michael Fugate, and Tim Schlank for today. And tomorrow's lineup is just as epic, but I'm not going to get into that. We'll deal with that at the end of the day today. We'll stop streaming at probably around 8:40, 9 o'clock, around that time. So please share this stream with friends and family and help raise awareness within them and enjoy. So Rob, it is all yours, brother. I'm going to remove everyone off the stage, and let's when you're ready to bring Cyndal on, please do so. And all right, guys, woohoo, let's do it.
Thank you. It's going to be great. Thank you so much.
All right, I'm guessing it's on me. Sorry, I fritzed out. I've got snow coming through over here with some pretty massive wind gusts. So if I phase out real quick, it's only because of the connection itself. But first, I want to say, when I saw what I saw right there was this complete evenness of the divine feminine and the masculine for today. So with that being said, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, a good friend of mine, Cyndal. And Cyndal is currently a PhD candidate with the University of Sedona in the field of study of theocentric psychology, and soon to be ordained this year in 2022 through the IMM, the International Metaphysics Ministries. She's also an accomplished artist and provisional small bus cannabis grower, occult researcher, and metaphysician. Born in Dallas, Texas, and raised in Georgia. Her summers were spent in Mexico growing up, where she lived in Costa Rica, South America, rural Ohio, and now resides in Michigan. So many of Cyndal's personal life experiences are too unique to count. She's one of the few people who can claim the title of being an only child to become the baby of the family to the oldest sibling. Her friends fondly refer to her as the female Forrest Gump. So with that being said, I'm going to bring one of my good friends on. I've been waiting to hear her presentation for a few weeks now. Cyndal, come on up.
Hello, I just unmuted my mic, and this is kind of new for me. So can you hear me okay? Mic check?
Absolutely. You are
awesome.
Amazing. I'm going to make you full screen so you can go ahead and give your presentation, and good luck. This is Cyndal's first time doing this. So guys, let's give her a tremendous round of applause.
Thank you so much. I am so excited to be here. And I want to just thank everyone for this opportunity for humanity to be unplugged and to actually come together. When Rob asked me to be a guest speaker for this amazing event, Humanity Unplugged, I was so excited. I literally was on pedals and nins, you can say. Once I learned that the topic of discussion was consciousness, I immediately became aware that I was prepping myself for this moment, for this very moment, my entire life since age 7. And obviously, I didn't understand what consciousness was at age 7, but I knew that I had something inside of me, tools inside of me that gave me the ability to be able to be happy, to escape, to cope, and to live a peaceful existence within myself, despite the physical and painful and emotional abuse that I suffered as a child. But it's not a pity party, because everything that has happened was supposed to happen to get me to the point that I am today. And so today I view consciousness as intelligence beyond my biological and physical being. There's an intelligence there. I see a color box of untapped possibilities, filled with frequencies and dimensions, a color box of consciousness, a cube of intelligence that I can tap into. And I did it starting at an early age. So if it's beyond my biological and physical being, then I guess the obvious question would be, how would one find or tap into that consciousness? And well, the good news is we had it when we got here. So for me, I'm like, yeah, we already had it. But tapping into your consciousness is an extremely personal thing. The most private thing I think that a person can do. So what works for one person may not work for another person. So the way that I speak to tapping into consciousness is the only way that I can. And that is what's worked for me through my experience. This is the way that I'm coming to you today, because this moment and this day matters to me a great deal. It's so important. I have been doing my new moon wishes, putting my intentions out there, but I've also been putting in the work that needed to be done to get to this moment. And I'm an artist. I love making stuff, as Rob said. And often I joke about being a jack of all trades, but a master of self. And how can I be a better person? How can I be a better person than I was yesterday? So I know that I'm a flawed human, but I'm a work in progress. And I love the fact that I have over 7 billion people to help me along my way. Every experience matters. So I just added that little mix in there for the self mastery. So that kind of gave me, like we have a double variable now that we're working with. Tapping into consciousness, I think first requires me to know myself, know thyself. And I know that so many people, especially people who are on their path, know what that means. For me, it was easy. It was a trade-off for some of the negative energy that I was surrounded by as a child. And because of that, I had to go back and I had to think. I had to actually evaluate each experience. And this is with my mother, regarding my mother. Did I deserve it? Am I a bad person? Did I do anything wrong? Those were the things that I went to bed with at night. Those were the thoughts that I went to bed with at night. Today, I could speak all day to you about astrology and Kriya Yoga and having my first Kundalini experience, Kunda Buffa too. And I could speak to you about all of those things. These are beautiful esoteric topics. But if you are not familiar with those esoteric topics, how do you tap into the consciousness then? If you're not familiar with all of that, how do you get tapped into it? I don't know those things. And better yet, once you get tapped into it, what do I do with it? And so I'm not going to speak on the esoteric level or the metaphysical level. I'm going to speak on a level that I have experienced that may shed some light or add some value to your life. Because after all, you don't have to be here today. And I want to bring something to the table based on my experience that maybe, just maybe somebody out there listening might actually resonate with what I'm saying. So as a child at 7 years old, again, I knew nothing about consciousness. So the only two things that I had at that particular time, at that age, were love and honesty. That was what I knew. And prior to age 7, I had an amazing childhood. I had a nanny, I had a maid, I had toys, I had everything I could possibly want. Went through a lot with my mom in terms of her husbands, but it was a wonderful time from age 0 to 7. And I knew that whatever it was that was going on, something happened to my mother. And I knew that out of love, she wasn't like that before. And so from a very early age, when things would happen, I would go inward. And so you hear a lot of people talk about, being bullied or being mistreated or things that have happened to them. I mean, so many people have these stories, just family after family of things that have happened, whether it was in school or whether it was with a family. But I truly believe that my purpose for being here right now is to be able to share this message with you, how I came back to get my mom. And so that's why I'm here today, to share this in love and share to you what consciousness really means to me and how I was able to kind of hone in on it, use it, and help myself in the physical world that I live in. And so for me, again, I know that God is love, and it was honesty with myself. So for many years, though, I did have to, as I got older, have to come into an understanding that no matter how honest you are with your feelings when it comes to relatives and the people that you exchange ideas, values, and concepts and things like that with, and how sincere you love them, there's still no way to control the actions and the emotions of those other people. There's just no way to control that. So self-awareness is key. Knowing thyself is key. I can describe consciousness as having an honest conversation with myself regarding the truth in my head. I mean, asking myself the most honest questions. Have I acted or reacted from a place of love? That's it. everything. It just all centers around love. There's an old Latin saying that the brain sows and the heart harvests, ora et labor. And that's what I'm here to do. For example, I'm going to give you an example of me being self-aware or self-awareness and being honest and loving and kind with myself and with the person I was exchanging ideas with. I had a girlfriend once in Ohio. When I was living in Ohio, I was at a point in my life where I was pretty materialistic, but moving to Ohio kind of changed things. And so, yeah, they changed things. And I brought all of my materialism with me to Ohio. And one day we were headed out and I had my Louis Vuitton on my arm. And I used to collect the Louis Vuitton bags. And she looked at me and she said, "Oh my God, that is such a cute bag. Where'd you get that? TJ Maxx?" And at the time, TJ Maxx, of course, has the labels and all of these things. But I was just so wrapped up in materialism that moment I became conscious of what she was actually saying, because she was such a sweet girl. And in Ohio, and especially in Perrysburg, Ohio, really wasn't a lot to do but hang up at the Walmart on the weekend. And so it was paying attention to everything. And it just hit me. Oh my God, she would never spend $5,000 on a bag. She would never. She was a sweet person. And why would I? So my bigger truth was, if I actually woke up to the fact that there are people out there starving, and here I am walking around with a designer bag. And the question is, why? For what reason? For what purpose do I need to flaunt this bag or flaunt my Tiffany necklace, or why? And my truth hurts. I am not that person anymore, but I was that person. I wanted people to see me in a different way, see me with my physical symbols and my signs and symbols. And there's some people you can get with the signs and symbols, but that's what I wanted. And I had no idea where I was actually headed. So I had to come to a reality, an awareness that, wow, this is interesting. I mean, I'm thinking about the child labor and the things that it took to be able to get this bag. And here I am carrying it like it's something. And the awareness just came to my mind. And you know what? I didn't want to lie to her. I didn't want to tell her how much, though, because I was way too embarrassed to tell her how much the bag cost. But I told her the truth that day, and the truth still stands to this day. These are designer bags that I used to collect, but I don't collect them anymore, because I consciously woke up to the fact, why do I need it? For what purpose? Who am I impressing? What am I doing? And so it was that right there, that awareness was something that I took with me. And I haven't bought any designer bags. As a matter of fact, I just completely stopped shopping and just trying to live off as much of the earth as I can and what I already have. And so that was one example of, awareness. But consciousness is also, to me, attention. For me, paying attention to everything that happened around me on a micro level. If I woke up and it was raining today, I realized that God, the all, the divine source, whatever you call it, the Most High, specifically did that for you. And I know it sounds crazy to think that, okay, yeah, why would it be raining for me today? But that's how much we are loved. I truly believe that's how much we are loved. And we may not be able to break it down in that moment that, oh, wow, okay, I'm waking up and it's raining. However, there could come a time, being conscious of that rain, that you might be able to recall a moment of history that happened, or an exchange that happened with a relative who's no longer here. And you specifically remember it because it was raining that day. And that's how you were able to come to your conclusion, to have those details. And so I think that attention is one of those things that we should pay attention to when we're talking about consciousness. I'm sorry. Consciousness is also vigilance. As long as I walk in God's love for myself and my honesty, I'm carrying myself and acting on behalf of a higher authority, because I know God is the highest authority. So I have to remain vigilant regarding my thoughts, no matter what I'm going through. The hardest example for me to try to share with that was my mother was a civil rights activist. And so my very first protest in March was this fast food restaurant in Atlanta called Church's Chicken. And so this is in 1975. So we boycotted Church's Chicken because it was all about the racism back then and the civil rights movement, just coming off of the civil rights movement. So prior to that, spending summers in Mexico and living in Texas, I didn't know anything about racism. Like I said, I had a nanny. I was in private school, and I had teachers and people of all different colors who were just amazing. And so when we moved to Atlanta, that's when I was aware that I was Black, or they weren't using brown at the time, or Afro-Latina, or whatever labels they were assigning at the time. It was Black. And then they recently, after 75, came up with the African-American. Before, I think it was Negro. Proper term, Negroid. But for me, it was really, this is probably one of the hardest examples that I could give you in terms regarding consciousness and being vigilant in that, was the fact that that was around the time my mom sat me in front of the TV and introduced me to Roots, the actual, the movie that came on, Roots. And it was about slavery, and it was about a lot of things. It was either Roots, and I think Roots was before that. I think it was Shaka Zulu. I remember because I was in high school at the time. And when I got there, one of my secret Santas, we were exchanging little gifts. One of my classmates, I was in a school of performing arts. She was a ballerina, and she came over and she made me cookies. And so being in the house and watching all of these horrific, heinous things and being told, you're Black, you're Black, you're Black, or you can't do this, or this is about this, and this is why we're fighting about that. There were so many labels tapped onto me by the age of 14 outside of myself that really didn't go with who I was on the inside. So here it is, my classmate who I adored gave me cookies. She and her mom over the weekend made cookies for me, and she gave me the cookies. The anger inside of me from watching television, from my mom putting me there, I had to decide whether I wanted to treat this individual person like I treat myself, or did I want to lean on all of these things that had been going on outside of me? And so what happened was, when I was able to tap into that consciousness, what it did was it gave me the ability to see racism systemically or individually. And that was an early language. That was an early age that I actually was able to tap into that and see things for what they were. Because the truth be told, in my community growing up, and Martin Luther King Jr. is one of my best friends. He gave me my 30th birthday party, and his sister was a mentor for me at one of the HBCUs when I was younger. Truth be told, it's about love. And I have not, in my neighborhood growing up at the time, yet experienced that love. It was so much separation and division, whether it was light skin, dark skin, whether you lived in one side of Atlanta or the other side of Atlanta. If you went to a historical Black college, if you were in the Boule or Black elite, it crossed so many barriers in terms of the labels, whether you're Republican or Democrat. It ate up everything. And so I just took a step and I said, I just got to be myself. I love her and I want cookies. So I took the cookies and we had a wonderful moment and a wonderful exchange at that. And I will never, ever forget her. So that was one of the points that I wanted to make on as far as vigilant. Just be vigilant and be aware of things that are going on around you. But be a lover on the inside of yourself and question the truth. And your truth, if you love, is the only thing that matters. So no matter how bad it gets, stay focused. And that's my second point, is to stay focused. The University of Sedona, I was introduced by Dr. Masters a technique talking about, it actually explains reprogramming the conscious mind. And so one of the things that I like to do, and one of the things that I've started to do, was to reprogram my conscious mind. So while I'm out, it's a 24-hour process. I mean, it is everything I think, and I am love, and I'm trying to put that out there, but it's not it's so much easier to gossip about people. It is so much easier to takes an idea that somebody gave you, or some knowledge that somebody gave you, and you're trying to orange pill or red pill, which however you do it, to get in touch with a friend, to awaken them, that it's so much easier to just take that information and pass it off as your own. It really is. I've done it before. And guess what I learned? I learned that I wasn't being honest. I wasn't being honest with that person or myself in regards to where the source of information came from. So now I focus on things like this. If somebody passes something along to me and I pass it on to the next person and claim it for my own, and not thinking about love for the person who shared it with me, these are the kind of things that happen to me, you guys. I did that. Yeah, I know. And you, and da. And I'm on it, baby. And the region, but somebody shared this information with me. I didn't give them credit for it. And so what they did, the person I was sharing with, went back and told, probably red pill their friends, probably did the same thing I did, pass it off as their own, who knows. But they red pill their friends. But when they were questioned about it, they were not conscious of the fact that some people are onto things and some people are into things. And the person who shared that information with them, me, I was onto something. Wasn't into it. I was onto something. And I didn't pass it off in love. So what I did was, it wasn't mine. I just didn't say, who gave it to me. The problem is when they come back to you and say, well, my friend, she says, this factually, such and such and such, and they start to argue their factual counterpoints. Because you're not into it, you don't know the answer. So you got to go back to the original source. It would have been so much easier for me to say, you know what, this is what I know. A girlfriend of mine shared this with me on a social media platform, whatever. This is what I know. This is what I can share. Or you don't have to be specific in the name of the person, but you are putting out the intent that you weren't alone in your growth. Somebody was walking with you on your path. And then somebody else walks along with somebody else. And that's how we get a collective consciousness. And that's how we wake everybody up. So focus for me, it didn't come easy. Like I said, it's so much easier to gossip and to talk about your relatives and do those things. 5 years, I went no contact with my mother. 5 years. 3 years ago, I decided that I was going to go ahead and bite the bullet and get back in touch with my mother. My mother experienced some things, but I'll talk about that in the end as to my purpose and the reason that I'm here. But 5 years ago, I went no contact with my mother. 3 years ago, in 2019, I decided that it was time for me to get my family back together. I have a brother who is, he's a PhD he's a professor out in California, but he was PhD at USC. And my sister was a copyright, trademark, patent attorney at the time. And I wanted to get my family back together. So I trucked down to Atlanta and I was determined to get me and my mom together. And I was going to have a big party with all of my friends from 35 years ago. Because something in me kept saying, go home, go home. To be honest with you, I thought it was something with me. I thought I was going to die. I wasn't sure exactly what was going on, but I just felt death all around me. It was weird, but I figured, you know what? I don't want to do it this way. I need to go see my mama. Okay. What happened, but I need to see my mom. I need to patch things up. And so I wanted to heal my family. The hardest part about doing that was my sister, who was not abused. She was like my baby doll. She was my best friend. She was on a different frequency. And so trying to bring us back together, we had some friction between us. For some strange reason, as we got older, it was very, very hard for all three of us to be into a room. I used to think that it had something to do with, I don't know if it's jealousy. I don't know if it's competition, comparison. I get enough of that from women. This is my sister. I love her. And so these were the things that I could not understand the behavior of my sister a lot. So I would go to my mom and my mom, I don't want to get into it, or, you may not do such and such, or it was never that I was jealous of her, but it was just, let your sister be herself. I just always wanted to know why my sister behaved the way she did, and how I could assist being a better person and maybe pull her along on the side of love. So 3 years ago, I did that, and it failed horribly. I drove back up 75 in tears. And about a year later, I got a phone call it wasn't even a year later. It was only a couple of months later that my sister was in home hospice, and she was dying from stage 4 colon cancer. That was the call nobody wants, because I always felt like I had time to reach her. I have been conscious of what's been happening in my family since age 7. And I've always wanted to just bring us together out of love, because I knew from the time that I was an only child, I experienced that love. But it's really different, people that grow up in survival situations versus people that grow up in homes with financial stability. And so my mom was in her survival mode at that time. And what happened after that was we spent 12 days in home hospice with my sister. And that had to be the hardest 12 days of my life. We had people coming in and out of the house. And if you know anything about families and funerals and things like that, people automatically start questioning about physical things and material things. We completely imploded, and it was in the middle of a pandemic. I never thought my sister, who was 7 years younger than me, would leave me, but she left me at age 46. And it has been a very traumatic thing for me. However, I've been conscious of it all through, from the day she was born. Actually, I used to write on the wall every day how many days it would take for my mom to have her. And so now we find ourselves without her. And 2 weeks later, after my sister's transition, my aunt, my mother's sister, passed in a Dallas hospital 2 weeks later. And so the one thing that we had in common was that our sisters were kind of adversarial. And to bring it full circle, I learned so much about my mom. I never knew. I had no idea the amount of trauma and the hate and all of the things that she had to experience as a child. And that's when it hit me that, oh my God, I was sent here to break these generational curses, because we're going to do this out of love. So my mom and I, we had dust up after dust up. We had so many unanswered questions because my sister was gone and she was not there to speak for herself. We went through all of the 5 stages of grief. We were angry. We were bitter. Oh my God, we went through it. But we got through it. And when it hit me, I finally realized that, here I am. I went through some terrible stuff as a child. However, my mom went through worse than me. And I look back on that and I go, I know that I'm here to bring you along. So back in the day, I said some horrible things because I couldn't understand, and it was something that was not addressed. And my brother didn't find out about all of this stuff until my sister passed, because we didn't talk, just didn't talk. We didn't work it out. We didn't hug it out. And so to bring it full circle, I truly believe that there are no coincidences. I truly believe that I reincarnated to come back here for my mom. I truly believe that God is so wonderful and so amazing and loves us so much that we have everything that we need to be able to manifest the world that we want around us. It just takes consciousness. And so programming the consciousness when you are awake with positive affirmations, whether you put them on the refrigerator, you put them in the mirrors, or I am safe, I am healthy, I have an amazing relationship with my mother, I'm wise, I'm learning, I'm available, I am attracting positive energy. And those are the things that I live by every day. And so the reason that I took and labored this point about consciousness is because if you program your mind in the daytime when you are conscious and you're walking, and when you program it, what I mean is by thought. What you're thinking is what you are, because yesterday's gone, tomorrow's not promised, of course, and now is all we have. And so this is why it's so important to me to pass off to you that this level of being in the now that we have is just so amazing. And I bring it full circle because my mom and I have a wonderful relationship. The sacrifice was my sister, which breaks my heart, because I would do anything, even with the bad relationship that my mom and I had up until that point, have my sister back. But God does not make mistakes. My mother lost her sister, and they had very, very parallel relationships, like my sister and I. And so I just wanted to say, and I'll close this up, that it's my purpose to reach everyone who resonates with love and self-honesty. I've been preparing for this moment my entire life, and I have done so many things, but it is now, and I fought it, you guys. The calling, I didn't want the calling. I could tell you so many stories where I didn't want the calling. I didn't want it to happen, but I still had questions, and I kept seeking. Every layover when I was a flight attendant, I was going somewhere and meeting with some priest or some shaman or godman or whatever to give me the wisdom. And I was always told that only an empty bowl can be filled. I had to unknow so many things, and I still do. But this is where I am in terms of my level of consciousness. I realize that everything that has happened to me in my life has brought me to this point. And I'm grateful, and I'm so thankful, and I've met you guys. I have been loving, I have been praying for my enemies, which I don't even know if I have anymore. But I've been praying. I think one of the hardest things for me to do is sit in meditation or oration or prayer to cast my good intentions and my goodwill upon somebody else, especially somebody that I know that's adversarial in my life. But I think that like things travel, they travel in the body like things. And so when I vibe and I raise my level of vibrational frequency through the consciousness thinking, then I attract those people. And this is my purpose for being here. I needed to tell you all that I have been attracted to you, and you attracted to me. And that's why we're here. Nothing beats that. It's pure consciousness. And I just want to thank you. You are in for an amazing treat. And I am just so amazingly aware that I did not have to be the person that opened this, but I did. And I hope to share with you what I feel in my heart right now, because we're going to have an amazing 10 days. Thank you so much. I don't know how to leave the studio, so I might need some help from you, Rob. I really appreciate it.
That's all right. I'm coming in because we're going to talk for a few minutes too. And Cyndal, that was epic on so many levels, because I resonated with everything you were saying, because
I'm about to cry.
all of us have this journey, and you summed up your journey in so many different avenues. That you showed the adversity side, you showed the joy side, you showed that these are multi-dimensional and multifaceted ways that people come to this congruence of this consciousness or this awareness and this awakening. And it's different for everybody, but yet it's still the same in so many ways, right?
It
And
is.
you know, there is a lot of struggle, but they say iron sharpens iron, and it's brought you to this point. And just to go back to you starting this conference, is we knew that this was your first time, and we're like, do we want to put her in front of the spotlight like that? I mean, it's really a hell of a way to kick it off.
It
But
is.
the universe kept saying that Cyndal has to open this. Cyndal has to open this. And we decided that we were just going to go with it, ask if you were okay with it. And once you said we're good, I was like, let's do it. Let's do it. And you just tore it down. First time, doesn't matter. It's like you were a seasoned vet for a long time. You tore it down. You gave everybody a piece of you in that time. And I appreciate that. And I appreciate you and the work that you've done to this point. It has been just epic. Epic.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you. Ooh, thank you so much.
You,
And it's
you
going to
did great.
continue. It's going to continue. Thank you so much.
Of course. And for those of you who don't know, me and Cyndal actually met on Clubhouse, where we have a club called the Truth Seekers Tavern. And what we do is we take these factually based conversations and we kind of tear them down at every level. And that's how we got introduced to each other and got to know each other very well on a different level than a lot of the other people inside of the group, because of our enhanced spiritual side to ourselves that gave us the ability to see more in the other than maybe most people. We will researcher. It will be on like later in the week, which is another one of my really good friends. But you know, it's been so much fun to just see how you, not fun because there was a lot of struggle in your intention. That's not. I was so joyous to see the way you were laying it down, because I knew that you were going to get to this area in the story that was just a transcending moment, and you really did. You really did.
It's amazing that, I mean, you ever remember that day when you got that first big break, or somebody said, hey, I want you to, are you interested in, and you've been working but it didn't seem like things were working out, because you might have had one failure after the next. And the weirdest thing about with me and my work has been that it's always been spiritual. I just didn't know which part went where. And I'm still kind of learning that part. But the other thing is the people around you, when you're spreading love and you're really trying to get in tune with who you are, and the roots are so important. The DNA is so important. And so for me, it never was an outside thing about myself. It was never an outside thing, because I needed to fix home. And people say, you live your whole life just to try to worry about your family. And, that's where my roots are. And that's where my calling has been. Yeah. All the way up until my sister's departure almost a year and a half ago. And the love, my mom called me the other day and she says, I love you so much. And we have such a wonderful, amazing relationship. She says, I'm scared. For me, it did it. And now for her, being in the civil rights movement and all of these things, she's speaking to me on a level where she's not calling people names anymore. And politically, she feels she's been politically orphaned. Yep. The love that's coming around out of her heart, and she's passing it along. And I'm like, hot dog it. I'm doing my job. Rob, I love you so much. Thank you.
I love you too. And here's the thing about this, right? The not only was I touched, you touched every single person that's listening across all the channels. The chat was lighting up with, oh my God, so great. The beautiful unfolding, they called it, which is what somebody just put up. And I'm going to put that up again because it's so right on. So right on. The beautiful unfolding of how you became Cyndal, but not Cyndal in the physical form, Cyndal in the spiritual form. And that these are the journeys that define us, and to be able to resonate with somebody else's journey shows the growth in everybody. And it's just I love these experiences, especially doing these conferences. We do a lot of them, but these big ones that have so much information, and there's a few presentations in each one that stick out to you. This one will stick out for many people, and I'm sure of it.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you so much. I look back at it and I go, wow, he thinks that this one will stick out just from those things that I've said. And I look back on some of the things, but when we're talking about consciousness, I have to plug it all in there. It's just tapping into your honesty. It really is. Do I have enough time to give you another example?
Sure. I'll put you back on solo mode. You go to town.
Oh, no. You can stay on, and I promise this will be. I'm not exactly sure how the time frame. I was trying to keep up with it in the corner there. I think
we still have like 20 minutes, so we're
awesome.
We're good. You can keep going.
Great. When I first came out of college, I worked for a Civil War museum, the Cyclorama. It was a wonderful experience. And then the second job that I had was the Science and Technology Museum in Atlanta, a bookstore manager for both of them. And so my journey into history and science was always there. And I've been fascinated with ufology, UFO, or aliens since I was a little kid, just always. And so going inward, you find a lot of things and a lot of subjects and things to play with when you go inward, because the possibilities are limitless. When I got to my first real entry-level job, it was at US Sprint as a trainer, as a corporate trainer. And I was so happy. Again, I was there helping my mom and I moved my mom, or giving her the money to move out. Actually, I did. I actually gave her the money, and we got a beautiful home that we rented, but we were able to pull ourselves out of Section 8. Okay. So it was my first entry-level job. I was very happy to have it. And then all of a sudden we got laid off. And it was right around the time that Eastern Airlines got laid off too. So I'd never been to the unemployment office, get down to the unemployment office. And there was this whole thing, because the airlines the industry was so large, nobody cared about, US Sprint employees. It was this thing made up for just airline employees. So by the time they got to me, I took the first job they gave me, and that was a loan processor. And I was at Merrill Lynch. And at that time, my bosses, it was my boss's husband. He was in the department, but he wasn't over me, but she was. So I took that job and I went to work, and I tried to get there early because I knew nothing about processing loans or anything. I didn't know anything. So I had these notebooks, and I would come in early in the morning, and got there. So one morning I got there, and I was only there for 7 days. I got there, and my boss's husband asked me to come into his office. He came to my office, asked me to come down. So took the long walk down to his office, went into his office, and I heard the door go. That level of consciousness that I had at that moment was, oh my God. It was just I thought maybe something like that he could be capable of something like that. He was a little creepy, but I never thought that would happen. But when I heard the door click, my first thought was, oh my God. My second thought was to protect yourself. The door just clicked. My third thought was get the stapler and knock him out and get the hell up out of there. And that's exactly what I did. Now, you guys, at that particular time, I only had $26 to my name. That was it. $26. And I knew that, my mom, we were a unit. She depended on me, so I went and I got a license to dance in the strip club in Atlanta, which completely broke her heart. But she was the first person I told. And I was 26 years old. And I figured, you know what? I'm not going to have one of these Me Too moments. I'm just going to knock the hell out of them and keep on going. So consciously, I made the decision to do that, to go into the strip club and do that. And I did it for 9 months. Lord Jesus, if anybody asked me, would you do that? Or would you ask a young girl? First of all, that was 37 years ago. Nothing like it is today. But secondly, no. But I knew that I could make money legally, and I paid my taxes, and I did what I had to do to be able to provide for my family at that time. Did I take a hit for it professionally? Yeah. The entire reputation, of who I was at the time, especially, going to college, and I'm not Ivy League, I'm sorry, in HBCU. I took a real hit for it. And a lot of people judged me for it. Looking back on it today, consciously, I know I was right where I was supposed to be. There's the endless possibilities of consciousness and what it can offer to people. It's endless. It's endless. I have had so many experiences, shootouts and everything, but I said to myself, look, this is not where I'm supposed to be. This is not love. It's entertainment. It's this, it's that, but this is not where I want to be. And so I had to reconstruct and build up a personal relationship with myself. Once I did that, I was able to get out of there. And then I got another corporate job with GTech Corporation as a corporate trainer. And that right there lasted almost 10 years. It was hard though, because my history came with me. But every day, from being a stripper to going back into corporate America, to being a flight attendant, all of these things that I've done built me up to where I am today. Everything, because I'm truly openly honest with myself. I'm a flawed being, but I am a work in progress. And thinking positively got me out of so many. And honestly, I know that I did this, so I can't go back and lie about that. Honestly, got me out of so many situations. But thanks, Rob. I'm here for a reason, and it just makes me feel great, you guys. I'm so happy, and don't anybody feel sorry for me, because trust me, I have given life as much as I've gotten. I've giving out as much as I've gotten. It has truly been a learning experience. And so now I don't even ask God, why anymore. I just ask what? Hey, what am I supposed to learn? Let's get it, because it's from a standpoint of love.
Absolutely. And one of the things I wanted to tell everybody is this is just the surface. Me and Cyndal have had so many conversations on esoteric symbolisms to the intricacies of history. This is just the surface, and this is the beginning of what you're going to see from Cyndal. I'm also going to have her on my show, and we're going to go into some of this symbolism and what this means in the occult. And it's really going to get crazy. Like, things are really going to get wild,
Yes.
So I just want to let everybody know that, because it really, this is just one side of a very multifaceted Cyndal, and Cyndal has the ability to converse about anything. And that's why I think you're such a strong presence when we do these types of things, because you're so able to diverse every subject that you, and you're such a researcher like I am. And that's why we clicked like that, because that research is just, it's everything to us. And I mean, if you want to go down that rabbit hole a little bit, you can too, because we still have some time.
Rob, okay, I'll be honest.
Just the taboo words that we can't say because of YouTube. So
right, exactly. Yeah, no, I won't go there. I'll leave that for a little bit for another time. But it's really weird, because the way that I got into occult research, as far as growing up, I came from a family that's part Latino and part Black. We celebrate the Juneteenth. When I was a little kid, we used to go to Moore Park, and that's my, I won't give that away, but I'll just say that Moore Park was somewhere we used to actually go on Juneteenth to celebrate in Oak Cliff County in Dallas. And so the history of my family goes way back in Texas, long, long history, but we are so diverse and so very, very mixed up. And so spending summers in Mexico, the only problem that I had were the bullfights. That was it. I wasn't with the bullfights, just a big, huge animal lover. And it bothered me. And I was a little kid too. So it was an emotional thing to experience. But other than that, wonderful childhood. It was when we moved to Atlanta and my mom got into the civil rights movement. I won't say that, because really that belongs to the 60s, but it was the end of the civil rights movement, which was the end of Vietnam. So people were still very, very much up in arms before the bicentennial year, protesting about the Vietnam. There were a lot of people that came back with Agent Orange. And so she was actively helping people around that time with the Vietnam, the struggles that the veterans were happening. As she was the first female licensed investigator, Brown, whatever you want to classify it at, in Georgia, independently licensed investigator in the state of Georgia. And I think she was licensed back in 1972.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So I think it was the Charlie's Angels thing, if you really know the truth. But she went ahead and she really did it. She got it done. And so she had a really good friend by the name of Dr. Mildred Glover. She's no longer with us, but Dr. Glover was she was a senator for the state of Georgia. And she was approached by my mom to help investigate the Atlanta murdered and missing kids case in Atlanta, Georgia. One of those students was my classmate, Luby Jeter, 8th grade classmate at Semi-Ecoy Middle School. So my mother had her investigation with the parents on one side, and then of course the formal investigation. So when you're not on the side, of the institution, then that's a pseudo investigation. All right. The bottom line was I spent night after night, countless nights around a table, huge table. Mildred had a beautiful home in Southwest Atlanta. And I sat with, we kind of listened, basically. People like Dick Gregory would come, Tyrone Brooks, just all of the elites, basically back in the day, discuss what was going on. When I came across some of the knowledge about the children, what happened and what actually really happened, and some of the people that were involved in it, these were people who I went to high school with their kids. And these are the same people shawning me basically from the strip club. I mean, these are the, every onion has its layer. And so within that small city back then, even it was, the late 70s, early 80s, we had our level of hierarchy in the city, and it went all the way to the top. So that was something that stayed with me. We had to be very vigilant and very conscious of where we were going, who was following us. Oh my God, COVID did nothing to me in the last 2 years. In terms of what I felt, as far as fear, what I felt in the 8th grade, 9th grade during the time of the Atlanta murdered or missing kids. The fear for COVID these last 2 years. Now, COVID has done so much for everybody, including myself,
Right.
but not the fear factor. That fear that I felt in the 8th and 9th grade was very, very traumatic. And to find out that there are people that are supposed to be our friends, helping us or trying to figure it out. Kids are being missing. Most of the Wayne Williams was only charged for two of the murders, which were Nathaniel Cater and can't remember the other person's name, but they were adults. And so here we got all these kids missing. Okay. 28 of them, he was only charged for 2. And that's the 26 that they told us about. They didn't tell us about the rest. And with the CDC being involved in it, all of these things made me aware, just again, through consciously aware, that things don't always appear the way that they appear on TV. Young age, very, very young age. So you go through these things, but that awakening process, you don't see the bigger picture because you haven't lived as long. But eventually, if you really tune into your inner self and your true consciousness, you grow into your answers. And that's where I am. And it is just like, I'm so freaking hyped because it gives you spiritual things. Like you said, like when you were talking about the signs and symbols, now that I understand better from an occult perspective regarding, and when I say occult, I honestly mean, I don't mean the dark occult. I mean occult knowledge as far as, the root.
The hidden.
Right. Conceal. Yeah. That pi root kel. Right. To
right.
Conceal. So that's all I mean. And so with that occult knowledge, it gives me the ability to consciously decide how I want to maneuver with people or experiences. For instance, when I was talking about the Louis Vuitton, and I was saying I was too embarrassed to tell my girlfriend that I had been so damn, messed up in the head, excuse my language, over materialism and those kind of things. Consciously, what I didn't say, and I held this back, but apparently it's supposed to come out, okay, is the fact that now I understand that signs and symbols really can make people react.
Oh, yeah.
Which tells you something that I can manipulate this person if I want. All I got to do is just show them this sign, or I can make them think whatever which is not a good thing, but it's a powerful thing. And so when I had chemotherapy when I wasn't supposed to have chemotherapy. That's another story. But I've been lied to a lot by the quote unquote system so many times, and the consciousness of everything just really kind of takes its toll on you. And so I didn't tell you guys that after the chemotherapy and after all of these surgeries that I had later that I didn't need, I realized I'm gonna pull the LV back in full circle. I realized that one passive dollar was greater than 100 earned dollars any day, and earned income. And so I started to say, I'm not going back into corporate America. That's not where I'm supposed to be. But, after coming off chemotherapy and 2 surgeries and everything, what do you do? Yeah. And this is after I moved back from Costa Rica. What do you do? So I started I was introduced to cannabis. And I can proudly say my entire college career never tried cannabis. And the reason I didn't is because my mom did. And so, I wouldn't touch it. And so I had to be coerced into having some carrot cake before I realized the benefits of cannabis. And so while I was not working, I made these little cannabis nug pins to give to my friends who smoke cannabis. And I still don't smoke it. I eat it, I process it, grow it, I do everything but eat it, but smoke it. And so they're like, oh my God, these are so cute. Why don't you sell these? So like, these little things, they look like little cannabis. Who's going to buy these? And your friends, you attract the love when you attract that love. And that, we spend countless nights sitting up talking about God and the universe and possibilities and Project Paperclip and just all kinds of things that we just sit up talk about. This was my family that I had created in Ohio, and these were the people that came over and picked up my dog poop for me when I couldn't get out of bed. I had 3 poodles at the time, so this was my loving family that I had manifested through the love that I gave back to them, and so I started a business. It was called Toe Hippie Couture, where I was a cannabis artist back in 2016. So being that it was talking about cannabis, I got kicked off a lot. You know, I got put in jail so many times, and it's just art. It was just art. But they gave me a real hard time in the beginning. And then I went on into actually going into a process of having a grow center with four other people. And so I say this because when I used to go around to boutiques, I used to do shows out on the road and, festivals. Burning Man, I ship it out, get on the road and do a festival and, cash and carry preferably. But if not, I'd come back pretty good, And so putting it out there and getting it out there on social media was very, very hard. And sometimes I'd go to boutiques, specialty boutiques, and try to get the sale myself. And so what I didn't tell you guys about the Louis Vuitton thing was I noticed that when I have the Louis Vuitton and I walk into a boutique and I have the Tiffany on and I have the Movado, okay, that I have their attention because they are familiar with those signs and symbols. And so that was the first time that got me. And I was like, they treat you different. It had nothing to do with my color. They treat you different when they see these signs and symbols. So that was the first thing. Then the second thing was when I went back to the hood, when I went back home to Atlanta, I realized the same thing about my people. And so I was like, okay, guess what? I know how to manipulate people. I mean, I know how to do something based upon the things that they know, which is a very esoteric kind of thing, but it's not anything to be abused. I just use it to my advantage. But the truth of the matter is those bags, those signs, those symbols, no. I personally, I think that they are more dark occultish in nature, if you want to say, but I'm just going to leave that right there.
Of course.
Yeah.
And it's crazy because we talked about programming actually on the last event that we did prior to the one 2 events ago.
Yeah.
I did something on programming and how when you see specific symbols like Louis Vuitton or that your mind immediately associates with that, and that
Yeah.
took time to make that happen. Which
Mhm.
means that you saw that a repetition. And the only way we can truly exist outside of this cube that they call humanity or
Mhm.
society is to recognize those things and then break them down. So we can, like you just said, you maneuvered through it without letting it affect you on that level. So there's this wild sense of programming, and it really, really is in every moment, every aspect of the stimuli comes at all times, so that even your thoughts are controlled down to symbolism and occult and just certain things will trip off certain reactions, which is why when somebody speaks of politics right now, it gets so adversarial that it's
Yes.
damn near impossible to have any conversation with anybody because the first instinct of that person through programming is to say that if you don't agree with me, we can't even have a conversation. And that's
Yes.
ingrained because we're seeing that televised
Mhm.
24/7 between the news and there's so many things out there that just really stem into this great divide that we're really trying to overcome. And it's so wild that you would even think that because we're biological based as well as spiritual based. So is everybody else. That's really the level that we have to start thinking at is we are, and not to get into that side of what societal constructs are, but really it's all constructed through certain people's views, and that's it. When you
Yeah.
create your own views, you step outside of that, and then nothing will ever phase you in that manner again. That's why if somebody says, "Hey, are you Republican? Are you Democrat?" I don't identify as any of that stuff.
Right.
I know who I am. I know what I believe, and I know what I believe should be put out for all the people that I resonate with, and that's what we really focus on. So, Cyndal, this has been so
Thank you so much.
intense. I mean, I love talking with everybody. So, what I want you to do is we have about 10 minutes before we bring on the next speaker, and I want you to give the people what's going to come for Cyndal in the future? What are you working on now that people can tap into?
Mhm.
Tell them your social media sites and let them know what's going on so they
Mhm.
can follow you, because I think it's important that we do that, that people follow, the speakers that we have, because this information, not only does it resonate with you, but it'll gradually get a greater in bond as those people learn more and more and
Mhm.
put it back towards the source. So I'm going to put you on full screen again and let
Mhm.
you let everybody know what you got coming up.
Okay. Rob, thank you so much. It's really interesting that you let me shield my stuff. Because I'm at this point now where my spiritual awakening started in when I was 48. I'm 55 now. And so now teaching and going out there, the each one teach one. And if you can do that, you can reach one. That's where I am now. So, but everything up until now has been trademarked under Tocati. So you can find me under Cyndal Provenzano on Clubhouse, or Tocati on Clubhouse, or Tocati.com. You can find me as Tocati on Instagram as well as Twitter. However, I am going to be starting another website, which is going to be called the Color Box of Consciousness. And so the Color Box of Consciousness is located on Clubhouse as well right now. You can find me in the Truth Seekers Tavern always. And yeah, so those are the links there. But yeah, look for some stuff to come. I'm also going to be writing a book. I've written 2 books already, and I never published them because it was my mother. I was afraid to, she didn't want them published. So one was The Cars I Drove, The Men I Wrecked, and Nappy Heads, Perms, and Braids. But I look for a book coming out soon because I've started to write the story. I think it's important that we write our story. I don't think you have to be, bestseller to write the story for your family and pass it down. We're living in historical times right now, and somebody told a story about something that resonated with somebody that was able to reach us to where we still have access to information to be able to wake up. So write that story. I'm going to write mine. Thanks so much, Rob.
It's the pleasure has been all ours. It's an honor and a privilege to have you here. And you're absolutely right with writing the stories. I'm
Yeah.
actually in the process of creating a giant database that's built by the community that has all of the teachings of spirituality, contact consciousness, and conspiracies. It's everything.
Awesome.
So, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that it transcends anything that could possibly happen. So it's going to be on multiple mediums to make sure
Mhm.
that, God forbid, anything happens to this set of humanity, the next set will then again be set with a guidebook or a guidelines of what happened previous to them,
Absolutely.
like the cave paintings of old, right? I'm
Mhm.
trying to leave that legacy for the next generation. So,
Yeah.
This has
They got
been
books they're
incredible.
burning right now. I mean, books that are not. I mean, I'm an antiquarian. I collect rare books,
Yeah.
and because of the occult research, number one, but other things that the information is in the rare books. And so when you look at the Vatican 5-mile deep, 20-mile long library, there's so many things. And so I've just started breaking down Zekeli's, Edward Bordeaux Zekeli's, the Essene scrolls, the hidden texts that were hidden in the Vatican vaults, but he had access to. And that came to me through way of reading Tony Bushby's book. I'm sure you're familiar with Tony Bushby, Crucifixion of Truth. And so, yeah, it's just amazing how this information has been left, but it's been either hidden, concealed, or burned. And so now they've got books that have been just published in the last 10 years that are telling the truth. And see, this is the funny thing, because being an antiquarian, you're going to up some money for those books that you're going to get, but you're going to get some good stuff. And you can always, it's definitely an asset, with I'm at the point now where the dust mites and the white gloves and the baggies have come out now with the books.
Oh yeah.
But even with these newer books, like 10 years, especially back in the 80s, where people were starting to write more freely about, the occult and the occult experience and the esoteric or consciousness or things like that. They're starting to take them out of circulation as well, or they cost an arm and a leg. And so us writing our books, okay, whether you print, 10 or 500, they may very well be the books removed from circulation as humanity goes through the cycle of life.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
You're right. And
the first person to buy that book, I want an autographed copy.
Yeah. No, but it's crazy too that you're saying that, because there's a lot of us that are working on our books as well to try and and give the information to the people, because once it's in paperback or written form like that, it can be taken anywhere. It can be given to anybody. There's a legitimacy that comes with that, right? Whether we want to, I'm not saying that if you don't have a book, your information isn't legit, but there is this
You are your
transcendence.
authority.
Right. There's this transcendence of when you pass that book to somebody and they see it in a paperback form, that the people who are maybe not a part of this community will see that and be like, oh, well, maybe I should check it out because it is actually a book. It's not just somebody saying it, So this is all the different thresholds that we talk about how we have these people waking up and how we engage them on those levels to find that threshold, to let them see further once they hit that point of interest, or that point that says, you know what, maybe I should go out and research a little bit more and look into that stuff. So that's truly what it is. So Cyndal, I want to thank you again for being here.
Rob.
I can't wait to get you on the show. We're going to do that hopefully next week, not this week, and probably about 15 days from now, not a couple of days after this. But I appreciate you, and my sincere
thanks to Humanity Unplugged as well.
Awesome. It was a pleasure, an honor, and a privilege, and your information is resonating. So I'll do is I'm also going to send you a copy of this so you can put it into your hard drive as the first time you've spoken at the event, because it was epic on its face. So
thank you so much, Rob.
Absolutely. Thank you, Cyndal. I'm going to drop you down, and let's see. Boom. There we go. So all right, everybody. I'm going to bring Omar on again with us. I believe he's here. There he is. And I will drop out. Thank you. You're muted, brother.
I always do that, don't I?
It's okay. We all do it. It's like, hey, where am I? Am I talking? No? Yes? Okay.
That was excellent. Like, oh my God, Cyndal, that was, I resonated with what you were saying. And at points I had goosebumps and, hair standing up on my arms, and across all the chat rooms, people were resonating, and they absolutely loved what you had to say. And I am so glad and so happy that the universe led us in this direction to begin this epic conference with Cyndal. As I was speaking with Rob yesterday, I was saying, day one was like the second last day that we had programmed, because we just couldn't figure out on who to start with and how we can use that energy and transfer it into the conference to set the tempo. And Cyndal just did absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for that, and I look forward to hearing more from you. So our next guest, guys, is Michael Fugate. And before I bring him on, please go and check out Cyndal's Clubhouse, and as well follow her on Twitter. So our next guest is Michael Fugate. And I will quickly read his bio for you guys, and then we will bring him on. So Michael Fugate was born in 1988 and grew up in the town of Lagrange, a small town in northeast Indiana. He graduated from Westview High School in Topeka, Indiana. He is an avid history lover, and he is passionate about music and films. He writes songs and stories, and the world wars are his favorite history subjects. He reads biographies and nonfiction, and since he was in first grade, he has found thirst for insatiable knowledge. He's 33 years old, a professional driver, commercially licensed, and lives in Fort Wayne, Indiana. So thank you very much, Michael Fugate, for joining me. And it is absolutely a pleasure to connect with you, Michael. And I appreciate your time that you're giving us, and this wonderful upload that you're about to give us and raise our awareness on matters that need to be raised awareness of. So thank you very much, Michael. I truly appreciate you.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. I hope I'm coming through okay.
Yeah, your audio is perfect, and I will put you on full screen, brother. And with about 15 minutes left to your time, I will come on and we'll address some questions.
Okay.
Beautiful. So I'll put you on full screen, brother.
Thank you. My name, as he said, is Michael. I'm 33 years old. I'm going to be 34 soon, getting older. I feel it in my knees especially. What I want to talk about is a little bit about history, but instead of giving you a history lecture about life in a way that thousands of intellectuals could do far more succinctly than I could, I want to talk about a different history, my own. And the reason I think it's so important is because I'm a survivor. I may not look like it. I may not have degrees. I just started working 4 years ago, part-time. I just completed my first ever year of full-time work. I have money in the bank that I put there for the first time ever. A lot of people look at me today and they see me as I am, and somehow they often tell me they wouldn't believe that I was on disability my entire life. And I think part of the reason is there's just something in me that refused to be broken. I refused to give up. When they told me I was permanently disabled before the age of 21, the first thing that I said was, well, I'm going to use this help to get better. I'll get a gym membership and get stronger. And maybe someday I'll get back on my feet. What my mother had to say that day was, that's not what they want to hear. They want to hear that you're hopeless, broken, you need support. And I said, but that's not how I feel. That's not how I want to live. But that was the life that I was left with. And the only thing that kept me going was the hope that maybe my grandmother was right, that she was proud of me and she believed in me, and there were things that I was capable of. I just didn't know what they were yet. And when you're a young man, you don't even know what that means. I can honestly say without my grandmother, I wouldn't have had the strength to get through. I started my adulthood with heartbreak. I needed special education just to get through high school to graduate. I'm not really ashamed of any of that. If anything, I think I'm just lucky to be alive. And coming from the life that I did, which I'm going to talk about briefly, I think it's really important for other people to hear, because so many of us go through tragedy. So many of us endure abuse, some at the hands of a parent or a relative, some of us at the hands of strangers. But most of us feel like our stories are never heard. Some of us feel like we'll never get any better. Well, I'm here to say the profound and verifiable story that no matter how far down you start, your past does not have to become your destiny. And one of the most important things that you could ever do in life is love yourself. And it took me over 25 years of therapy and healing and facing my past in order to learn to do so. But today, I'm healthier, I'm happier, I'm gainfully employed. And the only thing I want to do with all this power within me, all this energy coursing through my veins, is I want to give it back to the people who need it, because it was given to me by people who earned it. Make no mistake, my life was not easy, but I've met people who've had it worse. I could tell you stories about people whose paths I've crossed, whose pain far outweighs mine. But the difference in me and them is not in the degree of wounds. The only difference is that's their story and this is mine. Your pain is just as valid as mine. The difference in you and me is only what we choose to see. Because I have friends from all over the world. I've loved people of every color, every walk of life, yet I grew up in a household with an alcoholic, abusive, drug addict, racist. And the reason I had to grow up with that person is my mother was married to him. My life was marred by toxicity and abuse from people. I had no choice. That's where I had to grow up. My grandmother was always the example to follow for hard work and decency. She's not in any way like that type of person. She's, if anything, I would call her a saint. because she believed in treating people with kindness and respect. She never talked bad about people. And I tried to be more like her as I got older. I get my work ethic from my grandmother. My grandmother's a good person. And her partner in life, Jack, was the closest thing to a male role model that I had. He taught me other things about hard work. And he used to tell me, you know, I know you want to get to the finish line, but you got to learn how to race. And then you actually have to start that race in order to get there. And when you're a little child, you don't understand what that means. You just know he's like talking old man talk. But now I look back and I realize I always wanted the results, but I didn't even know how to do the work to get there. So part of the reason it took me 25 years as I kind of count down from the time that that monster left us. And from that day on, every step of my life has been about recovery. Because when you grow up in a house with a tyrant, I could talk dictators and abusers all day long. But you know that affects the world in a different way. Some of us deal with tyrants that most people never see. Some people have no idea that these people are even tyrants because they hide it so well. But as I sat there in second grade, and they tell me that I have post-traumatic stress disorder, and they're putting me in a special education class because I'm damaged goods and I have behavior issues, wouldn't you know it, that's the same year he walked out on us. And at first, I was devastated. As a little child who grew up getting my teeth kicked in more ways than one, being abused in about every way you could imagine and exposed to things that children never should. According to President Obama, I think he said, you're 30% more likely to grow up in poverty if you grow up without a father. And I think he said is it 30 or 50% more likely to go to prison if you grow up in poverty. I forget the numbers. I'm not great with them, but I think you understand my point. Most people who grow up in such a bad way oftentimes do not break the cycle. They repeat it. They carry on the path of their abusers. They live the legacies that they've been shown. If it wasn't for my grandmother and a few select souls throughout my life, I very well may have become a different person. So without going into minutiae, I'm going to start very briefly with my childhood and describe what it was like being a special needs child in a house that was very dark. I don't remember a lot of my early years, but what I can tell you is there are a lot of bad memories. The only good memories that I have were at my grandmother's farm. And I say that knowing full well that my mother is not a bad person. She's just had her own mental health problems, and she had poor taste in men. My mother married a man before I was born, but I was already conceived. I was raised to believe he was my real father. Imagine what it's like to grow up with a father who's so oppressive and so abusive, so inappropriately rude and degrading to other people. And yet, as I grow up, I have no better example to follow. I sometimes wondered why he treated people the way that he did. One day, I'm not going to say the exact words he used, but we were leaving his favorite liquor store. I was sitting in the truck, and there was a gentleman of color who walked out of a store nearby, and he started shouting at the man in broad daylight in the middle of the street, laughing at him. And even as a 5-year-old boy, I can tell you, I thought, that's terrible. Something's wrong. I don't know what words you're using, but I don't know what they mean, but he looks hurt. Why would you do that? So I'm actually very blessed that no matter what examples I was exposed to, a part of me always knew that was wrong, and you don't treat people like that. So I didn't. And my love life has been enriched, even though I've never been married, even though I've never had an opportunity to really make a true long-term relationship yet, because I've had a lot of things to work on within me. I've loved women of almost every walk of life, and they've loved me back, and I've learned so much about the world because I look beyond my own community. And I think no matter what environment you grow up in, no matter what you're exposed to, you do not have to treat people that way. And I'm very fortunate that I had the people in my life that I did, because when your most formative years are lived at the hands of a tyrant, it can be very confusing and very difficult to navigate the world when you don't necessarily understand what healthy relationships are. So as I grew, the trauma really became aware. I became aware of my trauma, if you will, because the more I tried to engage in social opportunities, the more I tried to advance in school, the more painful the journey became, because I didn't even understand why people were getting upset with me or what I was doing wrong. And some people just wouldn't tell me, they just yell at me. So imagine as a child with autism and trauma, you have no idea what it is people want. People aren't saying what they really mean, but somehow I'm supposed to fix it or know how to correct it. I didn't. I barely made it through high school. High school is a very challenging time. I gained a lot of weight. I was injured in a school sport. There were so many things that I guess you could say were a struggle, because by the time I was in high school, my mom had been married 5 times to different men. Every one of them was an addict or an abuser or a user of some kind. So the reason I skip over those years is really it's more tragedy and poverty. I grew up very poor. My siblings and I, my brother and sister, we all struggled in our own ways. We've all had our pitfalls in life. None of us is perfect, but when you consider we all came out in one piece, amazingly, I can honestly say I believe a great deal of that was my grandmother. And I don't know if she's watching, but there's no one who's enriched my life or healed more wounds or helped me stand up when I was down more than her. And without her to teach me, how to dust yourself off and to keep going, I probably wouldn't have. Because by the time I'm 18, my mother more or less picked an abusive husband over me. She put me in an apartment, and I didn't even know how to budget or pay bills. I didn't know anything about how to manage life. I spent most of my high school years in a basement playing video games, staying out of trouble, hiding from the world. I didn't have many friends. So as an adult, my first experience in life was that I apparently couldn't hold jobs, and that a Section 8 apartment was the only way I could afford to live alone. I made so little money, and I had so little, that my rent based off my income was $72 a month, because that's all I could provide for myself. But something changed when you have to reapply for disability as an adult, because I'm now my own legal representative. I was denied for some reason. I don't recall exactly, but I remember feeling lifted, thinking, I don't want to be disabled anymore. And I thought at first, naively, that that's all it takes. I had to believe in myself. What a fool I was. Now, there's nothing wrong with believing that you're better than that, but I hadn't yet done the work to break those chains. So I remember my life fell apart very badly. I was a shut-in. I couldn't leave my home. I was afraid to go get my own groceries. It's very difficult for me to hold my head up, to leave my house, to even go see my own grandmother. She'd offer me and make me a plate. I'd have trouble sitting down. I can't even tell you why anymore, but I was terrified. I'd pace around my own grandmother's house, where I spent many years running around. But the reason I mention all that is that's how far down I was. When you listen to that introduction about me, professional driver, I drive businessmen around. I'm their private chauffeur. I drive a semi-truck during the day. It took me years to get there. But at 19 years old, when I started going to therapy for the first time as an adult, I had so much to learn. I can't even begin to tell you how many days I sat in my car because the lobby was too loud. I can't express, because I don't know the words to describe what I was feeling in those moments, other than I was uncomfortable and afraid. I had to go through a lot of therapists because the kind of therapists that I could afford, often the turnover is very high. And I felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. I'm approaching my mid-20s, and I tried to go to commercial driver's training the first time because about the only thing I'd ever done right was driving. I'm a good driver. I don't have any speeding tickets. Never been in an accident where I was at fault. I've driven across the country more than once. But there was something about the challenges of commercial driver's training I wasn't up for at that time. So in the 4 years of therapy that happened between, disability and trying to get back on my feet with a job like truck driving, 5 years, I'm sorry, there was a very long chapter. Basically, every day I woke up with no money and no job and no purpose. I go to therapy once a week. I'd work with a direct service provider 3 days a week who tried to help me with my mental health problems. For the better part of 5 years, that's all I had. I had nothing to look forward to but therapy. Most of my social life happened with therapists. It took me over 5 years to even have the courage to seriously try to get a job. Well, I failed at commercial driver's training. It's a tremendous task. It's not an easy thing to approach. I had terrible anxiety, had very weak social skills, but I had determination. Nothing would really change for me for a couple more years until one winter, it's 2016, I decided that I need to go back to work. I can't live like this anymore. I got myself dressed. I weighed almost 290 pounds at the time. I'm only 5'10". But there I am in the best clothes I could find at a Goodwill. I'm applying for jobs that are within my grasp. I went on over 50 job interviews without being given a call or a chance. I had no idea what it was that they didn't see or what they even wanted. I was trying everything I could. I went to Work One for job resources. And then lo and behold, I see an advertisement for a local entertainment business. And they were looking for DJs. You wouldn't believe a person with my self-esteem level could rock a microphone. And I may not look the part. And what's that old quote? I may not be internationally known, but I'm known to rock a microphone. That's me. But I gave it a shot. I sent in an application. I provided some references. And then I meet this guy at a restaurant because it was an in-between. And I remember all he ate was chips and queso. And I don't even remember what I had, but I remember the chips and queso. Don't ask me why. He didn't talk a lot. He asked a lot of questions. But he decided he wanted to move forward and give me a chance. I was terrified. But as it turns out, for all my faults and as much growth as I had to do, that DJ job was the opening of a door for me. And there I was on a microphone in front of a crowd in a smoky bar in Fremont. And a lot of drunk people spilled their drinks on me. A lot of people told me their names that I couldn't understand because they were 3 sheets to the wind. But by the time this job kind of wrapped up for me, I had learned a lot about myself. I dropped about 50 pounds. I made some friends that have stayed with me through life. So much growth and so much benefit from these people and the things they taught me. I may not be a DJ per se, but I'll never forget the year that changed my life and helped me start moving forward. And that same year, I got what's called a med waiver because I have a developmental disability. And a med waiver is a grant for special resources and therapy to help a person like myself better themselves. And with this grant, you can get a certain higher grade of therapy, if you will. And I met a therapist who asked me not to mention her name because she feels the real growth came from me. But lo and behold, this woman who herself has, some experience with special needs kids, she taught me things about my condition that I didn't know. And she allowed me to see myself in a new light because there I was equipped with knowledge and wisdom. She was there with me through most of the DJ job. I've worked with her on and off for the better part of, I would say, almost 5 years now. And in that time, I went from a boy to a man, I feel, because, and I'm not putting this all on her. I'm just saying the amount of change that took place for me from that DJ position to working with her, the weight loss, and the goals that I set, I've changed my life. And I don't say that lightly. I really did. Like, I went from a guy who weighed almost 300 pounds to, I guess, more than 50 pounds. I was 215 pounds by the time the winter set in 2017 to 18. So not only can I hold the job now, however minimal, 1 day a week, 2 days a week, it was something. I decided to get a chauffeur's license. I don't know what I was thinking. I just thought it's easier than getting a commercial license, and it is. And I started applying for jobs on ZipRecruiter, and I saw one that I couldn't honestly, for the life of me, tell you what it was. It was just an abbreviation for their business LLC. And I've asked them both. They're okay with me mentioning their first names. Ken and Jason gave me a job as their private driver. I've been doing this on and off for a couple of years now, almost actually 3 solid. And in that time, the money it allowed me to earn, the people it allowed me to meet, and the confidence it allowed me to build, I think was tantamount to anything that I've done to building myself up. So as it were, I went from a position of like fear and anxiety, just getting my daily bread. I used to sit in my car instead of sitting in a lobby, and all of a sudden I'm driving business people around. I'm meeting their friends, and they introduce me by name. And like, I'm not their friend. I recognize I'm their employee, but nonetheless, that's a privilege to be able to meet such people of affluence. And it was such a tremendous experience. Like, the first time I got behind the wheel for them, I only hoped that my confidence in my driving skills was as great as I hoped it would be. And my motto was, if you're asleep in the back, like, I'd like you to stay that way and get home safe. And well, to this day, they still have confidence in me, and I still do the occasional side job. And that's kind of where the next step of my life took place. And I didn't go into every little detail of every harrowing thing I've ever endured. I try to go lightly on these things because I don't want to rehash intimate traumas, and I don't want to upset people who themselves have been through similar abuse, because it's not necessary for me to talk about horrible, like, traumatizing abuses and assaults. I'm sure you all can understand and imagine, and many of you can relate, when you're a little child who goes through those things, or as a young man whose mother is married to abusers, or as a disabled person who's afraid to leave your home. There have been a few pivotal figures in my life that helped me change it completely. One of those is my pastor, John. And John has, to this day, been a support for me. So I feel meeting those people, I believe God above is looking out for me, because each one of them taught me something about me that I didn't know how to see. I didn't even know who I was as a person, because I didn't even know what questions to ask or how to look in the mirror. But in just 5 years, I went from someone who failed to complete commercial driver's training to driving $5,000 worth of DJ equipment to a wedding and making people smile. Driving people around who trust me with their lives and their business. And, those were the stepping stones to believing that if these people are willing to take a chance on me, Why don't I take a chance on me? And the most difficult thing that I changed in all that time wasn't overcoming my anxiety. It wasn't sustaining jobs. It was what I think is the most difficult thing a person can possibly do in life, is to learn to love yourself, not just let other people love you, and not just love other people, but to actually look in the mirror and know that I'm worth more, to be willing to protect me, to be the person that I was meant to be. Because despite whatever insecurities I may have, when I get behind the wheel and I have a boss and his family who trust me, you can best believe every minute of that job, my number one priority is their satisfaction, because that's what I'm capable of. When I drive that semi truck, I have a dedicated route now. You got to earn that with seniority. When I started, I was terrified I was going to make a mistake, because that's the old me. But I'm driving a semi truck now. I'm not living in an efficiency apartment. I make $60,000 a year or more. I earned those powers. And I had to remind myself of that every single day, that all along these people in my life, like my grandmother or my pastor, they thought I was good enough. They saw something to invest in. I just had to learn to do it for me. You want to talk about a challenge? It was. I still get depressed and I still have anxiety. I have a condition that makes life a challenge, but what I'm trying to say to you is not that my life was the worst ever, or that I've reached heights like no other. What I'm trying to say is life is precious, and so are you. And the only person who can make you believe that is you. And I feel very much that if I can do one thing in this life, it's not driving auto parts. It's not driving business people. I want to pay it forward to the people who invested in me and allowed me the opportunity to grow. I want to do the same for other people. And instead of spending 25 years trying to learn how to heal, maybe because I can articulate so well, I want to help other people bridge the gap between trauma and wellness. I know how frustrating therapy can be. I know how challenging the job market can be, especially when you have terrible anxiety and social ineptitude. But my life is proof of one thing and one thing only, that when you believe in you and you put the love in yourself, no tyrant, no abuser, no user, no amount of neglect or solitude or loneliness can break you, as long as you know you have meaning. And you might not think that your life has meaning sometimes, but I can tell you this from experience. I'm on a train to Chicago, and I met a woman who was once a child slave in southern Sudan. She would later come to the United States, immigrate legally, become a member of the United States military. And I met her when she said she was on her first ever vacation. She was 54 years old. Imagine, child soldier, did so well in life she could retire early. But in between, she helped save other children. She helped change other lives. I wouldn't be privy to that story if I hadn't faced myself and left my apartment. I was blessed to know her. People like that have touched my life at every walk. I may not ever see them again, but I never forgot the lessons they taught. And I felt like God was looking out for me once again, because at a time in my life, I had no self-esteem. Someone's telling me they were a child slave, but they were saved. And how did they honor that recovery? They paid it forward and they saved other lives. That's what I'm trying to do. And I may not be a soldier. I may not have been a slave, but I know what it's like to be abused and broken. And if I can help other people, that is what I believe in my heart God wants me to do. And that's what I feel my calling in life is to do. Now, as I sit here before you at almost 34 years old, I'm still scared. I'm still afraid. I still wonder if people love me every single day. But it's only because that's a part of me I have to work on. I have to remember they've already given me their love. I just have to remember not to let go of it. I have a job with people who trust me. They pay me well to do it. I have the respect of their families. I have a company who vouches for me to drive a 53-foot trailer of supplies. They pay me well to do that. These people have given me a way forward. Now, my next step in life is going to involve helping a dear friend of mine who's actually one of your speakers later this afternoon, Mr. Rodney McGillvary. He and I both believe in a simple concept: to love your fellow man. And what we plan to do this year is we're going to start providing food for those in need. Now, there's plenty of churches and shelters that do that. The problem is every one of them asks you to be a part of a church or to practice some sort of a faith-based routine. I don't have anything against God. I believe he exists. I'm not preaching religion. I'm not here to make you repent. I'm not here to ask you to believe. I'm just here to offer food. And it's because I'm not a priest. That's not my place. But if I can feed a hungry mouth, I can do that. If there's a life I can change right now, I can do that. And Rodney and I share a similar passion for helping those in need. I'm actually very fortunate to know him, and I'm only here today at his behest. He put in a good word for me. And you know what's amazing is he's not a baseball fan. He doesn't like anything to do with sports unless he's playing them, he said. And I'm kind of the same way. But one of the quirks about me is I love reading about old-time ball players. And one of them is Tyrus Raymond Cobb. And the reason I bring him up, despite what savory reputation people think he has, Charles Learson wrote a book about him called A Terrible Beauty. He spent half a decade painstakingly researching the man's life. And he uncovered a legacy that most people never knew. Tyrus Raymond Cobb was a humanitarian. His family was a long line of abolitionists. He employed people of color at a time when no one else would. His personal ranch hand who looked after his family was a man of color. The man who was his personal bad boy, even though he didn't actually need one, he hired him anyway. It's a person of color. Notice there are no pictures of these people because it wasn't socially acceptable in the early 1900s for whites and blacks to fraternize as such. So even though Tyrus Raymond Cobb gave time and money and clothes and educational and hospital money to families of color in need, communities of Detroit still speak his name with reverence to this day. What did the sports writers tell you about him? That he's a racist? He got in a fist fight with two men who weren't white at different parts of his life, and no one can say with any certainty or proof at any other time in his life that there was a scrap between him and another person based on their color. And that's half a decade of research of every living witness and every scrap of information you could scrape together about the man. Now, why did I tell you this story just now? Rodney doesn't care anything about baseball, and he didn't even know who Tyrus Raymond Cobb was, but he said he was captivated listening to me talk about him. And that's just a passion of mine. I love great people. I love greatness, and I want to embody greatness because it helps me become great. And because of that, he put his foot forward for me, and I'm here today. All I'm trying to say is, no matter what life throws at you, and no matter how few friends you have, even one like Rodney, like me, can change your life for the better. Now, I don't know what the future holds for me, but I can tell you I'll never go back to living in an apartment alone and hiding from the world. It's too beautiful and life is too short. And too many people have stood up for me and loved me when I didn't even know how to love me. I'm here today to say that I love every one of my friends and family because you're the reason that I get up every day. Even when I never see half of you, even when I barely get to talk to some of you, you're the reason I do it. Because you remind me when I have trouble with it, that even though I practice self-love, you're the living proof that I'm loved. And as I stand here today, professional driver, I'm a humanitarian. I give to those in need when I can. What I really want to do is not driving. What I truly believe in my heart is my calling and my passion. I want to become a motivational speaker because there's nothing in me that brings out the best in me more than knowing that I'm paying it forward. And I feel like being able to verbalize the world and articulate in a way that most people can't is a gift that was given to me for a reason. I may not know how yet. I may not know when or even where. But if I end up in a car driving across this country to sit at a group for Alcoholics Anonymous, just to sit there and send some words of hope, you can best believe I'm not too proud to get on my knees next to a stranger and say, your life has meaning. Because I've met alcoholics who've recovered, who blessed my life with their story. Just because you have a wound or an addiction or a vice does not diminish your life. The only thing that does that is if you hurt others or take away from others. Having a weakness does not make you less than. Just remember, your life has meaning. And if I can do it, so can you. I'm new to this. This is my first ever real seminar or presentation. I don't lack in the speaking ability. What I lack is, I guess, an understanding of what is the best thing that I can do for you here today. And I only say that because I'm so used to talking to people one-on-one. But I believe there's a reason I was asked to be here. And it's not just because of Rodney. And I hope that something I'm saying resonates with you. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer any of them. I'm not ashamed to talk about any part of my life. I just hope you know that I'm not a stranger unless you treat me as one. I'm always willing to talk. And I'd be happy to hear what your thoughts were, if anyone's watching. Thank you.
Michael, that was fantastic, brother. What a great touching testimony, and I totally resonate with that because I went through something similar as you have, but not identical, but pretty much walked the same path. And what you said, I absolutely resonate with that, and I'm so happy that that you've overcome these challenges in your life to vibrate with love and not hold on to that that hate and that abuse that you suffered, and to be able to let go of that and to vibrate at a love frequency and accept people for what they are and not become the abuser, because we know from experience and history that people that are abused usually turn into abusers. So it's nice that we didn't walk that path and we were able to let go of that and try to grow as a human being with love within ourselves. So thank you very much for that testimony, brother. I truly resonate that, and not only myself but everybody in the audience is resonating with what you just shared with us. So a lot of respect for that. I have a question for you.
Absolutely.
And I'll address some of the things that you said once the questions are addressed from the chat room. And if there's time, I'll do mine. But if not, then we can connect on a personal level.
Fire
so
away.
This question is from Guan Wu. And he says, "Sir, how do you keep your passion and conviction solidified amongst all the mental forces, anxiety, depression, and external negativity against you?" That's a very good question.
I'm going to refer to someone whose name I don't need to mention to make this point. Someone I know who earns a living in the six figures, who has survived any number of trauma, and yet somehow is one of the most insecure people I know, who's afraid to be alone, and yet has been one of the most constant friends in my life. And I say to her, knowing full well what her demons are, "You can do these things." And she says, "I'm not as strong as you." I said, "It demeans my effort when you say that it's just some innate strength. I think what it is and how I feel about it is I am willing to hurt. I'm willing to hear the truth. I'm willing to work until my muscles ache in order to stay on my feet, in order to be strong, in order to keep working, because people who've loved me and cared for me have given their time, their money, their effort, their energy, their ears, and their hearts to me to teach me that I am worth something more. And if I can stay on my feet and I can not let the anxiety or the depression or these external toxic forces get to me and stop me from moving forward, that's how I honor their love every single day. And it's not always easy. I still get depressed, but I remember the love that's been given and the words these people have shared, the things that were given to me. Another example I would use is sometimes out of my hands. I would say it's God's plan. I was in a coffee shop in a local city that I hadn't been back since a painful breakup. And it was very painful for me. And I made mistakes. She made mistakes. And in the past, I would have avoided a whole town for years. But instead of that, I decided, today I'm going to go back to a place I used to love. And so I did. And the person working there recognized me, and she asked how I was doing and why she hadn't seen me. And I told her a little bit about it. And she gave me a scrap of paper that broke me down to tears. Luckily, I was the only person in the coffee shop, and I keep it in my wallet. And I keep it because I need this reminder sometimes, not just with love. She said, Michael, rejection is God's purest form of protection. So maybe that relationship wasn't meant to last, and maybe it hurt me a lot that it ended. But maybe God's plan was that I was meant to learn something from it and move forward. And I did. And even though I still have to remind myself, not just about that relationship, but many heartaches in my life, like my childhood. Why did I have to go through that? But I try to remember I learned something from every part of it. And learning how to see my life for what it is, to get those lessons from it, and to remember the love that's been given to me, no matter what bad people there were. That's how I do it. That's how I stay on my feet. I honor the love that's been given. I learn the lessons that have been put before me. And I look at myself with honesty and say, it's okay. It's okay to be me. I hope that answers your question. But that's how I would describe how I do it.
It really does, bro. You're gonna make me break down here.
I'm sorry.
No. It's all good, brother. Those are tears of love, and I'm not the only one who's having those. There's a few people in the audience that are resonating with what you're saying, because really your story and your experience is like all of our stories and all of our experience,
Sure.
because the majority of us in this chat room and around the world have suffered some sort of abuse and trauma through our lives. And
Yes.
we're strong people, and we were able to go beyond that. And unfortunately, there are some people that are really tied up in the abuse and really hung up on it. And I'm really hoping that through this type of sharing that we can begin to heal the trauma that all of us are going through. Now, you just mentioned, why did I have to go through this? And I really like that, because a couple of days ago I was having a conversation with a friend of mine about this very same thing. It's like, why did I have to go through this trauma, and in order for me to be where I am today? And what we came up with was that perhaps this trauma or this abuse that we've gone through is part of the the human experience that we came here to experience. And in fact, those traumas that were put upon us have made us into the people that we are today. And if it wasn't for that trauma, then who knows where we would be today without that experience.
I agree completely. I wouldn't be who I am today if I hadn't been humbled. And it's not necessarily that as a 5-year-old child being beaten that I need to be humbled, but later in life, by being willing to look within and face those beatings and that torment, the problems that I had as an adult were humbled, because I had to recognize, like, wait a minute now, I'm that's what he would have done. That's not who I am. I don't treat women like that. I won't treat women like that. I don't beat children. I don't put my hands on other people. I don't look at other people because of the color of their skin and think that there's something. I have no right to do that. And that's not who I am. And I wouldn't stand for anyone doing that if I could help it. But that's what he does. That's how he treats women. And as an adult who's struggling greatly, who doesn't know who I am, who's trying to find myself, sometimes those heartbreaking traumas and those beatings reminded me, you know what? I'm better than that, because I don't do that to little kids. My women, however, whether successful relationship or not, no woman in my life has ever said to me that I made her afraid. And I take so much pride in that, because I've seen so many women hurt. I've loved some of the most broken hearts you could ever imagine. I've helped heal women with trauma you wouldn't believe was there. Someone that I love to this day, who's one of my dearest friends, she's a mother of 5, a United States Marine Corps veteran who's been through untold hardships, who grew up in a way that would baffle the mind. She's someone who works so hard for her kids, like she loses sleep when she doesn't have to, because she's so worried about failing them, because she doesn't ever want that to happen to her children because of what happened to her. I understand that pain. I may not be a parent, but I understand it, and I honor it, and I respect it, and I love her as a person, not just when she was my girlfriend, because she is the kind of person we can all aspire to be, someone who is self-effacing, self-sacrificing, and truly caring. And if more people could be like that, the world would be a better place, even though she ate all my snacks. Literally, I don't know how that woman weighs so little. She ate me out of house and home. She's only here for a weekend to visit, and like my cupboards are bare. I'm only joking.
Yeah, I hear you on that one with the eating all my snacks.
Yeah.
My wife goes after my chocolate bars sometimes,
Yeah.
and when I got the munchies, there's nothing there to munch on.
Oh yeah, it's like she's like, you knew this was happening. You knew this is what you signed up for, and I'm like, is that really how we're gonna do this? But that's kind of the nature of trying to love people. You have to take the good with the bad, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, hopefully the more good than bad, right?
Oh yeah, that's true.
So,
go ahead. Yeah,
Michael, earlier when you were sharing your experiences with us, you had mentioned about believing in yourself. And after, being a product of a broken home and an abusing father, and having spent majority of my life in foster homes and group homes, it's very difficult to believe in yourself when you've been beaten into the ground and being made to feel like, that you're like a garbage bag that's just being thrown out and not respected and not loved, and living in fear in your very own home and locking yourself in your bedroom and pretending you're sleeping so that you don't get beat or abused or attacked. I'd like to ask you, how did you overcome that so that our viewers can take that advice and, going from that abuse state to the point where, you were able to believe in yourself and overcome the challenges that you had faced with like disability and unemployment, and then having getting the tickets and your license to drive truck. Please tell us a little bit about like, how did you do that, and how can others that have gone through the similar thing can also do?
Well, you touched on some things that I wasn't going to go into As a man, I stand when I need to pee. I'm not trying to be gross, but there's a reason I mention that. As a little boy, I was so afraid to go to the bathroom at night because the bathroom was across the hall from his room. And he always kept his door open in case we tried to pull anything while he was asleep. So even to this day, sometimes I have anxiety trying to go to the bathroom when there's other men in the restrooms. And, you know, it's not something that I have completely mastered. It's difficult to live with those beatings and those traumas, even when you recognize they were not my fault. A 5-year-old boy does not deserve to be afraid to go to the bathroom at night. And as an adult who still sometimes has that anxiety, that's almost like a subconscious fear that won't leave me. But I can tell you, every person deserves enough dignity to use the bathroom in peace and safety. Every person deserves to be able to go to the store and get their basic needs met. But some of us, like you mentioned, we have a difficult time finding our place in life. And because of the things you and I have endured, what helped me was, it might sound silly, I worked a part-time job because that's all I could handle. This is 2007 to 8. I didn't have much money. I could afford to spend about $20 a week on things that I wanted to do. So I drove to the Concord Mall in Goshen, Indiana, because at the time I lived in Shipshewana. It's the least crowded and probably the most desolate mall in the entirety of Northeast Indiana. And the reason I went there was for that exact reason. So few people, so little stimulation. I still needed my headphones on because I was terrified of all the noise and people. And sometimes all I could handle was a walk around the place. And sometimes maybe I'd buy a video game or a used book or something, but I couldn't engage anyone. I was terrified. And I used to be afraid to go to the bathroom. Sometimes it was so bad, I would literally drive home to use the bathroom, knowing I drove all this way for nothing. I've been there. I know what that's like. But I kept going and I kept taking those walks. And however uncrowded and however unchallenging it may have been, that was the beginning for me of learning that I deserve to be out here too. And there's nothing that I need to be ashamed of if I need to use the bathroom or if I just need to be around people. I need to feel like a person too. And I had to be willing to put myself through those initial stretches and those fears in order to do that, because it was hard just to go to the grocery store and have to ask someone, can you please help me find this item? And when I look back at where my life was, it's horrible to think that as a man who never committed any mortal sin, that I could be so traumatized and broken. But it started with walking around the least crowded shopping mall I could find in the entire world that probably had 8 out of 100 stores still in business, because that's what I could handle. And that's where I had to start. You have to start wherever you need to start, but you have to start to finish, just like my grandfather said. Jack said that to me so many times. You have to start in order to finish. I had to start where I could and what I can handle. A 30-minute drive, a 20-minute walk around the least crowded shopping center in America, and a 30-minute drive home. That's where my journey started, because that's what I can handle. Now I've taken steps, I've driven places, I've gone further. But honestly, it starts with realizing I've got to do something. And I started where I could. That's how I do it. And to this day, whatever the challenge, I start where I can. But I don't stop until I get to where I need to be. I hope that helps a little bit.
It sure does, brother. I resonate with that. And, you know, you and I, we just have just so much in common and so much in parallel that when you're speaking, you know, it's like I'm watching a movie of my own life, right? I was the very same way. I had, like no communication skills. I had no social skills. I didn't have any of that for number of reasons. When I was born here in Canada, and then I was moved to Denmark, and I stayed in Denmark for 10 years, and I didn't know how to speak English. So when I moved to Canada, having not spoken any English and going into elementary school, and back in those days, it was pretty tough to, learn to speak English, because there was no English as a second language program, and I had to kind of just do it on my own from my teachers at school. So, and then being tossed into foster homes and group homes and being beaten and abused, just never had those social skills. So I had to do like almost the very same thing. Like when I remember I used to walk in high school, and I would be a loner. I would be by myself, and I would walk the streets by myself. I would go into, like you said, into shopping centers, and I really wouldn't engage anybody. And in a grocery store, when I was in a grocery store, if I couldn't find anything, I wouldn't ask anyone. I would just simply leave, because I didn't have that confidence within myself to speak to someone just in case they said something to me that I didn't understand, or thought that I might get attacked. So I resonate with you so much, brother. It's I'm so grateful that you came today to share your experiences with us.
I was in a group home once too, and while I was never fostered, we were both beaten. I was in inpatient behavioral health units. I would guess anywhere from 30 to 40 times in my life, and it wasn't that I meant to do wrong or wanted to be, but it's sad when there's a time in my life being hospitalized was better than being home. At least there, people were nice to me, and I had clean bedding, and I had good food to eat. And when I look back at all these little kids that became my friends for the 2 weeks or whatever I was there, like that was the only friends I had, and I'd never see them again. And much of my childhood was like that. But I want to give you props that you overcame a barrier. You found a partner. You're trying to do good with your life. You're trying to pay it forward in your own way. That's what we're doing here today. But I want to give you an example from history, very briefly, of two people who had similar hardships who went the exact opposite way. And you've both, I would say, both of these men should be a household name, because they're the examples of what not to be. Neither one of these men grew up in the country they would become dictators of. Neither one of these men was born speaking the language of the countries they would be the dictators of. Both men had oppressive childhoods or hardships or poverty or some combination of the above. One of them was actually training to become a priest. One was Joseph Vissarionovich Djugashvili. That doesn't fit on a ball cap. We call him Joseph Stalin. He was actually training to be a priest. He becomes one of the most horrible tyrants in all of history. He had to learn a language later in life too. He had a lot of deep insecurities. Look what he did with his trauma. We're not like that. The other guy was the Lance Corporal from World War I who was nearly blinded in a gas attack. We know him as Adolf Hitler. So your upbringing is only a part of your story. What you do with those lessons is what you will be judged for. Whatever you went through as a child does not define you as a person. It's what you put out into the world that matters. And never forget that, like me, you broke the cycle, and you're trying to pay it forward too.
Absolutely. I so am, brother. I so am proud of breaking that cycle of not abusing my children, and not abusing my wife, not abusing my pets, because I clearly see that this is a cycle that needs to be broken. Why would I want to treat my children when the way that I was treated, when I know what it's like, right? So like, why would I do that to my loved ones? Why would I do that to my cat, or to my friends, or to any other human being for that matter? Right? It's just it's unacceptable. And thinking of unacceptable, we have an incarnation of Adolf Hitler in Canada, aka Justin Trudeau.
Mr. Blackface, we know it well.
I didn't want to go there, but I just thought I'm
the guest. I'm not the host. But I understand what you're saying. And I myself am not a Republican or a Democrat. I'm someone who believes the government should be small and individual liberty should be large. Now, that's not to say that I think we should all do whatever we want whenever, but like you, I spoil my nieces. I don't have children, and I worship the pets that I had. And I've had a grieving period between each because I love them so much. And my pets made my life worth living at times. And so once again, we're finding a common ground, you and I.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Michael. I really
Absolutely.
appreciate your, sharing your experience with us today. Like really, really resonated with myself and many other people. Before I bring my next guest on, please tell us where we can find you, and so people can look you up and connect with you.
I don't have social media currently, but what I do have, I'm willing to hand out my personal email. I'll just put it in the chat box over here. I'll put it in both your studio box as well as the public. I'll respond to any messages if people want to talk. It may take me a minute. I'm in the process of getting a website put together because I just feel social media is toxic, and I would rather deal with people on a more personal level. And social media, I feel, is very impersonal. I'll put my personal email here, and you guys can email me at your discretion.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Michael. I truly appreciate your participation in this epic event in order to help people raise awareness within themselves. So I'm going to bring our co-host and MC, Rob Yox, on to introduce our next guest. So thank you, Michael, and I will shoot you an email at the conclusion of this event, brother. I love you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Guys. God bless.
God bless. All right. So far, so good. This has been epic as it stands right now. So next, we have one of our good friends, a gentleman by the name of Leonard O'Neill. So to know Leonard is to know a plethora of different points of view, of different teachings. So Leonard has spent his life studying all religious philosophical ideologies worldwide. Minister of 4 different forms of spiritually, and it was knighted by the Holy Roman Empire and ordained by the Universal Life Church of Phoenix, Arizona, the European Heretical Druid Merlin title, and Jedi Knight from the Jedi Academy in New Zealand. Reiki Master, teacher from Udemy, instructor Melissa Crowhurst, medium, ufologist, creator and owner of the Ancient Aliens Worldwide group on Facebook with close to 300,000 members, and he's been given the title of alien expert from the Galactical Council of Venus, talk show host, creator, owner of the podcast Orion Rise. All right.
Omar, your microphone is muted, brother, so nobody can hear what you were saying.
Okay, there we go. Looked like Rob was
I'm not sure
there.
if Rob was having latency problems or if that was me just then.
Did you hear?
I don't know.
Did I get the bio out there?
Froze.
Did the bio come out properly, or
Yeah,
no?
It did, but you froze for a second there, and I wasn't sure if it was me buffing or not. And then Omar started talking; his microphone was muted. I want to say that they gave me that title of alien expert. I don't use that because I don't really consider myself an alien expert in any way. However, for some reason, psychics keep telling me that they've given me that title. One of the oracles has told me that I'm the history book. I'll accept that a little bit more than alien expert because there are so many aliens out there. There's no way I could be an expert on all of that. Right?
Perfect. I'm going to relinquish the floor to you, and it's because of the snow here that my connection is just so bonkers today. I keep freezing all over the place, but I'll leave it to you, brother. And
thank you, brother. I'm honored to be here, and that was a stunning revelation from Michael. And I have to say that I resonate in some ways with that. My father and my mother were not in any way abusive, but my stepfather was very abusive, not physically but mentally, to all of us kids. It was horrific. He lied and said, I'm going to start with that. So he lied and said that he was in the Marine Corps. So for us kids, he would literally bounce a quarter off our rack, and if the quarter didn't bounce, he'd turn over our beds. And he installed a pool chain on the shower, and you had 4 minutes to take a shower, even using the pool chain. And then at the end of 4 minutes, he would go and either turn the hot water off or the cold water off at his discretion. Come forward in time that was abusive our entire lives. Come forward in time, he lied about the entire thing. He was an evil, sadistic man, and I understand Michael's plight and Omar's. I wasn't physically beaten, but it was mental torture our entire lives. He couldn't stand us children and didn't want us around. So I understand your guys's plight and just that confidence and the lack of, because of being abused, and that humility that forces you to overcome things in life and try to strive to better yourself. I think a lot of us go through weird, crazy things like that. So with that said, I want to get involved. I don't know how much has been told. I'm going to change gears here and get back to what's going on. I haven't been a part of what's been going on this morning. I had a lot of things that I had to do to take care of my mother. I'm her caregiver, and I just got out of the hospital this past week, and I had to change the dressing on my foot and all this craziness going on. So I caught the last part of what Michael said, but very well said, Michael. I love you, and I think you're on your way to recovery like the rest of us. And it's Marie Osmond once said her mother told her, we spend the second half of our lives repairing the damage they did to us in the first half. So Michael, you're on your way, and you're doing okay, and you're going to be okay. All right. Just everybody know that. Now, let's change gears a little bit. I want to get into, I don't need these glasses on unless I'm going to read something. And since I'm not reading, I don't have to read the chat. If you guys are going to put something up, you'll put it up on the thing for me. So I won't have to worry about reading too much stuff here. So I won't need my glasses. I want to get back to what's going on here and to understand what's happening, because a lot of people, when they hear what's going on, they get kind of saddened. I remember last year when I first, said to a group of people that we lost the first temporal war, everybody freaked out like as if our lives were over. But what you need to understand is that it wasn't our fault. It wasn't anyone's fault other than the Nazi Germans. The Germans and Nazi invited the aliens here down to Earth, in which case it changed things. And I'm going to explain how all of that works and what's happening and what we all can do collectively to right this ship. And that's what this is all about, this 3-year cycle that we're doing here that starts in Uluru and will end in Uluru. And we have only a few more months left to complete this 3-year cycle of activation on this planet. And I applaud everybody that's been a part of this for the 3 years that, Omar has been working on this diligently, and Stephen and Evan Strong in Australia, and, our sponsor, and just all of these people that have made this possible over the last just 3 years, not even mention everything that took place prior to that. So let me try to sum up for everyone out there. If there's any questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. Omar or Rob can pop them up on the screen, or maybe I can answer them as we go. I like Q&A better than just me speaking, and you guys, I'm sure you're going to have questions. Okay. So I have to first explain what it is that is going on in this particular place, and we'll move forward from there. I only have an hour, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on semantics, but I'll explain what's going on. Okay, the way things work in the universe is when you become, well, first of all, you're something, whatever that is, a dog, a cat, a hare, a piece of the wind, an amoeba, a fish, a tree, a plant. You are something that is life that was created by the Creator. When you become self-aware due to circumstances that happen within that lifetime or a lifetime, you may evolve into an animal, and then it becomes easier for you to become self-aware because pets, people name them and start calling them names, and we start to understand that we are something. When you get to that point and you say, I think, therefore I am, on this particular planet, when that life cycle ends, you are then born into a human body here, and you become a human. And your mind wiped, there's a veil, you don't understand that you're part of the source, and it is our experience and our destiny at that point, our rite of passage, to become, we are human beings. Our rite of passage is to be, to understand what it means to become that spark, that pneuma, that spark of God, to reconnect back to the source. That is our rite of passage from childhood into adolescence, and then possibly into adulthood. It is what we are supposed to do to learn and experience what it means to go from nothingness to consciousness to then beingness. Do you understand? So it is the macrocosm, right? It is the macrocosm, or the microcosm to the macrocosm. The universe works that way. We work that way on this planet. It works that way. How does that differ from other places? In third dimension, third density reality, past, present, and future are separated. After you leave this density and move up to the fourth and the fifth and the sixth and start going to higher planes, all of time and space happens instantaneously all at once, and you perceive it as that. Now, we have the ability, and that is what we're achieving here, what we're striving to achieve, is to become and understand that place. What has happened is, when we were asleep in our most vulnerable state, which is where we are now, in this matrix that was created for us, to understand what's happening and to become and to evolve into our beingness, these nefarious peoples who are in service to self, evil in the universe, like to go to these planets and take them over. But like a vampire, they can't come in unless they're invited. Back in the 30s, the Nazis in Germany invited the Draco in, and they gave them information and spaceships and technology, that we shouldn't have had. Now, what you need to understand is that once someone comes into this place of separation of history and future from present, you then have to separate and you have to have a past, a present, and a future. So part of you goes backwards in time, part goes forward in time to write your history in this now. Pardon me. So if I come here illegally, and there's a difference between legally and illegally, and I'll explain that. If I come here illegally and I knock at the door like a vampire and I say, I am whatever, your savior, I can help you, or I can do this, please allow me to come in. When you say yes, that is giving up your right to free will and allowing them to get boots on the ground. The second that happens, they then their story shoots backwards in time and forwards in time, and it appears as if the being has been here a lot longer than they have. Okay, so what you need to understand is that we haven't been stuck for a billion years. It only appears that way. They've only recently came into being on this planet. You need to understand that. For example, there is a hive mind group of people called the Patal. I don't know if you've heard of them, that have come from the 11th density as an entire species legally. Now, let me explain how that works. Jesus said, I came here legally. To come here legally means that I come from a higher plane, and I have decided that I'm going to come to Earth and occupy a body, but I'm not a walk-in. Okay, and I'll explain that as well. So if I'm coming back down to this plane, I am going to descend my consciousness in, but still keep my consciousness anchored in a higher place, but then come down with my consciousness and be born legally into a human body, also mind wiped like everyone else. I have no memory whatsoever that I'm coming from a higher plane. I don't know that I'm any different than anyone that is legally born on this planet, even if it's for the first time, the 10th time, or the 100th time. I don't know any of that. That's coming here legally. I go through the normal channels. I become born here in the hopes that at some point I will wake up. Look at my cat in the background over there. she's up on the nightstand over there looking at the wall. That's cute. I didn't see her, and all of a sudden I saw something move. So that's Squeaker Kitty, because she doesn't meow. She only squeaks, right? So So to come here legally is to be born in a body here and be mind wiped, and that is what 99.9% of all humans have happened. Now, a walk-in is someone like Abraham Lincoln, for instance, someone's soul who was very tired and could not continue doing what they were doing, and were hoping that somebody would help them, and someone from a higher plane hears the call and then goes to the Galactic Council of Venus and says, I will heed the call and replace that soul and continue doing what that soul signed on to do. If it's okay with the council will then weigh this out, and ultimately the choice is the soul that is occupying the body. So with Abraham Lincoln, a soul went to Abraham Lincoln and said, I know that you're tired. I know that you signed on to become the president and do these things to help free the slaves, and you can't do this. I will do it for you. That wasn't me. I will do it for you, the soul said, and you will not be obligated, but you'll also get credit for it. But because you're so tired, you can go to the place of healing, and I will finish your mission. Abraham Lincoln's soul agreed to that. Abraham Lincoln's soul went to the place of healing and reflection. The other soul entered his body and continued on becoming the president, and eventually becoming assassinated and dying, and then going on to continue with their life. Now, what has happened here is that in the 30s, these aliens came down here. You have different groups of aliens that are working together that are nefarious, including the Orion Crusaders, who occupy and invade, third dimensional planets and take them over and make everyone their slaves. So we really haven't been slaves as long as people think, but because of the way it works here, our past is extended. So when they got here in 1938, it seems like they've been here for thousands of years. Now, if you look at the Patal, the group of people who came here as an entire species, they got here not too long ago, and their DNA only goes back 10,000 years, which means they're a newer arrival, and their history only extends 10,000 years into the past and 10,000 years into the future. That's not very much in the galactic scheme of the universe in millions and billions and trillions of years. Do you understand? So we haven't been as stuck as long as people think. It just appears that way because past, present, and future are separated in this place. After this place, everything happens all at once. Now, what you need to understand is that all of us, each individuals, have the ability to get ourselves unstuck. And it's not as difficult as people think that it is. Everyone thinks that we have to fight these people like you see in the movies, but that's not true. War and anger and aggression and all of that is their wheelhouse. It is not the way to fight. That is not the way to fight. Is open war, conflict is not. That is what they want because they can justify destruction and violence because that is all they have. They are not real. First of all, you have to understand those who are real are evil, and because they are evil, they do not have love in their heart, which means they do not have the ability to create anything. They only have the ability to destroy. If you look at what's going on in the world, those people who we know are evil that are in charge, that we say shouldn't be in charge, they can't make anything. They only destroy, control, hate, fear, that's aggression, and war and conflict. That's all they have. They cannot create, so they have to force us to create. They have to enslave us and force us to create for them. Okay. And that is why in history you see great people, men and women, who refuse to do that, who stand up or sit down, depending on what it is they need to do to defy that tyranny without violence. Do you understand? We don't need any violence to fix any of what is going on here. We just need to take care of ourselves. And like Michael and like Omar were talking about, and I'm sure everyone else, is we have to look within ourselves to find that within ourselves to be able to then combat this, but it's not in that combative way. It is more in a peaceful, spiritual, I refuse to acknowledge what it is that you're trying to tell me to do. Mahatma Gandhi did that, right? Martin Luther did that. Yes, did these men die for what they believed in? Absolutely. But they changed the face of the world. Rosa Parks. Think about in time, Stephen Biko, right? Think about these characters in time, John F. Kennedy, Abraham Lincoln. You can go further back in time and find people in all the religions with Jesus and Marduk and Thor and all of these people, David, throughout time, facing adversity and facing these great evils and still defeating them, most of which was not through war. Okay, so what we need to understand here is that yes, we are stuck, but it is not as bad as it seems, because we were already stuck anyway, because this experience requires us to be veiled and stuck. They just came in when we were veiled and stuck and put up holograms to not allow us to find the exit or the key, and to keep us distracted so that we wouldn't find these things within ourselves. Okay, so I don't know if this resonates with anyone, but what is happening here is exactly that. And I'm going to show you that to graduate from this place that we're in, it only takes a person's soul to be 51% positive. Now, how is that achievable? It's actually a lot simpler than you think, but it's difficult because everything in this reality is designed to distract you away from ever thinking about this or practicing this information at all times. Your life will take a turn. I was attacked last week to keep me from spirituality, and I had to then realize that and turn to that. My family is not anywhere near as awake as I am, so they did not in any way understand what was happening, and I had to try and coach them without saying we're under attack, because that would make them even more fearful, because fear is the little death, fear is the mind killer. Okay, and what controls that? Right? So we need to understand that. And this is why we need to understand that. You'll see as we go here. You need to understand that fear is in your mind. And how does it get in your mind? Through the ego. Now, people try to disassociate themselves with the ego and say the ego is an entity that I don't control. The ego is you. You need to understand that. It is you. Your ego is yours. It is you. It is not a nefarious separate entity that is trying to get in your head. There are those, the internet, the news, all of this nefariousness that's going on, propaganda from all of the news agencies that are going on. That is another ego, an extra external ego, like an external hard drive that is driving you into a fear place as well, feeding your personal ego and your mind. Now, your mind, you have to understand that the thinking portion is not you. This is the hardest part for a lot of people, the ego and the thinking. We tend to resonate and think that is us, but that is not you. That is this construct. Your construct has a brain, and the brain's job is to think. And the brain's job is to run this construct and keep it alive, telling you you're hungry, telling you when you're in pain, telling you these things, and it records everything as now. You need to understand that. It records everything, not as then, not as past, but literally as this experience now. That's why our fears or our traumas, when we go to face them, when they come up, the body is a recorder and it's playing it for you as if it happened right now, because it doesn't have any time in it. So it doesn't, when it records, it doesn't say, I recorded this 6 months ago and I'm going to play it as if it's 6 months old. That's not its job. It has no thinking ability that is separate from ourselves. It does what it was constructed to do, just like a computer, period. The computer doesn't decide what it is, the information that you seems to be needing at the time. The computer gives you what you ask for. You type in the computer, you go, I'm going to go to YouTube. It gives you YouTube. I'm going to Facebook. It goes to Facebook. I want to play the calculator. I'm going to do that. I want to play cards. It gives you the program now that you're asking for. Your body does the same thing, but it records everything as now. So when you face your fears, you're facing them as if they happened now. That's why people are so afraid of facing their fears, because they know it's going to be the same emotion that it was the very first time that they faced that. So it becomes difficult for us to want to face our fears, but that is the only way we can get past them. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing its existence. You have to understand that the pain body's job is to run the pain body and give you the information either visually or mentally that you are recording. Okay. Now the ego is a separate thought process, but it is you, but it's separate from the mind only. But it is a part and a reflection of you, your superconscious and your subconscious, along with your pain body's memory and your consciousness, all bundled into one. And its job is to try and keep you from doing these things and graduating. Why? Because it disappears when you do. So it is afraid because its very existence depends on you staying in this lower level vibration. That was given to the ego so that the ego would be desperate to keep you here, because that's the job of the ego, to do this, to keep you in a low vibration and distracted, because that's the job that you have to overcome. Do you understand? That is the thing that we all have to overcome, is our own fears, our own ego, which is another form of fear, that is reinforcing fear to keep us from getting to that place of understanding and experiencing outside of the pain body, the mind, and the ego. It's not really difficult to get to that place. It's difficult to achieve that place and stay there more than not, because the ego and the alt egos that are the rest of the reality that we're in, that is trying to keep us from that, slows us down every single time. Okay, so we are in our own way. We need to understand that and acknowledge that. How do we fix that? Well, we have to understand the pain body and how it works, and that we have these chakra points, and we have to fix those chakra points and have them energetic in a positive way and aligned. Once we do that, we can tap into other energies that allow us to then start our ascension, the Kundalini energy, for one, that'll allow us our ascension. You have to understand that energy does not flow in through your body from the top of your body down. Well, there is some, but that is an energy that is for another time to be explained. The basic base root energy that we have occurs from the base root of the universe, of the planet, of space time, and it comes through our root chakra and ascends the same way we ascend up through the chakras, up through our vibrations into the crown chakra, or above to the crown chakra, and then eventually back out into the universe. Some of you know this, and it probably sounds trivial to you that I'm saying this. Okay, so we then have to tune all of these things. We have to become aware of what we're doing. Pardon me, I have to clear my throat again. We need to then look at ourselves differently than we have normally, okay? We need to start looking at ourselves from a different perspective of, it is not just I think, therefore I am. People, I think that was, and I believe that was part of the lie, to tell you because I think, therefore I must be something. But now you're associating yourself with the thinking mind and the thinking body, the pain body. I think on a small base level, that starts our process, but we're supposed to understand that we are above that. We are higher than that. Okay. And to achieve that mere 51% seems like a mountain to climb when you first are told that, but it's not as difficult as you think. The difficulty is sustaining that place. And that is the practice that we need to get into. We need to have first the knowledge that there is a place that is above this, this pain body and this mind and this ego. Pardon me, I'm having problems with my phlegm today. So how to achieve that? We do it all the time and don't realize that we're doing it. And let me explain how that happens. First, I'll explain what it is, and I'll explain what people do. Okay. And I do this as a practice, and I did this on my show last night, and I do this periodically with people on my shows. And there's several different techniques, and I'll show you how we automatically achieve it and don't realize we're achieving it. Okay. To reach the place of independent witnessing, experiencing without the mind thinking, without the ego being able to talk to us and keep us in a lower vibration. Okay. How we achieve that is actually very simple. I've done this before, and I don't know if I actually have time, so I'll do it here. So any of you that are out there in the audience who are or are listening, if you want to participate, you're not driving and you're not moving, I'll do this one quick 30-second a thing with you to where you can understand what it is that I'm talking about. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you do something, and then I'm going to shut up, and it's going to be completely silent for 30 seconds while I count mentally. Okay. So if anybody tunes in that 30-second time period, you're going to go, what's going on? Everyone's just kind of sitting here and there's dead air. So I apologize in advance for those people who might show up. Okay. But for those of you who are in the crowd that you want to participate, what I want you to do when I tell you to go, and then I'll shut up, is what I want you to do is I want you to get yourself into a place where you can close your eyes and not fall over. So either sit down or whatever it is. If you're driving, pull over. If you're at work, see if you can go, like maybe go, I got to go to the bathroom, chief, run into the bathroom where you can actually do this, whatever you need to do. What I'm going to have you do is I'm going to have you close your eyes, and I'm going to have you clear your mind, and I'm going to have you just breathe for 30 seconds. I'm going to have you breathe in through your nose and breathe out through your mouth. And I want you to concentrate, not yet, but when I tell you to, I want you to concentrate on inhaling through your nose and feeling that air coming into, and concentrate on only that. And then exhaling out through your mouth. And then again, in through your nose and out through your mouth, and concentrate on that alone for that 30 seconds. Then at the end of that 30 seconds, I'll stop you and I'm going to ask you a question. All right. So if everybody wants to do that, close your eyes now, get yourself into a comfortable position, and I'm going to have you just breathe and pay attention. Now you need to pay attention to your breathing alone. That's all I want you to focus on, is inhaling, exhaling, inhaling, exhaling. Okay. So everybody who's willing to do this, go. Okay, now I want to ask you a question. Everybody out there who participated in that, what were you thinking about while you were doing that? If you did it right, the answer should be nothing. Show of hands. How many people did that? Nothing. If you were doing that for 30 seconds and you thought to yourself when I asked you, what are you thinking about? And you realized nothing, I was breathing, then you did it right. In that moment, for that 30 seconds, your consciousness was above the ability for your thinking mind to penetrate to you. Your consciousness was above the penetrating ego's reach on you. You were outside of the thinking body and the pain body and the egoic mind thought process, and you were witnessing, experiencing yourself breathing with no distraction from the mind, the body, or the ego. That place where you just were is your immortal soul witnessing this construct. That is 51%. You are outside the range of being propagandized, outside the range of being pulled down into a lower vibration. This is the place that people use to achieve or strive to achieve during meditation. And you just did it quickly for 30 seconds. Even if it only lasted for 1 or 2 seconds, you literally found that place that you were above the reach of what was going on. And that is your immortal soul, and you witnessed and experienced and felt what it was like to be an immortal soul witnessing this pain body from on high. That is the place that you need to try and achieve on a 24/7 basis every time you can. Wait, no, Leo, I can't stop doing what I was doing and breathe like that. But that is what that means when someone says, hey, whoa, bro, just breathe. That's what they mean when they say that. We just forgot that's what they meant. That's when we go, and even if we only do it for 3 or 4 seconds, we've just done that. Do you understand? That's the reset button. Now, how does that happen in nature? We do it all the time, right? Right? Eddie says lasted about 31 over 2 breaths. So it was very short for you, right? But it did last. That's a beginning, right? So he says 31 over 2 breaths. So it was a short, but you achieved that. And that first achievement is the beginning. Now you know what you're looking for. How can I do this? And how do I do this in nature? You do it all the time. You don't realize you do it. You go somewhere and all of a sudden there's a beautiful sunset and you stop and everyone around you just stops and you stop and you go, wow. And for that moment, you're not thinking, you're not in pain, you don't know what's going on, the ego's not bothering you, you are experiencing that sunset. You go to see the Niagara Falls, the Grand Canyon, some big, beautiful sky, some landscape, and you stop and you go, wow. You're achieving that, not knowing you're achieving it. Do you understand? When I was a boy, my father would take me and we would go on drives, usually on a motorcycle. We go on rides and we would stop somewhere at a rest stop or a park, and he would go and sit on the table and put his feet on the place you're supposed to sit, and he would watch people. And I remember sitting next to him, and then I would start talking. He'd say, shh, watch these people, because when you watch people, you see who they really are when people don't realize that they're being watched. And so I would sit quietly, and I didn't understand at the time that he was teaching me to sit outside of the thinking mind, outside of the nagging ego, outside of the pain body, and witness and experience this reality. And I didn't realize that until I got older and became more awake, and I realized my father knew this and was teaching me this without telling me he was teaching me a lesson. So we do this all the time and don't realize we're doing it. We get home from work and we've had a long day, and what do? We say, you know what, maybe you turn on the television, maybe you're going to play a video game, maybe you turn on your music, but you think to yourself, I need something to where I can just veg out. If you're American, that's what you say. I don't know about other countries, but we say, I need to just veg, right? And so we turn on something that we don't have to pay attention to, and what do? We check out. We move into that place where we're not paying attention to anything. We're not thinking. We don't have to think. We don't have to pay attention to the plot, or we don't have to pay attention to the music, or we don't have to pay attention because we know this by heart. We've heard this song 100 times. We've seen this program 1,000,000 times. We don't need to pay attention to it. So we stop, and what we do is we rise ourselves above and outside and beyond the reach of the pain body, the thinking mind, and the ego. And we sit there as long as we can as a reset button. And then we come back in when something distracts us, the phone rings, something happens. We're achieving it on a subconscious level or a superconscious level without realizing that we're doing it. That is our immortal soul helping us to achieve that. What I'm showing you is, I'm trying to show you that you already do it on a normal basis. You just don't realize you do it because it's an aha moment when you do. That is a beautiful sunrise. That is a beautiful lake. Look at how calm that water is. And then there's you're witnessing the one bird skimming across the water, as you know, or the trout that jumps out of the stream, and you're not thinking, you're just sitting there being. That is what we are trying to achieve on a full-time basis. And even if we aren't aware of it, our soul shows it to us all the time to give us that reset and that tranquility. And it is our job to understand those things happening and put them together and then achieve that. Okay? To get unstuck from this place when it comes down to which are you going to choose, this reality or the reality that we're supposed to be in, which are you going to choose, being a good soul or being an evil soul? It comes down to, can I achieve that place above the reach of the egoic thought process, above the reach of the thinking mind, above the reach of the pain body? Can I achieve that for more than a half second to be able to make the decision on my own. I don't want anything below this. I want this better life. So that is 51% being on the good side. Or if you want to graduate on the evil side, you have to be 95 to 99% evil. So there's not very many people who actually can achieve that. Serial killers, murderers, right? Even, believe it or not, even Adolf Hitler was not able to achieve that. Adolf Hitler was not actually an evil soul. He was not a great soul, but he was not an evil, nasty, evil soul. He was misunderstood, and they bumped him full of a bunch of drugs and made him eviler than he actually was. So he went to the place of healing and reflection, not to the next level on the evil side, whereas, say, Genghis Khan did. But Genghis Khan is a patent clerk. So he's on the low totem pole, a low man on a totem pole of an evil. He's no longer this big, huge dictator. He's nobody. He's a little teeny patent clerk working for somebody else, being abused by people above him. Okay. So there's other ways that you can perform these, and I showed you some of them. You can do this on a regular basis in a very short term. You don't have to sit and try and meditate, although I would suggest you could do that as well, because it achieves it for a lot longer time period. And you also then, when you get to that place, you can then tap into like the Akashic record and the Hall of Record or these other things. And then you can then help yourself by learning new knowledge. So that is why we meditate. That is why we go through this state of doing that. But I'm showing you how you could achieve this in small, choppy places to where you can get used to the feeling and understanding that I'm not this pain body. I'm not the thinking mind. I am not the ego, and I am not all of those things combined. Those things are a construct that was designed from its beginning to trap me here, not as a slave, but as a rite of passage. And then other nefarious beings came here and overlaid on top of that egoic trap that we're already in, that we're supposed to graduate from, another ego. That is a hologram, that it is trying to distract us every time we try to find the door or the key or the knowledge within ourselves. When we get too close, they go, look over here, look over here, look over here. There's something for you to see. Your phone beeps, your television tells you a commercial, something happens. Wait, look at the news, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. I don't know a news agency in the last 20 years that's gone to a commercial that didn't come back with breaking news. Every single time they're off the air for 5 seconds, they have breaking news. This just in, breaking news. And then they go to the same crap that you already saw an hour ago and an hour before that and an hour before that, but it's breaking news just in case you just tuned in. Do you understand? Every 30 minutes they recycle. That's just the same news being recycled and the same images being recycled day in and day out and day in and day out. Whatever they can do to distract you, to keep you watching them and not doing any kind of work for yourself or to help anyone else. And what we've been achieving in the last 3 years, not just in the last 3 years, but throughout time, there have been a large group of people that have been working for you, me, and all of our benefit throughout time. And you can look back in history and see these people. And then there's people who no one even knows about, who did the same thing, that were not some savior character, that were not some hero character that got credit, that achieved something in a very minute way that no one is even aware of until history bears that out. For example, the Irish people stole away every single book that we have in history that dates back more than 350 years on this planet. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. When they were burning the books during the Renaissance, when they were burning the books at the scrolls at Alexandria, when they were burning all of this information and trying to hide it or steal it away for themselves. This goes back thousands of years. We have the Dead Sea Scrolls. They tried to get rid of and eradicate those scrolls so that no one on this planet would understand or learn the knowledge that were in those scrolls. Do you understand? We have many things like that. There's a Bible in Scotland that's called the Colburn Bible, that the first 7 books came out of the Exodus, out of Egypt with the Exodus. And the Scottish people, the monks, got a hold of those scrolls, recopied them, and they have them, and they use that with their scrolls, which is their creation story, which is the second 6 books of the 13, rightfully so, 13 books in their Bible. Why is that? Because that has the 3, the 6, the 9, right? You have the 3, 6, 9, 3 plus 3 equals 6, 6 plus 3 equals 9, 9 plus 3 equals 12, right? Well, where do you get the 13? That's the 1, the 13 or the 1. That's the center that Jesus was with the 12 apostles. Do you understand? If you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, Thoth told you the same thing, that the way to the Godhead, whatever you want to call the deity figure, the creation figure, is through the center, not just the center of the planet, but the center of you. That's the Vitruvian man. What is that? That's the circle that Da Vinci drew with the human in the middle of the circle. And what was the dead center of the circle? His heart chakra was dead center in the circle. That's the creation point. That's love. Love is in the heart, not in the head. Love is in the heart. Creation comes from love, comes from the heart, right? We know that word is logos. That's an ancient Greek word. That is the first word, the earliest word that has been used to describe what that is. That word translates into the modern common language as love. Do you understand? Logos means love. So the word of God was love. The creation of the universe was created out of love. Okay, we too have that ability because we are not separate from the creation. We are only in a place where we appear to be separate from the creation because we are supposed to, completely independent from the creation, be experiencing this life itself. We are experiencing what the Creator created. The Creator created the entire universe, but there was no one there to experience it or to love it. So then the Creator separated itself into individual tiny little thoughts, and that is what we are. We are an individual construct, but we are part of and immortal like the One, and eventually we will achieve a oneness again with the One. But in the meantime, our job, our purpose is to experience separate from the One everything that we can experience. And unfortunately, nefarious people have tried to stop us from doing that and keep us in a place. Why? Because they're trying to conquer all of 3D reality throughout the universe, so they're making us build their weapons for them. If you know anything about the Viking pantheon, you know that the Viking gods then went to the dwarfs underground and forced them to make their weapons for them. There's not very many of the scrolls in all of the scrolls of the world and all the religions that explain it thus. We are those dwarfs under the mountain. We are the ones that are constructing the weapons for this war machine to then take over other places, any place they can gain control of, right? And yes, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask them and I will answer them. Everybody's putting, do you have any questions for Leo? Please, if you guys do, throw them up there and I'll try to answer your questions as we go. I like the Q&A portion better than me just giving you information, because I give you so much information that everybody gets overwhelmed and they have questions, but people are afraid to ask them. So please, if you have questions, ask me any question that you like and I will try to answer it. If I can't answer it, I'll be honest and say I don't know the answer to that. I'm not going to try and give you some line of crap that I don't know. I either know it or I don't know it, and I'm not someone who's above saying to you, I don't know the answer to that, okay? So there's a few places where they hint about what's going on, okay? That we actually are being used for that nefarious purpose. Not just mining materials like you heard, they were looking for gold, the Anunnaki, and they came here. It wasn't just that. It was partly, but it's not just that, okay? The proverbial Anunnaki would be the Crusaders, the Orion Crusaders, the nefarious Draco, some of them, because not all Draco are evil, just like not all humans are evil. You have to understand that in the universe, this is where that, alien expert thing that I don't believe in, I would rather be told, history book or than I would expert. But you have to understand that in the third dimension, the third density reality across the board, not just humans, but anyone who shows up here, like the Draco, the Gray, and the Orion Crusaders, they are constructs like we are. They are souls in a construct. in this reality, and they're like, that's like having a conventional war, do you see, as separate from a spiritual war. On the conventional side, in the third dimension, third density reality, they have corporal of some sort bodies. Maybe they don't. Maybe it's not corporeal as much as we. Maybe they're made from carrot or plant, or either way, they're in the third dimensional, third density. They have the same type of, maybe not even bipedal, but we've noticed that most of the entities that are in the third density, third dimensional reality are bipedal. There are some that are not, but you would imagine, like in Star Wars or Star Trek, you see Star Wars more, where you see people who are not bipedal. When you look around at aliens, it's actually kind of rare that you see someone who is not bipedal in this. So it seems that our soul sort of has a theme of what we kind of like for this particular dimension. But that doesn't mean that that's that way in all of the universes. It just means that in this local sector of the Milky Way galaxy, it seems that that is kind of the norm. Bipedal seems to be the preferred third dimensional reality body or construct that we use, not just human, but I know that 24% of the known universe is in some way this bipedal human. Different colors. I've seen blue. We know the blue avians, but blue humans, orange, yellow, brown, black. We have yellow, brown, black, but I mean like serious blue, orange, yellow, red. That is not like, I'm sort of pink, but it's, I have freckles, and so I have pale skin, but it's different. Imagine someone who is like a native or like an African American, where they're very brown and some are very black. Well, imagine blue and yellow and orange people, right? That are that much distinction, but still bipedal and look just like us. Look at the Aborigines in Australia. They look very European, but their skin color is very dark, almost like African dark. But their DNA is not African; it's very European-like, right? So that kind of thing going on in the universe is what we need to understand. It's not just humans. We have the Draco, and if you look, anybody knows anything about the Draco, there are several species. Some of them are only 5'5", others are 15 feet tall. Right? Some look kind of human in their features, and some look very dragon-like, lizard-like, completely different, with bigger scales and the whole nines, right? So we need to understand that there are differences, but the souls are the same. You're either in service to others or in service to self, okay? Or you're confused and you don't know what, and you haven't made that choice yet. What we're here to do in this place is make that choice. Do you understand? And then to ascend. But we've been nefariously kept from finding these things, and people are distracting us. So what we need to do is practice not being distracted. Set aside time, even if it's for a few minutes or a few seconds, until you can achieve that for a longer time period. Each time that you do it, you will see that you can achieve that for a little bit longer. And the more you become aware of those things that naturally occur in you when you're looking at nature, almost always, that is achievable on a natural spiritual level. That's part of what nature's job is to do, is to give you those opportunities to see these things that are beautiful. That's why we tell people, get away from these concrete jungles and go out and enjoy nature, because they can't put a hologram over nature. Do you understand? They can't change nature, because nature is alive, beautiful, and it is unconditional love. So they can destroy it with fire. They can destroy it with floods. They can destroy nature. They can cut it down, chop it down, spray it with something, but they can't get rid of all of it. Do you understand? That's why when they create this concrete jungle, they put a little bit of nature in there, but they try to take as much of it away, and then they only give you poisonous stuff. They don't give you stuff that's not poisonous. It's us that plants the trees in our backyard that gives us fruit and gives us plants and gives us food. We plant that stuff. You don't see an apple tree growing wild in the middle of town. Nobody does that, because that's life, and it's renewable life, and it's showing you the cyclical nature of life, where it lives and it dies and it's reborn again in springtime. That stuff happens when humans plant that stuff on our own, or it grows wild outside of the cities. You have to become aware of these things. They do that on purpose. They plant plants that you can't eat, mostly because they're pretty, but they distract you, and they're evil in a sense, to humans. Do you understand? So they plant nefarious plants that will harm you if you try to do anything with them besides look at them, because they're trying to distract you from not looking at nature altogether. Look at this thing that's pretty, but you can't touch it because it can kill you. So they want you to be afraid of nature on a subconscious level. Do you understand what they're doing to us? That's why they do that stuff. Okay, so we have to understand, right? Eddie says it seems our ancestors manifest into this reality. What's happening? Well, we all are manifesting into this reality, right? So our ancestors were able to do that. Some people back in time were not distracted by this reality that is what we call the rat race here in America. That's why that with the advent of radio, then television, or first, newspapers, writing, print, then radio, then television, then the internet, they're trying now to plug you in 100% to where you never go out to nature. You don't see nature. You don't experience nature. Stay away from nature. All you need to do is get an Uber and drive around town. We'll give you things to play with. You can chase Pokemon all over town on your phone now. We don't want you going outside of town. We don't want you being in nature, because when you do that, you start to realize your ownness, your oneness, your own beingness. They don't want you to do that. Right? So they want you to be completely, right? Pokemon. I know everybody's like laughing because I said Pokemon, right? Sorry, guys. Right? But I mean, it's true. I mean, like everybody, you guys are all laughing. Pokemon. Yeah, but you know what I mean? But that's what they did. It's that sort of thing. I use Pokemon because of how crazy that was, a few years ago, where everybody was chasing these Pokemon around all over the place and playing that game where you got to run through town and go to those spots and you get special things. That was to distract all of the millennials. Do you understand? Millennials don't watch the news, so they had to come up with a new way of distracting millennials. They can't plug them into the propaganda machines that are the news. The generation before us was all about television, so they're programmed in since our grandparents and great-grandparents, right? Since the 30s and the 40s, when they invented the television, everybody was programmed in to be stuck into that, and they still are. My mother right now she got up to go to the bathroom, but she's watching television. And that's what she does, right? I have to distract her and talk to her. Otherwise, she's staring at television. So I turn her on to something that is not propagandized so much. I have her on pit bulls and parolees. I don't get paid for saying that, but she loves dogs and she loves animals. And so I put her on that. And then I put her on like Animal Planet and things like that. I try to keep her off the news. I turn it on to find out, like a soap opera, what's going on. You only have to watch it for an hour. And after that, you don't have to watch it again because it just recycles. The world's not going to come to an end without us knowing about it. So we don't have to sit there staring and eating popcorn all day long, listening to propaganda, because they're just going to brainwash you and use a Jedi mind trick on you to get you to believe that something bad is happening and that it's all, a part of you and it's happening to you, when you don't even have to be a part of that reality. Do you understand? Because that's the choice that you're supposed to be making here. Am I a part of this fake reality, or am I part of real reality? Okay. Lao Tzu said this in 604 BCE, right? Actually, no, he didn't say this. I apologize. It was Eckhart Tolle who said it, but that's not where it came from. My buddy Marcus said that it was a part of a workshop that he was involved in a few years back, and that was one of their mantras, and it was repeated by Eckhart because he understood this. But I'm going to explain it to you the same way. Okay, what you need to understand is this: all that is real, all that is creation, is untouchable and it is incorruptible. You need to understand that. This is me paraphrasing. It's not a direct quote. Okay, so all that is real and all that is created by the Creator is untouchable and uncorruptible. Everything that is not created by the Creator does not exist. Do you understand that? That's the hologram. That's the AI. That's this cup. Right? You have to understand that something that was run off from a machine, something that was made without love, you know it when you pick it up. It has no soul. It has no life to it. It has nothing. But say this was created by my hand. You would be able to know that when you pick that up. You would pick this up and you'd go, wow, somebody put a lot of work into this. How do you know that? How do you know someone put a lot of work into that? By looking at that, because you can feel it, you can sense it. You just don't realize that you can. But when you see this, it's a piece of plastic. It's dead. This has not been created out of love. This has been run off an assembly line that has no creation in it whatsoever. This is not real. This only exists in this reality. When this reality ends, this will not continue for the rest of time, but I will, and you will, but this will not. Okay, but if I created that out of love and put my energy into it, you would feel that and sense it and go, wow, this is good quality. How do you know that? You can feel it. You just don't remember that you can feel it. You can see it and sense it when you look at it. Okay, we know that when we see something. Wow, look at that thing. Look at that beautiful painting. Someone spent a lot of time painting that. Or you look at one that you go, that's a print. That's pretty. Someone spent a lot of time on that original thing, but the one I'm looking at is dead, has no life in it, because it's not real. It's a construct that only exists in this reality and is only held in this reality by our minds making it so, by our creation, by our power of creating and fixating and holding something in place. That's it. Our collective consciousness says, I have this glass, and in this glass is coffee that I made from a coffee bean, which came from life. So the inside here, right, and that's what Lao Chi talked about, when a vessel is created, but it's what's inside the vessel is the most important, because this holds something that I created out of love, that was created out of love. The coffee bean grew, it was part of life. And then I took that coffee bean and I filtered hot water through it, and now I have it in here, and that's life, that's love. It was originally out of love. This was sand, which was created, crystalline, by the universe, but then it was morphed, and this was not run off, it wasn't blown by a human. I didn't blow this. This was run off by a machine. You can see the seams. So this was made out of not love, but the creation itself still is the sand that was love, but this cup and what its purpose is now is not been created out of love. It's been created out of fake reality, but it's serving a purpose to hold something that is far more important on the inside than this sand is now as a construct. Do you understand? These are the parts of reality that we need to acknowledge and understand. Okay. Right, with the cup, you're right. So Omar was saying with this cup there. Thank you, Omar. With this cup, you're I can't read without my glasses. Right, you're ingesting life. Thank you. I had to focus for a second there because I don't have my glasses on. But that's the truth of it. So the cup itself is just the vessel. What's inside the vessel is life. Do you understand? That's like this room that I'm in. This is Lao Chi from 604 BCE, 604 years before Jesus Christ was born. Lao Chi said that this building is constructed, right? And it holds up, and it's a building. But what's inside this building is more important than the building itself, right? Do you understand that? Right. So I don't know. Is it brown top flop? I'm not sure, but I love that it is so true. Homemade dinner is always better. Yes, and you can feel the energy, right? If you go and you get something that is made off an assembly line or something that is processed in the store and you just heat it up, the energy level is a lot low, but you don't notice it unless you create something yourself or someone does it for you, a home-cooked meal, and the energy of that is so much better because their love went into it, right? It's better than something out of a box. Right. So you have to understand that the process of creating that food is love. Someone's putting their energy into that, and they're proud and they want it to taste good. So they're spicing it just right. They're taking other life and they're putting other life together with the life that they took to create that, whether it's a plant and you're making a salad or it's an animal and you're cooking some sort of food, whatever it is, it has to come from life. You don't get food. We don't ingest death. When we do, it's just crap, and we know that, and it's empty calories, and we know that, and we don't realize it if we're not eating good food, right? And Omar says, I had a hamburger last night from Dairy Queen, and it was gross. It tastes like shit, but you can live on it. Right? He probably got it because he was in a hurry, and you know what I mean? Okay, I'll take it, and he ate it, and afterwards he went, okay. All right, it'll give me some food to get to the next time I eat, but let's not do that very often. And he understood that, right? See, he had no time. He said he had no time to cook. We do that. We don't have time. We settle for something, and then we know we're settling for something that is a low vibration. We're going to have to then augment that by ingesting maybe something to drink, some sort of potion, or something that we know is going to have more life in it. Or the next time we cook, we make sure that we cook ourselves almost a banquet to rise our vibration. And I would say to anyone, if you don't think that that's true, go and get a bag of potato chips, right? And then if you're into that, or like he said, go to the Dairy Queen and get a hamburger, then make yourself one and put the two of them side by side and take a bite of that hamburger that you bought at Dairy Queen and feel how that feels. Resonate with it. Feel the energy that you feel when you eat that, and then pick up the one that you know that you made and bite into that. No, oh, well, subconsciously, I'm going to know that I made it. Okay, do a blind test. Do a blind tape test. I do this with, even some things that are manufactured, you can still do that with, right? So, what is this? Daughter is a banker. She made sourdough from the store, right? So she said that her bacteria on her hands were mixing the causes of the reaction that gives it its own taste, right? So she's literally saying that what I have that's on my hands, right? The energy and the things that I have in my hands or on my hands when I'm mixing the dough is actually getting into the dough and creating its own energy and flavor, other than an assembly line making the same sourdough and raising it and proofing it and then cooking the bread that you get from the store that's been run off an assembly line. It's completely different. Right. Well, Kathy, you're vegan, but so do because you're vegan, you spend more time preparing your stuff. Correct? Am I right in that? So it looks like we're running close to running out of time here because Rob has popped back in.
Well, we have some questions that I want to make sure we get to that we start, and it says,
please do.
This is from Guyan Yu. It says, I have a question for the host. May I ask about your personal practice and beliefs?
Talking to me or talking to you?
To you.
Me? My personal practice now, mind you, I have 4 different priestly titles from 4 different religious backgrounds, but I'm a non-denominational. That's one of the podcasts that I co-created was to be completely non-denominational. Even though I was raised Christian, raised Catholic, knighted by the Catholic Church, I'm recovering from that. All the things that I've learned in life, my father charged me when I was about 8 to learn all religions and religious aspects and anything that you could find throughout the world, instead of making a choice because I was born to something. And I got baptized in a Christian religion and Christian faith, but since then pulled back quickly from that and continued what I'm doing. And now literally non-denominational. I have incorporated Taoism, Buddhism, the Tao, along with Western Judeo-Christian ideology and doctrine, along with all of the religions that I have found across the world. If you take all of them and put them all together, which I have, you learn if you read all the scrolls, they're all the same. The differences are those semantics of you can't show God's face or you can't get married, all that junk that none of us need, that's part of the distraction to keep you away from your personal spiritual growth. So I'm all about personal spiritual growth and teaching that. I hope that
I love how you said that too, Leo. It's all about cultural perceptions that change from this main theme, which is look out for thy neighbor and love thyself. Like, and I completely agree. I'm exactly the same. I was raised, Christian Catholic, Roman Catholic, which is, but there's this difference between faith and church.
Correct.
Church and faith.
Spirituality is not religion.
Right.
Religion is an orthodox box where they want money. They want your ass in the seats. They want you paying tithing so that the Pope can wear $1 million suit.
That's exactly right.
Spirituality is personal to you. Jesus taught that. Muhammad taught that. Even David taught that. That's why David had the councils that started the Council of Nicaea, because David was talking more of a spiritual inner self like everyone else was teaching. They corrupted those, turned them into a money-making machine. But you can still go to those boxes and still achieve enlightenment if you ignore the semantics and focus on yourself in a spiritual way.
I love that, and the fact that you incorporate all these other teachings as well. it really expands your understanding of what that faith is and that creator. And
Yeah.
you can ascend that creator to anything, whether it be the universe, whether, you know,
Yeah.
the powers that be that are up there, space itself. It's
Yeah.
all relative. It's all relative. And that's what the beauty of it is. So we have another question here from Brown
Sure.
Dot Flop. And it
Mhm.
says, are there other planets that live in a 3D like we do here?
Yes, billions. That because it's essential for life. When you first start and you're created, you are something. I could be this piece of metal, right, when it was in its raw form. You could be the air that's moving, the water, an amoeba, a plant, a piece of grass, a leaf, a tree, a dog, a cat, anything. And then when you become sentient, I think that I know that I am something. Then you move in your next, when that life cycle ends, you move into the next cycle of third dimensional, third density being, and that is everywhere. It's essential for life. It is where we are baby souls, where we for the first time are a soul, and we're supposed to understand that and learn what it means to become that soul. So that is a natural part of life that every single entity that was created after the veiling. There was a great number of people that were created before the veiling who were already past us and never went through it, but many of them have returned to places like this to go through that for the first time because they didn't originally. But otherwise, every single entity has to go through this, what we're going through now. Every single one.
Agreed. We have 2 minutes left. So, you know, I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with your work. Tell the people where they can follow more of your work and across the spectrum.
Until just recently, which I was just deplatformed from all Google products with the email that created my Orion Rising page on YouTube. So that archive of more than 500 shows has been deleted by the nefariousness that is the propaganda machine that is Google. I do have another email that I created, another account, and I will be broadcasting Orion Rising on my new account, which is in my name, and I'll have that out there for you guys. So for those of you who like YouTube, I apologize. Next week I'll be back up on YouTube, but you won't have any access to my archives. If you want to watch any of my shows, you have to go to Facebook. I saw that Omar or yourself, someone in your staff just put that up. You'll have to go to Facebook to Orion Rising, the page on Facebook for my archives currently. I do also publish on Rumble and BitChute, but I haven't done a lot there. So my archives now are on Facebook, and if they delete me, I have it all backed up, and I'll put it all back up for you. But you can find me there for now. You can also go anywhere you listen to an MP3 file. I have more listeners around the globe in 60 countries than I do on Facebook and YouTube combined. So if you don't want to watch my ugly mug speak, you can listen to me speak anywhere where you find your favorite app. And if I'm not there, go to podbean.com, podbean.com/Orion Rising. The RSS number is there. You can copy it, take it to your app. Your app provider will love to have my show there because they don't want you leaving your app to go to another one to listen to my show. So they'll put it up there for you,
right,
and you guys can catch my show. Thank you.
I'm on Podbean too. It's wild how Podbean works like that, and Anchor, and you know, and
I'm also on Anchor. Yeah.
That's crazy, bro. These people are wild. But
there's a question,
again.
why Orion Rising? Let me answer that really fast. The reason for that is I'm of the understanding that the Orion Crusaders came here nefariously to take over my personal soul. This soul that occupies this body came here with another coalition following the Orion Crusaders from Orion to stop them. And if you look at the law of one, Ra said, we are Ra. We created your pyramids. When the pyramids were built, people don't want to say the pyramids had anything to do with aliens, but it did 100%. They were created not by an evil force, but by a force who was trying to protect us and warn us about the nefarious force that was here. If you look at the Patal, the group of people who came for the 11th density and came back down here, they came by way of Orion. So Orion Rising is us as a species waking up to the idea that we all came through different areas in Orion before we came to this earth. We came from Siri and the different places that make up the Orion Nebula, and we all came here. And some of us wanderers who are here, who came here legally, and that meaning we're born in this body and we're mind wiped like everyone else, came from Orion to stop the Orion Crusaders, the evil people. And so it's our awakening to our place in the universe. Orion rising is our awakening. All of the things that are here on this planet are telling us Orion, 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 Orion. So our Orion rising is our awakening as to our souls and who it is that we're fighting against and where we came from. That's why I called my book Orion Rising, and that's why I call my show that.
Excellent, brother. It was a pleasure to see you again, and I'm sure I'll speak to you soon. Good luck on that pirate cast too. I really enjoy watching you guys go crazy over there.
Yeah,
So,
Skull Island. We get going on there, don't we? All of us
you
are
do. It's
ministers,
fun.
and we're all completely non-denominational, non-politically oriented, non-country affiliated. We are pirates out in the middle of this great ocean that is our reality, and we're trying to help everybody to achieve enlightenment.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, brother. I'm going to drop you down, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me here, and I hope that I've helped anybody. If you have any questions, contact me on Messenger. I work with people where no one else knows that I'm working with you in private if you need it, and I'll help you in any way that I can help you. Thank you, and
fantastic, brother.
God bless.
Thank you. Honor and a privilege as always. Leonard O'Neill.
And thank Omar and thank the sponsors for doing this, and thank Stephen and Evan Strong and everybody at Uluru. Thank you.
Awesome.
Omar, thank you, my friend. You're muted, but thank you. I love you. You guys both know I love you, right?
Of course.
Thank you very much, brother. That was a great upload. Really appreciate it. So thank you. And I'll shoot you a message. You're more than welcome to stay in the studio and maybe drop some comments in the private chat or whatever you like. All right. Thank you, my brother. I'm going to bring on Liane Curtis.
Liane, I love Liane. I love you.
Guys, we are going to do about a quick 10-minute stretch, 7-minute stretch with Liane because we've been sitting down all morning. So it's be great to just stand up and do a stretch and get our blood moving so that we don't cramp up and we can continue to learn throughout the day. And if you like, you guys can sign up for My Health Yoga. It's through one of our speakers, Carrie Ann Fields. She has her, a fantastic channel. So you guys help her out and help me out and sign up for this program. Thank you. And Liane, it's all yours, my sister. You're muted, hon.
Liane, you're muted.
Well, there. How's that? Can you guys hear me okay? If I project, is it okay?
Yeah, I can hear.
All right, great, because my mic is over there. Anyway. So let's all feel into our bodies since we are here, hopefully with permission. Let's feel into the containers through which we experience all of our creations. Let's, if you're able, stand on your 2 feet and feel the ground underneath you. If you're not able to stand, I invite you to feel your sit bones wherever you're sitting and feel the connection to the earth and take a deep breath in. And then exhale. One more time, in. And then exhale. And one more time as you breathe in, really feel the connection between the earth and your feet, even if you're 15 stories up. And exhale. All right. If you're able, please come on to your hands and knees. Lift the hips up and back as you press away the floor with your hands. Feel yourself on the floor. Inhale. And exhale as you push up. Inhale as you look up. Exhale as you look down. One more. Inhale as you reach up with your head and forward. Exhale as you push down. Now I invite you to rock back on your knees. Put your toes under. your hips and push up into downward dog. And as you do, really extend your fingers and put your weight onto the front of your hands and push back. Push your arms and your wrists out away from your fingers and feel as if somebody's got maybe a strap around the top of your hips and pulling you up so that you can get your lower back stretched out. And drop your heads and take a deep breath in and exhale. And really get a sense of the stretch. You can lean side to side, which should get a stretch going here. And then again onto the other side. And then push back. One more time. Drop your heads. Relax your necks. And come back down onto your knees. And join me by walking your hands forward. And again, feel into the front of your hands as you pull your hips backwards. Put your heads down. And get another good stretch going. Take another couple of deep breaths here. And then walk your hands back. Turn around. And come onto your floor. Put your feet together and pull your toes back. Put your hands behind you. Feel the floor where you're touching. Take a deep breath here, in. And exhale. Now I'm going to invite you to, take a deep breath in and extend your chest out as you feel your head stretching up toward the sky and your sit bones pulling you back down toward the earth, getting another good vertical stretch. If your hands aren't comfortable flat, you can put your fists, depending on your body proportions, make yourselves comfortable as you do this. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Just keep feeling your breath. Okay. If you guys want to stand up for a minute, just carefully and slowly. Feel your feet again in the floor. I guess this would be called Tadasana. Feel your fingertips stretch down toward the ground. Pull your shoulders back as if your shoulder blades are trying to touch. See if you can stretch your side ribs up as you extend your legs and your feet down. Try to extend your upper body away from your lower body. Sometimes it helps to point your toes in a little bit and push down on your heels and then turn your knees in as your upper thigh pulls out. It kind of opens up your lower back and gives you a good foundation. Okay, take a deep breath in, lift your arms up, and reach for the ceiling through your middle finger. My favorite finger sometimes. Face your palms down and reach out to the side. Pull out to the side. Continue being aware of your feet and your foundation as your middle fingers pull out to the side and your side ribs pull up. Really, it's almost as if you're stretching out from your core through each. Okay, put your feet back together. Go back to Tadasana. Now, if you guys hear the wind, it's a little crazy, sorry. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Roll your head one way gently, roll your head another way gently. And I think we're good. Nice little easy stretch for round one. Hope that helped you guys. Get ready for the next speaker.
And unmute. Thank you very much, my beautiful divine sister. That was very refreshing. It really sure helped me. I was standing here, I was stretching and been sitting here since like 7:30 this morning. So that was very, very refreshing and totally appreciate it.
Well, you're welcome. And I should have said at the beginning, please adjust to whatever your body is able to do, whatever your physical location, room, furniture, whatever allows you to do. Like, you don't have to copy me exactly, but, you know, just to get one's body moving a little is always good in these marathons you guys run. So good.
we're gonna need your help in this marathon over the next 11 days. And guys, Liane's going to be back again this afternoon. Let me just quickly check what time. Liane will be back at 4:10 p.m. East Pacific Standard Time, and we'll do another stretch. We'll do a stretch like every 4 speakers, so that we can consume information and have our avatar that's relaxed and nourished, so that we can take in that information. Thank you very much, Liane. Really appreciate it, my sister.
Oh my gosh, it's my pleasure and it's my honor and my privilege to be able to offer some kind of anything. Like, I'm just happy to be here. That's
love,
me. Happy to be here.
Your love, my sister. That's what we need. Guys, if you are interested, and and you should go over to Riding the Frequency, that is at Liane's YouTube channel. Please subscribe to that channel and help her channel grow, as well as Dr. Joan of Angels, and Kathy Mason, as well as Full Spectrum Universe. Guys, please subscribe. Hit that bell so you get notifications for when we go live. And if you guys are interested, you can join this affiliate program that I'm involved with, with our friend Carrie Ann Fields from My Health Yoga. And she has an online yoga that she does. And if you guys sign up, then it will benefit you, her, myself, and everyone involved. The link is in the comments, so I appreciate if you guys do so. Thank you, Liane. I am going to bring our next guest on. So let me quickly read Jon Mayberry's bio, and I will bring him on. Here we go. Welcome, Jon, my friend. Thank you very much for being here, brother. I'm just going to quickly read your bio, and then we'll do our one-on-one talk.
Great. Thank you.
So, guys, this is my buddy, Jon Mayberry. Jon is an electric philosopher with a learning to Rudolf Steiner's anthroposophy. His desire is to unify the diverse spiritual sciences. It is pneumatology. His gift is the ability to kiss, keep it simple, stupid, and to boil it down with a lingo of the common persona. Thank you very much, Jon. My brother, thank you for being here. We did a wonderful talk just a few days ago, I think like a week ago. And we learned a little bit about you at that talk that we had. So before we got into our talk, please introduce yourself, tell us who you are and what you're going to be talking about today. And then I'll put myself on screen and you and I will have a conversation. And guys, if you have any questions, please feel free to post them in the chat room. And I will be sure to ask Jon the questions that you have posted. So Jon, I'll give you the stage for a few minutes, brother. And tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're going to be talking about and your experiences. And then I'll hop in.
Wonderful. The first word is eclectic, not electric.
Eclectic, yes.
Electric works too. I have some degrees in electronics. I'm just a guy searching for the truth. Been through religion, been through atheism, been up and down a lot of rabbit holes, and I think I've come upon what, for me at least, I have found to be some truth. Through that, I have happened on to Rudolf Steiner, which really helped push me over the edge in a lot of areas, helped solidify a lot of what I had already learned in the last 15 years, and just make everything more real. I think we were going to discuss my second NDE and my understanding of Christ consciousness today.
There I am. Sorry, John, I was a little bit lost there. So, brother, you've had a number of near-death experiences, and we spoke about one experience there last week, and then you said you were going to share your second experience that you had with us in this conference. So please go ahead. I'm going to make some notes, and then I'll question you as we move along.
Wonderful. A couple of years after my first experience, I was still pretty much into drugs and alcohol and partying, and the first experience didn't make the kind of impact that a lot of other people who have NDEs have. The second experience, a couple of years later, I was still pretty much going nowhere, and life was starting to take its toll. I had some catastrophes, some family catastrophes, and mother was in the hospital, and just life in general was, taking its toll on us like it does. And I decided to end it all. That was a decision that I came to, and I thought, you know what, this is it. I'm not fighting this anymore. This is just too much. So I took a bunch of pills and some alcohol and went to sleep for, I don't even really remember the event. Actually, the NDE part of it didn't come. I should say the remembrance of the NDE didn't come until only a few years ago. I had very little recollection of being away from the real world, you could say. I woke up after, I'm not sure how many hours had gone by or days had gone by, in a flea bag motel, and I called my mom and said, "Mom, I tried to commit suicide." And she's like, "Oh boy, okay, so we'll go ahead and let's see if we can work things out." And that pretty much started me down the path of trying to get my life straightened up. It was quite an event. Got me into some counseling, and they put me on lithium. Back then, that was a real popular thing to try to level you out.
Mm-hmm, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had met some Christian folks back then, and they of course were talking religion and stuff to me, and I wasn't religious at the time. I really wasn't brought up religious and didn't have a great understanding of religions. But that started to trigger something in me. And maybe a few months later, I actually had my first encounter with what you might call Christ consciousness or universal consciousness, or whatever name you want to give it. Some kind of a feeling of power had come over me, and it just was moving me in a particular direction. They basically had told me I would have to survive the rest of my life on lithium, and it didn't make any sense to me. So I continued to take it, and I got hooked, pretty much hooked on it. I became dependent on the lithium. The few times I'd ran short of any lithium, I went into panic attacks, and it just wasn't really a fun thing. I was deep in depression. So yeah, after a month or so, these Christians had invited me to a New Year's Eve party that they were having, or gathering or whatever that they were having, 1983, 84 New Year's Eve. And I decided, you know what? I got nothing else to do. I was in a little flea bag motel we used to nickname Roach Motel. Kind of, nowhere else to be, nowhere else to go. I was like, well, anything to get out of here, sure. So I went with them. And that night I got into religion. I accepted the Lord, got into religion. It was something I really needed to hang on to, something, to grab onto, to grasp onto. Shortly after that, I come to realize, why am I fighting trying to get off of drugs to get back onto drugs?
Mm-hmm.
And I quit the lithium cold turkey. It was a little transition, but it wasn't too hard. Once I made the decision that, I'm not going to go start another drug habit, getting off one drug habit, starting another drug habit. And then pretty much for the next 10, 15 years, I got into religion, got into the church, changed my life considerably, turned everything around. I gave up my old friends, old party buddies. I realized that there's something in the religion that says that you repent, which basically means you turn around 180 degrees and start going the other direction. And I gave up then all my friends, all my old acquaintances, moved away from where I was living, 10, 15 miles away, still in Phoenix, but 10, 15 miles away, and basically started a new life. After about a year, I really felt called to enter the ministry. So I joined a Bible college, did the first 2 years in 1 year, and then went for the third year and was told I had to go get at least a high school equivalent or GED. Being a high school dropout, of course, I didn't have either. So I went in, I started studying, and my mom said, well, just go in and test and see how far you go and study on what you need to study on. So I went as far as the 9th grade in high school, never went any further, went right to work after that. I went in and tested, and I actually passed by the skin of my teeth, but I actually passed, and then went ahead and took my third year of Bible college. After about 10 years, I moved away from Phoenix and moved to another location. And I got to a point where I started questioning my beliefs. There was too many things that I struggled with. I like Greg Bornstein, one of your guests, has a saying about open loops.
Yeah.
I had too many open loops. So I started really searching for what I believed and why I believed it. And I found that a lot of what I believed really didn't have a lot of foundation. The more and more I studied, the more and more I researched, the more and more I realized that the Bible was not a history book. It's basically a story. There's a lot of mythology in there. There is a lot of truth in there. I come to learn later on that mythology needs a little bit of history and truth in order to hold that mythology alive and keep it alive through the years. So I didn't totally give up religion at that point, but I did at a certain point realize that most everything I believed was wrong. I got into some other things in broadening my education. There's a book by Lloyd Pye that said, it basically is called Everything You Think You Know Is Wrong, which is a heck of an eye-opening book when you start thinking that everything that I learned in school, and not everything, but most everything that you learned in school, you're indoctrinated into when it comes to history and certain information like that, is half truths. Some of it's no truths, and so that's kind of a tough transition to make. But that helped me, down the path. I went for a while pretty hardcore into atheism. Which again was a good way to change my views.
I think that really like that Roach Motel. I was a little bit muted there, and I want to yell out. I think that's a universal hotel.
Yeah, I think every town has one.
Yeah, I've come across a few, and back in the next province that I used to live in, Alberta, in Edmonton, I think we had a few of those that we used to actually call the Cockroach Motel, and some really, really seedy places, man. A lot of seedy shit's going on there.
Yeah, this one was downtown Phoenix. Most of the hookers and drug dealers and addicts, that's kind of where they hung out at, and
Yeah,
the only place I could afford at the time.
yeah, I hear you. That's about the same type of ecosystem that these other hotels were in Edmonton. You had mentioned about GED and not passing high school, and I think that is a tremendous achievement, right? Of not passing high school.
Yes.
I have to say that, because we're caught in this program of repeat and then you'll pass. You've been programmed and you've been brainwashed now to go and do what you need to do. So I think it's quite the accomplishment that you didn't have to go through that sausage factory, and it allowed you to mold yourself and your mind in the way that you wanted it to, not in the way that society wanted you to. So I really, really resonated with that.
Yeah, I was one that always bucked the system. You could pretty much say I was the black sheep in the family, and getting in trouble and always kind of blazing my own trail. I'm so thankful now that I didn't have to endure all that indoctrination, just for the simple fact that my ability to learn and absorb information that I've gotten in the last, let's say, 15 years has been so much greater for me, the ability to do that without having to overcome. I already had to overcome so much indoctrination as it was, especially the religious indoctrination that I'd gotten into. That not having that education hanging over me is a good and bad thing. I have, people that kind of make fun of me sometimes because I'm not a linguist. I don't know a lot of, specifics and stuff. So, I'm in the dictionary a lot. I look up words, and, that's refreshing for me, because I'm learning that language is a blessing and a curse. Rudolf Steiner has a talk about the genius of language, and he discusses how it's a prison. Language is and can be a prison, because we do our darndest to voice something that we've experienced outside of the material realm. It's very hard to put words to a spiritual event that that's happened to you. Just like the NDE, we'll touch on it maybe a little bit later, is in the last few years, I've actually started to gain some memories of that second NDE, and it's been quite profound for me now, actually remembering some of that.
I got my GED in prison.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really a true story. I went through a pretty tough upbringing, and by the time I was let go from the government system of foster homes and group homes, I did some seedy shit myself. That's why I'm aware of the cockroach motels, and and I ended up in prison for a number of years, and it was in there that I thought I would get my GED, because I thought I was accomplishing something. And it's only now that I come to realize that I really didn't accomplish anything, but only thing I did was just feed my ego. And but that was the time where I turned my life around. That's when I was, probably in my lowest place that I've ever been to. And then once I got out of that, I just totally left the province and left the city, came to a brand new city where I didn't know anybody, and just began fresh, right? I wanted my mind to be fresh and brand new, and I didn't want to be exposed to anyone. And then that led me into, I became like a hermit, and I started to distance myself from people. And, so that took a little while to come out of that shell to, to be where I am today. So let me ask you, Jon, like your journey that you've had, up until your second NDE, right? Now, how does that, connect with your Christ consciousness? Like, how did you realize that, and how did you come to a connection with it?
It was about 2 years between the first and second. I think basically what it was coming to the realization that I was in charge of my life and I wasn't doing a very good job. And before I even really, before I got into the church or anything, I was depressed and again, trying to get things, figure out, what was here next for me after, trying to commit suicide. And then I guess the best way I could describe it is a feeling of peace just came over me. I had a little bit of Sunday school when I was a child. It was basically, get the kids out of the house, send them off to Sunday school. My dad raised 6 kids on his own for most of my life. We came from a broken family.
Mm-hmm.
So, it was a way for him to have a little bit of peace and quiet, having 6 kids. So that energy, that force that I felt at the time, I didn't really fully understand what it was, but the only religious understanding I had at that point in my life was Christianity. And I acknowledged it as Christ communicating, I guess, with me. And then when I got into the church, a few months later, it was really easy to tie that event into Christ, what the Bible talks about, Christ and the teachings and stuff that he had fit. It sent me thinking differently about events and stuff that had occurred. So that was probably the feeling of it was there, but I didn't understand it. I really didn't understand it until probably 15 years later.
Mm-hmm. So is that like recently you've come to understand this, whatever we want to label it, cosmic consciousness, Christ consciousness, or has it been with you for a while now where you've become adapted to it and begun to understand it at a much deeper level? Or are you still on the journey of, understanding this Christ consciousness or cosmic consciousness, this feeling of peace and love within you?
Yeah, I don't think we ever leave the journey. I think we're always on the journey. But yeah, I would have to say that the peace that the religion had brought me was certainly there. When I started questioning my beliefs and finding a lot of controversy in the Bible, I got to a point where I was willing and ready to put away the God idea. So that's another time in my life where, they say sometimes you have to kill off the old self. Well, that was a killing off that I had to go through. So I literally went through the stage atheism quite hard, and I killed God. I killed God in my own mind. I killed God out in the world, and I said, this is all just a bunch of, malarkey, mythology. It's just a bunch of stories. It doesn't mean anything. And then I got to a point where I couldn't throw away going down atheism. They're very strict. I found them to be as dogmatic and fundamental as a lot of the Christianity I've gotten into. And I couldn't throw away these 2 experiences, these 2 NDEs that I had. I couldn't throw those away. Was it all in my head? Yeah, I had to say, yeah, sure, it's a possibility. It's all in my head. But that got me into searching deeper and thinking, well, there's something. A book can't survive for 2,000 years and have nothing valuable in it. There has to be something there. So in my search, as I started searching for understanding of this, 66 books that are in the typical Christian Bible, it got me to open, many, many doors of research for me. One of the things I started coming to realize was there's a lot of mythology there. I never had the opportunity to study, being not going through the school systems, Greek mythology and I was always into history, but never really deep. And once I started learning more about the stories in there and how the stories are more ancient than we're led to believe, it was really eye-opening for me. And then I just came to a point in my life where I said, I gotta know, I gotta find out. And I said, it's time, I basically, cried out to whatever my understanding of God was and said, look, God, you and I got to sit down and have a powwow. This, this isn't working for me. You've got to come down and talk to me. If I can't feel the nail prints, I was a typical Doubting Thomas. If I can't feel the nail prints in your hands and stuff, why is it okay for some and not okay for me? That was probably a very beginning. I that Christ consciousness or universal consciousness or cosmic consciousness, whatever name you want to give to it, it spoke back and opened some doors.
What did it say?
It basically said, I'm real. It said there's something more than what you see and feel around you. Your material 5 sense understanding is wonderful for this realm that we're in, but there is more to the world than what you see and feel and touch with those senses. Like you're connected to this body, but you're much more than this body. Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. The feeling that the words that go around now, this is an avatar, this is a that feeling started becoming more and more real when I started realizing that and learning more about the esoteric beliefs and getting into other things like alchemy and sacred geometry and pretty much just about anywhere you can dive down a rabbit hole, I dive down. That we are in touch with another realm, and we've just lost the sensitivity to that other realm.
Mm-hmm. Now, John, no, sorry,
go ahead. No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I thought you were done. I just jumped in too quick. Please share with us your second NDE experience. What happened, what led up to that experience, and then while you were in that moment, how was it? Because I remember the last time when we spoke, you were saying that let me bring myself on. You were saying that you were on a river and going towards a vortex, and it felt like forever when it was really maybe just a few seconds or maybe a minute or so, right? So having that in mind, maybe refresh our memory for people that didn't hear that before on the other platforms that we're watching really quickly, that particular experience on the river, and then how your second NDE happened, and if it was the same or what. Sure.
It was actually considerably different. The first time I used to go down the river tubing all the time. I lived in Phoenix, and there was a place in the river where the river got pretty swift and fast, and I thought it would be exciting to go through there without my tube. So I did, and the first time I went through, I fought to stay above water. It pulled me back into that whirlpool. It drew me under the water. I had no energy, no breath. I hadn't taken a breath, and basically I thought, you know what, this is it. This was my time. And I got a life review after I finally decided, that this was it, and gave up. I had a life review in reverse, which some people, get it in reverse. Some people get it forward. It's kind of odd. Anyway, I went back from that moment, about 21 years old, until my vision was in the corner of a hospital room looking down on a baby being born. And at that moment, I popped out of the water, and there was a tuber there. I grabbed onto that tuber and said, "Oh, thank God you were there!" Whew. And pretty much that experience boiled down quite a bit. The second experience was nothing like the first one. Like I say, I don't remember really anything about the second experience until a couple of years ago. After all the researching and studying and esoteric stuff that I'd gotten into, and realizing the Bible was considerably more than just a exoteric book, I got into some Rudolf Steiner stuff, and I started listening to his audiobook, How to Know Higher Worlds, and its attainment. And everything just clicked. In one moment in time, everything just clicked for me. And you could say I stepped across that veil for just a moment. And then I started researching a lot more of the Rudolf Steiner and other stuff, and realized that we here can cross that veil. There are things that we can know that is outside of the realm of what we call reality. And in the last couple of years, on one of my meditations, I was started to be shown that NDE that I had that I didn't remember, because, well, we'll go through that. Why? Because. So the memory that has come to me is, of course, seeing the white light. I'll have to paraphrase as best I can. We'll do the best we can to paraphrase.
Yeah.
What's the experience? But so I saw the light. A being, an entity, came up and greeted me and basically said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I just can't do it any longer. This world is just taking its toll." And he's like, "Okay, well, come on in." And he goes, "Let me show you." Let me see. He goes, "Okay, we'll come on in." He goes, brought me into a place, and he goes, "Let's go ahead and take you into this room, and let's go ahead and do a life review." So this time I had an opportunity to see my life from birth until the moment that I had taken all those drugs. And, that, again, time, like we discussed in the first one, time it's not like time here. It could have been seconds. It could have been days that this, occurred, because you just don't have a concept of time when you're in that realm. So we come out of that room, and the entity greets me, and he goes, "You don't have to go back, but you can if you want to." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, I don't think so." So we're walking along, and he brings me to another room, and he opens up the door. He says, "Well, before you make the decision, go into this room over here." So I go into this room over here, and they basically put on the movie, the show for me. And it's my life from the time I committed suicide further on.
Oh, how interesting.
And it's still quite emotional right now, even thinking about it. But I saw my life basically today. I saw my kids, my grandkids, everything that I could have.
Mm-hmm.
So, I come out of the room. I'm like, "Ooh, wow, this is kind of interesting." And he asked me again, "Did you want to go back?" And I'm like, "Well, hello, yeah, of course I'm going back."
Mm-hmm.
And he takes me by the shoulder and starts walking me back towards the light. And we get close to the veil, let's say, the entry point. And he goes, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing." He goes, "When you go through that door, you're going to forget everything." That's the veil that we pass through when we initially come here. It's a veil of forgetfulness. And at that point, it's like, "Yeah, I'm coming back. I mean, are you kidding me?" It's like, well, you tell me this now, but are you kidding me? I mean, I got to see my life in the future.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not going to stop me now from coming back. So pretty much so far to date, that would be the memory I have of that event, was passing through, losing all my memory, and now here I am.
What do you think the significance was to play your life from the moment that you attempted suicide? Like, what do you think it was trying to tell you?
I've I've actually thought about that quite a bit. And like I said earlier, I think that this journey that we're on is, there's not a destination to this journey. The journey is all about the journey.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the opportunity, I think whatever I did, the drugs I took, the alcohol I took, whatever I did was probably not so damaging to my body that I didn't have the opportunity to come back into my body. So they gave me that opportunity, you know, like in a car accident, you might be so badly mangled that you wouldn't want to go back, nor really could you go back.
Mm-hmm.
There was enough evidently left of me there that they said, well, you know, you've got an opportunity to, you got a second chance, basically. I guess is kind of how I see it now. It's like, is this really the choice you want to make? I mean, is this really the journey you want, how you want to end this particular journey that you're on? So I think that, and now later, as I've learned more now, there is something to karma. And I think that having that maybe that negative karma still hanging over, I think that opportunity to maybe have a second chance is a gift.
Mm-hmm. Not too many people get a second chance in life, and it's amazing that you did have the opportunity to have this second chance. How has your life been since that point of being given this second opportunity to to have that human experience of what you came here to do originally?
Well, I think that I kind of call Earth, Earth school. I think a lot of us kind of feel sometimes that really is what we're here for, is to learn. And after that NDE, of course, not having any memory of what I have now, it got me into religion. It got me down to another frame of mind and allowed me to have doors open up for me that I may not have opened up ever, before. So I think that that the event was a turning point, a major turning point, certainly in my life, just because it was more than the biblical story of being born again. It really was being born again.
Mm-hmm.
Did I make some of the same stupid mistakes afterwards? Yeah, of course I did.
You're human.
We're here learning, but then I started, really questioning and looking at, my actions and my reactions, and it took a while for me to start coming to terms with things. But after a few years being in the religious realm, being around religious people and people who want to do things better than maybe they had before or whatever, got me on a path of trying to do better, and then realizing that I am more than just my body, and I am more than just what occurred in my past, and all that stuff that happened before was just stuff that happened.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing that you can, everybody makes mistakes, and there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's probably nobody out there that has done anything worse than anybody else, when it comes down to, well, I shouldn't say that, but everybody is capable of doing the most horrible things that has ever been done on this planet.
Mm-hmm.
Coming to that realization, it just, for me, was like, I would rather be better than that. I don't want to be that person anymore that I used to be, that just didn't care about other people and never gave thought to my actions and the path I was on.
Mm-hmm. It's a great moment to ask this question from Eddie Jr. He asks, when you have weak moments, what helps you to put things in a better perspective?
I would say anymore, I've gone to the point now where I really don't have those moments anymore. But earlier on, when I had, those, let's say, darkness or weak moments or whatever you want to call them, I'm not sure exactly what his question is, but I would basically acknowledge if a darkness or a weakness or maybe an improper thought would come along, I would acknowledge it immediately and realize that it didn't necessarily come from me. It may have come from elsewhere. You know, I love the cartoons in the olden days where you had the little devil on one shoulder and the little angel on the other shoulder. And, you know, the more and more I realize about the spirit realm, that's not that far off. So acknowledging it, I think acknowledging it for what it is and then dealing with it exactly at that moment and not letting it fester, I think is the very best advice anybody could ever have. If you have darkness or anything come upon you, acknowledge it. It's there. It's something. It is a thing. And decide right then and there. Do you want this in your life? Do you want this in your head, or you don't?
Mm-hmm. It has its own energy, right? The
Oh, yes.
darkness, it's like a form of consciousness in itself.
Oh,
That's
yes.
trying to express itself, but because it's a lower emotion, we tend to stay away from it, not acknowledge it. And then when we don't acknowledge it, we're creating more self-damage than we're doing self-help.
Yeah, I think ignoring it is the worst thing you can do. Just like anything, if you cut yourself and you just ignore it and you go out and you continue working, you're going to get infected and you're going to have issues. And if you take care of it immediately and do something, cover it up or rinse it off or whatever, and deal with it right at that moment, it's not going to be a big thing later on.
Mm-hmm. Now, earlier, Jon, you were mentioning when you had communication. I want to understand that like a little bit better, right? Because when we hear that, and our own programming with our own mind tells us that when God is speaking or consciousness is speaking or when source is speaking, it's speaking just like us, like we do here in this realm. Now, when you were being spoken with, was it like a language that we're speaking right now, or was it more like an energetic language that was coming in and you were understanding it and and interpreting it in English? Or was it like, I want to understand that a little bit more, because I find that extremely fascinating. Because I go back to, before I go into this, I go back to the Tower of Babel earlier on when you were speaking about language and when language was corrupted. I wonder if, that one common language that we had was the language of energy and the language of thought. And when the Tower of Babel, was struck down, more so metaphorically, we went on to speak the regional dialects that we normally spoke. And our original language is that language of thought. So I wonder if the same thing was happening when you were having the conversation with Source.
Yeah, I would say that in some of the time, the communication comes purely intuitively. It is just a thought will come into your head and it will move you in a particular direction. And then the vocal communication, it is, my understanding is, it is your higher self. It speaks to you in the language that you understand. It can also lead you, though, down where it wants to lead you.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a language. It is a language. Whatever language you speak, your higher self speaks.
Mm-hmm.
I had an incident a while back, and I had to question this. I got into the audio field, and I learned a tremendous amount about audio and things. Getting into, I started a car stereo business years ago, and so I'm driving along here recently, about a year and a half ago, and I'm talking with myself, like sometimes we do when we're in our cars, or somebody was talking to me. Maybe it was myself, maybe it wasn't. And the thought came to me, it's like, can you hear yourself in your head? And that, because I was asked that question, or I asked myself that question. And I thought about it for a minute, and I thought, I can actually hear my inflections. I can hear my voice. I can actually literally hear it in my head, not just thoughts. I could hear the words. Let's say in John it says the Word became flesh. I could hear those words like if somebody was talking to me sitting in the seat next to me, and it was me.
How interesting. So do you think there was like your higher self in maybe other dimensions that was speaking to you instead of source? And your higher self is saying, hey, Jon, you went there to Earth to, do certain things, and, you got to go back, right? Or whether if it was like source, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at it, you
Yeah.
go blind.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're saying. I think Source speaks to us through our higher self most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
It absolutely was my higher self. I have no doubt of that. Learning what I've learned now, we have more than just this one body. We have an etheric body. We have an astral body. We have, our ego, our I. We have spiritual bodies. We have bodies that aren't here right now with us, that would be called your higher self, that is in communication with Source all the time. You could call it a guardian angel. It doesn't matter what name you call it. I like to use just the abbreviation, the HS. If I'm talking to Christians, that's the Holy Spirit. If I'm talking to somebody else, it's your higher self. It doesn't matter what name you give it, but I think we are connected to Source regardless of what name you give it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we're just trying to interpret it while we're in this form, so that we can try to make sense of it, right? And to try to understand it while we're here. Because in our natural form, of course, we will understand, right? But while we're here, because of the memory wipe, I think we're trying to understand. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think that is why the level of communication that we have with Source is also dependent upon the amount of information that you've taken in however many years of life that you've had, because it has to use what you have here on Earth in your physical brain. What's up here, it has to work with. So it will make it has a way of making connections. Most of the communications I've got were just thoughts that appeared sometimes out of nowhere, and it's like, well, what is that? Why is that? And then it moves me down a particular path. Maybe something was said, or maybe a remembrance of a movie I watched, or a Bible scripture or something, and enlightenment will come through that, and I'm like, oh, you know what? That might mean something else. And then I'll do some research. I may spend a half an hour, I may spend 10 minutes, I may spend 2 hours or 2 days researching this, and it opens many, many doors, and thank goodness we have Google nowadays. I mean, gosh, what a blessing. It could be a blessing and a curse, but for me, it's been pretty much a good blessing, because it's allowed me to do a tremendous amount of study in the short little time that I've been here studying.
Yeah, I like Google myself. And Jon, like all things, we can use it for positive or we can use it for negative, right? It's up to the individual and where your mindset is at. You can use Google to search porn, or you can use Google to educate yourself and raise your awareness, right? It's really just up to the person.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think my understanding of the Genesis story is, it's a story of us awakening in this material world, of all religions, really. We're here, we're in a realm where we don't fully understand. It's different from where we came. And now what? Now what do we do? There's some really great teachers out there that teach natural law, but we're not under natural law. We are a thinking creature to a point. Yes, we're under natural law. Try to defy gravity. But certain things, we're not under natural law anymore. We think, we can comprehend, we can empathize with our fellow beings. Like the lion that kills the children of the other lioness. We don't have to do that. Mother Nature says that's okay, but it's not okay for us, because we have a higher thought. We can think, we can empathize with our fellow creatures. So even though we're subject to natural law, we're not under natural law.
Oops, I'm bad for that, eh, John? Just mute myself.
Yeah.
Really, really, really bad for that. Here's a good question that just popped up from Eddie. He says, how about prophecy, the book of Daniel and Revelations particular concerning the beast, the false prophet, and the Antichrist? Do you feel they are manifest in this reality?
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, the Bible has some very good wisdom in there. I believe the beast is within all of us. It's a manifestation of everybody's consciousness. I think that a lot of those prophecies are being used as a script, you might say, by the powers that be, whoever those powers they are. We're not going to define who they are, because I think there's more than just they there. There is a spiritual battle going on. There's no doubt. Anybody who's spiritual at all realizes that there's more going on than meets the eye.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's being manifested from ourselves.
It's also the polarity too, right? It's the polarity of light and darkness within us, right? That's the gift that we have to explore while we're here, of love and hate, right? You can't experience love if you haven't hated, and you can't experience hate if you haven't loved, right? So it's really the polarity, and then our own polarity is the shadows that we see, our collective shadow of, division and anger and things like that, envy, that really destroy our, state of mind and our mindset.
Yeah, you could say it's two sides of the same coin. Once you realize that without dark, you don't have light. Without hot, you don't have cold. And you realize that unity and separateness are the same thing. Once you come to that realization that you are not separated from whatever you call unity, whatever you call universal consciousness, oneness, whatever that God is that you've given a name to, you're never separated from that. I think coming to that realization for me was the biggest step forward for me, realizing that without pain, you don't have pleasure. The idea is balance, and balance is not stillness. What I've come to realize, if you think balance as the tightrope walker, it's a very, very fine thing, to balance the left and the right. It's like Star Wars, the dark side or the light side. It's a matter of balance. What's the movie teach? It's not teaching anything but balance. How do we balance ourselves in this world here? So making the right choices, the knowledge of good and evil is wonderful, but doing good or evil, I think, is what we need to learn. Knowing good and evil is easy. Choosing good over evil or evil over good is what we're learning.
Yeah, I like that, and I want to explore this one last thing before we run out of time. We hear lots of people that have had like near-death experiences, and afterwards they've had like abilities or gifts that they suddenly have. Have you experienced anything like that within your own life after experiencing the NDE. Like, you know what I mean? Like when some people come back, they're, can suddenly play music, or, they see the world in numbers and things like that. Has something similar happened to you?
No, actually, I think that the plan that was, if there is a plan that my life was planned out for, I had so much of that available to me already. I was certainly not a stupid child. I did stupid things, but I was very, intelligent and had the mind to be able to grasp things. So yeah, nothing really. I think just the ability and willingness to give up what I thought was truth was probably the gift that these experiences had given me. Realizing that there is more to what we see, feel, and touch allowed me the opportunity to say, there's a couple of games I play. I like the what if game and the why not game. There's 2 games I play with myself. So what if my younger brother would throw out this every so often and say, well, if I was God, would I do it this way? Well, that's kind of an interesting little journey to go down. Imagine with God and say, well, gee, would I do it this way, or would I do it some way other differently? And once you start to take on that different point of view, it's an amazing place to be. And then the why not game, I've asked myself this, it's been almost 40 years since my first, it's a little over 40 years since my first NDE. And I'm thinking, why 40 years? Why 40 years did it take me to come to this point where I've come to this realization? And the Spirit had reminded me, well, why not? Jesus was in the desert for 40 days. The Israelites were in the wilderness for 40 years. It rained for 40 days and 40 nights. Hey, maybe there's something about 40 that it took for me. I had to be in the world experiencing for 40 years before, the Spirit was willing to come upon me, before I was readied for this enlightenment that I feel that I've gotten.
I love that. I love that. Never really thought about it in that manner. What a beautiful way to look at it, Jon. That's amazing, brother. I never really thought about it that way, because it kind of seems like I was either really close to 40 when I began to wake up again, or it was just like kind of after 40 when I began this journey again. So very, very interesting to look at it from that light.
Yeah, and then for me too, 40s, I started looking at 40s, and there's a lot of interesting 40s. You can last about 40 days without food. You can last about 4 days without water. You can last about 4 minutes without air. There's something to numbers can mean something or they can't mean something. It just depends on what it means to you. And for me, I think the ability to find meaning for me in something may not mean anything to anybody else. I've got reams of notes I've been taking, and sometimes I read those notes and they don't mean anything to me at that time. It's like, what was I thinking when I wrote this? I couldn't imagine what somebody else reading my notes would look at and go, my goodness, where in the heck are you been? What have you been taking? And so, for me, I'm finding that the esoteric knowledge, the esoteric wisdom that I'm gaining, the Christ consciousness is Christ is an archetype. It's all it is. Christos, Sophia Christos is wisdom. It is more than a being or a story. It's something that happens within our body. Raising the Christ or crucifying the Christ goes way farther than a story in the Bible. There is something that happens scientifically, medically proven in our own bodies that occur. And when you accomplish and practice these certain techniques, you can actually raise that holy oil up in your body and do things in your body that we won't really go there right now at this point in time, but it's more than just something in your head.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Michael Feely?
Yes, matter of fact, I've watched a few of his things recently on your show.
Mm-hmm. He's an amazing guy. He talks about what you were just saying, and he's saying that the Bible is more, a metaphoric story, and the characters within it are talking about, your own self and your own consciousness and your own awareness and Kundalini, and what an amazing way to look at it. I have his books right here, and man, I think I've studied them and read them over and over again, and still it's just beyond my reach for the time being to fully grasp what he's talking about, right? Because that's very high level information, and you seem to be very aware of that, and I'm very happy to see that and hear that, and that you shared that with me now twice, so thank you.
Yeah, after about 10 years of study, mostly everything that Michael discusses has become real to me. I've read a lot of books. There's actually a really good book, if somebody's interested, by this lady here that will really take you a lot of areas. It really explains our human body, our the physical body that we have is an amazing machine. You could say it's more than a machine. It's just amazing what the capability of the human body has.
Who's the author of that book, John?
That was Kelly Marie Kerr.
Kelly Marie Kerr.
And she has another book also called Elevation is Revelation, which is very enlightening. It takes a lot of the information and makes it extremely palatable. Again, getting her book, I had gone through everything already. Getting her book, I was already on board with pretty much everything she has in this book. And you look at my notes on there, and I'm making notes. Oh yeah, this, no, that.
You sent me that.
Putting scripture references where she doesn't have scripture references, maybe, and it really is amazing. The yeah, I'm kind of a lot of lost for words. Just amazing.
Yeah, it's all good, brother. We're gonna get the team in the back to look up the God Design by Kelly Marie Kerr, and we'll throw the link into the comments here shortly, guys, so that you can have a look and and see what John's talking about, because this is what we were talking about this morning. With lots of resources are coming our way, and this just happens to be another resource that John just threw our way. So John, thank you very much, my brother. Before I close this out, can you tell people where they can connect with you and things like that?
Yeah, my Facebook page, obviously you have already on there. I also have a Facebook group called Holy Science, Astro, Theology, and Syncretism. All this information that I've gathered pretty much in the last 10, 15 years is on that page. We try to keep it going and try to keep it esoteric as much as possible. And there's many, many contributors to that have a lot of wisdom to share. And that's really a good place if you're interested in a more esoteric basis for your beliefs and your mythologies and stuff like that. That's a good place to go, and from there you can link to many other places.
Awesome, John. Thank you very much, my brother. I totally appreciate you sharing your experiences with us, and sharing your life experience with us, and bringing awareness to this subject. And I greatly appreciate it. And with that being said, on March 22nd, we are featuring a film as part of this conference called Peace on Both Sides of the Gate by James Bonato. So maybe you want to tune in and watch that with us, because it's a very powerful video. It's about an hour long, and then afterwards we will have about a 30-40 minute panel. So if you want to join in on that panel, you're more than welcome to do so.
I would love to. Thank you for having me on. And I'm getting to the point where I'm feeling more comfortable sharing my story. It's taken me a while to be comfortable in my skin, and I'm getting there.
I'm so happy that you did, brother, and thank you. And I will shoot you a message maybe throughout the day and in the conclusion of this conference.
Wonderful. Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, my brother. You have yourself a beautiful day.
I will. I will enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Okay. Yep. Bye-bye.
Now that was some really cool stuff, eh, guys? Wow, I really enjoyed that. This was the second conversation I had with Jon, and raised a lot of awareness for myself, and I'm beginning to understand a little bit more as to what NDE is and the type of connection that happens and what people go through. You know, it's a tailored experience to the self, but you know, it's always interesting to understand other people's experiences, just in case it happens to you in the future, right? So I am going to bring our next guest on, and she is a beautiful person. We've become friends over the course of last several months. We met at a conference with Sheila Seppi at excuse me. At a walk-ins conference, and I really resonated with what Stone was saying, and we connected, and then afterwards we ended up doing two shows together, one about clouds and another one about orbs, and both of the ones I just totally resonated with. And in fact, I'm going through my images and people are sending me images of the orbs that they have found in some images and old images, and I love seeing those, and it really goes to solidify the idea that these orbs are around, and there's something going on with those, and I love learning about that. So before I bring my guest on here, let me just quickly read her bio. And if you guys want, you can go to a projectionofview.com and go under our conferences, look up Humanity Unplugged or any other conferences that we've done. And you can go and see the profile pages of our speakers. So Stone says, welcome to the Hearth of Fire of Adventure and Strangeness. I am StoneHobbit, a Terran walk-in ambassador. I am a lifelong experiencer and survivor from abductee to contactee. I transmute experiences of trauma by not navigating energy signatures, deprogramming forms of spell casting, and exploring the multi-dimensions, timelines, and altars, finding the commonalities and identifying forms of communications, ourselves, a conscious portal in the symbiotic organic relationship. Although this journey, I have experienced child trafficking, abduction, CRA, home invasions, MK Ultra, CPTSD, existing strategy, MI labs, government system abuses, psychologically and physically, super soldier programs, genetic manipulation, hybrid program, monarch, and targeted individuals, just to name a few. As a Terran ambassador, I have ongoing encounters with other walk-ins, star seeds, multidimensional beings, orbs, plasma spheres, light beings, parasitical entities, grays, tall and short, reptilians, shapeshifters, ghosts, and residual energies, shadow beings, cryptids, irregular craft sightings, night terrors, outer body experiences, and things that go bump into the night. Thank you very much, my beautiful sister. Let's welcome StoneHobbit from the future, from tomorrow, because she is based out of New Zealand, and it is tomorrow there, short 3 hours. So welcome, my sister. Thank you so much for putting together a presentation. And once again, coming on to Watchers Talk, and now on Joan of Angels, Full Spectrum Universe, Mason Works, Forgotten Origin, Riding the Frequency, and New Realities. So thank you. I really appreciate it. And welcome to Humanity Unplugged.
Thank you, Omar. It's a pleasure to be here. And thank you, everybody who is tuning in, because you've reached a certain frequency. You've reached a certain awareness about yourself and the ship vessel that you're in. So thank you for getting this far. It's not easy. and thank you. Yes, absolutely. Hit me with whatever. Go.
It is it's been fun, so far. We've really set a nice tempo. Cyndal just really infused that beautiful energy into this day and into this conference. So thank you very much to all of our speakers that have given us these great uploads, and Michael Fugate sharing his experience, John sharing his experience, Leonard coming on and just giving us an epic download. So, really appreciate it. And now it's your time to grab the baton and carry on this beautiful energy and the space that we've created in all our chat rooms, a safe space where we can discuss these things and not be under that fear that we're going to get attacked, and just have that awareness where we can just kick back and enjoy and bring all of these informations within us, and and incorporate that within us. So thank you, Stone. I'm going to bring your presentation up. Whenever you want, just say next, and I'll bring the next slide up.
Okay. Yep. All right. All right. I'm just sort of going with the flow here, so this is just how I roll. Okay, that's just the cover page, and yes, I was sitting here with a friend last night, and yes, it is a collaboration of peculiar occurrences with me. All my life, I've had paranormal, what they used to deem as paranormal experiences. Later now, where I'm at, they have become forms of communications with different entities in different dimensions, different realms, different energy forms. And so this is where they've put me. So this is just a cover page, and this covers a couple of areas that are reoccurring. I mean, absolutely reoccurring. So go to the next one, please. All right. In the early stages of I've been waking up through the different process because they really put me in the early days. They splintered me. They fragmented me. They started developing different forms of personalities. Each personality had different traits, different triggers. So it was like it was controllable. I was a controlled communicating device, if you'd like to say it that way. So they put me through the stuck states, the blame, shame, guilt game, and all of this. Now, through the process, these beings kept coming along. And in the, I started to notice these orange light plasma beings in around 2010. They really started coming out in force, but I know that I'd seen one or two prior to that. Now, these ones were we got to a stage where I built up communication levels. When they first started from the first day they started coming in, and me alerting all the neighbors in my area that there was something there, come out and have a look. I'm not crazy, see it for yourself. And I have a lot of different video footage of these things flying over. It got to the stage where they came down under the power lines and they came into our courtyard. And if we had had a broomstick, we would have been able to reach up and touch this bigger bag. It would seem like a sack, as you'll see through the process, of this particular type of plasma being. Now, we watched them come in and they changed their different light. They changed the light to mostly orange, but then they can also change to white, and they can also cloak. They cloak into a darker, it's like they go up into a darker mothership, like a sack, but you'll see that further down. And this carries it around. And I and my partner at the time, we followed this because I could see the outline of the so-called fake cloud. It was cloaking itself to appear like a cloud. And this is at night, but I'm in the city, so I was in the city. There was enough light to follow this shadow cloud where it went until we got stopped. Anyway, these things started communicating with us. I could flash them and they could get brighter, or they would get dimmer. They would come into the yard. They got lower and lower, and then they hovered right above us. So this is what I call the, an orange plasma sphere. But I also had encounters where I've had one of these spheres come through my ceiling, stand right next to me, and morph. So I realized that what I was seeing out in the street, it knew when I knew and recognized it. So in doing that, I knew that there was an instant level connection, communication. So now I'm waiting for this communication to happen. Now this sphere would come in closer and closer, and then all of a sudden I have this light being, the same color as what you're seeing on screen. These are shots taken from inside my courtyard. You can see it coming down, and it changes shapes. So anyway, you want to go to the next one? All right, so that's just running over the brief of what I've just done. As you can see, from right to left on the first one, it comes in under the power lines and it comes over the house. Now, it did this several times. It was like we knew, we had a sense that there was something we had to be outside of the house for. And we would watch it come in from the city right across the water, right across to our place. Now we're west-west, we're in the ranges, and they would slow down and it would hover, and then it would carry on going. So over a period of time, we got to flash it. We got to pick up on when it's going to be in the location. We even drove to high points and watch the parks down the bottom. They like to come out when there's a lot of people out there communicating or sharing a space, like gatherings, football fields, or whatever, and definitely guy forks and bonfires. They love it. They love to see what's going on. And so, as you're aware, they got lower and lower. So that sack at the bottom is basically, if you can imagine those red orbs in the spheres inside that as the soccer balls, and then it cloaked out. You could not see any light at all. It was just a grey cloud moving across the sky. So next. So this is the form that this being took. Now, I'm new to some of the software I'm using. I had turned this into a PDF, but there is a GIF that was made. And so these are the stages. When it came through the ceiling, it came through as the red-orange plasma sphere that I showed you in the picture. Then it started to change its frequency. Now, I, at that particular time, was not aware of what I'm aware of now when it comes to frequencies and energy harvesting and how they use energy as we do as well. So it turned into a form, just a humanoid form, no real major features, just light orange energy. And then it moved down to the side of the beard, and it started to split. Now, I was going through my head constantly, no fear state, no fear state. You've gone through this amount of stuff so far to put you in a non-fear state. I've had so many encounters in my lifetime. It's absolutely crazy. It's shown me that by spending time and talking to people in different groups, and I'm absolutely thankful. I've got a lot of appreciation to all the hard work and effort people have put in to being able to have these platforms to offer it to people who've had lifetime experiences. Now, I couldn't believe it. Growing up, I had abilities, but I didn't have terminologies. I didn't have the right teachers. I had magicians, and I had dark wizards, and I had occult, and I had dark practices. So from that, I also got to see that there was another side to it. I got to see what my sacrifices would be if I played in those realms with the knowledge that I have. And the hurt, the loss, and the stuck states, the programming, the deprogramming, everything that they threw at me, I realized there had to be a bigger picture to this. And this was stopping me from communicating with the entities that I was interacting with already because of the darkness that was going on. So through the process, I've gotten to see that it's not just, I hear people talking about the negative experiences all the time. Yeah, I've had a lot of negative experiences, but you get to a stage where you say, well, you can stay as a victim as long as you like, or you can say, okay, well, I've had this experience. Now I'm going to analyze it a little bit different. Change your perception. You start seeing you can turn negative energy, negative experiences into positive. You change your frequency. That does not say that you have forgiven or that you will even forget the experiences, because it's got you to this place. You cannot cover or condone what happened, but by not naming names, because this is man-made, we are freeing ourselves. We are aware of the energy and those that perpetrated against us. So therefore we have that much more strength, power over that entity. We have turned it. We have broken the chains. We have turned it. We are aware of exposure. I stand for T. That is transparency, exposure, and accountability. There is other reasons behind that, but I'll leave that for another talk. But for this, it is communicating with the other entities around me, hearing the voices, being able to differentiate between voice to skull, your voice, your inner voice, your higher voice, and telepathy voices. This is also frequencies that are picked up when other entities come down to communicate with you, and they as everyone out there, I'm still exploring. So to this day, I'm saying I've seen the tube come down. I've stood inside a tube and I've spoken to a tall grey. But on the outside of this frequency, this density, I am hearing an audio which I recorded of me having what other people pick up as a night terror frequency. And because of my childhood, they turn around and say, well, that was that. And with the encounters I've had with some of the beings, they've shown me their levels of abilities over us, like being able to put us in fear states, putting us into paralyzed physical states, night paralysis, sleep paralysis. We can break out of those. There's the symptoms coming in as I go into a night terror. I feel these certain symptoms, so I can now say, no, okay, I'm not ready. I now need to snap out of that, get a recording device, get back into that state. Boom, it's back on, and I have captured a recording. So it's about learning to listen to yourself, give yourself a bit more appreciation. Now, these entities that were coming along, they've built me a new picture, and it is a form of communication. We're all doing it. We're all doing it right now. We may not be visible. We may not see that what's right in front of our face, but it does not mean that it's not there, and it doesn't mean that our brains aren't already picking up the information, the communication, the waves and the frequency. So these are the entities. They came in. It morphed into two, which was like a masculine and a feminine, and I felt safe. I didn't feel like I was going to catch on fire because I'm looking at what looked like fire. The brain was registering fire walking. and then it split into two, and I'm like, oh no. And then it morphed back into one, leaned over me, took on a familiar appearance, and it was my own personal fear state awareness, that the level that I was at, that broke me out of that, okay, I've got to get out of this room. I'm not comfortable anymore. I'm in fear state. And I let out a scream. But I don't know if I'd breathed through that whole process. So it may have been, me trying to gasp for air as well. But they got to show me, and I've been analysing ever since I had the experience. I'm never ever going to be able to shake this. So moving on to the next slide. Okay, so I have multi-dimensional beings coming to me. I have what I call my friendly, and this is some of these are my friendly. So in the top corner here, we have my friendly, who is showing me that they can communicate using our alphabetical languages, okay, our languages, but they're still learning it. So that was an exclamation mark. The entirety of the picture that it showed up in was questioning what I was doing, what I was thinking, you know, what was happening here. It wasn't a question mark, it was an exclamation mark. It's like, what? And then the next one is that you could, these are just things that just show up above me. This is a friendly. This was in the early days when I started getting a lot of orb contact coming in. The next one with the guy's face in it, this is my friendly. It has come in from out around the back. It's come right, it's because there's a collection of photos for this one. And when I take a photo, I will get movement up to 7 times of one particular orb entity. These are entities. They also come in ship form. The one in the center down the bottom is what I call a ship or a hatchling. You got the ship that just opens up and nothing comes out of it, and you can actually see entities looking out of it. Or you also have the other one that opens up like this, but it goes right across, so that there is an opening at both ends and another entity comes out at the other end. The spiral one was just that. This is showing me that there is a portal opening up and there's communication is going to come through it. Now these things come through. They have been coming through. They have been taking on as much information as they can, learning how to draw and harvest our energy, the energy in our atmosphere, so that they can turn around and hatch one of their entities into our density to see how long. At first it was to see how long they last, and now it's gone into they can use their energy to make shapes, to make a form entity to communicate. This one that you'll see, these type of dimensional beings are different to the orange plasma dimensional beings that come in. So next. Okay, this is some of the different forms of movement. We'll start on the left-hand side. I see this as a flash. As this flash comes in, it is this type of orb is used from the same dimension as these beings, because when you start working with dimensions, I've worked with shadow beings. I started getting a lot of shadow beings, and I couldn't understand what was going on. Why am I seeing this shadow being is different to this shadow being? But it's still a shadow being, okay? Hegelian dialectic. It's still a shadow being. So, okay, so if I go into this dimension through this terror, because I've found I can use night terror energy as accessing different dimensions. I've managed to jump into some of these dimensions unaware. So, you know, not by appointment, doing it at my own. So moving from here, the rod that comes in on the left-hand side, your left-hand side, comes in as a flash, and it will scatter, and there'll be like thousands and thousands around. Then that energy is gathered, and then you will see forms appear as a shadow form inside that energy. The next one is this wall stopped just a little bit further, and I could stand between 2 rooms. And in one side of the room was the kitchen, and the other side was a living space. And I managed to see this thing moving through the kitchen window, and it came in and it was going through the wall. So I quickly clicked on 7, and I got these photos that came through, and this entity came through the wall. Now you can zoom in on these anytime you want, if you want. Then you can see up above, in the middle, is the entity is coming through the wall, and it is also taking on the appearance of its surroundings. So the image on the wall, it's taking that, it's taking on that image, so you can't see it, so it fits in. So it's mimicking the feeling states, like water has a memory. Water has a memory. So if you want to enhance your water, you give it affirmations, thanks to Dr. Emoto. I went through a stage of fasting, and I was doing a lot of work with water awareness, water consciousness, and it showed me it's just another form of density, but it has living awareness, it has living consciousness. We are a percentage water. We communicate, we feed, we're in that density 24/7. So we're communicating with these water entities. So it was about when these entities started coming in, they were taking form, they were taking image, they would mimic their surroundings right down to color. So then you can see at the bottom one, my friend, thumbs up, Iron Maiden. This entity, this is my friendly. He came, the friendly being the orb, came in and sussed out the guy's wellness. Now, in the previous photo, you saw a chap with a bright red orb. This was my friendly warning me that this is danger. Don't go here. This is danger. Now, he was a guest of somebody else who came along. I didn't know anything about them. I have regular bonfire sits. We sit around a fire and we just have a few drinks, let that old negative energy come out so we can transmute it into a positive energy. You go away, bit cleansed, bit more cleansed, and you have fed your cells. Oh, mate, when you start going on this ride, all these doors open up. It just depends on which one you want to take. So in the last shot there, you can see this is one, my friendly, going right. There's actually two in the picture, but the main one that goes right through the whole center and then goes out the other door, that is one particular one. So you can see the journey that they take. Jump to the next. Okay. Oh, yep. So this is just a quick shot. The one at the below with the house, and you can see the little grey tank. Just above that tank is where those orange plasma, that's how low the orange plasmaspheres came down. Right now, I can climb up onto that tank. So that one I put in there so you could see just how low they came down. Now you can see on the far right hand side, that's me, and I am totally surrounded. Now on the bigger photos, you can see what I was talking about with the shadow beings that come in. I ended up having two entities holding my hands that day, so I still don't quite know what went on or where I ended up going, but there's a whole collection of photo footage of what happened at that particular encounter, and there's some pretty freaky shots in it. Okay, the one in the center, this is my friendly going around me, checking me out. Down the bottom right hand corner, you can see I've got color in my hair, and if you look into the that's one orb, my friendly, and even taking on the same color appearance, mimicking. Then again in the bottom, that's my arm in the shot, my back door, and you can see my friendly going across and out the door. So next shot. So see, these are some of the hatchlings, the different, okay. So as you can see in the center one, as I was saying earlier, different types of orbs come in, different types of ships. Now you can see it's gone right through the orb, and on the top corner of that orb, you can see an entity. Now, if you blow that up at any stage, you see a face in it. So I started seeing a lot of these starting to appear. So, and then they started turning into these different creatures. So on the far right corner where my eyeball is, there's the orb there, and you can see there are 3 points inside it. When you blow this up, you can see that each one has a more solid form mass that is getting ready to leave the ship, if you want to say. Now, these other things in here that look like, at first I used to say I thought they were bugs and stuff, but over the process of time and the collection of photos that I've gained and footage that I've seen of, actual video footage of these orbs coming in and using the energy around us, using the energy around them of me, they've been able to hatch and form different beings. Now, the one on the top hand corner I call a fairy. I have no idea what these things are. They have been coming out and they have been forming and they've been changing in front of my eyes. So this is everything that I'm showing is just honestly the tip of the iceberg. I've got no room left on my drives. So I'm sharing it so I can get rid of it. Move on to the next level. Okay, so these are some of the different colors that come in. There's many. I've got some really awesome greens and some dark bright blues and all sorts, but the one in the top right hand corner is my friendly. And they come in, they show different patterns, they show different faces, they give me different messages. It's like there is forms of communication going on. So next one. So in this one, these are just a few of the beings I've encountered. I've watched human beings that when as soon as you start communicating, you know something's not quite right with them. So you have that communication. You listen to the way they question you. You look at the way they dress. You look at their stature. You wonder which creature's inside that physical vessel, and eventually they start popping out. Now, other people don't see them pop out. I mean, I've seen parasitical entities hovering and attached to other people walking down the street. I've had communications with these people who know that there's something not quite right with them. There's something on their shoulders, and you can feel it. You feel it. I've had one sit on my shoulders, and it weighs you down. You get aches and pains in places that you think, what's going on here? So anyway, there are signs and symptoms to the different entities that come in. There's smells, and you gotta your vessel, your body is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. We weren't taught at younger stage to take care and responsibility for our vessel because we weren't aware of its capabilities. The fact that there are so many senses in this vessel. You have to become that teacher. You have to become that experiment. You have to become that student. Do it safely. Listen to what your body says to you because we communicate with ourselves. I started seeing my body, it's gone through a heck of a lot, and it shouldn't have, by rights, it shouldn't have. So there was nobody else that was going to take responsibility, that was going to show me how to care for myself. And I couldn't take, I was having breakdowns left, right, and center, but nobody knew because I had to put up with all this drama, this chaos that everybody else was going through. So one day something snapped, and I put a sign up on the door one time, heaps of times, but in this one occasion, I put a sign on the door that says, DR, meaning doctor, armor, meaning drummer, does not work here no more. And it was absolutely amazing. It was like all of a sudden I put up this barrier, and it was like it had such a strength. You could see in the first early days of me putting it there that they would come to the front door, but they couldn't come in. They couldn't enter, and they'd turn around and they would leave. And then it got to the point where that energy grew to the point where they wouldn't even enter my gate. It was fantastic. You start becoming aware, and then to add to that note, I added remove shoes, no shoes, and I realized later on that the reason behind that was your soul. Where is your soul? What is it that you're bringing with you? You have sensors on your feet. You have sensors in your fingers. Your skin is a receiver sender. It is a filter machine. As soon as you pick up that food, you've already sent the right signals. Your body has already analyzed what chemicals, what land, what space, what frequency, and then it sends that information to your gut brain, and the sends out the right signals to the right organs, and the work gets done properly. You go and pick up a fork with this plastic or metal and stuff, it's got to analyze all of that, and by the time you get the resources, you've already sent the wrong people out. You're not getting the benefits that you would normally if you were listening to the way that your vessel was communicating with you. So becoming aware of yourself on these multidimensional levels, this is what happens. You're going to have weird encounters. You're probably already having them, but you're just not tuned into the awareness that what it is that's in front of you, what you're seeing. So top corner, I have a physical person who was deemed as the shaman of the village, the shaman of the tribe, and later showed me their true colors as a light being. Then the blue light bulb was one of the encounters a year and a half ago. I had lots of signals. They let me know they're coming in for a visit now. Then when they come in, it's like I'm going to go into a night terror, but then I'm not. It's not a night terror. It's only the perception of feeling state, human language of description. It is actually me accessing another dimension. They're letting me know this is the state density that they're coming in. So when the greys came in, they let me know they were coming. So when I got a blue orb come through the wall, I followed it. It went straight up into the light bulb. The light bulb just did this funny noise. I switched it off because I'm standing right there. Really weird stuff. I'm standing right there. They always put you in the right places, even if you think it is wrong at the time, because you're not aware of it at the time. You cannot change what you're not aware of. But as soon as you become aware of it, then you have to take accountability. You become responsible for your actions, for your footprint. So anyway, these are different beings that have shown up through the process of time. Jump on to the next one. Don't want to run out of time here. So these are some of the ship sightings. When you blow this up, you can actually see in the top one, it is a quite large, at least 3 plane lengths. The next one, these one, they all sort of come up. I've got discs and I've got rods. The first one I captured on photo was the triangle one going over the top of the trees. That morning I had picked up, I'd watched a solid sphere, silver disc come, sphere disc, so, well, it turns into disc, comes across, hovered, and shot off in a flash of light. And I had no idea what it was that I was looking at. So, and I'd just gotten a camera, so I wasn't in that mindset to grab it. But after I saw it go through a flash of light, because I'd seen these before, I ran and got the camera and I waited. Because I just knew there was going to be another one. So that triangle one was another one. I used to do walks at the graveyard and I would get a lot of visitations. So the one in the far right-hand corner was a bigger, more solid form coming in. So these are all different ships. The top one, you can also see they come and they give me triangles in the clouds. Jump on.
Just wanted to add in there that if you guys want to watch this video, go to Stone's website and YouTube channel, and you can actually see this video in full motion. You got to be quick because it's fast, right?
I'm still my webpage is still a work in process, but I'm getting there. So these are the different forms of cloud communications that they have shown me. They put the chips in the clouds. They give me white rainbows. They do all sorts. Jump on to the next one. I don't know how much time we've got left, honey. So you can see there is a language. They know our language. When I looked up one day and there was the words, "Hey, you," looking straight back at me, that rang triggers, because through different encounters, I have had, "Hey, you," because the childhood name that this is just where I'm at the moment, my perception at the moment. The childhood name that that they used through the pedophile and trafficking days, I don't use. I've disconnected myself from that frequency, from that energy. And so when they come in using that, they know that I don't respond. He's like, nah, bugger off, nah. So when they use this other one, I questioned it as well. I was like, okay, well, what do you want? I know your frequency. So now they just say, hey, you. And I was asleep one time with my partner, and out of nowhere, we both ended up hearing this woman scream out, hey, you. And we both sat up from a dead sleep. We, explored the house. There was nobody there. So they've done this several times. I get it in different photos, different videos. The voice to skull, hey, you comes out in messages when I'm looking at them and when I do automatic writing. So next one, you can see also in there's different beings that have come in and they've shown a connection. Like you've got one, I call them cloud angels, have come in. You can see it's totally separate to the other one, yet they have joined hands like a triangle and united to share the communication. You can also see the figure 8. Well, it's not really, it's the infinity signal. At the hand, the DNA, and many other, the different fields that I've worked in, they've used as images in their clouds to communicate with me. Okay, so move on.
Just want to say, Stone, you still have about 23 minutes.
Oh, sweet ass, keep going then. We'll get past these and we'll do something else. So these are different.
I've got your YouTube channel in the comments, guys. So if you want to, open up another window, head on over there and subscribe and help Stone's channel grow, please.
Thank you. Okay, so this is different forms. It's like hieroglyphs. They'll come into, like, we'll see so much information, but there's actually other levels to that information there. So once we've registered what we've seen, so I take photos, because when I look up there, it's a canvas. I see a canvas. I've seen how they've used the chemtrails. I've seen orbs, white orb spheres going into different type of, okay, I'll call these ones spheres because they're more of this dimension. They're more solid form than the orbs. So the spheres that come in, they come in light and stuff. I've seen them going through, weaving through chemtrails. I've had friends who've witnessed them straight over their head in our property. There's so many different types of beings that are around us all the time. It's about your acceptance of you. When you become comfortable with you, you start allowing yourself to be comfortable with your environment. When you start becoming uncomfortable with your environment, you start communicating with what's there. That takes you into communicating with what they're communicating with. And it just keeps going. And so your awareness gets wider and wider. Okay, so in here, Boxing Day, I had, all of a sudden I looked up and there was a goat's head. And that's the second picture there. So I got the first one first, and it had the hammer and the sickle joined to it, which was a bit strange. I put that down to a country, and there was an angel. But the thing that got me about the first one was I was seeing clouds mimicking themselves, shadowing themselves. So that's what that first one was. The second one is, this was like the goat figure, and in the top corner there was the pitchfork tail, and then on the side there was the infinity 8 once again. Now I've had a couple of friends analyze it, and they've seen a heck of a lot more stuff in it, and they've shown it to me, and it's there. The next one was once again an angel, and then there's another, and then there's another, and then there's the duck. The duck is special. I know somebody out there likes the duck. And then on the other side is my crazy mad owl. I get owls. They come in and they cuckoo me every now and then. But this one is standing on a branch for sure, but is also what I say is holding a Tommy gun. So there was some information about that. Now, when I've had these journeys and these visitations, it's like there's always that much more to the encounter that's going on, and we have to process it. We receive it, we process it, we recognize, we analyze, and we put it in the right area. And it's there for when the next piece comes along, and then when it does, we start putting these together and we see something even more. It keeps taking us further and further, but it'll only take you as far as your awareness is allowing you to take. So we are, like John said, we are in a school. This is a classroom, and there are so many levels to this. But once you become aware of who you are, what you can do, that's your footprint, you become a better being. You become your higher self. So this is what I'm reaching for. I'm reaching for levitation in my 3D form. All right, move on. Okay, so we're getting to the end of it. I have so many videos and photos. It's just like, I just don't know what to put out there. So this is just a few of me, of another side of me. I do everything, alchemy. I'll grow my seed. And from the seed, I've learned that if you place a seed into your mouth, I call it a medicine plant. If you place a seed into your mouth and you concentrate on what you're wanting from this, and then you plant it, that seed has taken on your DNA, has taken on your information. It will know what it needs to give you. Now, I went through the stages. I used to be a chef. I worked with meat. I grew up in a hunter-gatherer family. They were slaughtering stuff around me. I've seen death. I've seen blood. I've gone through death states myself. I've been suffocated and smothered to death through violent sexual acts. And I've lived through it, okay? So I've come back. So I've had out-of-body experiences. You become aware of yourself. So these are different skills. Once you start learning about yourself, you go through the different shaman states. So all these terminologies I hear, like the Christ state, it's Christ consciousness, Christ awareness. It is awareness. The Bible has blueprints of characteristics, of personality traits, of mind thoughts. There's so much in there. We'd be fools not to actually look at it, but be aware when you're reading what you're reading, that there's always an ounce of truth to everything that you pick up, because somebody's had to put it down. So they've put the energy into it to put it down. So I started learning about what my organs wanted. I became a planet. I became a universe. I became my self-goddess. And then I started healing myself, because everybody out there that I had believed in, that I was taught and programmed to trust, let me down. They let me down. They led me to believe that there was something wrong with me. And you get to a certain stage where it's got to stop. It's got to stop. You know what your truth is. When you tell the truth enough times and people around you are still not picking it up, they're still putting you in those same stuck states that they've been taught to use, and they don't know any better themselves, it's like, okay, well, now you've got to do something about it. You stop shouting. You stop standing up there. You stop going out there. You stop saying, well, this is me, this is me, this is me, and this is what you've put me through. You've made me become a victim. You go, okay, well, the medication you're giving me is killing me. I don't look the way that I feel that I should. I can't open a lid. I can't do this or that. You know, you should start going, okay, now why is that? Why am I aching in that place? Why do I have these brain twitches? And then you go, okay, I'm listening now. What do I need to repair it? So what vitamin or mineral do you need? So I start feeding it. Then I see that there's connections between the densities that I'm traveling, my chakras, you know, what they're connected to, the rainbow, what they're connected to. You start seeing the illusions, they're breaking in front of you. You start communicating with water. You see that it's communicating with you. You start communicating with yourself on more and more levels. And when you're doing this to yourself, your environment changes. It starts chattering. You start communicating with the plants. You start seeing them glow. You know what they're doing for you. You start hearing the birds talking and they actually sound like they're talking words, and it's like, just come on, shush now. You start sensing stuff before it happens. Now, I've had abilities throughout my life, and I've had what I've called innate knowledges. These are knowings that and later on I brought through from different incarnations. Now, I've questioned, why do I have so many different aspects to this? It's because of the splinter cells. They're out there having their experiences, and we're in a time of unity. If I look at myself as traveling down the infinity age, well, there's 4 of me, and we're going to come to a center point. We're having these experiences on all these different levels, and we're going to come back to a center point. So then I get in touch with myself. I have to do the best that I can for me and leave a very light footprint behind, enriching my environment so that I'm communicating with the nature around me. I'm listening to the seasons instead of the alarm clock, which is putting me into a stuck state, or, I'm switching off all electricity from one time to another so that I'm not bombarded with that electricity, because it's not just Wi-Fi, it's not just computer screens. They've changed our light. They've mimicked every single sense in our body, our receptors and our senders. They've found a way to hijack every single one of them. So once we go into a dream state or a night terror state, or, accessing these different dimensions, they're also hijacking the state that we're in so that they can also take this information. So through us, they've also been able to go into these dimensions, which has caused, unrest. So you have to take guard of yourself, because you are also a portal. You start seeing that you can use this awareness, this energy, and you can start traveling boundaries you only imagined in this lifetime. This becomes your reality. You start hearing voices and being able to decipher where it's coming from and what's yours. And it's absolutely fantastic. I get up in the morning and I have a small little ritual I do for my own wellness. I stamp my staff in the ground, and I'm clearing any residual negativity that was there from the day before. We don't need it today. And if I am, as people say, I'm at the bottom of the world, but in my perception, I'm at the top of the world. I see the first sunrise. I'm at the top of this landmass around me. I'm seeing it as it rises. It's absolutely amazing. I've had different types of light beings come in and communicate. I've got reptilians and greys. The greys don't mess with me as much. The little greys don't mess with me as much as they used to, because I'm aware of the senses before they come in. There's signals and there's signs too before they come in. There's different sorts, there's different species that come in, just as there are different species of human, different species of insects. As you can see in here, I do all my own fermenting. I like chemistry. I worked as a phlebotomist. I got to see what living cells actually do and and we're absolutely amazing to be able to carry so much knowledge and so much information. We need to acknowledge and appreciate ourselves. And that's the gift that I bring, is to remind everybody out there that you are so much more than what we've been programmed to believe we are. And all you have to do is to just listen to yourself. Just what is right and what is wrong. When you pick something up, what it's doing to you. It's the programs that jump in and stop us from believing in ourselves. I hear a lot of people talking about understanding. Why do you need to stand under someone else's shadow anymore? You are your higher self, your higher light energy. You get out of that shadow of others. Understand, communicate with yourself. You are communicating with your higher self. You are connected to that amazing knowledge that's out there. I can't give it a name. I won't. There's no point in labels. With most of the experiences I've had with these different encounters, right from very early days, There's never been a need for names or labels or planets. Well, where are you from? You know, I'm from a tribe called Where the Fuck Are We? You know, this illiterate tribe. You know,
That's my tribe too. I love that.
We're here now. This is an adventure. This is an adventure. You have magic. You have abilities. You can switch them on. You know, every now and then you'll do so much work. You'll put a lot of energy into one area and you'll think, well, it's not working for me, and I'll just leave it. And it's when you relax, when you don't put that much energy, when it becomes more natural to you, it will show itself. You know, sitting there training myself to move a pink polka dot scarf off the table, and it wouldn't move and it wouldn't move, and got a headache, gave up, went and had a coffee, came back, looked at it, it moved. Man, did I run out of the house so fast. You know, we are our light selves. We are this energy that we see around us, the medicine. The land provides the medicine that you need. You know, just we have absolute, as you were saying earlier on, we have an absolute fantastic Google out there. I mean, I'm not promoting Google or anything of the sort. This is just another dimension of information that we can access, and we use our abilities to access this. You know, when a grey stands in front of me, it's a sense, it's a perception, it's an awareness that I know what you're capable of doing to me. But if you want certain information, you need to treat me a better way. But you can't treat me that way until I become aware of what it is that you're treating me wrongly of. And that's the same through the abuse and stuff. I know who you are. You know that I know. I don't need to name names. And you got to live with that for the rest of your life. And every time you lie about it, that's you damaging yourself. And until you can admit to yourself, to me, and to the others around you what you're doing, you're stuck. You're stuck. You're not going to become anything other than what I see you as. Okay, that's it. And when you see that, you become the biggest judge of yourself. What imprint are you doing to those and your environment around you? You only want the best. This is one of our fantastic natures, is at the end of the day, we are a good species. We're a harmonic species. There are those out there that have infiltrated us, and you know, as a previous guest, there's no point in naming names. There's no point in labeling these energies and giving it even more attachment or more reason. We don't need that. But always be aware of your safety levels, of your environment. We can see that the programs they're putting out there, the fear factors, they just ain't going to work. You know, fear is false evidence appearing real. It's coming down to spell casting. It's coming down to phonics. Phonics comes down to the energy, the intent. So when you go to do something, if you miss, I was really bad at spelling at school, and anybody who actually writes to me regularly will go, oh, well, she spelled that wrong. But is it that I'm actually spelling it wrong, or is it that I'm actually putting a different awareness and energy into what I am sending out there? You know, you become aware of your frequency, your imprint of what you're doing. Where do you want to be, and what do you want to become? Because they have no hold over you anymore. This is you now. This is your accountability. This is your transparency. So, you know, what else can I say? The bees, you know, I grew up being allergic to bee stings, anaphylactic shock, real bad stuff, you know, and one day I stopped. There were these bees going across the road. It was peak hour traffic and nobody would stop. And I thought, no, this is wrong. They're being moved out of their area, their location, and they're looking for a hive. They were swarming. So, and the opposite driver did the same thing. And these bees basically flew through the middle of our cars, right between us, and into the cemetery that I used to walk. And when, like, one day on my walk, I found them. I knew it was them. I was instantly connected. And in my glee, my perfect energy. It was absolute love energy. I didn't fear. I was in no form of fear state, and I went straight up to that hive in the tree, and I could hear them, and I could hear the frequency change as they communicated, as they let everybody know that I was having my face, I was a possible threat. But then they changed back to their harmonic buzz as they went about their business. And I felt like I was allowed to put my face in that natural hive. And that little bottom picture is actually a picture of the bees that were inside it. There are other footage where I put my hands inside and touched the honeycomb and stuff, and it was absolutely amazing. So with the leaves teaching, this is comfrey down the bottom there. It was teaching me how to heal different wounds, the different plants around me. And I'm a forager. I'll go for a walk and I'll know what I can eat, how to prepare it, whether it's a medicine or whether it's a poison. And I'll prepare it. If it's in abundance, I'll prepare it, because that's telling me that further down the line, someone's going to come to me and I'm going to have it already ready for them. So this just, you pick up on the awarenesses around you, and you go, oh, well, when I go to leave the house, if I see something at last minute, bugger, I've got to take it with me. So, I'm so thankful the kitchen sink's, tied down. So otherwise it would come with me a few times, but I carry a water bottle. So there you go, move on. I think that's the last one, isn't it?
Yeah, I just want to give you like a 5-minute heads up, 10-minute heads up. We got Dr. Joan coming up next, so like about 10 minutes.
Okay, this is just some of the skills. This is, you can see the GMO products. I had a banana and it had a backbone. Okay, it had a bone in it, and I couldn't believe it. And that's the bottom corner one. The one above it is a tomato vein. I grew up working on tomato farms, and I actually got to see when the change of genetically modified foods came into the country, the seeds grew and this sort of thing. This was the result of some of that. I'm saying teach yourself skills. I learned how to make a fishing net. I learned that pumpkins grow in trees. They like to grow off the ground. I learned that all our skin, that the pine trees were magic. They're antennas, and they gave me so much information. They led me to vitamin C. They led me to tannin being inside our brains that our brain could cure our hide. That's what that picture is. That took me into the roots of the system, into the water knowledge, which then took me to Amanita muscaria, the red toadstools with the dots, which showed me so many different forms of ritual and took me on a shamanic journey. This is all about getting to know ourselves, becoming responsible for ourselves and the energies that we have. So that's pretty much my presentation there. Is that it? Oh, okay, there you go. Different sides of me, different insects, the vibrancy of color that started to show itself. It was no more black and white. We'll leave all of this for the next round if you like.
Yeah, that we can do that next time. I just love the birds. This little fella there to resonate with that guy a lot. I love birds. What an amazing download, Stone. Thank you very much. The amount of information there was just amazing. I just want to thank you. I want to give you my love and appreciation, and I appreciate you so much. And guys, head on over to Stone's YouTube channel and subscribe. And also, if you want more information on many different subjects, please go and visit Stone's website, and that is right here on the bottom, and as well, it's in the comments. If you just scroll up just a little bit, they're right there. So please, check that out. Share the website with friends and family, and go and subscribe to her YouTube channel. If you guys are interested and you want to see the previous 2 talks that Stone and I did, check that out. It's in the videos archives of Watchers Talk.
They were amazing, by the way. They were absolutely amazing.
Stone, thank you, my sister. Before we let you go, final words and where people can get a hold of you if they choose to follow you and keep up with your work.
Well, I'm all over the place. If you just type in StoneHobbit, I'm in Discord, I'm on Facebook, I'm on MeWe, Twitter. My webpage that I work on is StoneHobbit.com. So just type me in, you'll find me around. Otherwise, you can email me at stonehobbit@gmail.com. So yeah, basically final words is believe in yourself. Give yourself that acknowledgement, that appreciation. You know, when you think you're here alone, you're not. You're absolutely not. And it's hard to find people that you can sit down and communicate because of all the different forms of programmings that are going on out there and stuff. So, you know, don't waste this time because it's going to change. Take this time to communicate with yourself. When people say you're crazy for talking to yourself when you're walking down the street, no, that's their programming. Communicate with yourself. You are your higher self, that higher energy. We live in a density where there's so many different beings inhabiting our space and communicating with us 24/7. Half of us don't even know we're actually already in the process of communications. So be aware that there is a plan. There is a plan to this, and every single one of us count. So I can just say, be that light energy that you are, be in wellness, and stay calm. Enjoy the ride. It's an adventure. It is. It's absolutely an adventure. You're going to have good and bad and ugly, but it's an adventure at the same time. So I just say stay in wellness, you know, be happy. It's hard, but you can do it. If I could do it.
If you're in the moment, you tend to stay a bit happier because you're not hit by all that the lambasting of outside stimuli of all the negatives. So I agree with you 100%, Stone.
When you recognize what's going on around you, they can't pull the wool over your eyes. That's all it is. You know?
That's right. Once the Band-Aid's ripped off, you can't put it back on. It doesn't stick as good, right?
Yep, totally. So anyway, I'm all good. Any questions? I'm all good for that.
There's one question
I do readings. I just enjoy chatting. You know, I go in a roundabout way. I get you to do the work. You know, you explain where your issues are, and then all I do is you just come right round to seeing exactly what it is you were looking for. You found it yourself. We have all the answers to all the questions we could ever ask within ourselves. You just got to believe in yourself enough to find them. When you first get them and you're not sure how they work, they'll just give it time. It will show itself to you. So that's all I can say. Fun adventures.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. There was one question in the crowd here, and it asked, tell us about Amanita, please.
Okay, Amanita muscaria, otherwise known as fly agaric, was used many moons ago by shaman. The shamanistic way was the red toadstool with the dots. Okay, they would eat it. They would go on one form of hallucinogenic or shaman journey. You can boil it. You can wash yourself in it. And I've done these. All right, I've done this practice. Now, first of all, I fasted. I cleaned my system out. I was aware of my system. I was aware of my dimensional accessing what could come in. So when I took this, first of all, I ate it raw. So I got to taste it. I got to see the levels of what the body can handle, the toxicity. Then I washed myself. I made it into a tea. I drank it. So I got to do that. I washed myself in it, so the senses got to sense what that feeling state would be about. So then I started to dry it out, and I started to separate the gills from the cap, and I would inhale that. I would smoke that, and it would take me on another journey. So there were all these different medicinal purposes to this, as long as you did the preparation correctly, right? I honestly, if you want to do this, you do a lot of research a lot of research before you step out there and you just go and take something, because you don't know what your system is made of, what your system is capable of, unless you have done the work. And if you're going to do this, you make sure you do it with someone, or you in communication with someone who knows what they're talking about. So it is like what they call a gateway. It does open up areas. For me, it was once I found the mode which was smoking it, inhaling it, having it in an area and inhaling the fumes. It took away anxiety. Now I make my own tinctures, so I started using it to make rescue remedy. You only need a couple of drops. It takes away stress and anxieties. There's so many areas. It's like you've got to understand a plant. You've got to learn to communicate with a plant before you take that next step.
Excellent, excellent. All right, thanks, Stone. That was much appreciated. Great presentation. I love your work. I've been watching you since we were on with Omar, and yeah, just it's been an honor and a privilege to have you here. I think you're up again in a day or two, right? You're coming back and giving us some more information.
I'm always happy to.
All right. I
Just
thought I saw you a couple of times on maybe it was a repeat on the schedule, but
okay.
We'll see.
Just throw the questions at me, and I don't go by a script. You throw a question at me, and whatever comes in, wherever it comes from, it goes to whoever's meant to hear it. Channel.
There it goes.
Okay.
Thank you, Big John, for the super chat in Watchers Talk. Amazing, amazing. And thank you, Stone, again for your time today or this evening. It's the evening for you, right? Or the morning.
No, it's the morning here. It's 13 past 11 a.m.
There we go. So thank you so much, and we will talk to you very soon. I hope you have a blessed rest of the day.
Lovely. Thank you, guys.
All right, all right. Let's see. So next up, we have one of my personal favorites, Dr. Joan of Angels. So just to let you know who Dr. Joan is, if you've been living under a rock or haven't seen any of our shows or any of our events before, Dr. Joan has been assisting and guiding people for over 40 years. She was a chiropractic doctor and then an intuitive guide. Her work is always focused on helping people live happier and healthier lives. The angst in our world requires a different level of commitment now. Gone are the days where we can live a carefree existence. Rather, you now need to understand at a deeper level all the ins and outs of the ever-changing world around us. You can determine your place in the swirling season. Dr. Joan helps you with all of that. Or Joan of Angels, Dr. Joan. I call her Dr. Joan. And your life is your calling, and you're waiting to say yes. So Dr. Joan is going to help you fearlessly move forward with living the life you came here to live. And you have a purpose and a mission. And she's also going to help you figure that out too. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Dr. Joan in. And there she is.
Whoa, Rob, you're going to have to help me here a bit today. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes. I am so happy to see you guys. I've caught glimpses of you on my YouTube channel today. I'm at a conference that's so unlike anything I've ever done before.
Oh,
and
really?
I'm at an Awake and Aware conference. And it's been very, very interesting learning kind of the difference between spirituality and religion, but also realizing that this whole concept of being awake and aware, it's like time for us to wake up. So I love what you're doing with Humanity Unplugged, Rob.
Oh, thank you. You know, you are one of the pillars of this event. As everybody knows, you are one of the founding people of the event. And, you know, Dr. Joan, this is what you do on a daily basis, right? Is lift that veil from people's lives so they can see the true essence of what they are, who they are, and what they're really meant to do.
It's true. I've been doing this my entire life, Rob, because, okay, I'm going to move so I'm not in the sun and I might actually see you talking to me. Okay, I've been doing this my entire life since I was a child because I seem to have an inner clue to what people were not saying. I would say words, but I always knew if they were happy or sad or what was, I would want to reach out to people and help them unlock a key. Like people, this feeling of repression that many people have, I always felt my job was to help them learn how to turn their key, turn on their power.
I agree with that. You do that for me when you speak. When you go into your prepared speeches or your presentations, it has that effect. The way you articulate the words, but also the feelings into the words, and it's truly magical. It truly is. It truly is. Now, did you want to do a presentation for the people and just kind of talk to them, and I'll back off for a little while and then come back in?
I'd like you to ask me one more question. Then I'll know.
Oh, you got it. You got it. So, Dr. Joan, now that you're seeing the difference between awake and aware as a sense, or, there is a process of awakening and we are on this journey. Is there ever a time that we are fully aware or awake of what our true potential actually is?
Whoa, that is a great question, Rob. And first of all, I want to kind of add on to what your last speaker was saying about the plant medicine journeys. Now, I didn't hear what plant she was taking, but I will say this: one of the best ways is through plant medicine to really see a very big picture of who and what you are. We will never be fully awake until we die, until we actually cut that silver cord that holds us bound to our body. But we can tap in. We can tap in through meditation. We can tap in through visioning. We can tap in through sound. We can tap in through chanting and toning. So the other night, I was having an experience. I was kind of in a meditation, and I found myself sort of floating in the void. Quite interesting. I was out in space floating. I went, wow, I've never been here before. And I was a little uncomfortable. So I started toning. And I started toning AIU, happens to be the name of the crystal soul we talked to on Monday, was Shabbat. And I started toning, and next thing I knew I was traveling around the world. And I felt like I was in the angel brigade, calling the angel brigade, and we were flying around the earth, spreading miracle angel dust to uplift the consciousness and wake people up. So I want to say that we can have experiences that tap in and tap in to that higher of experiences where we tap into our intuition. And I want to tell you that it's through confirming your intuition and your gut and your suspicions and getting contact. But it's in our confirmations. Like I tell people I'm an oracle, but it's not until I do readings and sessions for people, oh my God, how did you know that I was thinking this? And I can truthfully say, I don't know. But Spirit whispers in my ear. And if I trust what I'm hearing, and that's another level of how do we develop trust in the fact that we are becoming awake and aware, and that we're tapping into the higher dimensions, the higher frequencies. A lot of people around here are talking about, I don't really talk about Satan, but I do talk about the dark energies and the controllers. And, I could name them reptilians, I can name them the dark ones with this somehow evil agenda. But, we have to be aware of our own vibrational frequency at all times. All times. I did a reading for someone the other day, and we discovered little mothballs, black mothballs under her washing machine. It's like the dark finds itself, even in my art. If I don't finish a canvas, one day, oh my God, some of you might know Isabella Stolikoff. She's a shaman here in Orange County. I wanted her to come over, and we were fighting because the side of me that was now taken over by the dark didn't want her to come over. And she said, God, that's so weird. I have to go to Joan's, but I don't even like her. I don't like what she's saying. Anyway, she came in the door, and we both agreed that I couldn't stop these weird texts to her. So she comes in the house, she goes in my garage, and we start walking around, and sure enough, there was a painting that even when I looked at it, I knew. And it wasn't even, it was a half blank canvas, a black half-baked canvas, and it was hidden underneath everything. And she's going, I know it's here, I know it's here. So awake and aware means to be aware of our own vibrational frequency, and our impact on others. So you say that I make you feel better, or you pick up something. I have a conscious intention, Rob, and I teach this to all of you, to raise my frequency before I even leave my door. Raise my frequency, put my suit of love. Now here they'd say your suit of God, your suit of armor, but it's the same thing. It's our suit of protection, my Merkaba. And I breathe in, and now I say, Joan of Angels is on her way. Joan of Archangels, I'm with you today. I'm calling in the complete spirit of who I am. And you could do that too, Rob. We all can do that. And we touch into who we are in our essence and who we are here in 3D. And then kind of shift. I don't know if all this makes sense. But
it all makes sense to me. What you're saying is absolutely it's crucial, and I think you're hitting on a string or a line of thinking that is the fundamentals of what we try and do by giving this information out, by empowering people. And another question I have for you is, and this is one of the things that I hear a lot that I really don't know how to answer. How do I distinguish from a guide or a angel telling me something, but from my inner monologue or my subconscious thought?
All right. Well, you know what? Number one, I'm going to do a little promo for the intuition class that I'm doing with Neil, April 18th, okay, on Portal to Ascension. So I have to do a promo for that because we're going to talk about that. But the way we do it is the following. I talk a lot about the discernment meter. Discernment, the art of discernment, and it's so simple. On a scale of 1 to 10, if I was to show you a horizontal line, and 0 is on the left and a 10 is on the right, and we have a clock hand. And if you were to say to yourself, Rob, right now, on a scale of 1 to 10, how empowered am I feeling? You want to venture a number?
Me, I would say right now probably about a 7.
A 7, okay.
I feel pretty empowered with this conference and doing what we're doing today, and all the energy that's swirling around us. I feel on top of the game right now, or on top of my world anyway.
But I'm feeling like you're closer to a 9-10.
That could very well be. I didn't want to overshoot, though,
But I want to tell you what I'm experiencing from you.
Go ahead.
I'm experiencing that you are so passionate about this, hosting and sharing this information and sharing your guests, that your passion is at a 10. And it's subtle, but I always tell, so is my heart singing. That's one way I know that I'm resonating. Or I just want to hug someone. It's like, oh my God, you just moved me so much. I just love you. Or it's like, I'll say yes before the speaker even asks the question. That's how I fire, or I'm at a 10. I feel empowered, raring to go and line and in sync. And I kind of been getting that from you and Omar, that this is your baby, this show.
Oh yeah. This is exactly where we need to be right now, and we love these conferences just for the fact of collecting the information and being able to experience so many people. Like, this is for the people who are in the audience, but ultimately it's for Omar and myself to really get to talk to all these people and pick their brains and ask questions and listen to what they have to say. And this has been my passion so much that I've left that 9-to-5 style life to delve my entire presence and my entire being into this type of work. That's how important it truly is to me. And
so now,
I'm
sorry to interrupt you. So now,
it's
with
okay.
that, now look at a scale of 1 to 10. Where do you really say you are right now in this moment?
I think I would be a complete 10. A complete 10.
Thank you. And when we acknowledge that we're a complete 10, there's like this feeling, right, of exhilaration almost. Like, yes, I'm in that moment. So that's what I teach, Rob. Okay, that's what I want people to know. Awake and aware is when we can learn to align our body, our bodies. So these bodies that have been injected or not, or, to really get our body in sync and healing from the inside out. Get our thoughts in alignment with where we're going. Surround ourselves with what I call miracle allies, people who support us no matter what, whether you're vaccinated or not. Whether you are on the right or the left, it doesn't matter. They support you because they love you. Those are your miracle allies, the people who want you to succeed. So we surround ourselves, and then we take her to put on a gym, because these days it is nasty out there. You have to protect yourself. And you say, you know what? I'm going to Starbucks today, and I'm going to be the best me I can be. They're not going to even know what hit them. And I raise I raise my wings. It's like Joan of Angels is in the house. And I notice that when I walk in wherever, people start smiling. They feel something that emanates, and they're somehow lighter, even if I don't say a word. So that is what I pray for all of you, that as awake and aware, we can walk through the planet, resonating the highest of frequencies, shifting the power, the energy, so that thousands and thousands or hundreds of thousands of people around you raise your vibration, raised because you walked in the room, and those little dark mothballs disappear because they can't handle the light.
I love that. I love that, and I know you do this, Dr. Joan. I know you help people to become that solid 10. You find what gives them that ability to be that solid 10, and you
Rob.
make them stare at it and look at it and accept
Yes.
it. And I think that's incredible. That because not everybody has that gift or that ability, and you do brighten up the room when you walk in. I know it for a fact, because even online, when we're in the same forums, you brighten it up. And I love talking to you, because now, like before, we've been doing this for 6.5 hours already. So there is a semblance of getting tired. And then you came on, and now I'm like through the roof again. Like,
All right.
It's like second wind, time to go. We got this covered. You know what I mean? And now in a little while, the Australians will be waking up, and now they're going to give us a lot of downloads too. So we've got the world covered. This is the place you need to be to get a worldly sense of what's really happened or happening.
I love this. Now, how long do I have, Rob?
Let's see. You have until, I mean, you've got a while. I mean, we've got until we started at 2:10, which is
Got
5:10.
got about 30 minutes left, and
There you
then
go.
we'll bring Leanne on for a good stretch, because I think we could all probably use it.
Yes, we can. Well, we can stretch our body, mind, and spirit with Leanne, because she has a way of stretching your spirit too. In fact, we all do. So let me tune in for a minute and also see what messages I really do have. Okay.
I'm putting you on solo layout. Go ahead.
Whew. All right, guys. Rob said we're just like a breath of fresh air. So let's just breathe in some fresh air and know that each breath, we become new again. Just like waking up in the morning and trusting ourselves. So I'd like to talk to us all about turning on our power. Rob brought it up for me, and I kind of think that it would be a good thing to look at today. So as I said, if we look at ourselves on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being we're turned on, 0 being we might as well be dead, and 5 being more like neutrality, like you're into courage and into neutrality, we want to look at our energies, and then we want to turn them up. So if you were to look at your energy, or to say, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, how happy am I in my relationships? Okay. Do they fulfill me? Do they raise my frequency to a 10, or is it at a 2 or a 3? So we look at that. or then we go to our home and we go on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does my home support me? My office, my home, on a scale of 1 to 10. And that is a huge one, because we're talking about energetic frequency. And I was describing to you how Isabella came to my house that time and found that painting, which I didn't even know. It wasn't a painting. It was, anyway, it was destroyed right after that. But what I'm saying is we don't always know where we are, but we can feel it. So if you feel around, and very, very important on this energetic frequency of your home, because we want to be able to see where we are and where we stand. And so right now I'm going to ask you to look at your home, in fact, look at your bedroom, and ask on an energetic frequency of 1 to 10, how much does this room support me? How much does my bedroom support me on a scale of 1 to 10? Is it a 5 or is it 8? Is it a 0? Have I ignored it? Because that's the level of frequencies that you're giving out. So we walk through the whole home and until we can start to learn how to turn up that meter and shift our energy. And I will do that sometimes when I'm on stage. But the other day I was teaching a client how to clear your energy, clear the room. And I looked around my own office and I realized, oh my God, the frequency in this room has lowered. It wasn't a 10. And so I have gone around and cleared out the whole energy, got rid of a ton of stuff, moved heavy things out of there until I've gotten that frequency up. And it's at a 9 right now because I haven't yet hung up the art. So the art will go up next, and then I will be not only resaging, but doing house blessings. So the house blessings are designed to continue to raise the frequency. So we have a dial, and it's this, what I call the miracle mastery switch. And we can see where we are and turn that up. So when I leave my house, what I started to say before, I clear my field. Sometimes I will sage myself, especially if I was in a nasty mood. And yes, I will have nasty moods too until I work on myself. But I'll clear it. I'll put on my suit of love. I will literally breathe in, and the process I do for breathing in. We all have wings. They're called your scapula or wings. Okay, let's move this. And so if we just breathe in and we actually bring our scapula back, you are activating those wings. And so right now, feeling the presence of your angels walking in and floating in and being with you and literally helping you pull out every feather and clean it out. Each wing, clearing it out. Removing lifetimes of grime, lifetimes of shame. Shame from when we were shamed for what we knew, where they didn't want us to speak truth. Shamed because we had energies and powers. We knew about herbs and tinctures and healing. We knew about consciousness even then. We knew how to connect to spirit. We knew how to speak light language and truth, but directly from source. And we were able to directly heal the people. Each and every one of you listening to this had that ability to telepathically communicate with one another. We were very advanced beings until they began to shame us, until they began to cut off our heads or drown us or burn us at the stake or hang us. And so that cellular memory of being branded a witch or being branded a charlatan or being branded a heretic is with each of you. Because that's what happened all those other times where we brought out this wisdom and truth and knowledge. And that got recorded in your cell memories. And so this, we will not lose our heads. We will not be abandoned. We will not be shamed for that which we know. We will not be beheaded or burned at the stake. We will, though, have to cleanse the auric field of the memories of that trauma. And so we will now start to activate and awaken, because the first thing is to know that you had that trauma. Yes, we had all collectively that trauma. And so as we feel those angelic beings starting to clear our wings and clear that frequency, I can see oil, I can see gasoline, I could see little energetic barbs, like people criticizing you, and we are clearing that out of there so that your wings can properly emerge, so that you can remember you're one of the chosen ones and you chose to be here. You're part of the angelic tribes, the angel brigades, the masters that said, yes, I can do this. Yes, I will do this. And you came down here with your toolkit, you know, your little box of all those skills that will empower you to do what you came here to do this life. Like Rob says, this empowers him. This impassions him. This is what he lives for. You too have that which is in that toolkit, which empowers you, which is that which you live for, which will take you up to the 5th dimension and beyond, connect you to your guides. You are directly connected to Source. We do that by aligning our body, mind, and spirit, and then by connecting directly to Source, which I suppose when I'm saying it here is not understood, but Source, the power that created it all, the one conscious energy of which we're a part of, all of our thoughts are a part of. So we do this to clear off our frequency. I call it the spa rejuvenation, the angel rejuvenation center, so we can be re-inspired, reconnected, reawakened, rebooted. So as we're here, I want you to notice that what's happening as I'm speaking to you is that your angelic team is actually clearing your field. They are removing lifetimes of shame. They are removing the barbs that have so pierced your own heart. So dearest ones, trust and know that you were born for this. You are being made whole again. And those words made whole again come from letting go of that which no longer serves us, clearing our field, infusing ourselves, turning up that miracle mastery switch and infusing ourselves with love and starting to bring out our wings, the ones whose feathers we're clearing, and starting to, I love myself. I love everything about me. Mwah, 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 mwah. And I send that to you. Mwah, mwah, to feel within you is that energy of pure love and pure source and pure connection. So repeat after me. I was born for this. I was born for this. I know who I am. Alan Steinfeld asked me on a panel once, well, how do you cope with all this? And that's what I said. I know who I am. That's how I cope. I know who I am. And I want you to know who you are. Because when you know who you are, you can access that toolkit that has everything about you right in there. Or you can access what I call the soul awakening readings that I do, the sessions which I do to help you remember your skills, your best gifts, help you overcome the challenges and see the big picture. Because when you see the big picture and you know why you're here, you can't help but hear the sound of your wings. You can't help but hear your heart sing. You can't help but go in a room and beam because you know a secret that no one else knows. You know who you are. You know you're connected to Source, and you will know that which comes from you, that which you share, that which you give, that which you do, will be raised exponentially to a higher power, a higher degree. Whew. So, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, well, maybe it was over a month ago, I was at the Conscious Life Expo. And my guides were really clear with me. They said, when you go to this expo, Joan, you are to keep your wings lifted. In fact, you are to raise them so high that people will know who you are before you even open your mouth. They will want to know who you are. And they will come running to you and go, your energy precedes you. We know who you are. They'll ask me who you are because I touch them in a deep way. And at first I was very embarrassed by this growing up. Like, why would people single me out and want to come talk to me? I was an introvert, an extroverted kind of introvert. Why? And I thought it was a curse. Oh my God, I want to hide, and they'd come out. And even today, I still talk to myself. I remind myself I do this not for me. Because if it were for me, I would have stayed home even this weekend. But because Spirit says I need to walk through the room, I need to walk on this planet and shine my light now at the frequency of a 10, no matter what. So my job is to actually heal my heart, be in that angel spa rejuvenation center, so I can share that, being that high frequency consciousness, that I know that where I walk, energy is healed and people's hearts are lifted. So I ask you to search your heart now, to feel inside. And imagine right now with your roots down to the earth and a cord going up through your spine all the way up to the heavens. And I want to remind you that you are aligned properly when you balance those three things: your body, your mind, and your spirit. And you can always send your roots down to the center of the earth, your antenna up to the heavens, and walk in complete alignment, almost like those merry-go-rounds. You know, you see the horses attached. Think of that going through your body. And it allows you to rise up at any time when you want to rise above any situation. You have everything you need. So as we go up and down, almost on that Ferris wheel, on that merry-go-round rather, whatever they call that, merry-go-round, it connects you directly up to the heavens, allowing you to tap in and tune in and to keep your frequency high. So dearest ones, know that you are here for a reason. You may or may not know the exact reason, or you may or may not know what your skills are, but I invite you right now to look inside that toolkit. Close your eyes. Imagine it as a treasure chest, and it has your name on it. I can see Omar's, I see Rob's, I see my friend Joy and Victoria's, all the people I've been in touch with all of a sudden. And I see yours. I see yours. And that toolkit, that treasure kit, is lined with silk, lined with celestial fabrics, and it has inside of that a crystal. And in that crystal is a pulsing crystal, and it's beating up. And that crystal is saying, hold me, take me in my hand, in your hand. Take it in your right hand and place it close to your heart, even if it's just energetically, and place it on your heart until you feel that boom, 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 boom. Feel that drumbeat of your heart with that crystal in your hand, and feel that love coming from that crystal. And some of you might hear words, and some of you might hear a feeling, or some of you might have a picture, or some of you might even get a word. Yes, and I'm hearing words. It's like, you're speaking my truth as a gift. Like, what are these gifts that you have been given? Some of you have been given the gift of compassion, which is a true gift here, to be the goddess or god of compassion, to be able to spread compassion wherever you go. And some of you have been given the gift of kindness, or the gift of speaking truth, or the gift of generosity. Some of you have been given the gift of knowing. There's a word for it, clairsentience. He or she who knows because they know, because they know. Some of you have been given the gift of clairvoyance. And I have to laugh because I am not clairvoyant, even though I'm a visual artist. And even though I will be in a meditation and I will have visions and see things, but I don't always see things like my guides or my angels in a physical form. Rather, I sense them, or I know them, or I'll see a picture of something. But clairvoyant, I'm not. Intuitive, I am. Empathic, you may be. So start to write down all of those special gifts you have that distinguish you from everyone else, because you are completely different with your own unique vibration, your own unique tone, your own unique sound and your own unique mission. But why do I harp on mission? Now, if you go to my website, by the way, you can sign up, joanofangels.com, and you will get, you could sign up and get the free Soul Awakening book. It's a great little book to remind you of your soul purpose. And then there's a few other books you can get on your soul purpose, because that's number one. Your soul purpose can be many things too. So my soul purpose, and I'm going to share it with you, is to heal, inspire, and awaken many of you to know why you're here. That's exactly what I'm here to do. And how do I do it? I do it through my art. I do it through my coaching. I do it through my speaking. I do it through my show. I do it through my hugs. I do it every week on Miracle Monday, Monday night, 5 p.m. Pacific, where we actually do energy healing, and people will tell you that they can feel it. And I have everyone tap in on a scale of 1 to 10. Where are you tonight? And then we tap in at the end, and boy, oh boy, energy rises. I would say if you want to feel and see your energy rise, find your miracle allies. Rob, Omar, Neil, Sheila, me, all the speakers on here. Find those who, when you hear them, you know truth. You feel your home. Home, the voice of home. Some of you are some of the most amazing beings. We've been together for many lifetimes, and I want to remind you that the school, Humanity Unplugged, the Watchers Talk, Omar's group, Rob's group, my group, all of these are your soul family that you've been learning from, not just for centuries, but on the other side for thousands or eons of years. We agreed to come together during these times. We didn't agree to come during the best of times, guys. We came during the hardest of times and the most joyous of times, because the darkness that took over the earth called to us to come get it. Like, come on, give us your best shot. And you know what? The best of the best of the best, which is you, have arrived here on the planet to kick butt. Yep, I'm going to say kick butt. Spiritually kick butt. And we do that by raising your I talk so fast, my words come together. Raising your vibratory frequency, turning on that miracle mastery switch to that of a 10, so that you radiate to that frequency, so that when you go out in the world, all of those people who have contracted for you as their teacher, their spiritual guide, the one who will be waking them up, hello, hello, hello. People do walk by me here. But when you wake up, you'll be waking them up, because they have a contract with you to be woken. But they can't wake up till you've done it. That's your job. So what is your job now? Your job is to surround yourself with miracle allies so you could wake up, so that you can raise your vibratory frequency to that of a 10, so that you can be in your passion, sharing your best gifts, waking up those around you so high that none of those dark energies, whether you call it dark or the others or the controllers or the reptilians, I don't care what you call them, or the evil ones or Satan, whatever they invoke here, your frequency is so high that for miles around you, it is a 10 plus. You are a touch or a taste of heaven walking through the planet. And so it is, and so it will be. And acknowledge, I am here to do that which I came here to do. I know who I am. Now, even if you don't know exactly what you are here to do in this exact moment, know that you are here to just shine your light. I am here to be me. I am here to shine my light. I am here to uplift and inspire. I am here to awaken. I am here to empower. Find the words that work for you. Make an action board. It's like all the things you like to do, and then magnetize them 1,000-fold. That is how we inspire to aspire, and we do our work. And we come together knowing that we are uniquely set up to be that who we are. And you know, these soul awakening sessions, I have to explain them to you. We answer questions about your relationships, your home, your job, where to live, what car to drive, how to deal with your children, your boss, anything. Because all of this is working on our 3D level from a fifth dimensional and higher consciousness to help learn how to navigate both worlds. And I see our planet in a certain way. I see myself whenever I'm in a session with anyone, or even here, I'm sitting in the mountaintop. There is a cafe, it's called the Joan of Arc Cafe. And that's where I'm sitting, and I have my chai tea or my healing herbs, and I'm sitting there, and I invite different people or my clients in, or all of you in, and we can sit there, and we can look down upon that planet down there. And I see it as a road filled with those roundabouts. So there's a roundabout not far from where I live, and there's lots of them in England, these little traffic roundabouts. And I sit there with you, and we look at all your traffic roundabouts, those things that are having you stuck, so you're like a broken wheel, so that we see where they are, and we actually can free those roundabouts, free you, unpin you, so you can continue upward on your journey to each level. Because ascension is a personal journey. We may all ascend together. If that happens, it's because we're involved in schools and training together. So each show we do, or each class we take that raises our vibratory frequency, we are aligned even in the energies with each other. And so sometimes Spirit will take a whole platform up. And so I will say that with Humanity Unplugged, if we can see ourselves as being on this ship that is slowly beginning to rise, and day one is today, but by the end of this, we will have risen, and we will have risen. And I don't even mean it as a metaphor. I think I mean it literally. It is true. We will be rising our frequency together. And by the way, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Please check out my YouTube channel at Joan of Angels. I'm the only Joan of Angels, and like, subscribe, and share. We are growing. We are consciously growing that channel so that the light grows. And my website, joanofangels.com. Oh yeah, and I have a new Telegram channel. I use my Telegram channel to put in anything that upsets me. And then, I'd love to have people talk about it. And yes, it's my way of releasing all the stuff that usually circles around my head, or I try to send out to everyone. And I realized most people didn't want to hear it over and over again, so I put it in Telegram. So you can always check out and talk with me there, because I want to talk to you. I want to know what's in your heart and how we can help you, because the frequency of Earth is only as high as the highest frequency. So if we have many low riders, then they will hold the energy of the planet low. So we want to get in there and wake people up and shake them up, especially the brainwashed ones, of which we know that there's been massive brainwashing going on. So I don't know how much longer I have. I'm actually in my own space right now. I'm sitting at an Awake and Aware conference, feeling so much energy. Many, many people are here sharing how to, if you've taken those things, those JABs ever in your life and you want to detox, or if you've taken those pharmaceutical products and want to detox, everything you want is here. And I will have on my Joan of Angels shows in the next few weeks some of those people, because they mean a lot to me, and that is what I'm passionate about. I am passionate about teaching you how to heal your body from the inside out, heal your soul from the inside out, and get with your own program. Not my program, your program. And what is your program? Your program is the fact that you came down here to help assist in the darkest times upon the planet. And it is the darkest of times. And so you are being awakened. It's like having an alarm clock that's been going off in your head and going, awake, awake, awake. Now is your time. Now is your time. And I know that many of you are feeling that, because it is your time. And many people here are talking about, well, in 100 years, we'll look back. Yes, in 100 years, our great-great-grandchildren will look back and they'll say, ah, Omar, my great-great-great-great-granddaddy Omar was part of a great awakening. My grandmother, Joan of Angels, was one who helped teach people how to remember who you are. What are your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren are going to say? Are they going to say you were so frightened you hid under their couch? You know, you chose to go back asleep for another million years? Or are they going to say you heard the call? You heard the call and you rose up and you said, yes, I am. Yes, I am unplugged. I am unpinned. I am part of humanity. Hugh. I am part of the God-like man beings that are here to reawaken humanity and lift up. Maybe your job is just to be kind and loving. That, by the way, in this today's world is a huge job. Maybe your job is the one that fluffs the wings and you know, your beloved comes home and they're at work or they're in the military or they're doing a hard job and you give them a cup of tea and you say, I love you. That is a job here on planet Earth. It's a full job. Sometimes it's a full-time job. So we want to love you as the mothers, the fathers, the sisters, the brothers, the children, the nephews, the nieces, the awakened ones, the sisters and brothers of those who are not awake, who we are holding that frequency to awake. And awaken to what? Awaken to a higher dimensional frequency where humans are free to live their truth, free to share their best gifts, free to inspire, uplift, motivate, and do what they came here to do. The planet that I come from is such a high frequency that only the teachers, you know, it's so interesting. Now we're looking at who's teaching and running our schools. Some of those teachers you would never want to be in a room with, ever. And now we're looking around. The teachers on the planets we come from are the highest, the smartest, the wisest souls. Because honestly, my dear ones, who do you want teaching your children? You want the highest, the most enlightened, the most compassionate souls to teach your children, not just knowledge, but wisdom, compassion, and healing. All of the arts for which they no longer teach. And it's the same thing about our healers. You know, and I almost want to remove the word doctors and nurses because, you know, that MD degree or that nurse RN degree gives you a license to do what's in their system. And what's happening is the system is now running the show. I realized recently that there are very few independent MDs. They've been incorporated into the system, the hospital system. And since they're in the hospital system, they're not allowed to give you herbs. They're not even allowed to talk to you about food and nutrition. They can only give you the treatment protocol that they deem helpful, like I can't even pronounce it, but they give you the treatment protocols that are going to make you sick. Now, I have never said that publicly online before because it's taken me 43 years. It's going to be 43 years that I've been a chiropractor this year. And in those 43 years, it's taken me 41 years to understand that this is deliberate. So there's a deliberate dumbing down and a shutting down of your power, and they do it through those drugs. They do it through pharmaceutical drugs. They do it not just through the schools and the teaching, but they do it through the chemicals in the food. They do it through the chemicals in your house, everything you breathe practically. They do it through the toxins in the carpet and in your car and breathing the gasoline, which replaces when you're fueling up your car, the gas that has synthetic estrogen that replaces your own estrogen. So everything that comes from outside of us has been designed up there. I had it happen once, and then I refused to let them do it to me again because my pineal gland, my third eye, freaked out. I was in trauma for days. How did I know I was in trauma? I can feel it because I'm sensitive to it. So we ask to increase our sensitivity and awareness to the vibrational frequencies around us, but to clear them, because all of you intuitives and empaths, some of you can't even go into supermarkets or the malls. You know, they're too crazy. The world has been too crazy. So one of the beauties of the pandemic is that you got to sit in your own home and know your own energy and know where you begin and you end, and others begin and end, and feel more of what your own frequencies are like. So I ask you to start working on your own frequency and on your own toolkit and on your own mission, so that you can join me in the Angel Brigade. Well, that's what I'm running, as an Angel Brigade. We run around the earth, I think, 24/7 now, spreading celestial light beams around the planet. I do it unconsciously. Although once in a blue moon, I catch a glimpse of all of us up there. And the Angel Brigade just spreads that light frequency, and it's so strong that when we send those when we sprinkle the moon dust and the celestial dust, it can literally break through the 5G network that they've been putting around the earth, and that network of low frequency and evil energies. So by running our Angel Brigade 24/7 automatically, and having it automatically look, if they can be dropping chemtrails on us 24/7, we could be dropping miracle seeds 24/7. And it takes a lot of us to continue to drop those miracle seeds. But as we do that, we actually literally break through each of those levels that they have put there. And there's many networks that they have put up there: the satellite energies, the 5G energies, the evil energies. And we are penetrating through those, so that even right now, today, we can be penetrating all of those humans down there and raising their light. And so when I was in this vision the other day, and I was seeing a whole banquet, it felt like a banquet, a table with all of these divine beings. Jesus was there, Moses was there, Krishna was there, Buddha was there, you might have been there, okay? Joan of Arc was there, I was there. And we were looking down at a hole, much like we're on an ice pond and we cut a hole out. We were looking down there, and each of us was there to uplift humanity, and actually there to send from the heavenly realms all of these energies and this wisdom down to the humans down there who are suffering from that hot mess. Now, awakening, as I said, is a process. You are exactly where you need to be. I don't want you to just go, oh my God, what have I been doing? I've been asleep. No, you're exactly where you are supposed to be right now. And I want you to know that there are millions and, all right, billions of souls behind you, billions maybe next to you, and billions in front of you. Okay, millions. Maybe a few 100,000. Keep moving forward and upward. Keep trusting your process. Keep knowing that you were born for this, that you are here you were called to be here now. That is the most amazing thing of all. Spirit actually called you to be here during these times, during what they're going to call the great pandemic, the great awakening of planet Earth. And your great, 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 great grandkids are going to say, you know what? My great, 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 great mother, my great, 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 great father or sister or aunt was part of that, and what they set in motion right now, and what you guys are setting in motion, humanity unplugged, imagining now that this ship, this platform we are on, is actually lifting and rising as one, up and up and up. And the power of that, the power of us being that high frequency 10, spreading out into the universe, is astronomical. Now, I can't see much. I'm out here. I'm half inside, half outside. I'm in the shade. I can't see. I don't know if there's any questions. I will answer whatever it is you have to say. And so it is.
I'm back, Joan. So, Dr. Joan, that was intense when you were talking about this vision you had with all of the deities as we see them that are heads of their respected religions. If something came to my mind that they're all very similar, except for this cultural perspective, I guess, shall we say. There's certain nuances that make them kind of the same, but there is this transcendence of love and harmony between all of them, you know. And I think that that focus is where we need to focus when we look at that. But that also shows me that this is the congruence that we need to overcome a lot of this adversarial type of collective that we see. You're either part of this one or that one, and I think I might be.
Either personally or together. Oh, you know what? I can't hear you, Rob.
I'm sorry, I was fading
I
out real quick. My reception's been terrible today. We have a snowstorm here, and I guess every time the wind blows, I seem to fade out for a little while. But you know, just to finish what I was saying, it's like there's this tremendous, like you said, this adversarial type of conflict that's happening between sort of like an us and them mentality. And I think if we
right.
focus on the roots of all that, we can transcend that garbage, that BS, that the stuff that really doesn't matter, right? And I think that you facilitate that too. And what you saw was that congruency, that coming together of love and tradition and the honor each other and to help one another and be there for one another.
We can't, yes, we have to all come together now. And as I said, there can't really be like a chink in our armor. So it really is about us going through our self-healing and our self-learning and our coming together and collaborating and creating home, you know. Miracle allies are what we need now. So I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you too, Dr. Joan, and I appreciate what you're doing, and thank you. It's just, you know, when you speak, there's so many things that swirl around in my brain, and I'm trying to pick out pieces to question because I know I had a question at the time. But as you were speaking, I'm like, yes, that's it. But, you know, I think that we are definitely, the phone
We're
dropped?
fine.
You're okay,
It
good.
did. Now I'm holding it
Oh,
in my hand.
gotcha. So I really we appreciate your time. I know you're at that conference, and it's always fun to see, you know, these in-person conferences now that we're going to be getting back to eventually. And you still have the time to do the virtual conference too, which is pretty cool. You're actually doing the two essences of event right now. You're in person at an event and on the phone on an event. So that's pretty cool.
And I'm going to be doing it all week. I'm going to the Sedona Ascension Conference. I'm speaking next Friday with Alan Steinfeld, Laura Eisenhower, Celestine Starr, a whole bunch of wonderful people that everyone here knows. But then I want to remind everyone I'm on Neil's show April 18th on your intuition. And would, you know, so I just actually wanted to state that also. And don't forget to check out and love Joan of Angels if you don't mind. I need all the love I can get. Just helps, you know, it helps us all to lift up.
Of course. And if you haven't, we've been putting all of Dr. Joan of Angels information into the chat. So if you're in any of those chats, you can see her website, her YouTube, and definitely make sure you follow Dr. Joan's work. It was actually perfect timing because we're going about to be into the next segment, and you know, we appreciate your time today. It's always an honor and a privilege to talk to you, and I love talking to you. And you've got to come on my show. We have to set that up. I know we keep circling around each other doing stuff, and you know, we've got to get it done.
When this is complete, we'll do it.
Awesome.
I promise.
Awesome. I promise.
And so it is.
So it is. All right, Dr. Joan, thank you so much for being with us, and we'll talk to you in the next few days, I think. I think you're on again.
I love you all.
Love you too.
I'm going to pop on every day. Bye.
There you go. Bye, Doctor. All right. Back in action, everybody. There's my brother from another mother. What's up there?
So that was intense. That was intense, eh?
Yeah.
Oh my God, man. I was sitting here like this, holding my head, and I was just listening. I was like glued to the screen and watching the comments, and I was like, "Oh my God! Like, what's this upload I'm getting here?" And really not gonna be able to digest that until like tonight, right? Like,
yeah, it's gonna be later.
Wow, that was intense.
Because like when she was talking, I swear I was figuring out questions that I was going to ask once it was all done, and then she'd say something else, and I'd be like, "Oh shit, yeah, yeah," like. And then I'd be on to that question. And it was just, it's, You know, that's why I love talking to Dr. Joan. She's so great. She just
Oh
literally,
yeah.
her smile brightens up the whole event. It's amazing.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I met her. I was at the Portal to Ascension conference, and she came on, and she just had the biggest and the most beautiful smile, and I was like, oh my god, it made the whole room smile, and everybody was loving it, and I was like, oh wow, and then she started talking, and I just fell in love. I was like, wow, this woman's amazing, and then we connected. Yeah, she's just an amazing woman, and just love learning from her. What an
Top
amazing
notch.
conference it's been so far, eh, Rob?
Oh, dude, top notch. This has
Oh
been
my god.
wild. And you know what? I was so proud of Cyndal today because I know she was a little nervous coming on, but she did such a great job. And she really set this tone that was like, it's gritty, but it's right there, like right where it needs to be, where it's not too much. It's just enough gritty to really ferment what we're thinking and really cement what we're trying to solidify when we're out here doing these kind of types of conferences. So I mean, it,
It looks like Rob's having some issues with that snowstorm. Yeah, I was gonna say today's been very rustic. It's been from the soul, from the heart. All our speakers, it's just been amazing. It's just one moving sharing of an experience after the other, after the other. I've just really enjoyed all day long today, and the energy. Like saying, it's like very rustic. I don't think I've experienced anything like this before on Watchers Talk, where it's more like testimonies that are coming out on the beginning of this conference, and people are sharing their heart out and exposing themselves to the world and becoming, putting themselves at a really vulnerable place, but we're family, and we got their back, and they know that, we have this safe space where they can share this, and I saw so many tears from our speakers today. It's moved me a number of times today. Every time it's been beautiful.
we never have tears like that at a
No.
conference. It's never like that. But that's what I was saying before, is this grittiness to it that's just so unabashedly truthful, that it's in your face truth. It's
Mhm.
truth by experience, not truth by extension of research, which in turn is just as important as the research sometimes, right? Because it really cements home how people transition through these specific journeys in their lives and how they mature and find their place within that awareness or that consciousness, and really break out of that construct that is the societal norms. Really, I mean, it's really how we do it. And if you look at each one of us, we're all individuals, we're all different, but we all probably go against the grain a little bit more than most, right? The whole collective, because that's how we find each other, is by pushing back at those idiosyncrasies that the objectivity of what society keeps telling us to do, right? And we kind of push back against it, and that's how we kind of barrel into each other, and then we start becoming that collective, which is, and the thing is that a lot of these speakers that we're having at this conference are brand new.
Mhm.
Brand new. So we're also not only grabbing the knowledge that we know, we're transforming that shift into the future with that knowledge of these new people. It's intentional,
Mhm.
and it's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, it totally is. And Mark made a comment up earlier on Full Spectrum Universe. Let me bring it up. He said spring equinox is coming, and a great harmony time to do this work. And yeah, absolutely, Mark. This is why we started today on March the 12th, and we're going to see through it to March the 22nd. Is really when we're going to do the conclusion, and we want to collect all this energy from today and right through the equinox day and into the 22nd. And that day, we'll do a mass meditation around the world, and we'll release that energy into our beautiful earth, and hope that that energy will find other people out there that will harness that energy and begin to change their perception and their point of view, and really falling in love, right? That's how we need to be, with that unconditional love. Just be in love with life, be in love with humanity, because that's the timeline that we're trying to create. Right? We've had enough of this, like last 10,000 years of war and division and dirty politics, all that. We're done with that. We're system is broken, can't be fixed, so we have to create our own system. We have to create our own way of life, and this is just the beginning. And our children, indigo children, star children, that we're going to be talking about in this conference that are coming in, are really going to take over from us, because we're just juniors. They're going to be the pros, and and once they grab the what's the old saying, bull by the horn, right?
Yeah,
and
pull it up by the bootstraps.
yeah, the world is truly going to change, and it's so exciting to be a part of this early ascension into this timeline and laying down the groundwork. And not only us on the screen and people that are speaking, but everyone that's watching, right? And everyone that's going to watch. And it's a global movement, and I'm very, very happy that this is happening.
It's wild, because when you said about this whole conference and balling up this energy, I had this visualization, like everybody was putting up their hands and lending their energy that was going into the atmosphere and creating this big sun, right? And that big sun would wash over the earth, and it would send energy into people's chests, and their minds would follow that energy. When their minds follow that energy into the internal, it would be like Neo from the Matrix, and just
well, boy, the storm's got to be pretty bad in on the East Coast. So it looks like Rob's frozen, so we'll allow that to catch up. And next, I'm going to bring on our friends from Australia, because the world down below is waking up, and I got them as soon as they woke up.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. And just to finish what I was saying, that their mind follows that energy, it goes inside of them, and then that plug, like in the Matrix, goes boop right at the back of their head, and now they're like free to roam the earth as it should be. And that's what I see when you were saying that. I'm probably going to get cut off again because of the stupid snowstorm outside, that the wind blows and my internet goes straight to 0 bars. So, yeah, well, that's pretty much it.
It's okay, brother. I got your back. I was just saying, it must be a terrible storm out there.
It's not bad. It was like not even an inch.
Yeah.
But the wind is blowing, and when the wind blows with the sleet and the kind of like the hail and the snow, it just messes the wires up, and now the wires are just fluttering in the wind, and there it goes. Like, there goes your internet real quick, and then comes back, and sometimes you're there, sometimes you're not, and it's just really shitty. It's really shitty.
I hear
trying
you.
to be professional about it.
Yeah, I went to a football game once, Rob, of CFL, Canadian Football League, in Edmonton, and the team's called the Edmonton Eskimos. And the temperature that day, it was a nice Sunday afternoon, and the temperature was +1, right? And then by the time we got to Commonwealth Stadium and sat down for the game and ended the first quarter, the wind picked up so much that it was a wind chill of -28, -30.
Oh, what
right?
a beautiful day.
Yeah, I booked it. I was like, I'm out of here. I left my buddies there. I was like, I'm not dealing with this. This game isn't that great.
No, yeah. You were sunbathing at that Eskimo weather. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
man, it was
crazy. You might as well be out there hunting for seal and building an igloo at that point. Like, you're going to stay out there, because if you stay out there too long, it is over. Like, you are dead. You better build shelter and find something to eat, because you're staying out there. It's a wrap. Like, that's it, man. Like, that sucks.
I gotta add something. Something interesting happened, and while Dr. Joan was talking. And that interesting thing is that we suddenly came under attack by pornsters, right? I'm not really quite sure what channel it was on, but it was like one guy, I don't know if it was a guy or whatever it was like 5 in a row, right? And I was like, smack, 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 took down those 5. and then a couple of minutes later, another two.
Yep.
Right. And to me, I interpreted that as like when Dr. Joan was like giving us this illumination and this light message, this darkness tried to come in and try to invade our sacred space that we've created. And so I thought that was really interesting how that took place.
It goes to show you how crafty the adversary really is.
Mhm.
And they know when the high points are coming, and just like us, they just feel it in a different way, and they see when they feel it that it either goes towards they want to harness that perspective for negative, but they
Mhm.
can't. And when they step into our Thunderdomes, we've got the bot smacking gets down real good. Like we
Oh
get
yeah.
down to it real fast. We're like hawks
Yeah, I got
on
our
the
lightsabers
channels.
out, man.
That's it. Well, we're literally in the chats to make sure that people aren't subjected to that garbage.
Yeah, every single comment is being moderated on all 6 channels. So there's nothing coming through. Anyways, let's bring our brothers and fathers from another mother. The reason why I say that is, I love this guy right here, Evan Strong. And
His hair is still better than mine. I mean,
yes.
I tried and tried. This guy's hair is fucking amazing. I can't.
You just like I always like to say is think about what you can achieve in the time that I'm fixing my hair up. Like there's so much surplus time that I do this that you're probably changing the world or making the world a better place.
I'm doing it too. It's just a different. It just doesn't look as good, right? It's just a difference. No, but
It's too funny.
awesome. No, his hair is literally always on point. Like there is not one strand of his hair that is off right now. It is totally on point. I admire that. That is amazing. Meticulous to a detail. That's what that is.
It's part of my branding now, I guess.
You know what you got to do? You got to make a logo with just the hairdo, like no face on it, just the hair. I don't know what's your logo. That's perfect.
And
go ahead, Evan.
Oh, I was just saying I should get pomade companies to sponsor me.
Hey, that's a great idea, right? Why not?
True.
You can say, just have a product sitting like right there on your bookshelf for a couple of minutes. Yeah.
For those really tough jams, I use.
Yeah.
Love it.
So for those people that are not familiar with Stephen and Evan Strong, I was saying it's like another brother and a father from another mother, is because I really look up to these guys. Evan's like a brother, and Stephen, I look up to him like a father because his he's very smart. I just love the guy. And I came across these guys like 7-8 years ago, something like that, on Facebook. And my second show ever was with Stephen and Evan Strong, and it can never be watched again because after we were done doing our show, the video just kept processing and processing and processing, and it just never came to be, and that talk kind of just disappeared. But what attracted me to these guys was my deprogramming, and that was they had a lot to do with it, because up until that time I was fooled by the narrative of the mainstream that I am a monkey and that I evolved out of Africa, and then I went all over the world spreading my seed, right? And that was my thought up until then. But when I came across Stephen and Evan, they showed me something different, and they gave evidence behind it. And I can't say Out of Africa has done that too much for me, but these guys produced the DNA evidence. But anyways, out of Australia. Now,
and you did it for me too. You showed me that, and now I have adopted that as well because of the evidence-based factuality behind what we're talking about and seeing what they've done. It has changed the way that I look at history completely.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I go into, let's say, a clubhouse room or in some sort of episode, I tell people we came from Australia.
Yeah.
That's it, like hands down. And I tell them about Stephen and Evan Strong's work, and I tell them, go look at my YouTube channel. They're there. Go look at their YouTube channel. You'll see it. It's all there for you to digest. So I've done the same exact thing, Omar. I'm sorry to me to cut you off, but I had to throw that in there.
Yeah, all good, man. I wasn't aware of it, and it really, really deprogrammed me and woke me up. And now when people say we came out of Africa, I say prove it, and then they try to give me some evidence, and then I give them Stephen and Evan Strong. I'll be like, here, listen to this episode, and then you come back to me, and we'll talk about it. And usually they never come back and talk to me about it because they just got debunked, right? And they don't want to, face it. But anyways, that was my awakening. And then over the years, these guys are just extremely diverse, talking about a lot of different things: Gnosticism, aliens, archaeology, anthropology. It's just it's amazing. Experts in their own right. These guys should have like 3-4 PhDs each. They're the most hated, villainized people in Australia. The government has threatened to put them in prison because of the evidence that they're showing and sharing with people, and they're going to share throughout this conference. They've been attacked, death threats, just like all kinds of things. And when that kind of stuff is happening to you and you're sharing information, there's some truth to that because something is trying to suppress you, right? So with that being said, I don't want to take too much time. Evan, I'm going to give it to you and Steve, and give us a download. And only not just that, I also want to let you guys know that our alien ancestry and forgotten origin has been a pivotal part in putting this event together. A lot of the speakers that are coming out of Australia and other parts of the world as well have been organized by Stephen and Evan Strong. So one of the organizers, as you guys remember, I played the video this morning. A little bit choppy on my end, but here's the real thing. So off you go, Evan. I'll jump in, about 10 minutes before I got to bring my next guest on. Coolies, brother. Thank you very much.
Sounds great. Well, really happy to be here today and to be a part of this conference. Like, it's history in the making. So many speakers over so many days. It's a privilege to be part of this. So, talking about what we were talking about just there, there's a quote by Sir Arthur Keefe, and he said, 80 years ago, medicine was divided amongst 3 orders of specialists: physicians, surgeons, and midwives. Now there are more than 50 distinct special branches for the treatment of human ailments. It is this aspect of life, its ever-growing specializations, which frightens me. Applying this law to the New York Times, I tremble when I think what its readers will find on their doorstep every Sunday morning. So Sir Arthur wrote that back in the 30s, 1931. So that kind of quote's always fascinated me because we're going back nearly 100 years now. And if anything, we're much more specialized than we were before. So what is lacking is a broad vision. So I guess that's where me and Steve kind of pop in to an extent. As Omar and Robert mentioned, we draw upon diverse disciplines from all over the world. And so that's kind of what we try to do, because I think in a way the system we have now when it comes to looking at knowledge and wisdom and stuff like that is really fragmented and specialized, which isn't a bad thing. But what I mean is that if there's no broad vision bringing the disciplines together, looking at like an oversight, you then miss things. You see what we see, especially in archaeology. There'll be a new discovery. It's talked about for about 5 seconds and then disappears. And then years and years and years later, someone will find the same thing. There's no kind of connection between one find to another. And if this is found in Australia, what does that mean for the rest of the world? Like an example being some of the hominids that were discovered here, or one of the artifacts that we had kind of analyzed in a lab, and 23% of it was not on the periodic table. Now, the scientists that worked on that go, that one thing changes everything, but yet they're amazed that no one has kind of run with it. No mainstream media or someone's wanted to do papers on it because it doesn't fit in, so it's ignored. So yeah, that's kind of where we fit in. But yeah, so it's, I mean, it has ramifications. If we acknowledge that other civilizations visited Australia, then it throws into the legality of where we are now. So I can see where people don't want to talk about that. But yeah, I might get a little bit personal about my past and how I've ended up with a little bit of a broader vision. I guess in that sense, I've been lucky because where I grew up, unbeknownst at the time, was on top. We just moved into this house. It was in this, beautiful valley in the hinterland of Nimbin and Byron Bay, and mum and dad bought this farm, and that's where I grew up, and it sounds wonderful. But what that particular spot is we kind of have a veil between the worlds, right? So you've got this 3D world of everything that we can see and touch, but obviously there are other dimensions and worlds. And what this particular place was, that veil between those worlds was really thin, like one of the thinnest I've ever seen. And I do feel that collectively happening at the moment. The veil is thinning, but it always stuck with me that you could be completely unconnected to any form of spirituality or the paranormal or the metaphysical, and you'd be there and you'd have an experience, whether you wanted one or not. It'd just come at you. Removalists that were moving in were kind of they got stuck because of the rain, and then we arrived the next morning and they said, yeah, thank God you're here. All we could hear was this weird chanting. We went outside and there was no one there, and we could hear clapping and all of that there was no one there. So that's how that started. But we spent a couple of years in that valley, and all of my earliest childhood memories are of things that would be considered paranormal, metaphysical, things like that. So, like I'd get up in the middle of the night and look out the window and see figures, traditional garb, look like original people picking guavas and fruit from our orchard. And I remember just waving at them, and that was normal. It was only when I got older and I went, actually, what was going on there? Because that they probably, that's actually not a normal thing to see, just in your backyard. So I had memories like that. Another one, a particular one that happened to me a lot, and I still can't quite work out what that was I would wake up in the middle of the night and there'd be this colourful orb, and it would show me things. It would come out for the wardrobe, always for the wardrobe. Wardrobes are special for some reason. I guess it's not just the Lion, the Witch, and the wardrobe. It was like a portal. So this thing would then show me all sorts of things. When I was that age of 4, 5, 6, something like that, I just figured it was the television. The television was showing me a movie or showing me information. And as I grew a bit older, I kind of realized, well, that's not a normal thing either. And at the time, I couldn't move. All I could do was just watch. And watch and watch and watch. And in retrospect, it was probably sending me information or something. But so there's some of my earliest memories of that place. I guess that then inspired Steve to get involved with archaeology and the original culture and stuff like that. But yeah, he's always had a bit of a glimpse into that metaphysical world as well. I guess genetically it passed to me as well. And yeah, it's kind of followed me throughout my life. But that particular spot I've only been able to get back to once or twice. But I worked out later when I was doing anthropology at university, I was talking to my professor, happened to be an original elder as well, and I told him some of these stories, and he just looked at me like, oh yeah, that valley. Like, yeah, I know about that place. To the point where one of the last fully initiated elders of our area, Auntie Millie, kind of laughed at the fact that there were women living in that valley, because that was actually a sacred site for men of high degree. So when they got their higher initiations and whatnot, and there's our house amongst all the others just there. So I guess that kind of, in a way, initiated our lifelong kind of work, which is talking about all of this culture and mixing the science with the spiritual and the metaphysical, and then kind of correcting that lack of broad vision to an extent, because it's interesting living in several different worlds at once, the world of science and genetics, but then also having contact with the metaphysical and having these sacred rocks that have a consciousness and a power and personality, and as do the rings from Atlantis and Lemuria that we have as well. So it does definitely correct that lack of broad vision, and really that's where I think we can find our truth from, looking at all the different avenues of information. But yeah, I mean, I guess I've been lucky, but to have some of those experiences, and I guess once that set me off, to the point where I'd just be out in the garden playing. At the time, what I thought were other people, and they were talking to me. I was hearing voices in my head, and it was only when I was a teenager I was hearing about, mental health stuff, and I'm like, voices in my head. Maybe I'm crazy. Didn't even occur to me, really. But funny enough, looking back on that, the way that they were talking to me wasn't actually in English, but somehow I understood it. So don't know about that one. But at the time, I seemed to be interacting with them. Yeah, so it's definitely a different way of looking into research when you've got that going on in the background too. But it has followed me throughout my life. So years and years and years ago, I was driving a friend home from a mate's place, and it was raining, and dropped her home and then went across the causeway. And of course, that you've got to keep that wave in front of the car. Otherwise, it washes into the engine bay and then you've got issues. So, of course, that happened to me. It's 2 a.m, car stopped. I managed to get it out of the causeway just as it spluttered. And then I'm like, and now my car won't start. What do I do? What am I going to do? Well, it's 2 minutes drive to my mate's place that I came from. I'll just go back there, but obviously I can't run. I mean, I'm going to have to run because I can't drive. So I thought, well, I'll go for a midnight run and see how that goes. And, it started off all right, and I'm running along, it's 2:30 in the morning, and I start to hear something. And I'm like, this is interesting. Okay, well, it's probably just an animal or something like that in the bush. So I went, well, I'll just keep running. And then it got louder and louder. And then I could hear like muttering. And I'm like, okay, well, I don't, maybe it's several animals. And then I'm like, And then it got louder and louder and louder. And it was like crashing and sticks breaking. And I went, okay, so it's definitely something going down. And then I look over and I see these little translucent, almost people running along the road next to me, kind of. And then I'm like, okay, I'm now a little bit like, I'll run faster. And the faster I ran, the more they started throwing sticks at me and snapping things, and I keep them laughing at me. So cheeky little bastards. And it got to the point where they were actually chasing me, and they were having a royal good time. I was not, because I was being chased by, a gang of little people. And then I finally got to my friend's place. I come bursting into the door, collapsing on the ground, heaving. And apparently I said something like, there are little people chasing me. And then one of my friends got up, pointed at me and went, I told you they're here. I told you. You wouldn't listen to me. He had seen them about 2 weeks before in the bush. So as it turns out, they often call them little airy men, and they're not bad or anything like that, but they are cheeky and they like playing tricks on people and scaring them for fun and stuff like that. So that's what had gone down there. And it was interesting that I had another friend independently have an experience with them at that recent time. So so I guess, when you've got little people chasing you, it's really hard to not address the metaphysical and the spiritual aspect to life. So I guess I've been that's one of many experiences, but the other significant one happened to me. I was probably later teenagehoodness, not that that's a word, but I was just kind of having, normal night, went to sleep, woke up in kind of a dream astral state, and kind of went, oh, okay, well, this is interesting. And then these figures went, don't turn around, don't look. And I'm like, okay, screw it, I'm going to have a look. The compulsion to look, it was like a reaction of, I'm going to turn around and look. I should have listened to them, but it was like almost like an automatic reaction. And the moment I heard that, there was like a clap of thunder, and then I could see this mass of forms and shapes, and some are animals, some are human, some I have no idea, but it was like a translucent watery fluid mass. And then I kind of had the sensation of falling, woke up and kind of went, oh, okay, that's definitely experience. And then the next night, back in this very similar place, and then the same figures would gather around me, and I had that feeling of falling again, but then that connection that you still hold with your body seemed to had been severed. It's like that was my near-death experience. I actually had died for, a few moments. And then while that was happening, my poor mother must have been up using the bathroom, and then looked inside my room because there was this blinding white light coming out of it. And and she kind of went to turn the light switch on and off, and it didn't work. And then I was like, well, I was still asleep for that point, or in that state. And she was just like, I'm tapping out of this one. There's a blinding white light coming out of his room, and it's not the light switch. So definitely something very interesting. And then the next, when I kind of came out of that experience, I could hear footsteps in the hallway running, and it was loud enough to wake everybody up, to the point where everyone's just staring at what looked like vacant space in the hallway as we could hear footsteps running up and down. And then I battled through the health, sarcastically, benefits of dying, and my kind of metaphysical impact of looking at what was a shapeshifter. Once again, talked to a few of my elders and anthropology lecturers, and they kind of confirmed that was what the Australian original version would be of a skinwalker that you would have over in North America. And I saw it more in the astral form of those different forms within it that it could change into. And in traditional society, you would, if you were to look at that being, you would probably be killed. So in that sense, I was lucky that I didn't permanently die, just briefly. So yet another experience that I've had. So amongst all of that, definitely had a few with, aliens and UFOs and all of that as well. It seems to me that once that kind of door is opened, you are then, it's like it's permanently opened almost. Sometimes too much. Like when I was at uni, I'd just be walking and I'd just drop things because I'd feel something rush into me and back out. And it was like someone, that saying, someone's walked over your grave. It was that. And my long-suffering acupuncturist was able to kind of seal that meridian point that the Chinese describe as the Valley of Winds and Ghosts. And that was wide open for me. So, it started getting in the way of stuff. Like you'd be driving and feel that and you'd almost crash into a tree. And I'm like, for my own safety, trying to live in the physical world, it's best that might be not open all the time. But the thing I'd like to say about all of that is that, look, I'm not, special really, but I've managed to have some of those experiences. So for me, it's where we are in the world at the moment is, kind of a bit disappointing. But that's why we're doing this, see? And if I can have some of those experiences, we all can, and we just have to be open to it. Yes, there are some places where it's in your face, and whether you want it or not, like where I grew up, it's there. But I guess I've been not even lucky, because I think a lot of us have those experiences. And unfortunately, we've been trained to think that that's our imagination and that we've made it up, or we're just, not properly in this world. But that's the thing that drew me to psychology. It was actually parapsychology, trying to scientifically prove some of this metaphysical experiences that we've all had. So I mean, it's been an experience to the point where I painted my experiences when I was abducted by the grey aliens, and accidentally, anyone that slept near that painting would see those grey figures come out of the painting at them. So I ended up having to burn the painting. So obviously I've made a few mistakes along the way. That wasn't my intention. See, what I think, this is where we get back to Gnosticism, that we all have a dual nature. So we've got, that nature to kind of be kind of a bit stuck in the 3D world and, follow what the powers that be, MSM, whatever you want to call it, tell us what to do. And then we have another part of us that is higher, a divine spark. And that's why I've always liked the Gnostic stories, because they talk about, we've been given a divine spark by Sophia, which is the feminine aspect of the higher God. We even have the potential of being higher and more holy than the gods that created us. So we have that nature. And that's when you look at the pill that Neo swallowed in the Matrix. And then we can see what's going on clearer. And we're all in that process right now. and which is exciting, really. And I'm glad to be part of that process. And I'm glad that we do have that dual nature. And here's Steve. Hello. I've just been talking about all sorts of things.
Have you just been...
We're live.
Oh, okay. I heard about that. Someone didn't turn up and you've been filling in.
Yeah, so I've just been talking about how my experiences of growing up at Bishop's Creek and how that metaphysical aspect of the world's kind of followed us around. And that's why we have a bit of a broader vision when it comes to history and archaeology, because we have a window into that world as well. So,
Do you know, someone wrote me today and said to me, why isn't Evan doesn't ever get a chance to speak?
Well, I just did.
That'll shut that person up, won't it? Okay.
The talker.
And how much
Welcome,
longer?
Stephen.
G'day.
Thank
mate.
you. Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate it.
Well, I just came off a game of tennis, so I'm not even showered. But how much time have you got left?
Wait, let me do this.
Oh, fair income. I come in here to save you, and you go and spray things on me. How much time have you got?
I know how much time do we have left.
We've got 3:52, I would say, about 10 minutes. About
So
10
you-
minutes, and
I didn't know that time ceased to exist when I was talking.
yeah, you were
so-
going. You were going pretty good. We're doing a stretch at 4:10, so it's 3:52 now, right? So 18 minutes. So 18 minutes. Yeah.
All right. We'll have
Sorry,
it.
my
We
math was a
brought
little
something down. I wasn't going to talk about in our other presentation, so we might do that for 20 minutes. Eh?
Yeah. Well, I touched upon Gnosticism and the metaphysical, so we're not
All right. We won't do that anymore. We'll do something more pragmatic.
Well, here's the science part.
Okay, here comes the science part. Look, I just grabbed some stuff down. It was quite impromptu, obviously, but I thought what we might do. God, I look like I've just been playing tennis, mate. Fair income. I've even got my bad shirt on. My wife's going to kill me. I thought we might talk about two skulls that were found in Australia in the time we've got left over. And I'm going to go about this back to front because one of them I've probably spoken about a few times, and most of the people listening might have heard about the no forehead skull. But I'm going to do this the other way around. I'm going to hold up the second skull that was found in Australia, which is this one here. I'm going to hold it sideways like that. And you'll see a couple of things on it that are quite interesting. First of all, can you see the red ochre? That's actually the red ochre that came off the initial skull, and I'm going to hold it now this way. Right now, just to give you a bit of a look, that's as much as we've got, and we've got about 32 bones from that particular piece of work. But what's really fascinating are about three things. Number one, if I hold it like that, you'll see it's incredibly thick. In fact, outside WLH50, this is the thickest skull that's been found in Australia. But more importantly than that, what I find particularly interesting, when I hold the skull shape up, you'll find that one side's sticking out like that. This has an amazingly large cranium, far larger than Homo sapiens sapiens, and it was found in Australia. Now, there's a couple of things I want to sort of focus on because we don't do this skull much, do we?
No, well, we're kind of hamstringed
Yeah.
by the
other
government and powers that be.
Well, yeah, I mean, there is that. I mean, the government want to put us in jail and all sort of crap. We won't worry about that for now. What I find interesting is this particular skull was found very close to the no forehead skull, which I'll now hold up now. And this is the being that doesn't have a forehead. And I've spoken about that quite a few times, but we'll get back to it. That was found. What I find interesting about that is the first time we found a no forehead skull, there was a robust skull buried alongside it. This time we found another of those no forehead skulls. We found a different type of robust being, not the same one. Now, what's interesting about this particular piece of work is that I didn't bring it down with me because I just grabbed a few skulls. If I was to take a Homo sapiens skull and place it, I could sit it inside the skull of this one. Now, we thought this was a Denisovan, didn't we?
We did, because there is a Denisovan connection to Australia. And we thought finally we found one here. But no, we were wrong.
No, it
Something
wasn't.
else?
No, the people who put this skull together, and I've got to make the point that one of them is the person that worked for the Australian Museum, putting skulls together and working with skulls, and the other is the person who does the faces for
Alien and Predator, those
Yeah.
films.
So they're both not people off the street. And what they both said was, we thought it was Denisovan, but they've told us it's an archaic Homo sapien. Now, this is where it gets interesting. If it is an archaic Homo sapien, according to the experts, not us, what I find fascinating is, number one, the brain of the archaic Homo sapien is far larger than the brain of the modern Homo sapiens sapien. Now, that's an interesting story in itself, because we were told that Homo sapiens sapiens is the pinnacle of hominid development and the brightest. Well, that's not true. We knew that because of the fact Denisovans and Neanderthals, and of course the dragon man that was found.
Yep.
And there's another hominid, Homo heidelbergensis.
Isn't there one without a chin now too?
Yeah, the chinless hominin. I don't know if its brain is bigger. I think it's about the same size as the sapien. What we found is, if you put together the no forehead skull, you put in Neanderthal, you put in dragon man, you put in Denisovans, you put them together, and heidelbergensis, what it means is, of the 17 hominids found on this planet, our skull size rates as number 6. That's not 6 from the top and not 6 from the bottom. We're not that far behind, are we? But then I want to make a point that how much of that brain we used and how much of the brain that those before us used is an important point, because we use 15% of our brain. What if this being used a lot more of its brain? What I'm finding interesting.
Didn't the Hobbit use more of its brain?
Yes, it did actually. It had a very an enlarged frontal lobe.
Yep.
And it's got a brain the same size as a chimpanzee, but had a culture and language and made tools. Yet it's only about 500 cc brain. In fact, it's about the same size as a Lucy, if not a bit smaller. So what I'm finding around the world today, and what we're finding, is this story we have of 25 years ago, Neanderthals and Homo sapiens, and now 25 years after, 17 different skulls that have been found. And it's worth bearing in mind, a gentleman by the name of Chris Stringer, who would be one of the top archaeologists in the world, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He made the statement, and he put it out quite recently, the greatest hoax in archaeology today is not the Piltdown Man, but the out of Africa theory. Now, he's considered one of the best in the world. He said the proof for it is non-existent.
Yeah, they still hang on to it.
And the proof to say that it is wrong is massive. Yet they still hang on to it everywhere around the world, because it's a beautiful, lovely story about how everything reaches up to us and we are the pinnacle of everything. What we're finding is, and I'm just referring to this particular skull at the moment, so I want you to think a little bit more about this particular skull, because what happened was the original one has got the ochre on the inside and the ochre on the outside, which means what happened was when this person died, they waited until the brain and all the flesh had rotted, then dug it out again, and then coated it in red ochre, which is a sacred color, which means this being was revered, not as a blithering idiot, but as someone of higher repute to go to that much trouble. And by the way, every bone, that includes finger bones, rib bones, was coated in ochre all over. Never found this before anywhere else. So what that tells me is this particular being, it was revered and honored within its tribe. So it wasn't a mutation. Its thickness is around 16 mils. Ours is around 5. The no forehead skull, the one we've got here that was found alongside it, if you look at its size, and this one here is around 5 again. And this is 3 times thicker and has a bigger brain than ours today. But we would call it primitive, wouldn't we?
Yeah. So what you're looking at here is several types of scientific bias. You're looking at continued influence effect, which is this predisposition to believe that of earlier learned information, even when it is proved wrong. You're looking at cognitive biases, like they run around going, the scientific method is paramount, yet they're committing all the scientific blunders by holding on to out of Africa.
Which is what Stringer said. So what we're just showing you now, just very briefly in the 20 odd minutes we've got, is why science has now ran itself into a dead end. Now, he actually said this is a bigger travesty of justice and science than even the Piltdown Man, which was a fake. And the reason he's saying this, he said, because of what has happened is so many papers, including a lot of ours, have been ignored straight away because it didn't fit into a lie. It's not true. The one thing that we now know for sure is humans did not evolve solely out of Africa. They evolved from other places. It's called the regional theory. Now, whether we're right in saying it began in Australia, well, that's not proven. But what is proven now is it did not focus and begin solely in Africa. So that means now that all theories on where we come from are now back into play.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's remains in Europe now too.
There are,
Bulgaria,
yeah.
That's worth considering as well.
Yeah, they've got remains of hominins now that are nearly 10 million years old, and they're not found in Africa. They're found in Siberia.
And if we were in China, they would have a China first theory as well.
They would. They would.
Same in India, because they've got their Vedic histories that go back so far. So we're just looking at one.
We're looking at a theory that somebody came up with 30 years ago, when, at the very beginning of genetics, when it was very crude, that then become the only theory that would be accepted from that point on. But as genetics has improved, we started off when that theory started with but two hominins, sapiens and Neanderthal. Now, 25 years later, up to 17. And we're trying to work out who came first. Well, what a joke. Because the oldest hominins found of our, say, so-called modern group are both Denisovans and Neanderthals found in Europe, wasn't it? I think 750,000 years ago. And of course, in the bloody in the curriculum today, you'll still find they tell you, oh, Homo sapiens came into existence 250,000 years. Well, that's wrong by a factor of 3. Everything is wrong. And what throws, of course, what I'm talking about here is I believe this is a terrestrial being. What you will find fascinating with this particular one is when I hold it up in the back there, you know what's missing? What's missing, Evan? Tell the ladies and gentlemen.
It's missing its sutures.
Sutures.
Yep.
Where's the suture in the back? Where's the sutures in the side? When I hold this one up, the flat-headed being, what don't we have in the back? We don't have sutures again. We have a crack running on the side there, which is where two pieces of bone were joined together, but that is not a suture. And the sutures run in a crack sort of formation. They don't run straight like that. What we're finding as we look around there in Australia is we're finding beings with sutures buried next to beings without sutures. Now, theoretically, all hominins, ladies and gentlemen, have sutures. That's what determines us and makes us slightly different.
Oh, here's a quote from Chris Stringer. Now I don't think it was that simple, either within or outside Africa. So.
Oh, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. But I've come around to thinking that it wasn't a simple origin. 20 years ago, I would have argued that our species evolved in one place, maybe in East Africa or South Africa. Now I don't think it's that simple, either within or outside Africa. What that means very simply, ladies and gentlemen, is the whole world really doesn't know about our evolution anymore. The date is wrong, the place is wrong, the players are wrong. And what I want to throw into that is, of course, when you throw in this particular piece of work here, the one where 95% of the brain placement is below the eyes, where it runs right down to here and makes for a completely different neck and makes for a completely different body, where the eyes are 48% larger than a sapien. I do not believe that being is even from this planet. So, Evan, when you've been talking about scientific bias, I think all science is hindered by two issues that relate to humans. And until they deal with these two human issues, what they come up with is not valid in the slightest. And the first issue is number one. Most importantly, we are finding, and we found 4 of these no-forehead skulls that don't have sutures, that have so many different things that make them non-human, it isn't funny. Well, that's one part of the equation. That's an important part of the equation, that our genetics has, if it was 2 monkeys, let's be honest, if it was 2 monkeys that made all of the sapiens, made all of the Neanderthal and the Denisovans, if that was the case, and all monkeys don't have sutures, and all monkeys have what's called a sagittal keel, so their brain will never get larger, how can a non-sutured mummy and a non-sutured daddy make beings that have sutures?
Doesn't make sense. And they can't evolve any further than
No.
they are.
No.
They are the way that they
And
are.
they will always be like that, because they will not decide one day that E equals MC squared that Einstein gave works on the macro level, but not the micro level. They will not make that discovery, will they? They'll discover many other things, but they won't work that out because they can't. Their brain size has stayed the same. So what we're finding now when we look around the world is we've got this being here, and we've got a full one here, which I'm going to show you now, and you'll find that the brain size on that is massive compared to what I've got here, which is a Homo sapien. Now, the question I'm going to ask is, how did that happen? How can you have a being? And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, bear in mind there's no sutures here, and bear in mind the back part of the skull is the widest part of the skull, whereas also Homo sapiens have it in the middle. This measures about 18 centimeters across. Who wants to give birth to this baby? I can tell you one thing, it won't be any human woman on this planet, because it just isn't possible. So when scientists, and Evan's been talking about the bias of science, the problem with science is very simply, somebody makes a decision, makes a discovery, it gets a tick, and it becomes a fact. So therefore, at one stage, everyone decided that the Earth was flat, didn't they? And then someone said, no, it's not. It's circular. And that's now got the tick. I know there are some people who still believe it's flat, but I'm not going to go down that pathway. I don't care either way, because it doesn't really matter. But what's interesting is, at one moment, thalidomide is fantastic for women to have when they're pregnant. Then later on, they've decided it's the worst thing you can give a woman.
Well, yeah, it's making.
But wasn't it the scientists who said it was okay?
You can smoke cigarettes.
When I was a kid, WD and H.O. Wells used to bring scientists out to Australia who tell us that there was no link between cancer and smoking. And they were scientists, weren't they?
Yep.
And they had degrees and they had their coats. So when I talk about scientists, here's another point. Which ones are we talking about? Are we talking about the ones that say what everyone else says? Well, they would be scientists, wouldn't they? Then the scientist who first said that thalidomide was dangerous wouldn't be a scientist, would he?
Yeah.
He wouldn't be. He couldn't be counted a scientist. Now, today, there are scientists who say that there's a disease that's going around at the moment. They're saying different things. Well, they can't be scientists, can they? So what is a scientist? A scientist who says something that's already written in a book, and the other people who wrote the book agreed that it was right, and therefore, because they agree, they're a scientist.
Yep, that's called the availability cascade.
That's why I was doing that for you. Of course, it's the availability cascade. And what the hell is that?
Well, I just picked 9 out of the massive wheel. It's a wheel of biases and issues. See here?
Yeah, okay.
And
But what is the availability? Don't try and... What does that actually mean?
It's a self-reinforcing cycle of beliefs. So someone comes up with an idea and then triggers a chain reaction. And the more it becomes popular, the more people will join in, and it goes over and over and over and gets stronger and stronger and stronger. And and then it appears to be the consensus, but it's not. It's just people jumping on top of what's already said.
So you mean when Cairn and Wilson came up with this genetic theory that all humans came from Africa, and then gave us a date of 150,000 to 200,000 years, which was based on, that date was based on Australia, wasn't it?
It was.
Because at that stage, the oldest date they had was 50,000 years for human occupation. They said that Aboriginal people had 1/3 the genetic diversity. Therefore, 3 times that 150, there's the date. Except we then found out that Aboriginal people had more genetic diversity than any other group,
and have been here much longer than 50,000 years.
But so why would that belief still be existing if the underlying tenets behind it, that they worked out the timing, what they call a molecular clock, and we've read their paper, haven't we?
We have, yes.
And they do mention that 2 of the 3 assumptions were made on Australia, weren't they? But they're both wrong.
So
why didn't that availability cascade disappear?
Didn't, and the bandwagon effect, which is very similar to it, they all hopped on that.
Oh,
and went for a ride.
But what about when the wheels? What happens when the wheels fall off the bandwagon?
Well, I say at least 1 or 2 wheels are off, and there's one that's a bit wonky, and it's not steering in a very good direction at the moment.
Sounds like a head over heels is going to happen.
So you mean when all of the science proves that a theory is wrong? Because of the availability cascade and the bandwagon effect, they stay on the bandwagon.
They stay on. I suppose at some point the whole wagon's going to collapse and smash into a few different pieces.
Oh, you mean the Earth's going to turn around, or Solreta might be found to be dangerous?
Maybe, you never know.
Or maybe another decision they've made today will be wrong. I think the moral of the story is, ladies and gentlemen, that the one thing we've learned in doing this is that when humans say that tomorrow's Tuesday, check the calendar.
Because it may not be.
It may not be. And just because they say it's going to be Tuesday tomorrow, which it won't be, it'll be Monday. That's why I chose that. It was quite clever, wasn't it?
Yes.
If I'd said Monday, I would have made a fool of myself. But my point is, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got skulls here now. And we know that 4 of these skulls, and by the way, I want to make the point. In the first site we went to, when we found a robust skull that was similar, like sitting next to the forehead one, that one had a 1.5 centimetre by 1.5 centimetre square on the back of its skull. And I didn't know what that meant until an academic from a university pulled out a book and showed me a picture of Neanderthal. And all Neanderthals have a 1.5 centimetre square marking on the back of their skull that sticks out, which means that we found Neanderthals in Australia. But hang on. Didn't the bandwagon effect say that no Neanderthals ever came to Australia?
No, they can't be.
Then I didn't find them. No. Hang on. Didn't the bandwagon effect say that only archaic Homo sapiens are found in Africa?
Yep.
Hey, guys.
Then this
shouldn't be here.
Shouldn't be here. All right, forget all that. Obviously, we don't fit into the cognitive bias, the availability cascade, and the bandwagon effect. Then we can't be proper scientists.
No, can't be.
Oh, okay. I thought we were using science. Well, it just goes to show you, ladies and gentlemen, don't listen to us, because what will we know? We don't fit into 5 of those different things Evan's read out. And people to this day, this is the reason I'm bringing this up in the time we've got. So I want you to understand, when a scientist stands in front of you today and says, you have to do this because it'll save your life, just remember, if you go through the history of science, you know what you're going to find? It is an evolving door.
And that's it. And for me, science is just gathering data. And it's not, this is what everything is. It's like, okay, this is the theory that we have now, but be open to change, be open to being unconservative and allowing new data in. It seems to be we've reached this point where we've gone, well, this is it. We know everything and there will be no change now.
And then Stringer turns around and tells everyone, after we said we know everything about ourselves and where we come from, we actually know nothing about ourselves and everything is wrong. And I think that's really important, because whether we're talking about our evolution or whether we're talking about so many assumptions about ourselves, we rely solely on science, not on anything esoteric, not on magic, not on mysticism. We rely on science to get what we think is an empirical result. And the only thing I've noticed with science is that as people learn more, they find out they know less. In fact, many great philosophers have said that many times. What do we know about humans today? If you look at what Stringer said and what we found, nothing. We know nothing. What we do know is what was said before, and this part we know is true, is totally wrong. Now, whether aliens were involved in our evolution, we can't prove that. What we can prove is that what science has said about this, and then when it comes to that, we could talk about the rings, couldn't we?
Yep.
Science would tell you magic doesn't exist. Well, we've got some rings that prove that's not true either. So there's another problem. And if science denies magic, and it has no idea about our evolution, has no idea where we came from, what does science actually tell us today that is of any use? And the answer is, that is the answer.
Yep.
Nothing. They're running into a dead end. They really are. There are things going on today, like when we have a talk further on, and when we talk about what took place at Uluru when the magic box, that's a non-scientific term, isn't it, was turned on. And then we give you so many pieces of evidence. I can tell you science has stepped in, hasn't it, Evan?
Mm-hmm.
Has decided, by the way, Omar, that all of the lights that were in the skies that we've seen can be explained. Isn't that a relief? They've found an answer. And what they've said is this.
Of course they did.
Oh, they did. What they said was those magic lights that come out of the ground to go up into the sky in different places are all caused by a crystallizing action. When the ice crystals get so cold, they absorb the lights in the night and then center them up into beams, don't they?
Yeah, but wait a sec.
Yeah.
Didn't one of those happen in Perth?
In the middle of the day?
Yeah, I don't think
when there was no lights on.
Or ice.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And in Bosnia, didn't it happen in the middle of the day when there were no lights on? And by the way, at Perth, didn't that happen during summer?
Yep.
So why would there be crystallization taking place in Perth? What about the one in Newcastle that was taken in the middle of the day in the bush when there was no lights to get the crystalline light off? I'm sure the scientists will come up with an explanation for the non-cold places that are done in the middle of the day when there's no light shining from elsewhere that they've absorbed. I'm sure they'll come up with something to explain that away too. You see, you know what science is good at? It's very good at jumping on theories that don't fit in and finding the most ridiculous explanation possible. And they'll all walk away and say, that's fine by me.
Yeah.
I remember in Australia, just to close before we finish up, there was a date given for a site, which was 170,000 years. Remember that one? Jiminmin.
Oh, yeah.
And it freaked them out because the science was right. And they agreed with the 3 professors from a university at Wollongong. Oh, yes, your science was right. But then 10 scientists, including one of the 3 that said was actually doing this, said, no, it was wrong. Because what happened was, yes, you used OSL, optically stimulated luminescence, to measure the last time that this particular object had sunlight on it, right?
Mm.
But what they determined was that this particular object they found has always been shaded from the sun.
Right.
Even before it was buried. They knew before it was buried, the rock was in a place where there was no sunlight. And 10 people signed off on that, and they all said, well, that's dismissed that one, because everybody knows that about 12,000 years ago when they claimed it happened, before that, that particular rock was always shaded. We all know that.
How would they know whether it was shaded or not?
Oh, that'd be easy, because somebody gave them film of the rock 12,000 years ago and filmed the rock in the shade.
Some nice time lapse.
Yep. Yep, and they got that film, and then they saw that. So now they have empirical proof that proves that that particular date, and by the way, Dr. Richard Fulliger, the guy that wrote in that paper, writing against the paper he wrote to give that date, in the end he made this statement: I'm sticking to my guns, I'm uncertain. But the rest of them were certain, weren't they?
Yes.
It doesn't exist anymore. Science only has one job at the moment: to justify its funding. And I don't blame the scientists for that, because if they don't justify their funding at a university or research institute, they won't get paid, will they?
No.
So if they were to say that the whole of evolution is wrong, who's going to pay them? Because all of the universities are teaching it's right the way it is.
Plus, then they might look silly. They spent their whole lives on a theory
that was wrong.
That was wrong.
But you know, the greatest academics are the ones who say, I got it wrong.
I know. Because, I mean, that's what
That's
happens.
good science, man. When you say, like Stringer said, guys, you're all wrong and you're lying and you've created a mess. He gets credit. He doesn't know what the answer is, but he knows what the answer isn't. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're just about finished, have we?
Yeah, gonna bring our next speaker on.
All right. Well, there we are. We've both filled in. Evan did a wonderful talk about the book that we're about to put up, didn't you?
Yeah, there were mentions of that in there.
Oh, were there?
I read bits from there.
You didn't do ads, did you?
Not as much as I should.
Oh, just subtle. Yes. Okay.
Guys,
All right.
visit our alienancestry.net, and we'll be talking more about that in the coming days. And also subscribe to Forgotten Origin on YouTube. It's a wonderful channel with a lot of information like what you just heard now, and as well on our alien ancestry. Just amazing download. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate your time, your morning, and I'll catch you guys here in a little bit.
See you soon.
Well done, Evan.
Please, thank you, Evan. Let's bring our next guest on. We were going to do a stretch. How about we do a quick 5-minute stretch? You want to do that, Leanne? Let me bring you on. You want to do a quick?
Whatever you guys want to do, I'm good. If Rodney has a time issue and needs to do his presentation and scoot, then we can. Whatever. I'm here to help you guys.
Yeah, it's 4:19. So we got 5-6 minutes. We can do a quick stretch, and then we'll bring Rodney on.
All right. All right.
Okay, guys, let's do a stretch here because I know I can use it. My back is kind of stiff.
Yeah. All right. Well, then why don't we move our? Okay, there's a nice shot. Hi, my name's Leanne, and we're gonna stretch now. All right, get yourselves up on your feet.
We'll get some music going here in the background. That was great. Thank you, Liane. That was wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. I needed that. My back was getting a little bit stiff. And I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so kindly. You didn't have any audio there, Liane, but I tossed on some music. And we just kind of followed your routine. So all good. Let's bring our next guest on. Thank you. Let's bring our next guest on, and I will quickly do a bio. Lucky for me, it's not that long, just a couple of paragraphs. So go like that. So my next guest, you guys have seen him here on Watchers Talk before. A good buddy of mine, Rodney McGillvary. He is an author and researcher of esoteric and alchemical philosophy. He has written papers about alchemy for the Carl Jung Institute in Zurich, Switzerland, and currently has his book Seeking the Gold Within, the Alchemical Examination of Self in their library. Rodney is also a 32-degree Scottish Rite Freemason in the Northern Masonic jurisdiction of North America and a 9th degree Knight Templar. He has recently written a paper on the acacia plant in regards to alchemy and immortality and has embarked on a lecture tour presenting said paper. You will find Rodney either in his alchemical laboratory or behind the pen and paper. Thank you very much, my brother Rodney, for being here. I appreciate your time, and I totally respect your knowledge, my man. So thank you for your time. Please introduce your guest to us, and I will give the screen to you. And in about 45 minutes or so, I'll jump in and I'll address the questions that we have coming up. Is that cool?
Yeah, thank you, Omar, and thanks for having me. And thanks for joining me is a fellow brother of mine, Charles Lauer. He's a fellow Freemason, also 32 degrees, as well as a Knight Templar, and also a Gnostic priest. And what we do in Freemasonry before we embark on an important matter, we always invoke deity. So without further ado, let's give us a moment of silence, and Charles Lauer will give us a short prayer.
At this time, we ask Divine Providence to enter into our communication, to guide us, to guide everyone here this evening, and to shower us with prayer, illumination, and humility. In thy holy name, amen.
So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody around the world. Thanks for joining us. I am Rodney McGillvary. This is Charles Lauer. And today I'm going to discuss the numbers 369. And I will illuminate your minds with the knowledge of 369, the numbers that Tesla made famous Nikola Tesla stated that if you knew the magnificence of the numbers 369, then you would have a key to the universe. Nikola Tesla, who was born in the 1800s in Germany, was an engineer and physicist that created a technique to bring free energy to the world by using power lines that will send energy directly to your home without any power lines. And at the late 1800s, he moved from Germany to America and joined the Edison Manufacturing Company, where Thomas Edison stole Nikola Tesla's idea, and now we do not have free energy because of that. Then shortly after World War II started, Nikola Tesla died. All of his research was buried underground, and all the knowledge was suppressed for free energy due to the government, the world government, wanting full control starting in World War II. What Tesla stated was we need to think in terms of energy, vibration, and frequency. And before I get into the mathematics and patterns of the numbers 369, we need to understand the natural laws of the universe. There are laws of nature that determine without fail every aspect of nature and every aspect of creation. First, we have the universal law of oneness. Everything in existence is related to one another. Everything we think, say, and believe affects everyone around us, including the universe. This law states all is one. Everything that exists, both seen or unseen, is connected to everything. And that's one reason why these new age religions, these ancient mystery schools, and these initiatory systems taught that all is one. We are one. God is one. And we are God. That's why my main motto nowadays is God is mind, mind is thought, I am thought. And that is a subtle way of saying that everything is connected through vibration and frequency, through an ocean of energy. Everything in existence is made up of energy, and this energy governs the movement of all the energy in the universe. Next, we have the universal law of vibration. Everything in the universe moves and vibrates. Nothing rests. Everything vibrates at one frequency or another. However, your frequency is different than others in the universe. That is why it seems like you are separate from everything else in the universe, be it plants, animal, or mineral. However, everything exists in the ocean of energy. At the subatomic level, we are connected by the unified field, or the matrix. That's why after everyone saw the movie The Matrix, people thought, oh, we're all living in a pre-programmed matrix type of world. But that is just the subatomic surface, the astral level, the realm of ideas. Everything has its own vibration, and even our thoughts. Einstein said, match the frequency of all reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It could be no other way. This is not philosophy, this is physics. Next, we have the law of action. The law of action is required to manifest our thoughts and desires. It's inspired action. This law states that you must do the actions necessary to achieve what is desired. Always move forward to keep your balance. That's why you'll see that everything in nature is created with a specific pattern of upward momentum. That is because we are, as universal entities, all of us connected as one, move within that same pattern of upward momentum, expanding our consciousness as a whole. Next, we have the law of correspondence. It's the as above, so below, as within, so without Hermetic philosophy that was stated by Hermes Trismegistus, the ancient famous Greek alchemist and philosopher who brought alchemy to the Greeks. And the Greeks brought alchemy with their knowledge from Egypt through their travels to Egypt. And the Egyptians got their knowledge of alchemy from the Egyptian god Thoth. This law states that whatever you are thinking or feeling within is also going on outside the body. For example, if you have a chaotic mindset, it may make it hard to focus on what you're doing, and thus it'll create a chaotic atmosphere around you. If you're in a calm state of mind, your surrounding sphere of sensation will be in a state of calmness. Your current reality is a mirror of what is going on inside of you. Your reality is a result of your innermost dominant thought. If your life is filled with unhappiness, chaos, or just straight up unfulfilling, it is because that is how your internal processes are acting. Next, we have the law of cause and effect. This can be represented by the concept of karma. Every thought, action, or word that you have is caused, and every reaction made by that cause is the effect. Every cause in reality is an effect, and every effect is the cause of something else. This suggests that the universe is constantly in motion and has self-progressed through a chain of reaction. Every action, creation, or invention affects every human behavior some way or the other. And as I will mention further in this speech, is also represented perfectly within the Kabbalistic tree of life system, where it explains the nothingness of complete void is where God and limitless creation comes from. Next, we have the law of compensation. This is an extension of the law of cause and effect. This law states that you get what you give. Each person is compensated in a matter for which he or she has contributed. With this in mind, if you invest only for today, you will benefit for only tomorrow. But if you invest for a lifetime, you will never stop reaping the benefits. If the law of cause and effect ensures that each of your thoughts and actions returns to you, then the law of compensation ensures the quantity and quality of those returns. The more you give, the more you shall receive. This is also represented by what the Bible says, ask and you shall receive. In biblical symbolism, when you ask, that is going by your actions. What you give is what you get. Next, we have the law of attraction, which has recently been made famous. If you go into any public bookstore, the most popular section is the section on the law of attraction. This law works in correlation with the previously mentioned universal laws. This law states that you become what you think about the most, but you most attract what you think about. If you see in your mind, you are going to hold it in your hand. The law of perpetual transmutation of energy states that every individual has the power within themselves to change their circumstances no matter what they may be. Energy from the formless realm is constantly flowing into the material world and taking form. This energy is limitless and inexhaustible. As old forms have exhausted, they give way for new forms to emerge from the hidden invisible energy of the universe. Energy in the universe is always moving from one object to the next. This means we can harness this energy to manifest and create whatever we want by emitting the same vibrations. We can shape this formless energy with the thoughts in our minds and change the most fundamental aspects of our reality. This shows us that change is the only constant in the universe. Bruce Lee said, "Empty your mind, be formless, shapeless like water." If you put water in a cup, it forms the cup. If you put water in a bottle, it forms the bottle. If you put water in a teacup, it forms the teapot. It forms the teapot. The law of relativity states that each person will receive a series of problems, tests of initiation or lessons for the purpose of strengthening the light within. Each of these tests or lessons should be viewed as a challenge and remain connected to our hearts as we proceed to solve the problems. It shows that no matter how we perceive the problem that we are facing, somebody else has always had it worse than we have it. The law of relativity shows us that our problems are just that, relative. It is a matter of perspective. Everything in our material world is made real only by their relationships or in comparison with other things. Nothing would ever exist unless we give it meaning. In the spiritual realm, however, we see things differently. We see things as they are. Eckhart Tolle wrote, "In form you are, and will always be inferior to some, superior to others. In essence, you are neither inferior nor superior to anybody. True self-esteem and true humility arise out of that realization. In the eyes of the ego, self-esteem and humility are contradictory. In fact, they are one and the same. This means that everything in life is happening for you, not to you. You know how some people say if something negative happens to them, if they got a major problem going on in their personal life, people usually blame something, blame the universe, blame some negative entity like Satan, so to speak, when it is actually the universe working for you. The universe is putting that problem into your life to help you personally evolve. When you evolve and when you make it past that point of problem or an initial resistance, that's when you grow as a person. That's when your consciousness expands and you are open to new frequencies because your frequency is rising to that different level. All problems that you're facing happen for a reason and for a purpose to help you evolve into the best version of yourself, your true self. And that is the magnum opus of the alchemist. Next, we have the law of polarity. According to this law, everything in reality has an opposite. Where there is black, there is white. Where there is darkness, there is light. Where there is good, there is also bad, and henceforth. This is why we are able to change our frequency of thought so easily. If we have a negative thought, we can easily, in an instant, change it to a positive thought. The law of polarity validates that this is a universe of duality. Everything exists in twos. There is no set beginning or end when these opposites occur. The law states that these opposites are different manifestations of the same thing. According to the Kabbalion, a book of Hermetic philosophy written by 3 unknown initiates, everything is dual. Everything has poles. Everything is a pair of opposites. Like and unlike are the same. Opposites are identical in nature, but different in degree. Extremes meet. All truths are but half-truths. All paradoxes may be reconciled. We live in a positive and negative extreme, but those extreme or degrees are infinite. Next, we have the law of rhythm. Everything happens for a reason, and everything happens at the right time. In the Kabbalion, it says, everything flows out and in. Everything has its tides. All things rise and fall. The pendulum swing manifests in everything. The measure of the swing to the right is the measure of the swing to the left. Rhythm compensates. Every vibration has a certain rhythm to it. That's how it attracts another vibration that falls into the same pattern or rhythmic flow. These rhythms, cycles, or seasons are created. This can be seen in the waves of the ocean, the rise and fall of great empires, in business cycles, in the swaying of your thoughts, from being negative or positive to personal failures or successes. Energy is always in motion, and these motions create cycles and patterns. We call this rhythm. Next, we have the law of gender. This law states that everything exists in the masculine as well as the feminine. They are two sides of the same coin, the yin and the yang. This is the law that governs creation. In its simplest terms, this law states that everything in creation is both male and female. Both are required equally in order for life to exist. Both sides are inhabited within each other individual, no matter if one is male or if one is female. This is why the ancient alchemists used the ancient symbol of the Baphomet. The symbol Baphomet is not a satanic symbol like a lot of mundane mainstream religions like to think it is. It's a symbol of balance of the elements on this planet. And as you can see, the Baphomet symbol, if you're familiar with it, has female and male qualities. And it's just a representation of both the masculine and the feminine qualities coming into one to create the alchemical philosopher's stone, the magnum opus of the alchemist. Now, with those universal laws in mind, we can create and take from that the vortex mathematics that Tesla was talking about. He had knowledge of those ancient universal laws that we didn't create, that they are just naturally there in place. And when we look at vortex math, we see that all numbers are connected together like a reality and existence. They are all energies. The 3, 6, and 9 are the energies that govern the world at a quantum level. The numbers 3, 6, and 9 form a pattern, a triangle. This triangle signifies balance, which means that our world is governed by a means of balance. This balance is the key to everything. And that was symbolized by the Baphomet, balance. All esoteric philosophy and systems go through and teach you ways to balance your internal processes, which also balance your externities and everything around you. If you balance your internal self, you also balance your outside surroundings. With the law of gravity, what comes up must come down. This means that everything is in a constant change, and sooner or later, your current situation will be different. If right now you're in a negative state of existence, just know that that will change. You are constantly moving if you know it or not. Balance is the secret of creation and fundamental of eternal truth. For every positive, there is a negative, and a neutral to feel and appreciate the other. In the structure of the atom, there's the positive proton, the neutral neutron, and the negative electron. And the quark is the tiny particle which makes up the proton and neutrons. Mathematics is just the addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication of these numbers within this eternal system or this eternal cycle. And geometry is the tool to find the perfect balance in every creation. That's why within the Masonic square and compass, right here on my hat, you can see a G. That G stands for geometry, because geometry is how the world and how the universe was created by the grand architect. The balance consists of a cycle and a duality. Finding your balance is aligning yourself with how the Creator designed the universe. The Creator is a grand architect and created the universe using the numbers 3, 6, and 9. The numbers 3, 6, and 9 represent the pathways that energy or information manifests through the form of or material realm. The other numbers 1, 2, 4, 7, and 8 represent the already manifested ingredients of material. Thus, the structure of all things material is dependent on the sequence or pattern that takes place via the 3, 6, 9 conduits. Since 9 is 3 squared and 3 is the first prime number. Squared means an enclosing space which equals a complete 360 degrees. Everything contained within this space will be expressed by this principle of 3. Space is defined by the third dimension. When working with these patterns of material reality, always think in terms of 3. That's why there's a trinity in most religions as well as in alchemy. In alchemy, you have the trinity of mercury, sulfur, and salt, or spirit, soul, and body. And the 3 also represents the cube of space. The ancients called the universe the cube of space, and it also reduces down to the number 9, which is the number of creation. And then also in the Bible, the Ark of the Covenant was an electric magnetic enclosure, which is also a representation of the enclosure of the spiritual realm, and it vibrated at a certain frequency. That's why people at lower frequencies, if they touched the Ark of the Covenant, they would die right on the spot because they didn't resonate at that same spiritual frequency as the Ark of the Covenant. If you operated or vibrated at that same frequency, you would enter that realm of the cube of spiritual heaven. This is why the Templars use them in certain degrees as well, to represent that higher frequency that we can obtain. All angles of a circle reduced to 9. A circle has 360 degrees. If we reduce all the numbers to a singular number, like we do in sacred geometry, we can see that 3 plus 6 plus 0 is 9. The semicircle is 180 degrees, so we can add 1 plus 8 plus 0, which is 9. A fourth of a circle is 90 degrees, so 9 plus 0 is obviously 9. 45 degrees of the circle is 4 plus 5 equals 9. We can even go into decimals of an angle within a circle. So for example, we can go 22.5 degrees of a circle is 2 plus 2 plus 5, which is 9. We can even, for example, use 11.25 degrees of the circle. So 1 plus 1 plus 2 plus 5, that also equals 9, and so forth. You can reduce all angles of a circle, no matter if it's the decimal of an angle and whatnot, to the number 9. Also, the sum of all polygons in geometry is 9. The triangle is 180 degrees, which we can add 1 plus 8 plus 0 is 9. A square, 4 angles of 90 degrees, 360 degrees is 3 plus 6 plus 0 equals 9. The pentagon is 540 degrees, so 5 plus 4 plus 0 is 9. The hexagon is 720 degrees, 7 plus 2 plus 0 is 9. The heptagon is 1080 degrees, 1 plus 0 plus 8 plus 0 is 9. The octagon, 1260 degrees, 1 plus 2 plus 6 plus 0 is 9, and so forth. This is all sacred geometry that was even taught by Aristotle to his students to learn how, or to teach them how the universe was created, and mathematics is the language of the universe. By the above duality of 9, we see that 9 models no thing and everything. By bisecting a circle, it takes us to a singularity, and the polygons communicate an outward divergence. We can have all numbers to 9, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7 plus 8, and it equals 36, and 3 plus 6 is 9. And if we take 9 plus x, it'll return x, where x and any digit from 1 to 9. So for example, we could have 9 plus 7 equals 16, and then if you add 1 plus 6, you'll get the 7 back. So 9 literally equals all the digits, which combine equal 36, as well as reducing it back to nothing. So 9 represents everything and nothing at the same time. For example, I'll give you a little visualization of how this works. We can have 1 plus 2, that'll equal 3. So 3 here.
And that's numerology, right, Rodney? What you're doing?
Yeah, this is all numerology, which is also tied in with sacred geometry.
Gematria.
And gematria of the Jewish system. And so then you add double itself, so 3 plus 3 is 6. And so you can add 4 plus 5, and you'll get 9. Sorry, my handwriting is really sloppy tonight. And then the next number down is 6. So actually, if you number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you add them up, 7 plus 8 reduces to 6. Then you got 9. So then you got 6 and 3. Let's see. 6 and 6 reduces to 3. So then you got 6 and 3 back to 9. And then you could do this with every number pattern in existence. Which keeps expanding. So this is how numerology symbolizes the complete expansion of consciousness, the expansion of the universe, and how the universe itself is in motion, because the numbers show that everything keeps expanding to the next number, and then it also reduces back to 9, which can reduce back to 0 within the system. In regards to the third dimensional spatial orientation, you'll see that the numbers 3 and 6 oscillate around the number 9. Each latitude and longitude of the Earth in degrees is represented by 3, 6, and 9, which I'll show you that real quick. If you take the degrees of the circle that represents the degrees of the Earth, you got all the directions north, south, east, and west, and northwest, southwest, and so forth. You got 360 degrees at the top, 180 at the bottom, 45-degree angles here. So all the angles of the degrees or directions of the planet itself reduce to 3, 6, and 9, as well as the longitude and latitude. With the longitude system of the Earth, you got the equator, and then you got 30 degrees, 60 degrees, and 90 degrees. And then the longitude, you have 180 degrees with the prime meridian. And you got 90 degrees, 120 degrees, 150 degrees to equal to 180 at the top. That all reduces back to 9. Which all this goes back to the number of creation. The fourth dimension represents time. There are 24 hours in a day, so 2 plus 4 is 6. There are 60 minutes in an hour, so 6 plus 0 is 6. There are 60 seconds in a minute, so 6 plus 0 is 6. So the full revelation or revolution of the clock itself, the 24-hour time span, represents 6, and then half of that revolution is 12, which goes back to 3. 1 plus 2 is 3. So the rotation of a clock is an oscillation of 3, 6, and 9, and there's 8 45-degree movements on the clock itself, and 4 plus 5 is 9. So that reduces back to 9 itself. So space and time reduce itself back to the numbers 3, 6, and 9. 3, 6, and 9 also play an important role in the creation of religion. The triangle is one of the first symbols of religion, the Trinity. The triangle has 3 angles. And each angle represents 90 degrees. And so the 3 angles represent 360 degrees. The male energy triangle, which points upward, represents the proton in the atom. This is also represented by fire in esoteric circles. It's the passive giving quality of the universe. And the female energy triangle points downward. And this represents the electron in the atom. This also represents water in esoteric circles because it's the passive nature of the universe. When these 2 triangles merge, they make a hexagram or 6-pointed star. So you got the fire triangle or the male triangle, then you got the female triangle combined to make the hexagram, which is also the Star of David, also the Seal of Solomon. Which is interesting that the ancient Jews were given this symbol in World War II by Nazi Germany, and that's around the time period that Tesla died and his secrets were left underground as well. All this ties into all the secrets of the universe were hidden from our eyes and kept secret because of control. The governments in charge do not want you to be free. They want you to be in complete control, and they want you to constantly and financially be a slave to their system, not the free system of the universe, which is represented by mathematics. In Hinduism, there are a total of 3 main gods and 3 main goddesses. The main gods are Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiv. These represent the fire triangle. The 3 main goddesses are Surati, Lakshmi, and Parvati, and these represent the water triangle. The hexagram represents the merger of these 2 energies of the god and goddess, which represented balanced energy. The hexagram itself just represents balance of the natural elements within yourself and within the universe. It also is a representation of the 3rd degree Mason. That's why the 3rd degree is represented by the number 3. It's a death and resurrection ritual. Everything in life is death and resurrection, dying and rebirth. It's also represented by the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit in Christian terms. But before Christianity, the world had more of a feminine religion and philosophy, and the trinity of that was the virgin maid or crone or wise woman. The hexagram was also the seal of King Solomon and the Star of David, as I mentioned. The hexagram is a 6-pointed star which represents the Tiferet center of the Kabbalistic tree of life. Tiferet is also the 6th Sephira of the tree of life that represents the hexagram or 6-pointed star, which I'll go into in a little bit. In the book of Revelations in the Bible, the number of man is 666, the number of the beast. Mankind has 6 protons, 6 electrons, and 6 neutrons. 1 plus 8 is 9. The 9 is the number of creation. And all that represents in the Bible is the beast, is man. We are the beasts of the material realm. And also, interesting enough, there is a pattern involved with the triplet numbers, 666 being included. If we put 1 through 9 in triplets, so you got 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3. Then you go down a row, 4, 4, 4, 5, 5, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 8, 8, 8, and then 9, 9, 9. These will all reduce or add up to 369 here on the first row, and 369 there, and 369 there. It all goes with patterns. The universe is created through patterns, and these patterns allow for expansion. Sacred geometry and the numbers 3, 6, and 9 are prevalent within the Kabbalistic tradition of the ancient Jews. The Kabbalah, which is the ancient system of Jewish mysticism, uses a diagram called the Tree of Life to show the manifestation of the divine from nothingness down to the physical material realm. This Tree of Life symbol is composed of 10 spheres called Sephiroth and 22 paths that connect each sphere. Altogether, these spheres and paths are collectively called the 32 paths of wisdom. This is in correlation with the 32 paths of the Scottish Rite Freemason. So, for example, I'll show you the 10 paths. So this, you got 10 spheres. Starting at the top, you got 1, ending at 10 at the bottom. 1 represents the crown of reality, which goes along with God and the various names of God. Jehovah, Yod-He, Vav-He, and so forth. At the very bottom, number 10 represents the material, the physical realm, the realm of the body, and that's called Malkut. Above the first sphere or Sephiroth reside the 3 veils of negative existence, which are Ain, Ein Sof, and Ein Sof Or. These represent the outer limit of existence and the initial impulse of creation. So above the top sphere, which is the crown, is 3 separate realms of negative existence, starting with Ain here, Ein Sof, and then Ein Sof Or. And then Ein Sof Or goes down into the first Sephiroth of Keter, the crown, or the head, the Godhead. Ain is the highest in the first veil, right up here at the top. It translates to nothingness. It is absolute emptiness, absence of existence. This is the void. Ein Sof is the middle of these veils and precedes Ain by necessity. It is translated as no limit. This is the limitless foundation, the eternal in its purest sense. The third veil, which is the closest to the Kabbalistic tree of life, is Ein Sof Or, and it is the lowest and closest to the tree of life and precedes Ein Sof as a necessity as well. It means limitless or eternal light. Without limitations, all things happen by virtue of the fact that there is no reason why they shouldn't happen. Light plays an important role in the Kabbalistic system. Light pertains to gnosis or knowledge. This is the same light that is brought to mankind to the various religions and philosophies of the world from time immemorial, including all the ancient mystery traditions, as well as all the initiatory systems, including Freemasonry. This is the light that the Masons seek. As Einstein's theory of relativity explains, if you were to travel at the speed of light, then strange things would happen to space and time, and you would experience yourself to be in all places and times at once. You would, in other words, be eternal. This is the experience of light from its own perspective. When the world was created and the first light came into being, the entirety of space and time were created and held in a single moment within the nature of light itself. This eternal moment was the Ein Sof Or. This also afterwards became Adam and Eve, which once Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge and realized that they were God, they started to age, which is a great representation of going from limitless light and aging all the way down to physical material existence. The Kabbalistic tree of life is also composed of 4 worlds. 3 of these worlds make up 3 separate triangles that are connected to each other, as well as connecting to the 4th world, which is that of the physical realm of material manifestation. So you got 4 worlds that are comprised and make up 3 triangles. So you got these 3 triangles here, you got these 3 triangles here, and then you got these 3 triangles here. The first triangle up here on the tree of life is the celestial triangle, which is known as the world of Absolute, or the realm of causes. This is the world of pure spirit and divine light. This triangle is considered masculine due to its active and giving nature. The Sephiroth 1, 2, and 3, which are Keter, Chokmah, and Binah, make up this triangle. The second triangle, right here, is the moral triangle, which is known as the world of Bria, or the realm of ideas. This is the realm of abstract intellect. the realm of divine archetypes is created. Within this intellect is the idea of the world before the world was created. This is the realm of the archangels. And the Sephiroth 4 through 6, which are Chesed, Gabor, and Tiferet, make up this triangle, which I mentioned before. Tiferet center, if you highlight all this, which my writing is extremely sloppy tonight, but that represents the hexagram, which a 3D version of the hexagram, which is right here, is the Merkabah. The third triangle below is the mundane triangle, which is known as the world of Yetzirah, or the realm of foundation, or the formative world. This is the realm of the astral, or the collective unconsciousness, the animal mundi, the unified field. It is the realm where specific forms are created. This is the angelic realm. Sephiroth 7 through 9, which are Netzach, Hod, and Yesod, make up this triangle. This is where concepts, dreams, and ideals, when people come up with creative ideas, pure creative ideas, they dig down into that ocean of pure energy and consciousness, which resides in the world of Yetzirah, and that's where they hook those ideas and reel them in. As I mentioned previously, the numbers 3, 6, and 9 represent the pathway that energy or information manifests through to form the material realm, which is the next realm in the tree of life, Malkut. All of these came from the limitless light and subtly came down to form the material world. And that the fourth world is emanated from the previous three world, which is the world of Asaya, or the realm of effects. It is the material world consisting of the body, the senses, and all objects and matter. The final and 10th Sephiroth, which is Malkut, is the only sphere that belongs to this realm. The world of alchemy deals with the numbers 3, 6, and 9 as well. In alchemy, there is a trinity or three principles that reside in everything, in every plant, animal, mineral kingdom. These three principles or elements are mercury, sulfur, and salt, which is the spirit, soul, and body. The goal of the alchemist is the creation of the philosopher's stone, which represents enlightenment or achievement of perfection. This can be done two ways, within the mineral kingdom or the plant kingdom. You can work with both kingdoms to create that philosopher's stone. And this can also be seen within the Masonic tradition. We start out Masonry through the 3 degrees. We start as the rough ashlar, and when we make it to the 3rd degree, we realize that we could become the perfected stone through death and resurrection. This is symbolized by a circle within a square, within a triangle, and within another circle. The symbol can be described as squaring the circle, and that is also represented by the square and compass in Freemasonry. We use the square of virtue to square our actions, and we use the compass to circumscribe ourselves and keep us within due bounds with all of mankind. So we use that as a system of morality to keep us in due bounds with one another. As you can see, you got a circle, you got a triangle within the circle, you got a square within the triangle, and then you got another circle, which that is extremely sloppy, but you get the point. The circle is 360 degrees. 3 plus 6 plus 0 is 9. The square has 4 angles of 90 degrees, which is 3 plus 6 plus 0 is 9. The triangle has 3 angles that are 90 degrees, which is 180 degrees. 1 plus 8 plus 0 is 9. The outer circle is 360 degrees. 3 plus 6 plus 0 is 9. All of these combined is 4 times 9 equals 36. 3 plus 6 is 9. And 36 also represents the numbers 1 through 8 added up, and then those combined equal the number of creation 9. The alchemist reduces matter to its prima materia or first matter. Ancient alchemists referred to the prima materia as the Shekinah or Mother Earth. The prima materia is a balance of the earth elements, which can also be symbolized by the yin and yang, or the 6 and the 9. If you look at the 6 and the 9, they represent the yin yang, even visually. In the Kabbalistic tree of life, this is represented by the 10th Sifrat of Malkut at the very bottom, the material realm. Malkut is emanated from the Sifrat of the sphere of Yesod, which is directly above it. That is represented by Luna or the moon. Yesod is the 9th Sifrat on the tree of life. Interesting enough, there's a correlation between this and the 9-month gestation period women go through before giving birth. The moon also has a direct effect on the menstruation cycle of women, as well as the ebb and flow of the tides of the oceans on our planet, which is represented by Malkut on the tree of life. And this is also represented through the alchemical menstruum, which is the mixture of mercury or alcohol and the plant substance. To the alchemists used mercury. They thought the moon would use its magnetic pull to pull the essence of the plant that's soaking in the alcohol and soak that within the alcohol, and then you would strain it, and the liquid fluid that you would have afterwards would be the pure essence of that specific plant. You can see the Hermetic maxim as above, so below. Here within the framework of the tree of life, Luna or the moon, representing the 9th Sifrat, gives birth to Malkut. So the moon here gives birth to the earth, representing the 10th Sifrat. 10 can be reduced back to 1. 1 plus 0, 1. 1 being here at the very top, the first emanation of the limitless life. So you can see the earth then is a reflection of God or the Godhead. Women give birth after 9 months, which start a new life here on the planet that strives to return to the divine source, the Ein Sof, the eternal in its purest form, enlightenment through elimination. And that, my brothers and sisters of the planet, is my presentation of 369 Illumination. And to further that discussion, my brother here, Chuck or Charles Lauer, has some things to say about his number system.
I work with what's called the Nexus Point number system. I'll make this brief because Rodney has given you a lot to think about today. By the way, here's his little book. It's for $10. I suggest you pick it up. You can send it to him through his account. I use it every day in meditation. Now, a big surprise coming is we're going to have the new Nexus Point news service on Rodney's special channel about every 2 weeks. We will talk about news, esoteric events, and I'll give you one here that's going to blow your mind right now. In the last 2 days in Fort Wayne, Indiana, in the United States, we had 800, not 8 or 80, 800 Knights Templars meeting at the Hilton Hotel. This is a rare event with the national director coming in, I forget, from Wyoming or Montana, to discuss Templar events. Now, every year we have a regional meeting, which is Templars, Rodney and I are about, that have 200 or 300. This was not reported in national news, state news, or local news on radio or television. I want people across the world to start thinking about this. Also, what I want you to start thinking about is in the 1300s, the Templar buildings, money, and other acquired artifacts were wrongly taken away from us by Philip the Fair and tried to destroy, but they did not make it all the way, the directors of the Templars in 1309 on Friday the 13th. That's where that came from. Why? When I researched this, and I'm writing on it right now, the case was held in secular court by Philip the Fair. He asked the second pope at that time, and living at Avignon, what he could get the Templars on, because he and his father owed the Templars for the Crusades millions of gold coins. He was trying to get out of it. And the Pope at that time at Avignon said, it's simple, arrest them on heresy. But here's the point of all that. Heresy and the Templars are through the ecclesiastical courts out of Rome, not the secular court. So I heard some rumors going around, and I believe in this, that the Templars are talking about taking back their property. In Paris alone, there are 900 buildings. Think of this, taken away by them and all across Europe and in areas around Jerusalem that belonged to the Knights Templars. Yes, when they were going down, they realized they were going down, and they gave some of these magnificent properties to the Knights Hospitaller. They do not own these. The Knights Templar of today own these, and we're going to start requesting that they give the properties back to the Knights Templars. I'm going to write a writ up on nice paper, fold it in a red leather case, and make sure that it gets across the big pond to our other brothers to hold this discussion with the Templars in Europe. We return the properties to the people that owns them, which is the Knights Templar. Now, a lot of people laugh at this and say, this isn't possible, Charles. You're talking out the top of your head. Well, let's think about this a minute. If one party, two party, or three party starts to return the properties that belong legally to the Knights Templar because they were started and initiated through the Vatican at Rome, not through Philip the Fair, the legal justification of this is still under ecclesiastical law. By the way, later on, the Vatican reconstituted the Templars. It is written into law, and we do exist as an individual entity. Yes, today we share common space with the Masonic brothers, and that's fine. But legally, I am an official Gnostic priest with the Knights Templars and a chaplain. But first of all, a priest. And we're going to start to reconstitute the priesthood in the Knights Templar organization nationally. So remember this, ladies and gentlemen, as our time winds down, try to stay tuned in a couple of weeks to the Nexus Point news service, which we will talk about metaphysics, brand new books, and I'll give you a couple of new books quickly. One is called Living Waters. Look it up. It's off of a gentleman named Saugermaster in the 1920s in Bavaria that found a clean way to clean water without using chemicals. Hitler brought him in and talked to him, and Saugermaster said to him, I can create ships to fly in the air and submarines and water ships to run on air. He created some Earth very first UFOs, which have been updated today. Think about this. But there are two organizations in England and Scandinavia that clean water through bent copper pipes, which cleans the water in the waters of the rivers. And these individual mechanisms can be used to clean water in your community. They are now, in this book, they list where you can get in touch with these organizations. So we can have clean water without chemicals.
Real quick, Chuck, I was going to...
Who was the author of that book? Who was the author of that book, Chuck?
His name is... all right, I'll get... While Rodney's talking to you. Hang in there. Go ahead, Rodney. Tell him quickly.
Well, you're waiting on him.
Can you toss it into the private chat, and I'll put it into the comments.
Yep, I'll type that. Real quick, I was going to give your audience a quick treat. He was speaking of us being Templars. Here is an old original Templar sword I have. Right here, guys. It's a really ancient sword I found it actually. I found this in the back room of the lodge I'm part of.
The name quickly is Olaf Anderson. Olaf Anderson out of Scandinavia. The other book I want you to start looking at is called Chamberlain Key. These are small books, easy read. I found them. Chamberlain Key by Tim Smith that gets into the esoteric of the Kabbalah.
Type that down real quick.
Tim Smith. Now the point is with that, Tim Smith found his name in the Old Testament. The only American or anybody in modern times in the Chamberlain Key. And he decoded it within Gematria. It's a simple book to read that tells about the second coming. So these are the type of books, stories, and materials that we will have coming out shortly on the Nexus Point News Service. Now, if you ladies and gentlemen know of any international news organization that would like to pick us up and carry this on a regular basis, please let us know. Thank you. By the way, I would like to thank Leanne for the exercises she did. I was very despondent today, but after watching Leanne, I feel very good. Thank you very much. Go ahead. Finish it.
Well, Omar, that wraps up our presentation for you.
Any questions?
Any questions or anything?
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. That was a total upload, if I gotta say. You know, it's the energy for the day. You guys just like wrapped everything up and, you know, connected all the dots. There's so many questions that I don't really have all that time to ask. But I do want to ask a couple of things. When you mentioned the number 10, right? Now, the number 10, would that be considered as like almost like a sacred number? Because the 1 would represent the masculine energy and the 0 would represent the feminine energy to make it into the 10?
Oh, definitely. It also represents rebirth because
Mhm.
it starts the process over again. You got the number 9, the number of creation. Also, it's the number of completion, and then 10, which is 1 and 0, goes back to 1. So it's the continuous. It's the Ouroboros.
Oh, okay, I see, I understand. And then the second question, well, I've got lots, but I've got to pick this one out. When you were showing the masculine energy and the feminine energy in a triangular shape, and then you showed the cross of David. Now I was wondering, within that cross of David, we see the hexagon, and that same hexagon we see on Saturn. Is there some sort of a connection there? Is it because it's astrologically ruled by Saturn, or am I missing something there?
Well, the hexagram and the pentagon, all the geometrical shapes, they coincide and they combine to create our universe. And each planet does have its own correspondence to each geometric shape.
And remember this, my second partner was a professional astrologer, and I like her saying where she said, planets never lie, people do. So remember this, the stars are out there to help us, like the 3 magi that went across thousands of miles to find the Messiah's birth.
And each planet has its own specific frequency as well, and its own energy, and that could be represented and seen through each geometry shape that is represented by that specific planet.
Okay, I got with that. Now, can you just one final question? Actually, I'll put them both into one. You know, like we've been made to believe by the mainstream media and the legacy, whatever they want to call them, as to how they've demonized the Freemasons and have labeled the Freemasons as like satanic worshippers, and also took the number 666 and inverted it to mean something totally opposite of what it actually means. Why do you think they've done this? You know, obviously there has to be some kind of a reason, because the knowledge that you're sharing today and the knowledge that you shared with us before on Watchers Talk, it's sacred knowledge. It has nothing to do with Satanism and Luciferianism, but why is it that people have this inception?
It's just ignorance. A lot of people are ignorant to the knowledge and to also their own belief systems that they currently have. I mean, a lot of this symbolism you can find within Christianity, but we have a lot of Christians out there that think that Freemasons are Satan worshipers, specifically people of Catholic tradition. There are certain people out there that wrote a lot of articles against Freemasonry just to stir up trouble, just because of drama and whatnot.
The other reason we're running in the Kali Yuga ages, we are in the Iron Age or the last age for 25,000 years. It's at the bottom. Iron has to do with secularity. Anything that comes up with spirituality, which is the Gold Age, which will be next, or the Silver Age, will express everything we're doing 25,000 years from now. Everything now has a cost factor to it, and this is why all the metaphysical organizations are actually failing. For every Mason we get in, 15 to 20 are dying a month. So that gives you an idea. People are very rarely interested in spirituality anymore. This is why your organization and the wonderful work you're doing is keeping these traditions alive, and I deeply appreciate it.
Even with what Chuck is saying, even within the Masonic fraternity, people have lost interest in esoteric philosophy, and I think it goes along with the ages, which goes along with the sacred cycles that sacred numbers and sacred geometry represent. The planet and the universe itself has always a death and resurrection cycle going on constantly. I consider life itself the death and resurrection show.
I just want to say, I appreciate everything you gentlemen are doing, and we are that painting on the wall, right? That the ancestors left for their legacy to be put forward and be able to keep these traditions alive through those types of cave paintings and databases. And that's what we're formulating now by doing these events and in private as well at our own homes with hard drives and things like that. So we can make sure that we keep this vibrant, fresh, and ever evolving as time evolves. So I appreciate you, gentlemen.
You as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And you guys are doing a great job keeping true knowledge alive, shedding light and bringing light into a world.
We're really trying. It's getting a little bit difficult, of course, as the powers that be don't like when certain things are said and unveiling the truth. But we try and transcend that paradigm with, I don't want to say code words, but hinting towards it without actually saying it. And one of the things I think that is one of the most important factors of both of what we do is to encourage people to do research, to do their own research, because when other people or all different people start to look at these specific topics through their means or their walk of life, we get the full picture and not just a kind of one-sided view of it. We get the full 360 globe view of it, or the pulled back view. And I think that what you gentlemen are doing is important because, like Omar was saying, that there is a stigma that has been casted upon, especially Masons and things like that, with this, just because it's esoteric or occult doesn't mean it's bad. It's just old or hidden. And that's the true meanings of some of those things have really been condensed, like when the FBI coined a conspiracy theorist, and now everybody that says something out of the ordinary becomes conspiracy theorist. Well, I'm a conspiracy investigator, so you want to call me a theorist? Yes, I'm going to give you theory on what I think happened, but it doesn't make me a crackpot or a loony. But
That's true. I think the whole term conspiracy theorist was just another term that was brought out by the government to further cover up all these sacred pieces of information.
And if you turn into the Nexus Point news service, we will cover these grounds that you're talking exactly, because some of us have contacts with certain government agencies that tell why the cover-ups are being done at this time. For example, why is Russia going into the Ukraine right now? And I'll give you a piece of news that you'll see in another month. I talked to some gentlemen that are involved in Poland. They expect the president of Russia to invade Poland in 4 weeks. Now, if he does that, he will not take all of Poland. He will take a piece of it. And there's an esoteric reason why. So stay tuned to the news service and you'll find out why.
I look forward to hearing it. Sounds incredible.
Yeah, me too. Thank you very much, Rodney, and thank you very much, Charles.
You're welcome.
Charles, do you want to take us out of this meeting with a prayer, and we'll bring our next speaker on?
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we ask divine providence to overshadow us, to bring light, illumination, and fairness to the world, to help the souls that are being downtrodden and beaten at this time. In thy holy name, amen.
Amen. So mote it be. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I will talk
Thank
to you
you.
guys soon.
Thank you, gentlemen. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
All right. Back into the faithful hands of you know who, this guy, Rob Yock. So our next presenter is a gentleman who has an incredible bevel of knowledge. His name is Timothy Schlank, and Tim is an acupuncturist with an engineering and science background who has uncovered evidence in Australia in the Fugate cave. Initially inspired by the work of Steve Meads, the subsequent discovery is that many naturalistic sites and artifacts seen around the globe feature the Earth's topography as seen from the sky. To the indigenous peoples of the world, these artifacts are involved in the carnation of souls by their creator ancestors known as the gods or sky people. So without further ado, I'm going to bring up Tim. And Tim, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Excellent, excellent. I will alleviate myself from the stage, and I'll give you the space to do what you got to do, bud.
All right. Might take a second just to get this PowerPoint going here. So let's see what happens here. The first thing that I'm going to show you after I get this going is that
Tim, I'm also right here, so if I got any questions, I'll jump in.
Yeah, there's something I want to show you a little later on, but yeah, you chime in if there's anything here that you don't see, please, Omar. Here we go. Okay. Now, you might have seen these things when you were a kid. These were called droodles, apparently. And what they are is this is a Mexican riding a bike. So we're looking down from the sky, right? And kids loved these things. When they came along, they were
I'm not seeing a screen share here, Tim.
Oh, righto. Let me try again. Where do I do that again? Down the
go
bottom?
to share.
No.
Down below.
Share. Where do I see that?
In the
at the very
studio?
bottom of the screen. See the little toolbar
share.
across the bottom?
Share. Yeah.
Yep. And then you're going to hit share screen or slides. If it's a PowerPoint, you can upload it into slides. It has to be 50 megabytes. But if you want,
Yeah, it's just a PowerPoint. So
you can hit share screen and then go to the middle pull down because there's going to be
window.
pull down. Yep, Windows.
Right. Here we
PowerPoint. Boom.
Is that working?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want me to full screen? There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, this is pretty much a full screen presentation. A lot of visual stuff here. On the left-hand side is a Mexican riding a bike. On the right-hand side is a Mexican frying an egg. So this just gives you the idea of everything is from the bird's eye view looking down. We love these things when we were kids. Maps are the same thing. So if you never get into the sky, you can't really come up with the correct shape of Australia. So we see that in the ancient mariners' maps. They're never exactly like what we see from satellites today. The first satellite was Sputnik, and it came along in the late 50s. So anyone who was able to see from the sky before that either came from the sky or went there in a vehicle or out-of-body experience, I think, unless anyone can come up with another way. So in the Chervaux Cave, just quickly, one of my first discoveries that set me off on all of this is on the left-hand side. It was the result of looking at a whole world map, which is right there on the Chervaux Cave wall, and a lot of that map is actually manufactured. It's not just painted cave art. On the right-hand side, we see Australia and New Guinea joined together as they are during an during the Ice Age, when the oceans are lower. I've got a YouTube channel where I've shown these things, and you can go and see the presentations on the Chervaux Cave, where everything in there is from Australia, and there is even a star map in there with the Pleiades, and it shows that they had a good view of the Earth from above. A lot of stuff came up between Steve Meads and myself regarding geoglyphs as well, things that are visible only from the sky. So this was part of the proof that that painting is Australia. One of the first things that I found was this. This is called the red crag shell. It's found at a layer in England over 100 years ago, and there's clearly a face etched on it, and there is actually a hole drilled right here where it would make into a necklace, and that's kind of interesting for a couple of reasons. But one, the next thing that I found was that they have a reason for having those markings on there. And that is, they are made of the topography of the region that they're found. All of these objects, some of them there's quite a few shells from all around the world that are engraved. So if we look here, exactly where the hole is drilled, you'll see something. And then all of these small lines are also on the face of England, and you can see the nose, the mouth, and the eyes. So you might want to start looking and getting used to seeing these fine lines as they're matching. You'll see all of this shape. You'll also see all of the edge of nearly every image that I'm going to show you today. You can find the outline. The nose here, we've got this inside a triangle. You can see it right there. So we're going to look at quite a few images from
How
England.
cool is that? Yeah, I do see that triangle there. It's different colored too. Right there.
Yeah, you see the whole triangle.
Yeah. It's a little offset, but it's you can clearly see it's there, and same with the two eyes. How cool.
Mouth.
Yeah.
Here. Have a look again. There's a triangle. There's an eye.
Yeah.
There's a number of spots over here. This whole thing.
This
And
is
then
like
when you look at it again, you can see that they've actually engraved different things. So, and also these dots all in a row, these are quite good ones. These are very good match through here. Look at those dots. Boom. Boom. See that? So England has a very good satellite photo. So that's why I chose to look at this, show this first to you. We're going to look at some South America, which is very interesting later on, but it's a little hard to see the stuff there. This is the oldest human skeleton found in England. It's called Cheddar Man. And like many of the fossils of hominids, it is a topographical piece of artwork. Burials, all sorts of stuff we'll look at later on. You'll see how asymmetrical this skull actually looks. Look at the teeth, what's going on here, and what in the world is this? I don't know what that is, but look at that line. It's right there on the map. So watch again. Whoop. Look at those teeth, the way it travels up there, up the landscape of England. And you're gonna be able to look at the outlines and the large sort of features of these objects, and you're also going to be able to look at the fine details, which really is what will start to convince you. All of this little patchwork and stuff. This area. It's like it's off center. The nose is completely asymmetrical. This so which really shows what's going on here. Another view.
Is there any significance to that previous skull, Tim?
It's the
like
oldest.
Why,
it's
like
the
why
oldest
that
human
particular skull, or was that like an ancient chieftain or
It's
a leader?
we don't know anything about it, but it's the oldest human skull. I have no idea what's going on with the creation of these objects.
Mhm.
Really, there's little bits of theory that come from indigenous people, but what we're told is that he survived having a severe skull infection. So they're trying to explain this hole in his skull. It's very hard to understand if this was a caveman, what we call primitive. Very hard to understand how someone could survive with a hole in their skull like this.
Mm-hmm.
But
Almost like
apparently
he
he
got shot.
survived for a long time with this infection. This is not supposed to be what killed him.
Mm-hmm.
But we read about this, and look at this side. Look at this angle of the skull sticking out here.
Yeah, I was looking
It's
at that
not
sharp
normal.
edge.
And see the teeth? That's not normal. So I believe this is modified or manufactured. You know, it
Mhm.
looks like true bone, and you have to trust the experts that this is and was a true person. But there's so much modification going on here, and that is how they've made it into the artwork that it is. We don't know who it is. Cheddar Man. Now the deal is, it's moved across the landscape here because we're looking at it from a different view. So it's not in the same spot that it was just before. Every different view of this skull will match onto the English landscape. It's another dimension of how amazing this is. But especially look through here, and you'll convince yourself pretty quickly that that's got a lot of matching detail through there. I want to let you guys know I've uncovered about 2,000 images like this, probably 3,000 images like this, and I've published about 1,500 of them. Now, this is Jurassic Coast, which is on the south coast of England. And look here, this is manufactured landscape, in my opinion. So this is a dinosaur-looking thing. It looks like a Loch Ness monster or something. So, but let's have a look. This is a supposedly not a crocodile. This is something that was a forerunner of crocodiles, but it's the same thing. Piece of artwork or manufactured map from the sky. Art is a good show. whole outline. Quickly go around the outline, and you'll see how not only is the line there on the satellite view, but you can even see that the colors kind of change. So these are a lighter area and a little darker through here, which is part of the reason that I believe this is chosen.
Yeah, I noticed that with the last one too, where we were looking at the shell. The color was changing on the landscape according to where the shell had the eyes and such. And I'm seeing the same thing with this one. In fact, I followed this one line here on the bottom right hand, just going up towards the snout, and I seen that on the landscape as well.
This,
yeah, that line that follows
absolutely.
over.
These are the ways to verify this.
Yeah, and the line color is different because around it is green, and then in the middle.
Right,
it's kind
it's
of
like
yellow.
they chose that.
Yeah,
and then once again,
exactly.
Yeah, and once again, when you look at this, it's not symmetrical. This shape is different to that shape. Something happened here too. It looks like a piece of wood that was modified. Here,
could it be it's just so ancient that broke off or rubbed off or something? I'm just trying to think of possibilities to eliminate here.
when they throw this up at you, there's a lot of fossils. They're pulling out huge amounts of ancient fossils there. I don't, it may be actual biological material, but the whole thing also may be artwork. I believe this is the creation of animals. This is the creation of us. Is whoever created this. So whether this was a living, animal, or it just is what it is. It was created as is. I don't know. But here is the landscape that is. It doesn't even quite look natural. It's very hard for a geologist to explain this stuff. You'll see the lines on the countryside. This is from the same place. This is Jurassic Coast. So any of the land features around that place that look strange will match in.
It kind of reminds me of the work of Jock Doubleday.
Absolutely.
Where right. He has suggested that all the mountains and the hills and riverbeds and kind of what have you that we see was artificially created.
Yeah, and this is the kind of layering that he's looking at.
Yeah,
is how and this is very hard. Reason I say this is hard for a geologist to explain. I did study geology, but we can see that these layers, they repeat again, and then there's something. So some event happened here, and then whatever event laid this down is the same thing that laid this down. So how did whatever happened at this year and be the same thing that happened down here? These things should all be different layers, not the same thing, sequences repeating and repeating and repeating. And another thing to notice here is that this looks like an elephant. There's an eye, this is a trunk.
Oh yeah.
So a lot of this stuff will have a macro level view and a micro level view, and I guarantee you in this cave is some very interesting stuff.
Again, we come back to caves, eh?
Yeah, all the caves. Fantastic. It's about caves. Yeah. So let me see if I can get this going. All right, this is one that I made. This is in Cornwall. This is called Rainbow Cave. It was a renowned healing place. There's two very interesting things in Cornwall. You can ignore my blue dot. Okay, so this is inside the cave. Look at these stairs. And everything else. So notice this is the same stuff. We were just looking at this section. Now that we take a wider view, it just moves it across the landscape.
What is that trying to express there?
It's showing, it's one thing, I don't know if it's trying to express,
Mm-hmm.
but what it's showing us is that somebody, number one, somebody can see this
Space.
satellite view,
Mm-hmm.
same as we're looking at it right now, as well as we're looking at it right now. Number two is that they can manufacture the landscape. So, but that,
And they're recording it in a cave like that we see at Chauvet Cave in
right.
France.
It's the same. It's the same.
Yeah.
It's everywhere in the world. It's all of the caves in the world have the
So
same
this is
thing.
almost like what Brian Forster's been talking about with the high lost technology that somebody back in the day, long time ago, had the ability to orbit.
Absolutely. Yeah, many of the guests on this.
Would you
on
care
Watches
to guess
Talk.
on a timeline?
Say it again.
Would you care to guess or take a shot
Yeah,
in
this
the
is the
dark
This
at
is the
how
dream
old the
time.
figure?
It's the dream time.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Way back.
It's what Aboriginal people call dream time. It's the time before,
Wow.
which is when the world was created.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how the world was created. Is that it's not a two-dimensional thing. The surface of the earth. There's a connection to heaven. The vertical plane,
Mm-hmm.
and so that is why it's on the cave wall. Not just made on the surface. So when they
Mm-hmm.
make it on an object or on a cave wall, they've brought it to 3D space.
Manifestation.
So creation is in three. It connects to the
Oh, I
sky.
get you. Okay, I got you. So it's like they're painting it onto the cave, and as they're painting it onto the cave, it's manifesting.
That's what the Aboriginal
through the dream state, and then it's manufacturing and kind of like terraforming the world in which we're going to interact with for the next little while.
Well, the word for Dreamtime Turinga, there's also Turinga stone. Turinga stones are the lines that the creator put on the landscape.
Mm-hmm.
This is the castle, which is actually supposedly a ruined castle, which is King Arthur's castle, Tintagel, which is in Cornwall, right next to the Rainbow Cave we were just looking at. I'm suggesting that this is not a ruined castle. This is just built as a ruin, and that this has not fallen apart. It was made as it is. And how would this fall away and this part stay? It's not reinforced or anything. It would, it would just crumble. If you saw an old building in the landscape that looked like this, it would fall apart. But this has been standing like this for a very long time, like this brick sitting out there in this terrible weather. The reason is because it matches the landscape. It was made as is.
I see.
So this is kind of kind of bizarre, but that's what it is.
This conference is about exploring the bizarre, my brother.
Well, the reality is strange, but it adds up with stories that we were told.
Mm-hmm.
So the truth comes from these original stories, and this is the cave there. That is an initiation cave. Right there at King Arthur's castle that you walk through and you become initiated. I want you to notice how the light is coming in and shining down here, And when you look, like you were saying before, Omar, you see the difference in shade, how this area is actually lighter on the surface of England. So they're making use of that light that is also visible there on the landscape. So you see,
Oh
see
yeah.
how the light is here. It's a bit darker over here.
Yeah. Kind of see two eyes up there too. It's kind of
Yes,
weird.
there's faces here. So look at this one.
Yeah.
Right? Look at that.
Yeah.
No question. Once you've seen enough, you know that's a
on the landscape as well. There's looks like a couple of eyeballs looking back at you.
Yeah, they're everywhere. There's faces everywhere.
No, I mean on the island.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
It's everywhere because it's all manufactured. Yep. And then the more you think about it, these caves, it's very hard to explain how that could happen. You know, with the way the Earth's supposed to be created, or any planet is supposed to be created, and the size of the tunnels and caves that are under the Earth known are just incredible. You know. All right, so I'm going to skip forward from this place. These are eoliths. These have been discounted by science, but at the very beginnings of geology, they were these were accepted to be shaped stones. So these are covered with chipping and retouch, and they were accepted. There's many thousands of these, and they are all over the world. But they were later rejected because Darwinism came along, and it didn't fit.
Got a viewer in our audience. Lori says, "Oh my God, I live up the road. Had an amazing experience at that cave a while ago."
Oh, I'm sure. I would love to go in that cave. So this is a recent one that was just posted up on Facebook, and I grabbed it. Some little rock site that I'm on, and look at that.
Kind of almost looks like Stonehenge too, right? With what kind of rock is that?
I know, somebody found it.
It's a pretty strange looking rock.
Yeah.
Do we have any geologists watching? Can anyone tell us what kind of rock that is? Let's see it in the comments, because that's a pretty strange looking rock.
It really reminds me of the kind of rocks that the Strongs have. These Aboriginal stones. So here's the other side of it, the flip side. And then have a look
down
out here.
Down in the right-hand corner, you can actually see the valley in the landscape.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
No,
that's
down
right.
below.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all of that is there.
Yeah, like right in here, and just that shadowy part.
This is a nice key. This is how I key them in. Yeah, that line. And look at that, very straight line. This is and then this edge. This stuff is underwater out there. So you can even see this stuff that's underwater. So, literally these things are just everywhere.
It almost looks like if you go back there, Tim, I'm just kind of amazed by that rock. It almost, that one, it almost looks like a mud fossil.
That's right.
Something that Roger Spur talks about, and it really wouldn't surprise me if that was like some kind of a tendon.
It could be. Yeah, it does look biological
because it looks strange, right? It looks geometrical, and it doesn't look like a stone like I've ever seen. I'm not a stone.
It has like, look at it. It's got a spiral.
Yeah, it looks like there's tendons or like those little balls that are there.
Yeah.
That totally looks like something biological that's been petrified, as what Roger Spur's been talking about. And I bet you probably squeeze some DNA out of that.
That's right. But it doesn't mean that it evolved, that biological tissue was ever part of a living creature if our creation came from a creator's laboratory. So all kinds of experiments going on there. I mean, we're doing them ourselves. We regrowing bits of bone tissue into things.
Mhm.
You know, we're capturing pieces of DNA and modifying it and injecting it into, you know, we're doing stuff like this, like creating biological tissues. So, and you know, anyone who's been in the sky for millions of years is ahead of us.
I like this comment by John Johnson. Goes, one of those, I may be stoned, but I know that's not a stone.
Right.
It doesn't look like a stone.
Right. That's right. So, well, here we go. Thank you for that one. So, this is a cave, and this is not a fossil either. You know, this is not. This is not. This is not how fossilization takes place. And I
What is
almost
that?
got it.
What the fuck is that? Fossils?
Right. This is a cave in Wales. I just found it on YouTube.
Wow.
This is a real giveaway here. So
Is he melted into the rock?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, what the fuck is that? Like,
that's right. I wondered too.
excuse my
Yep.
Quebec French.
And
but
here is its hand, okay? See that one?
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Like, holy.
That's not really. That's not real. You know.
What is that?
It's a cave. It's a I'm telling you, the stuff's manufactured. So there's that one.
It looks like someone got like stuck in a cave, or they tried to like manifest out of a cave.
Right.
The elements of the land and the elements.
But what about this? The head is framed by the cave here, and this is very artistic. Don't you think it looks a little bit more like a movie set or something that an artist made?
Yeah, it looks. My God, I've never seen anything like it ever.
This is made for your impact, and this is at head height. You know, this is upright.
Mm-hmm.
It's not on any angle. It's looking at you. I mean, this is all
set
up.
You can almost see expression.
Yep.
On its face. I just wonder, like,
shock and awe, because it just got melted into the rock.
Yeah, I wonder if that's like the work of like Medusa, where you look at something and you turned into stone and got sucked into the stone. That is incredible. And the whole cave is like this.
Same cave.
Oh my God!
It looks like a cyclops. What in God? It's like a stalactite cyclops.
Yeah, and that eye right there, that center. Wow.
So you're wondering what this is. So I'm going to show you. Okay. But I'll just show you what else is in the cave so we can get past this.
I just like. Is
You want to go
that
back?
carved or?
Yes. Oh, it's
but
shaped.
when?
Shaped and cut. Shaped and manufactured.
Yeah, I wonder like when. Right, like.
Oh.
I wonder if this is something modern and.
When the,
I don't
believe
my
so.
My skeptical mind is at play, right? And
this is in the same time. Now, the painting on Chervaux Cave is dated and pretty well. I think we can. I don't trust dating systems. I've looked at it all and how geology, explanation works. I don't trust that, but I do trust that the carbon dating is showing very significant age to the painting in the Chervaux Cave, which is dated at 38,000 years. It's got to be many thousands of years for the painting. So the cave was created before that, and that the Chervaux Cave is all created the same way. This is a rock. This is a rocky cave, and somebody made this.
Well, this is definitely not pareidolia, right? Because we're clearly seeing something there, right? So
That's right.
My thought is, like, when was it carved, or like how ancient is it? And if it's really old, then I wonder if it would be related to something like Medusa, right? Because
Yes,
that's
yeah, it comes from
kind of
before
like
the
what,
legends. That's right.
yeah, that's kind of
So
what that reminds me of.
yeah, exactly. But yeah,
Like you turn into stone, right? When you look
but
at Medusa.
but you did get the big point, which is what I'm showing you. Number one is that this is not pareidolia we're talking about, because
No,
we can see right here.
no way it is. It's we can
Right,
clearly see
right.
what
We
that
see
is. You
that.
can see the 3D in that.
Yeah, and
You
then
see
they
the
made the
guy's neck,
Cyclops
you
there.
see his face, you see his skull, you see his eyes, you can almost see expression on his face. And that there is like a cyclop. Look, the third eye right there.
Yep. So keep
Amazing.
looking. Keep looking.
Mm-hmm.
Mouth. Look at the nose. Whatever
Oh
this
yes,
is.
I see
What
that
is this? A
line on the
mustache?
mouth.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
like where his lips come together. It's all
Cyclops.
discolored there as well. See, notice that on the down below, just right underneath your mouse. That's where his lips come together. Is discolored there again? No, come to your left a little. Yeah, down, down. Yeah, and then now when this no, come to your right a little. Yeah, keep going to the right. Yeah, and then now when the image changes, you can see that the ground is discolored there as well, and it follows the lips. You see?
Right.
Oh
Right.
wow, that's a good
Yeah, and
catch.
and it
It
follows
looks
the
like he's got like crusty lips a little bit, like dry lips.
yeah, and then
And the
up here
mountain
by
range
his
is personifying it.
yeah, and up here on his nose by the left-hand side, there's like a little dot there, and then you can see that dot. Yeah, come down,
Have a look
down,
at this
down,
one.
down.
Have a look at this one too, just while I'm at it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you see that there.
Oh
There's
wow.
and then you come down, and there it is again. Come
Everything
down.
is there.
Yeah.
All of the
Yeah.
fine line. This is a perfect match.
Incredible.
These little.
Where is that?
Any of
This
these
is,
things.
England, right?
Look at this. Perfect match. See this little line through here?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect
Is that
match.
England? The island?
It was found in Wales, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, right here. So this is Wales. Somewhere in here.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. That's what that is. And here's the other one. Here's the other guy.
Oh yeah. Where's that hole?
Look at that bit. Perfect. Perfect match. But when I show you this one, there's none of it in there. Look.
Yeah. And the landscape down there kind of wow, man. Very interesting. Very cool.
So check this one out. Here's another cave, Petrolona. It's in Greece. They have got all these fossils in here, and it's got this skull on the wall. This turned out to be a big find. There's arguments of whether this is the archaeologist who's in charge of this dig thinks it's 700,000 years old. They're trying to tell them it's only 200. They accept that this is a human, and there's all of these fossils in this cave. Tons of fossils. All of this stuff. How did fish, all of these different birds, snakes, how do they end up being fossilized in a cave? How are you going to get all of, it just doesn't make any sense. And there was 28 different layers in this cave, according to the archaeologist. Here's more. It's got all these things. It's got pygmy elephants, pygmy hippopotamus, and then look at this. This is the cave entrance. You can't even fit 2 people through this cave entrance. It's tiny, right? It's the size of the door on your house. And they've got all those fossils inside the cave.
Yeah.
And right on the cave entrance, this is a model of the cave entrance, I've got to tell you, is a skull sticking out of the wall.
I see that.
Supposed to be fossilized on. Now, right above it, here is a human skull.
Yeah.
Or at least human shape. And this is like an eyeball that's, bulging out of its eye. But there's a nose, a nice mouth here anyway, and chin. So, in my opinion. And also notice that the texturing on this is quite similar to the cave we were just looking at in Wales. it kind of looks the same. So here's the guy, and look, they never talk about this thing. This is supposed to be a true fossilized skull, and archaeologists talking about this. And
What
look
is
at this
that
thing on
sticking
it.
out of his head?
I don't know. I'll show you what it is. It's on the landscape. So this is found in, it's from Greece, which is here, and this is the key part. So this is the key part of the skull, because this is where it came from. And so just have a look how that matches up. Look at the eye. That, and then if you have a look here, see the line. You see the line on top?
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's difficult. I see the bottom.
You'll see this line.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I see it now.
It's just a matter of getting your vision a little bit right.
Yeah, I'm
You'll
trying to go
start to
back to
see
like the Steve Mead's eyeball.
Yeah. I know I've got it, but also the computer does it. The computer locks into these images. You can look at the nose. Look at this. Everything is there.
Laurie says that there are stories of maidens and musicians turning to stone.
Oh yeah, right. So that is right. And
Kevin is here saying, "Oh, are we talking about the petrified giants?"
yeah. Well,
they almost are. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Because this is amazing.
They may come from
terraforming
this,
of the earth and formation of the earth through Dreamtime.
Yeah, and if you look around, if people going in, there's one in the Shervo Cave. There's
that there reminds me of the stones that Stephen and Evan have, something similar, like the markings on it. Very cool.
Yeah. So, and the skeleton was laid underneath this. So this is where it was. I think this is a model for show, but it shows where it was, and you can see how it also matches directly onto the landscape. Once again in Greece. So this is a model, so it's not perfect. I'm not gonna dwell on that, but you can see that that's also unnatural. How does it get fossilized and stuck onto the wall there, and then the rest of him is under there? So if he was laid and buried at the entrance of the cave, under that cave entrance, how did his head lift up and stick onto the wall?
This totally solidifies on, even puts more merit onto what Roger Spur's been talking about when it comes to petrifications and giants and, the earth being alive like back in the day and through dream states. I guess that is possible and that can happen.
Right, except what they're missing is, what did the people say about these places? So here we go with why I've named my talk as I have. Sky people. These stones just come from North America in North Africa. They're only in what am I trying to say? Sierra Leone. And the tribe said visitors. They brought it. They put this in a natural shaped. Sorry, not a natural. It was set as a pyramid. These stones called sky stones. The color of sky. This one is got a little eye and a little mouth. It's kind of like a dog.
Yeah.
Head. So the interesting.
Do you know where this stone was discovered?
Yeah, Sierra Leone. That's
That's
Northwest Africa. I'm going to show you right now. There's a bunch of these, but this blue stone, it was sent off and lab tested. They can't work out. It doesn't come from anywhere else. It's called a sky stone by the indigenous people, and they brought it down and they built it in a pyramid. So that's what they say. Sky people bought them, and they're called sky stones. And what's the deal? They are topographical representations of of here is Sierra Leone, right here. But this is just one. It's not the best one. I'll show you the best in a second, but the outline is here. Here's another one. See this part. You can see all of this outline. It goes right to the corner.
Oh, yeah, I see.
And then you can see this part's jutting out. It's underwater there.
Oh, yeah. How cool is that?
Here's the best one. So these are sky stones. They're even called sky stones, and the indigenous people tell us visitors brought them to us.
Oh, look, it lines up with the lake down there too.
This is the older, this part?
Yeah, like it
Older
lines up
One
with
Valley.
Yeah, that blocks up
I've
with
done
the
a
lake
ton
there.
of stuff from here, and this is very important, which is why this goes. The reason this stone goes from here to here is because it bridges. You know, this is a very important area for this type of artwork, and there's all these hominid species and stuff, and these type of artworks found in the Older One Valley. All those Older One pebbles and axes, they're all artworks like this. So I've done a bunch of these. From the same place comes the Namoli. These idols are actually dated at minimum of 200 or 400 BC. You know, that's the conservative estimate. The people who are studying it believe they're thousands of years older. Now you can see here as well that there's this mouth shape and there's this stuff going on up here. When you swivel this around and look at it from front on, it's quite likely to match on over here. So it moves across the landscape. But if you look at the mouth there, you'll see the eyebrows, look at the ridges up the head, and look at the very top of the head. I hope that works for you. Here, even the base, you know, this is part of it.
Oh yeah, I see the.
Look at the ear. That's
yeah, I see the outline and the lips here too. Again, where the teeth are coming together.
The mouth is kind of really clear to
Yeah,
me.
and there's a valley there. It looks like there's like a line with the trees. And that green, yeah, like this line that's going across. You can see it on the landscape. No, in the middle. Yeah, this one here, you can see that line right there.
Right.
And it goes back, and then there's like a little dimple even, and the lake is that dimple. Yeah, that lake and that dimple.
Right.
Interesting.
All right, this one's harder to see, but it really is an amazing one.
The old Roswell stone.
Yeah, it was found at Roswell, and this doesn't actually have the outlines so much, but it does have the it's really done on the coloration. So this is the whole overview, which you can see the whole rock. They did an episode on Ancient Aliens on this, and they showed that this has got interesting magnetic properties, and that this is actually, turns out, it looks to them like natural rock. So it's not manufactured artificially by modern man. And the reason I included it is and also looking at this is natural rock here. It's not painted, and this is not engraved into the rock, but this is actually in relief. So So you can't make that.
Yeah, it's a tough one to see.
Yeah, it is hard to see, but
Yeah.
I did a thing on that. Now these are some examples of what's being done by shaman and artists that we know. So this is only less than 100 years old, by an Inuit from this area. And if you look at the thickness of these legs, you know, that's not, bears don't have legs that thick. It's very nice, makes a nice artistic view, but why he did this is because it matches the landscape. So if you look at the feet and the nose, you'll find them. So this is somebody being able to produce this without using satellite technology.
Any idea as to how old this
Yeah,
sculpture is?
it's like 1940s or something like that. 1930s, 1940s.
So is this like a replicated piece of
No,
idea?
he's a
maybe?
sculptor. He's a
Mhm.
sculptor. He made this. It's called shaman. And you know, these aren't as perfect as the old stuff that I was showing you, but you can see this. You can see these feet, and you can find these teeth and mouth here. You can find the shape of the head. And the reason that I know that this is here is simply because he came from here. So when I looked at it, it just had to be there. So it's going to be hard to like prove this to you because it's not perfect. Well, I wanted to, maybe here you'll see.
Tim, we got like 3 minutes before we bring our next guest on.
Right. All right. And this is another one they're doing at the moment. So I'm going to show more of this and show the Chervaux cave in another talk with you sometime. What do we got? We're like about halfway through this. You see this stuff?
Oh yeah, wow, that's a lot.
This is a monkey fossil.
Awesomeness, brother. So why don't you tell our audience where they can find you, how they can follow your work, and you know, stuff like that.
Oz to Chervaux, capital O, little z, the number 2.
I got it here up on the screen.
Okay. Yep. You can see look at the jewelry, these burial items.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating. All right, my brother, we're gonna bring our next guest on, and Rob is going to moderate this one, and I'm going to kick back and moderate the chat rooms. So thank you very much, Tim. I truly appreciate your time and your upload and your insight into our you know, ancient history, very remote history. So thank you very much, sir. Really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Excellent presentation, Tim. Thank you so much. It's been an honor and a privilege to have you here with us. All right. So, the moment a lot of us have been waiting for, her energy is incredible. Next, we have Solreta has a long has long been aware of other dimensional realities and is also an ET UFO experiencer, best known as an ET communicator, having helped hundreds of people around the world connect with their ET and interdimensional guides. She assists people on Earth and the ET's missions. This shines light, clarity, and brings a sense of comfort, confirmation, and a renewed enthusiasm on their soul path. Having studied kinesiology, hypnotherapy, and shamanic studies, Solreta holds an advanced diploma in health sciences, and Solreta currently lives in Melbourne, Australia, working as an author, spiritual mentor, teacher, and YouTube channel host. So without
Aloha, it's that winter storm again. It's all good, my brother. I got it from here. You guys know Solreta. She has been on Watchers Talk many times. Welcome, Solreta. So nice to see you, you radiant starlight you. How's it going?
Thank you, Omar. And thank you, Rob, as well, for the introduction. It's so good to be back with you guys. I've been really excited as soon as you sent me this topic, which I love it. I'm like, what do you want to talk about? And I love that you just intuitively tap into whatever I'm working with at the moment. And yeah, as soon as you gave me the topic, unmatrixing ourselves, you and I both started to get signs that, yeah, we're definitely supposed to be talking about this. So yeah, really excited for today.
Thank you very much for being here. And I will give you the full screen. And with about 10 minutes left, I'll jump in there with some Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you, Omar.
Thank you. Thank you, Solreta.
Okay, so I've got some notes. So this is a combination of years and years of research and work, but I also wanted to tap into the cards today as well and have a look into what Spirit talks about in regards to unmatrixing ourselves. So it's a little bit of a mouthful. With that beautiful introduction that Rob gave me as well, so I work predominantly as a psychic. I work internationally online for those of you that haven't seen me before. My website is solreta.com, which is just the one I've got on the screen. So I specialize in quantum jumping. And what I mean by this is tapping into the quantum field of my clients, looking at what's available around them and in their auric space. So this is the quick example of some of the aura drawings that I draw for some of my clients. So I draw exactly what I see around people. And because I've seen auras since I was young, I'm able to translate what the energies and the placements of the colors represent. So I also see guides and beings and different things too. It's a multitude of senses that come through. So I also get empathic feelings and psychometry come in. So I'll just hold up a couple of these so you get an idea. There's some really beautiful frequency ones coming through. And on a collective level, what we're shifting at the moment with a lot of my beautiful empaths that are clients, we're shifting persecution, we're shifting where we've taken vows, whether it's vows to go unseen or unnoticed, or whether it's old witch trials, persecutions, things that are keeping us remaining hidden, which was kind of like a safety self-defense. So whether it was Atlantean programs and things not going quite to plan, and we're kind of traumatically still holding that pattern energetically, we're clearing out a lot of this stuff. So the more that we can work with detaching and letting go and processing the emotions from those lifetimes, the more that we're able to really focus on the here and the now. And with a lot of you that are watching this, you will probably more resonate with words like starseed or, kind of resonate more with not being from here or from Earth, or feeling that you're on a mission or some kind of journey to help the awakening and healing of humanity, as well as the healing and awakening of the planet. So moving essentially from 3D into 4th, 5th, and higher. So for a lot of you that are doing this at the moment, it's about letting go of the old karmic patterns, lifetimes, contracts, agreements, or even oaths that we may have taken. So one way I've been helping some clients clients move through this is to identify where it is in the body, to kind of use the body as a pendulum. So Dr. Bradley Nelson puts this really well in his work, where he uses the body as a pendulum. So letting the energy waver back and through you'll get a tip forward for a yes and a tip backwards for a no. So I'm using this to more look into past life side of things, because I feel that we've done a pretty good job so far of clearing out things in this lifetime. And when you have that underhinging thing, or that thing that's sort of keeping you pinned that you can't seem to get rid of, sometimes it's not that it's within this lifetime. Sometimes it's something we've held within the cells, within the energy body, within our quantum field. So the more that we can clear this quantum field, so this is what I'll be talking about today a little bit. But yeah, the more that we can get rid of old emotions and oaths and contracts and that, the more that we free up this energy to use in the here and now. So super, super important if you are someone who's here to help with the awakening and healing of the planet, to work with this. The other thing that we're learning in terms of being in the human body, human form, and part of what's unmatrixing ourselves is a lot of us are, whether it's first time here or second or third, or you're the type of soul that has gone on missions throughout the universe to awaken, heal, to bring the planets up to ascension speed. You may have contracts of where Earth is actually quite an unusual lifetime for you, and being in the human body, in the human physical, corporeal, solid 3D state might be a little bit unusual to you. So this is where it's learning about what I would call the 3D at the moment. So not only are we letting go of other things from other dimensions or other times, we're letting go of things that we may be experiencing for the first time. So for my beautiful empaths out there, there's a lot of boundary setting happening, a lot of speaking up for yourself, a lot of letting go with what's not for you, or who's not for you, whether it's friendships, other toxic type of things, or negative situations, or things that are just not for your best and highest good. So something to keep in mind while we're talking about this topic. I'll just hold up a couple more aura drawings, and you will notice that I draw a lot of beings. So I've always been aware of different beings as angelic beings, ET type beings that you'll see in some of these. So some of these are our guides. We generally have about 12 guides that work with us on and off, depending on what we're working with. So different things will step forward at different times. And there will also be sometimes like symbols to decode that I see just literally floating in someone's aura. Sometimes I'll see numbers, or I'll see supportive beings that are standing there helping with us. And so it's my job to listen, feel, see, and hear and decode these symbols, which I absolutely am obsessed with. I love it. It's just each day is different. I learn something new every single day. So we've got just a few here. So what I might do is start out by just reading from a couple of my notes that I've got, and then we might jump in and look to the cards and maybe take some questions at the end. So if we think about things from a quantum reality point of view, and because my background is in health sciences, I really like to come at it from spirituality and science, because it did used to be one and the same thing. Back before sort of medieval persecution and medieval times, we used to have them together and solid. And a lot of people that were working with their spirituality were also working with their own personal science, and vice versa, until it sort of became not so good, or the persecution for tapping in and using your spiritual gifts and talents was more said that you had to work with a priest, or that you had to work with some kind of spiritual authority to connect with higher self or to connect with God. So what I'm really about is reconnecting you back to your essence, your source, what it is that you can do. How can we increase these psychic senses in these psychic gifts? So we will get a little bit into the anatomy as well today. But if we look at us existing maybe as about 3% on the physical, it's about a tablespoon of matter when you break it down. And when we look at our physical matter, about 60 to 70% of our physical matter consists of water. So this is really important to keep in the background of your mind as we're talking about this, that we are made up of water. So that equals about 97% of us existing in non-physical. And what I mean by this is there's about 97% of us existing or the makeup of us in what I would call the quantum world. So this is mainly in light. So we're pretty much existing more on the light level. So if we're looking at visual spectrum and we talk about, the different colors that we see in visual spectrum, we have, microwave rays and gamma and infrared rays. We can't necessarily see them, yet they exist. So this is only a small percentage of what's actually existing in our 3% physical. So we actually more exist, just like in these gorgeous auras, we more exist in quantum. So I'm all about tapping into the quantum, which I feel is one of the keys to unmatrixing ourselves, is to work out how to sort of get more out of body. So if you want to learn more about how to get out of body, this is where meditation is really good. And even just talking about this, I can hear high-pitched frequencies coming in. So when we talk about these kinds of subjects, it's really interesting to feel the energy, hear the sounds and things around you, because we do get otherworldly beings or other higher dimensional or multi-dimensional beings come and attune into this. So even just talking about this subject brings in things from other realms. So if we look into that, we are existing in, thank you. Cool. So Laurie is saying, yeah, oh my God, I was just going to say I had a priest warning before a load of Roman soldiers came into my cave when I bandaged people and did horrid stuff, but dying was great. This lady is great. Thank you, Laurie. It's very sweet of you. So yeah, if we're looking at that, we exist in light state, we exist in water state. We also, on a physical level, exist in an electrical state. So from my background in studies working with acupuncture points and working with the brain and working with the heart, all of these things run on an electrical field. So this is where I will pull out my anatomy book and bring up some pictures. So I want to start from the outside down, and this is a really heavy Gray's Anatomy book. So if we look into, this is the physical body, this is our quantum field or our aura that exists. So if we start from quantum, which is the non-physical, and then we look down, we have what Dr. Lana Moreau, my beautiful neuroscientist and neuropsychologist friend, who I've got an interview that you should all go and watch over on YouTube, because she is amazing. Her healing work that she's doing with dyslexia, ADHD, post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injuries, Parkinson's is just phenomenal. Literally talking about healing within a few minutes and solid permanent cortical thickness growth in the brain, which you can see on MRIs and PET scans and things. So yeah, we're talking about quantum field connecting to the quantum capacitor, which is kind of like our template to the physical body. So if we want to work with healing, if we want to work with changing our reality, we can work within the quantum field and then bring it down into the physical. So let me just find this picture. So if we look into the quantum capacitor and we look into the brain being electrical, and inside of the brain, right in the center, and I know most of you will be familiar with the word pineal gland, which is also called our third eye. Inside of the pineal gland, which is a little pea-sized shaped organ that has a tuning fork around the top. So if we look into the nature of tuning forks and vibrational resonance, we have this quantum field that tunes into the quantum capacitor, which plugs in and connects to the tuning fork around our pineal gland. So inside of the pineal gland, we have these beautiful little crystals called piezoelectric crystals. And what happens, and I'm just looking for my picture, seems to have gone missing. If we look into the qualities of these piezoelectric crystals, and we talk about crystals, frequency, vibration, we understand that things can vibrate. And when they vibrate, they oscillate. So what it is with these piezoelectric crystals is they're a transducer. They're able to receive information from the quantum, bring it down into the physical, and give it to us in a sensory matter. So if we look into this picture of the pineal gland here, you'll see these two testicle-looking things. Inside the center of that, right in the middle, is this little pea with the tuning fork. So this is where we start to pull in information from that quantum realm, pull that down, transduce it into the mind. maybe even run it perhaps through the vagus nerve, which is the largest nerve in the body, through the nervous system, which also goes along our spinal column. We also have the cerebrospinal fluid, which is our sacred water that connects with this. Now, visions to me have been shown to do with when we actually activate I guess the Kundalini energy or stimulate cerebrospinal fluid, whether it's squeezing the pelvic floor muscles and bringing them up and in, pulling our abdominals tight back to our spine, and focus the breath and consciousness on lifting and arising that cerebrospinal fluid, or that sacred flow. It's that serpent energy that comes up and activates into the third eye and crown chakra. So if we're looking at it from top down, bottom up, we also want to make sure to connect in with the heart, to explode these frequencies as well. So this sometimes I like to visualize as a beautiful golden tube of light. And if we think about with this as well, when we're activating this is kind of clearing the pathway, clearing out blockages. We can also clear out blockages in chakras, like we were talking before about past lives and different things. This is kind of getting less attachment in the physical, electrical, or emotional world. So the next picture that we want to jump to, and I do work a little bit jumping all over the place because Spirit will give me different messages. So what we look at next, we've got this beautiful pineal gland transducing and bringing down and receiving, and also putting out messages to our quantum field as well. Another important organ, or I should say hollow bone, is the sphenoid bone. So right here in the sinuses, we have this beautiful butterfly-shaped bone. Now, this is where all of the psychic centers connect. Now, the sphenoid bone is a hollow chamber type bone that's made up of 7 different bones that join together. So if you're into numbers and different things, you'll probably geek out over the fact of that, like myself. Some people also describe it as 2 pyramids sitting tip to tip. Now, we know that pyramids are energy conductors. There's also 2 pyramids at the back base of the skull near the gates of consciousness acupuncture point. For anyone wanting to take this further, I highly recommend my book, Soul Star, which is on my website. The Kindle version is really good because you can actually see the acupuncture points that I've got in there that help work with activating the psychic senses. They're activated all over the sinus area. So if we look at flooding this light in through the pineal gland, quantum field, pineal gland, vibrating it down, flooding it through the beautiful sinus area. This is kind of what we need. If we look at what a butterfly represents in the sacred geometry, it is about going from caterpillar state into the spiritual paradigms or spiritual world. So we literally have the clues hidden within our anatomy to become spiritual beings. So this is one of the first steps in unmatrixing ourselves, is to learn more about our spiritual anatomy. So we're light, we're water, and we're electric. So these little piezoelectric crystals within the pineal gland also vibrate with the little crystals that we have in the ears. So this forms a triangle or a tetrahedron, which is connected to fire. Fire is one of the elements closely related to spirit, especially in tarot. We associate fire element with more the spiritual side of things as well. Let me just see what else I've written. So yeah, working with like chakras, acupuncture points, and auras, these all help to sort of smooth that connection between our quantum field and our physical body. So in order to sort of like unmatrix ourselves, it's really important to bring as much light in and to start to learn to navigate and operate more in that quantum field and less be stuck and entangled. So if we think about quantum entanglement, we can have that on a positive level and we can have it on a negative level. So we want to release the quantum entanglement to the things that we no longer desire, the things that we no longer need. Oh, thank you, Jen. Yeah, so this is about clearing emotional charge. It's about working with frequency. So I've got little tuning forks here as well. And I've got a couple of notes that I've written around some things that we'll go over and what you can actually do. Yes, 432. Hey, Josh, lovely to see you here. I've been listening to some crystal bowls, 432. And as you guys can probably see in my background, I've got some crystal bowls. So it's something that I love to play and vibrate with and work with the tuning forks. So if we're looking at our quantum field and we're looking at this as a light body, and we're looking at this as sort of letting go of the physical, you can do this with meditation, whether it's visualizing getting out of body, whether it's visualizing all of the energetic systems of the body can help you to detach and let go of the physical. Another way to look at it too, in terms of quantum field, is looking at the energy of the sun, because that's one of our most beautiful, I guess, biophoton planetary bodies that we can look into. So if we're looking at feeding off light, and we look into different things throughout history, like breatharians and other spiritual type beings, they get their energy mostly from the sun. Now the sun introduces down into the auric field. It also activates the pineal gland and drips this divine nectar. Some people refer to this as Amrita, Vibhuti, Kundalini, nectar. So sometimes you can actually have this, thank you. Sometimes you can actually have this kick in spontaneously. So that's what's happened for me since I was a child, just on and off. I'll have this weird honeysuckle tasting nectar. If you've ever had a honeysuckle flower, it's very, very similar to what this Kundalini nectar that drips from the pineal gland tastes like. And it's very surreal because you're not actually ingesting it in through the mouth, yet you're tasting it come from the center of your brain and you're feeling that golden nectar drip. So it's quite interesting. So this is where sun gazing, tuning into the frequency of the sun. I love to make little, I call them potions. So right now this just looks like water. It's actually filtered water that I've run through a 7-step filtration system. It's got zeolites and different things which alkalize the water and crystals in it to charge. But then I love to put things like ormus in it, which help to get, I guess, like the electrons to orbit a lot more harmoniously and with a better frequency and spin on them. So this one's from my beautiful friend Saffron, who runs Magic Elixirs. She's the alchemist herbalist behind this beautiful brand. I also love this that my gorgeous friend John sent me, Alchemical Elixir of the Anunnaki. This is Starfire gold powder from the States. And this is what the Egyptians called white powder gold. So if we're taking gold, which has a really amazing atomic structure, we're starting to get the auric body and the energetic light body vibrating at much more a rate that's conducive with interacting or entangling on a positive quantum level. So we're becoming less physically dense. We shift through emotions and different experiences in life faster. So if you haven't been working with healing and detoxing old emotions and different things, taking some of these formulas can also speed things up, but it can knock you on your butt at the same time. So you want to make sure that you're doing the work. So ingredients in this are vulcanized artisanal mineral water, gold, dead sea salt, mineral salt, powders, glacial milk, sediment dust. So things like this. Edgar Casey also spoke about working with, whether you're a healer or a psychic or working with people and patients, it's really important to look after yourself because you burn through more minerals. And when we think about it, minerals are kind of that energy of crystalline nature. So what we're doing right now in unmatrixing ourselves and going from 3D into 4th, 5th, and higher is becoming more crystalline. So everything that I'm talking about today is about building a more crystalline light body. So in my little potion today, I have ormus, white powder gold. I've also got euphoric bliss, which is a beautiful herbal formula that has plants that are more conducive to that kind of state. I've also got things that work with vibrational medicine. So I've got a couple of little flower essences, hornbeam, century, and elm, just to work with that light body and also popping up that little layer of protection. So I've just popped this into my water and I've run some tuning forks to kind of vibrate the frequency. And it's kind of like a stirring or a mixing when you run the frequency through it. So when we look into the light body as well, we see working with the photonic light field, working with the biophoton energies of the sun. Now, this is why I'm a massive advocate for plant-based diet and really getting a lot of greens. Thank you. So greens are high in chlorophyll. So essentially, they bring the sun's energy down into the physical. So chlorophyll is almost identical to blood. There's only one component different. We have manganese in chlorophyll, or magnesium in chlorophyll, and we also have in blood hemoglobin. We have iron. So other things that we can do to help with increasing light body is to consume more fruit. So fruit is one of the highest electrically charged foods that we can take in. So when we take in fruit, we take in greens, we're putting that energy output and electricity not only in the physical body. This is tapping into the quantum light field as well. So we tend to need to sleep less. We have more energy and electricity throughout the day. Our mind tends to be a little bit clearer. Our cells actually feel activated and charged. Other things that we can do as well are to really look into third eye detox. Because if we're operating and wanting to sort of see outside of the matrix, we need to make sure that our organs are also working outside the matrix or working in the other realm of things. So what I found worked really well for a third eye detox, some people talk about turpentine, pine gum detox, or borax detox. I'm more familiar with working with melatonin. So it's a little supplement that you can take at night. It's naturally produced in the pineal gland. It regulates the circadian rhythm. So it's to do with getting enough light. It helps with sleep cycles, things like this. But it's actually like a little squeegee over the third eye. So what it does, it helps to break up any calcification. Now, we get calcification through fluoride in the water. Other foods and different things will also interfere with the body. Hello. And bring in a calcification. So the more foods that we eat with light in them, that we eat with electricity in them, are going to have more of a positive impact on your chakras, your acupuncture system, your pranic tube, your light body, which is our pathway and is our spiritual vehicle into the quantum. So working with TRS detox spray, I've also found really good. So what that does, it's a synthetically charged zeolite. And what I mean by this is, say if you have a normal zeolite, it's kind of inactive. And what I mean by this is, say you have heavy metal in the body and you put the zeolite, you drink it in, it has to actually brush past to pull that out of the body. Whereas if you have the TRS spray, it's magnetically attracted, and then you pull it out of the body that way. So things that I've noticed, especially having struggled with dyslexia earlier in life and a little bit with ADHD and things like that, what I noticed was my handwriting improved so immensely that one of my friends was actually able to read an order that I wrote out for my old job. She'd never been able to read my writing before, and after the TRS spray, just using it for a couple of days, my handwriting was almost identical left and right, because I am ambidextrous, not as strong in the left, but yeah, it was almost identical. So we really start to see that it pulls things from in the brain, because when we look at heavy metals, they migrate more towards the brain. So we definitely want to pull them out if we're to really work with the psychic senses to make things easier. Also, this is where it's important to get mercury taken out by someone who is a dentist that's practiced in mercury removal, because it does off gas. If you're looking at it through a special camera, you can actually see gas released that's highly toxic. So really important to do heavy metal detox after any kind of amalgam or mercury removal. Other things that work are ormus, white powder gold that we mentioned. I love lion's mane because it takes us from it can be a catalyst to take some of these things further into the brain. So you can even use herbs for higher vision, whether it's taking lion's mane with a little potion of mugwort or sage. Lion's mane crosses the blood-brain barrier. So anything that we sort of piggyback or mix in with that, I feel is a catalyst for taking it in. So playing around with some things like that, you can also find that once you start working with this, you start to become awake in dream state. So there tends to be a dropping in of your consciousness into the dream realm. So instead of just dreaming in subconscious and trying to remember your dreams, in the morning, you actually become awake within the dream reality. So this is awake on another matrix level. So it's one way of unmatrixing ourselves. Other things that work really well too are frequency. So we talked before, if we're made of light, we're made of water, and we're electricals. This is actually where we start to see how, if we are these electrical light beings that have a consistency of water within us, things like sound and color, words, light, and I do actually have like a beautiful light lamp that I use with my my sound bowls down here. So, you know, give yourself color bathing, give yourself essential oil massages, anything that works with lifting, raising vibration and frequency on a physical level is what we're talking about today. So whether it's foods, whether it's herbs, herbs are also highly electrical in nature. You can also view this in Korean photography. They'll have beautiful pictures of just the electrical nature. So David Avocado Wolf has beautiful pictures like this. So all of these beautiful things, the words that we speak to ourselves, the words that we speak to others, imprint, just like in Dr. Emoto's Molecules of Emotions, where we see that the word taped to the petri dish forms a little crystal. So we're really imprinting these beautiful quantum particle crystals onto ourselves. So really start to catch yourself. Notice if there's negative thoughts or negative things that you repeat to yourself. Really try and catch yourself like a guardian on the threshold of your mind. And even if it's just to say stop when you catch yourself doing it, replace it with a positive, or do something positive, like make yourself a little potion, or, you know, go have a green smoothie or something to imprint, to start to actually put that frequency and energy towards that positive. So we're creating more of like a positive entropy, propelling ourselves further into that quantum. So I'm just having a look what else I've got in here. Oh, also looking into the matrix side of things, I'm really starting to familiarize myself more with gematria, who my beautiful friend John got me onto gematria. And I know there's a couple of ways of saying it, so I might be saying it a little bit different with my Aussie accent. But yeah, one of my good friends, Gary King, who I've interviewed on my YouTube channel as well, we did an amazing interview called Down the Rabbit Hole. And in this, we explore the magic of 1111. So Garrick and I have both had the number 333 show up to us, and also 1111. So we go more into detail into that. But if we look at 1111 being a representative or a code for the matrix. So if we look at the matrix that we live in, a lot of you will be familiar with that we're living in a simulated reality. So that won't be new to you. But if we're looking at this simulated reality matrix, and 1111 sort of being a code or source code to this, definitely check out Garrick's work, because he'll explain it in depth. He'll break it down and show you how it fits in with the flower of life and all of these other amazing geometries, even ones that some of the let's just say not so good guys are using. You'll be able to see the magic and symbolism behind what they're doing a little bit more. So when I interviewed him, I asked for Spirit to give me a question to ask. So I woke up bang in the middle of the night and with the question from Spirit, who are the builders of the matrix? So when I put that into gematria at like 2 or 3 in the morning, it said number 12. So I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting. We're living in a matrix that's based on 1111. and the builders are number 12. Also, Gary got some interesting information from his father that crossed over when he asked where his father was through a ghost box, which is like a electronic device that communicates with spirit realm. His father said by the sea. Now, the first thing that he and his brother thought of, and also that I thought of when I heard him play it to me, was the filament or firmament. So when they talk about in the Bible that, there was first the firmament created, and there was, the firmament was separated the waters. So if we talk about by the sea, does that mean out there somewhere? There's just a lot to ponder on. But I asked Gematria, which I see as like a magic 8 ball into this reality. So we can go into gematria.org and look up the Hebrew meaning. So you can put in a sentence or a phrase and it will come out with an exact number calculation of other sentences and phrases that match this. So when Garrick and I did the show Down the Rabbit Hole, the gematria, I forget the exact phrase I put in, we talk about it in the show, but it was an 11, it said 11 11s all my life or all the way. So you'll find that different things, even if you go and put your name into it, you'll find out what it is that you're here to do, or who you are, or what is sort of like attracted for you to work with. So when I put my name in, the word alien hybrid comes out. Now, this is something that I specialize in with my work, and I identify more, I guess, as a alien hybrid with my ET experiences since a really young age, and implants and waking up with different marks on my body and having different interactions with various different ETs. The other thing that came up, I think, when I entered my name was graphene oxide. So I've had dreams of understanding what graphene oxide is and working with the alien entity to sort of, I guess, unpack or look into on a spiritual level what the graphene oxide is. I've also done a show on Beyond Mystic. My last one with Jean-Claude on Beyond Mystic was all about black goo, for those of you that want to research more into black goo. And it links in with Stephen and Evan Strong's work with the Atlantean ring. So really interesting episode, that one. But if we look into what also came up when I entered who is number 12, so remembering 12 are the builders of the matrix. So this will help us to get an understanding for this simulated reality, for this matrix that we're living in. So it came out with the equal phrase, the vibration of the sound created the waters. So we know that they're talking about the firmament in relation to the number 12. So we know that we're living, perhaps if we look into, old astrology work and look into astrotheology and into some of the ancient maps and different things, they show us living more in a realm situation. Now, I find it really interesting when we look at double rainbows and different things too, is that perhaps the firmament in this simulated or created reality or experiment that we're in down here. So another key phrase that came out, which equaled the value of who is number 12, is the sun will unlock the 0 point to an Eden sun. Now, I just find this highly interesting that certain powers that be are spraying different things in the sky or wanting to build things that are going to block the sun. So what is it from the biophoton rays that we're getting from the sun that is, and Spirit gives me the word galactivating us, because I do feel that it's working with our ascension and upgrading us to a new point. There's also been amazing photos of columns of light with hieroglyphs that have appeared coming out of the sun. When I look at the sun with auric vision, I actually see it as this beautiful galactic midnight blue with rainbow rays that come out of it. And if we look to the old pictures, in the Egyptian artwork and hieroglyphs, we see the sun god Ra with all of these rays, and there's different keys and unks and other symbols that come down the bottom of these rays. So is this the gift of light? Is this the gift of ascension that we're perhaps receiving from the sun? So I'll just read this little quote again from Gematria. The sun will unlock the 0 point to an Eden sun. The other thing that I've been shown is Spirit showed me, it was back in 2020, what they said was the great central sun. And I saw that linked with a barbell to another sun. So I said I saw two suns. Oh, thank you, Joan. That's so sweet. I think I caught your talk. I think you did a talk on the last one, and it was fascinating. So thank you for that. Another key statement that comes out with when we enter who is number 12 is, and this one's fascinating for the ET souls out there, a peace treaty and a settlement with the aliens. So are perhaps number 12 aliens. And when we look back to the Anunnaki and we look back to, some of the original stories and the original prophecies, they talk about that we were seeded from the aliens, or that we were created from the aliens, or that they mixed with the women of Earth. So it's interesting, if we look into number 12, if they are aliens, are they our makers? So I just love looking into the rabbit hole of this, and I'll just see how we're going for time. We've still got a little bit of time left. So if we look into how can we sort of unmatrix ourselves, we've talked a little bit around the food and vibration side of things into gaining more light. So if we look at becoming less dense and more cognitively aware of our reactivity. So emotional reactivity is a big one for unmatrixing ourselves. We can't be led by what we're sort of responding to. We need to have more a state of awareness about the emotions that we're letting fire and wire within the neuron network of the brain. So this is where it's really important to stop ourselves when we're in the midst of this internal electrical storm that can sometimes go on in the brain. We want to make sure that we're wiring our neural network or synaptic network for positive things. So yeah, checking out emotional reactivity, keeping a check in that, rewiring for positive things. So it really is to reprogram, to listen to the 432, to listen to beautiful music that is harmonic with our energy systems, with our brains. So we do see different brainwave patterns and things that change. Breathing will also change this. So doing cyclical deep breathing will help to switch more into theta brainwave states, which is conducive for tapping into quantum field, conducive to tapping into our psychic brain. So we need to practice getting out of body more. And I love Dr. Joe Dispenza's work, the blessing of the energy centers. He also works with clearing the pranic tube. I see Liane as well has put soak time as well, baths, putting the vibrational essence, and I just saw 1111 on our lifetime. So cool that I got to present on 1111, because we're talking about simulated reality. And if 1111 is the key that keeps coming from the matrix, or the foundation number of which this matrix is built on. Yes, Josh, yes, 1111 matrix code. Go check. I hope he's watching. Hello, if you are. So yeah, if we're bathing ourselves in this frequency medicine, and we're also drinking this light and frequency medicine in, we're starting to prepare ourselves for going quantum. So yeah, working with sound and color, frequency medicine, Bach flowers, flower essences. Flowers are something that connects with the spiritual realm. And when we take a flower essence, we're taking that vibrational harmonic that oscillates within the spiritual paradigms, the angelic realms, the higher dimensional realms, and helps to bring it down to shift out any emotional blockage. They do generally take about 2 weeks to shift through these sorts of things and sort of sieve through. And I just thought 222. Also working with plants, whether this is meditating with plants, meditating with mushrooms, whether it's psychedelic or medicinal, and I don't necessarily mean ingesting, you can receive conscious downloads from plant medicines without having to actually physically take them. So yeah, working on building the light body, becoming more frequency matched to your desires is also a way to not unmatrix yourself, but perhaps hack the matrix, perhaps bring things more of a positive influence. And we also see how working with planetary aspects too can also, thank you. Yeah. So thank you, writing the frequency, cool name. So yeah, with really becoming a frequency match for your desires. So say you want to bring more love into life, or you want to manifest more of this, whether it's self-love, whether it's partner love, or just even, more friendship love, you can work with the energy of Venus. So if we look to what a star is, and what they've been able to do is play frequencies. So you could perhaps even play the frequency sound of Venus into water and get a geometry that comes with this. So if we're working with planets that are frequency, when we use the symbols that are connected with these tie into our quantum field. So we're basically starting to oscillate and vibrate. So if you're wanting to work with Venus, we're starting to oscillate and vibrate our quantum light field with the quantum light field of Venus. You can work with Jupiter to bring in more abundance, or to have that beautiful growth, abundance, and expansion. So this will help you to practice quantum jumping. So we really need to work on feeling worthy to allow these beautiful things to also come in. So we're kind of clearing and sweeping out the path, so that when we put this out there on a quantum level, we become a match to it. We deserve and know that that we can manifest these things. So that's a little bit about what we can do. I'm just going to pick some cards to get Spirit's take also on what unmatrixing ourselves mean. And I purposely did not do this beforehand because I wanted to be surprised and really kind of go this journey with you guys. Oops, we just had the Hermit fall out in the upright position. So if we look into unmatrixing ourselves, this to me speaks all of the light body. So we're seeing here, there's a little symbol in here called Lamed, which is one of the Hebrew alphabet. I think it's possibly number 12. Don't quote me on that. But this represents having that light come down from the heavens, almost like a lightning strike, and becoming a beacon of light, or like a lighthouse. So we can see here, this is total Virgo energy. So Virgos are very beautiful, very highly knowledgeable. They're also connected with the earth. They're an earth sign. They're connected with the environment and with fertility. We can see here, we've got two symbols for fertility here, which the sperm and the egg, if we look at this as cellular activation or encoding and imprinting upon these beautiful cells, there's a lot of energy and message in this. If we look to the message of the sun, right in the center too, and we were talking about the pineal gland before and the biophotonic energies of the sun, we also look into this triple-headed wolf down the bottom, or dog, and I've forgotten the name of what they're called. But what we see is that there's different heads looking in different directions. There's one looking to the past, there's one looking to future, but there's another one that has its mind on the prize. Oh, thank you, StoneHobbit. So let's pick some other cards in relation to this. And I traditionally read this deck with psychometry. This deck is the Thoth deck that's based on Egyptian tarot. It has a lot of esoteric symbols and meanings and zodiac signs and frequencies on here. So I like to read these cards upside down to get the frequency of it first before I get the visual. So on unmatrixing ourselves, and I'll just show you guys, I've got my little cards here on my desk. So we'll feel into this. So what I'm actually seeing come down, I'm actually hearing light language. So we might do a little bit of a light language activation as well today, because it all works on frequency and things. So we're getting a direct light language transmission connected to do with unmatrixing ourselves. So we'll start with this and then flip over the cards. So the way to receive light language is just to simply go into like a meditative state, start connecting with your breath, and just be open to receiving color, light, symbols, emotional feelings, downloads, visions, and then I'll translate into English. Iya soyana halatakayana huna, mahayana halatakaya sanartokara, ala sonartakuihana halatakay, iya shayana halataka. Mahianara tokoyal nehesaturna, alanara ta sutakayanor, alanara tokaya sutayonala, Iashayana tokala narataki, Miayanara takala sanara tukara, Iayanara tokaye sutara, Alasana tokai, Iayanara tokiyo nara, Iashayanara tokoyal nara, Dukoyanara tosur. So what I saw with that was I kept seeing a lot to do with the Syrians and Pleiadians being available to help us with accessing these light realms and quantum field at the moment. I actually saw on Sirius, we have these beautiful, and I'm talking about the Sirian star system. On Sirius, we have these beautiful temples of light, and there's these gorgeous pillars or columns of light, temples that have these pools of water around them. And this is a tranquil place that you'll go to Skya to look into other dimensional realities, to float and have these higher forms of consciousness in view within the light body. So if we imagine laying in a pool of water and that water expanding our quantum photonic light field, our state of awareness. So this is something that you could simulate through having a bath or going to mineral springs and floating, or going out into the ocean and just visualize and call on the Syrians, the positive Syrians and Pleiadians. And what I'm seeing is that they're working clearing chakra systems, our light fields in these beautiful pools of light. So some of you may have also got a few other messages with that. I would love to hear if you did. I'll just feel into what we're also seeing. The other thing that I also saw was a clearing of the light body taking place, and the sinuses and the brain and the nervous system, the heart and other energy centers. So it might be something that you want to jump back to and re-listen to again. But what I'm seeing is a beautiful golden, almost like a hierophant energy come through with the feeling of these cards. What I mean by that is he or she that communicates with higher realm, that is someone who is like a go-to for this. You know what? I would say it's a higher self, just the way Spirit's showing it to me right now. It's like definitely get in contact with the higher self to be that go-between worlds, or that version of self. So we've got physical. Higher self is that one that sort of travels to these geometric light realms, to the quantum field. I'll flip these cards over. And this is beautiful. We've got such gorgeous cards. Ace of Wands. So there's that burst of golden light that we see here. We then have the Six of Disc, which is my card of success. Thank you, Full Spectrum Universe. So this is Venusian energy. So we talked about calling in Venus before. Now look at the beautiful wave of energy. This is like dropping a gorgeous love pebble with this Venus and Moon frequency that we have with Taurus energy on this. So if we imagine this to be the light body, and we're dropping these higher frequencies now, whether it's things like Ormus and that into our light body, into our physical body, we're actually changing the geometric structure of our light body or of our Merkaba. So this leads to success with unmatrixing ourselves. And we see this is the crack in the matrix. How cool is that? We're starting to see whether it's the black cat glitch like in the movie The Matrix. What this is that connection to higher self. So we've got confirmation not only with Spirit saying about higher self being that connection between realities, between the dimensions. We've got clear confirmation with that exact symbol coming through. Now look at this, because it's cups. This is Aquarius energy, and it's a beautiful water crystalline structure or flow that we see coming from the cups. Now we spoke about before about changing density, going from being more sort of carbon-based beings into more of a crystalline structure. And this is what we're talking about. So this is confirmation from everything that was spoken about today to do with unmatrixing ourselves, is that we definitely need to work on becoming more crystalline. So what I love about this is that this is the beautiful journey. We see here right in my finger, this is a symbol called Tav. Now in Hebrew, this represents time, space, infinite, past, present, future. It represents the beginning. Now, it also represents that the end was set from the beginning. So have we been through this evolutionary cycle, perhaps in one sphere before, and now we're going through that cycle and sphere in a higher state? Because I really feel that we've sort of learned the lessons of everything 3D can give us. For some of us that are new to the earth realm side of things, we're learning more about the human aspect side of things. So we're not just here to hold frequency, to raise vibration, or to help heal and awaken people. It is also to us learning a little bit about this 3D matrix before we exit it. But we see here that this beautiful star being holds one cup up to the stars, perhaps even the Andromeda galaxy. And she allows this to flow. She's attuned her hair, which was like a frequency antenna. Now, we spoke about this before with the pineal gland about the tuning fork and attuning to higher frequencies. She brings this gift of the light and this crystalline structure, which looks like an celestial crystal. Celestial crystals are self-repairing, beautiful crystals that are used to go between worlds. We also see down the bottom on this Aquarian image side, the roses that are starting to open and bloom. We see the butterflies that are emerging from this realm as well. So we spoke about the importance of the butterfly aspect with the sinuses and going between realms. So we're essentially our own spacecraft, if we look at it this way, our own Merkaba, our own vehicle or field of light. So I feel that sums it up pretty good. We will just pick a couple of beautiful star tarot cards to just get a little bit more clarification or confirmation, and then we might have time for one or two questions. Oops. We just had the Four of Wands jump out. This is my card for completion and marriage. I'm seeing what we're talking about here today, the marriage of us between realms. It's the marriage of the physical self, building this vehicle of light and increasing the light density, so that it's a marriage of our divine selves. It's not an external marriage of us to someone else. It's about finding that God code within, these beautiful light codes within. So we'll just pick two more cards. I'll flip these over. Yep, it's 10 of Pentacles. This is my card of gain. We've got the 5 of Pentacles. So we also have, I guess, and I'll just ask for more information around the 5 of Pentacles. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So we have four of Wands, the 10 of Pentacles, which is coming into full galactivation, has been the word of today from Spirit. This is also my card of wealth, but it's about darkness into light. In my other deck of cards, it's this beautiful purple background with golden coins on it. And these golden coins have beautiful little planetary symbols. So it's about awakening from this deep sleep into this light realm. We also have 5 of Pentacles that came out. So this is sort of talking about that this is personal choice. No one has to be dragged kicking and screaming into these other realms. So it's to work on it if you desire to do so. But it does also talk about unmatrixing ourselves too. So we need to work on the mind. Prince of Swords, we need to be that guardian on the mind, literally. We can see as above, so below. We can see the dark and we can see the light. So we need to be that guardian that is protecting our mind. This is really Spirit now talking about how thoughts create our reality. So we need to make sure that we are working with positivity, and we are also working with the shadow side. So it's really important if the shadow side comes up to acknowledge it, to look at what it can help us to heal, how it can help us to grow, and then what do we want to program in it to sort of unmatrix ourselves too. So I just want to say thank you to those of you that have watched today. I really enjoy working with Rob and Omar on Watchers Talk channel. I just think you guys have an amazing caliber of speakers as well. So yeah, Omar and Rob, if you guys have any questions from the audience or any questions you want to ask, I'd love to tap into stuff.
We have a few questions, and they're all from the audience because I'll leave my questions for later since we're a little pressed for time. But it says, does Zeolite help? I know it helps with heavy metals, but it seems any detox from any toxins would help.
Oh, sorry. What was the last little bit? I just missed the last line. So
it says with heavy metals, but it seems any detox from any toxins would help.
Yeah. So we want to detox not just from the heavy metals, but if there's parasites and different things as well. So one of my favorite anti-parasite herbs is Pal de Arco, which also protects our DNA and our RNA. So it's anti-parasitic, it's anti-cancer, antifungal, antibacterial, antimicrobial. I think we spoke about it in the last conference too. A great one to do with the mRNA things that we know that are happening at the moment, the words that we cannot speak. So yeah, it's a good one to look into if you're wanting to protect against certain things that may impact on your DNA. Yeah, so that's also a good one. But yeah, with TRS, just because it is like magnetically charged, I find that it is definitely, it's well worth the money compared to the amount of time that it would detox. The detox would take, having to take, you know, your bentonite clays, your zeolites, and it's not to say not to use them, but I would use it in conjunction. Also things like cilantro juice or smoothies and parsley. These herbs are also really good at binding to the heavy metals, helping to pull them out. But yeah, if we look into things like this and, you know, it's a word we can't say really. These tend to have heavy metals. It used to be mercury and aluminium was in there. You may still find that it's got aluminium. They've changed the name legally because they got told they weren't allowed to have mercury in it. So they've changed it to thimerosal, which is the same thing. They've just changed the wording. So still highly toxic, especially when we look into Alzheimer's and dementia and other things that autism, dyslexia, different things that, you know, that heavy metals impact on the brain. We really want to get these little nasty things out as much as we can. So yeah, good to look into researching if there's anything new that you guys find as well, really using your intuition and also experimenting, seeing what feels right to you. Yeah.
Awesome. So we have another one here, and it says, I've been learning about Ormus. Are there any negative side effects?
Yeah, so with the negative side effect, it's more if you're not doing the work on the spiritual realm side of things. So if, you know, you're perhaps still not eating the best diet, or you're really dealing with anger issues or things that are really holding you down or have quite a negative charge, this is where Ormus will sometimes bring it smack into your face. And what I mean by this is the lessons will come thick, hard, and fast. So that's more the one that I've heard of to do with Ormus. But on the other side of things, it will bring up things into your sphere to work with as well. So it also helps to what I would call like a quickening in spiritual development and a fast track.
Awesome. We have one from Matt, and it says, oh, that went away really quickly for some reason. Do you go by the Vedic?
Yes, and that was one thing I think I touched on for half a second. So with the Vedic, what I see is, and I'm still like, this is my thing, I've been just researching the last 2 years with the Vedic, so I'm very new to Vedic still. But if we can look into, go to a free birth chart calculator. I love Joni Portray's website. I also love Claire Nakti's channel on YouTube. She puts hour-long documentaries together explaining your Vedic astrology. So if we look into this being a simulated reality, your Vedic astrology is your character's script, or the script that your sim character is given in to operate in this matrix. So if we can really read into it on a deeper level, find out your ascendant is how you sort of go about life. So for example, I switched from Leo in Western to a Taurus in Vedic. And most Leos don't like being told that they're a different sign when you switch. But when I read about it and I saw that, so there's 27 different signs in Vedic, which are called nakshatras. And these are kind of the Vedic personalities or the Vedic gods and goddesses and different things that make up the astrology. So I switched into what's called goddess Rohini. So Rohini is, in modern day terms, Alice in Wonderland. So she wants to go down the rabbit hole. She wants to like find out the answers to everything, to go talk to the flowers, to go talk to the smoking caterpillar that's smoking DMT. She's not necessarily one that can read a book and be told. She wants to experience. She has this sensorial need to take everything in for herself, to learn things through like grabbing hold of it, especially when it comes to like the supernatural. But she also is very much still tapped into that goddess paradigm and works with flow and fertility and, works with dance and beauty and all of these things. When I look to my moon sign, which is how you make money, what you do in the world, it directly says that I make money with tarot, or that I will be a palm reader. So it is that pinpoint accurate. It is freaky. My other sign, my sun sign, talks about working with Tantra, which is also, I do shows on Tantra with JC from Beyond Mystic as well. So it nailed me. It nailed a lot of other people that I know too, even to their jobs and personality. So if we can find out what our flaws are within the personality, or what trips us up or lets us down, or what patterns are in that astrology, we can also unplug from the matrix that little bit more and start writing our own source code.
I would definitely. It definitely seems interesting. I definitely want to look into it myself because it sounds like it's got it right on the money, and
Oh, it's incredible.
that's pretty
Yeah.
well. Here's a quick one. It says, "What is Garrett's last name, and how can we find him as well?"
Yeah, so his name's Garrick. So it's Garrik or ICK. So GARRICK. And his last name is King, KING. So even his name adds up to 1111. His whole world and life has been about 1111, which didn't sort of switch on later in life. But if he looks into everything, he is definitely someone who is decoding this simulated reality, this matrix. Check out his video talking about 2058, which is the end of this reset. So we're in the reset right now. We're in the shift. He talks about also what else is going to be happening. Another thing too, you can put your name in with, say, your partner, and it will come up with like little phrases that connect the two of you, or with your friends, or you can put your name in to do with your job or other questions, and it's like a magic 8-ball. So this is another way that we can decode and look into unmatrixing ourselves.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so Rita, thank you so much for coming tonight. It's always an honor and a privilege to speak with you. And I mean, you just a bevel of information, especially when it comes to all the different types of herbs and everything like that. I mean, it's just incredible. The knowledge that you retain from going through all this is just amazing. It's amazing.
Oh, thank you. So sweet. I love you guys. And it's always it's so much fun. I know I speak really fast trying to get the information out. I hope everyone can understand sort of what we're talking about. But yeah,
That's
just
what
sending
replays
you
are
guys lots
for.
of love.
Go back and play it again, and you can again and again and write it down. That's what it's for. But
Yeah. And
I thought
please,
you were great on the delivery too.
oh, thank you. And please share with others that you think will find the information helpful. I think that that's where we're really at right now too, is really just getting into vibrational resonance with our soul groups and letting go of anything that's holding us back in this simulated reality.
Excellent, excellent. I appreciate that, and you're absolutely right. Keep sending it out because it exponentially grows, and people will
Mm,
catch on, and that's what we need right now. We need
yeah.
to kind of, I don't want to say adverse that reset, but kind of lean into it a little bit, and then make sure that we are
Yeah.
doing it ourselves on a different angle, right?
Definitely. And I think also if you're at that stage where you've been trying to have the breakthroughs and trying to really like nut things out or kind of work with it for the past couple of years and you want to fast track, I definitely recommend booking a session with myself or with other people that work with quantum jumps or work with psychic readings that are really aligned to becoming our best version of self. So yeah, I think at this stage I'm booked out till May, but I do have all of my clients talk about divine timing. So I'm reading full time 5 days a week. It's keeping me busy. I'm learning new things with all of you guys too, because each individual session we tap into your individual guides and into your soul energies and soul mission. And I'm learning so much. I'm blown away by the caliber of people that I read for too. I feel really, really blessed.
That's amazing. That's amazing. It's so great, especially, and you love what you do too. So it's like you're giving it all and getting it all at the same time, which is it's epic. It's epic.
Yeah, it's a dream. I'm really lucky.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, Solreta, we won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much
Thank you
again.
guys.
Always lovely to have you. And I'm going to hand over to Omar.
Thank you guys. Have a beautiful night.
You too, Solreta. Or day
Bye.
for you, right?
Yeah, it is. See you
Thank
guys.
you, Solreta. Have a great
Thanks,
evening.
Omar. You too.
Love you.
Love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
Love you too.
All right, guys. That was epic, right? That was a great upload. And thank you very much to Solreta. And guys, please visit her website, solreta.com. The links are in the comments. Just scroll up a little bit. And of course, go to Solreta's YouTube channel and subscribe to that. And remember to hit the bell and put up all the notifications so you know when she is giving us some uploads on her channel. So with my next guest, a new friend of mine that I recently met and we did a show together and really resonated, Paulina Howfield. So I'll quickly read her bio and we'll get her onto the screen. So personal bio is Earth Whisperer, Light Worker, Energy Encoder, Esoteric Map Maker. For many years, Paulina Howfield has been helping people discover deep knowledge about our planet and find new meaning of relating with our planet at a soul level. She's a specialist in her field and teaches about the wonderful energies that are part of our living Earth. She delivers training and workshops all over the world and speaks at conferences and symposiums. Her presentations include information about the energies within the Earth, the mystic and archetypal imprints that help us connect to Earth, her galaxies, and higher consciousness, and she explains how we can find evidence of our galactic heritage and the many visitors from different galaxies all over Earth's body. We just need to know where to look and where to look for, and what to look for. To find out more about her work and consultations, visit her website, theearthwhisperer.com, or connect with her on Facebook. And those links I will be sharing in the comments when Paulina is giving us an upload. So let's bring Paulina on. Hi, Paulina.
Hi, how you doing? Nice to see you. Thanks for having me here.
Fantastic. So nice to see you, and I appreciate your time and for being here. So thank you.
Well, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. And I've been listening to a couple of people as I can, and I'm loving what's being shared. And what I love about events like this is, the caliber of people that you get, but also that there's always a thread that runs through, isn't there, where you can see how, depending on what an area of expertise is, it's like there's always this funnel of the same information just placed differently depending on what our skill set is. So I love that. And I love also that it's called Humanity Unplugged, because we are certainly in a process of unplugging ourselves.
Indeed that we are, right? And we've been plugged in for a very long time. So I think it's the time for the slumber to be over, and for us to raise our awareness and really step back and look at the overall picture and the big picture instead of just small pixelations of the picture, and try to get an understanding of who we are, what our capabilities are, what the Earth is, and really raise our awareness so that we can have a higher level of consciousness, so that we can have this human experience, a better human experience than what it's been for our ancestors and even our grandparents. It's just going to get better and better and better now. So that's really the goal of this whole conference. So I'll give you the screen, Paulina, and it's all yours, buddy.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. As I said, I'm going to be talking today about a number of things under the theme of developing our galactic consciousness in harmony with the Earth. And I'll also be talking about some healing work and some cleansing of trauma. I know other people have mentioned that, but we are at a time when we are really being, if you like, impulsed, enlightened and pushed to really cleanse our fields and develop our vibrations and frequencies into that galactic consciousness. Now, many of you would know that everything in the world is about vibration and frequencies, and we have different names for it, and depending on what our teaching is, or depending on what our ideas of consciousness are, we will all use different names. I tend to use vibration and frequencies rather than quantum fields, although for me it is about the quantum field, and it is also about the power of now, in the sense of the 0 point connection. So as vibration and frequency, it's all about how we resonate with the world, the planet, the cosmos. And galactic consciousness is an aspect of that, and it's our birthright. And it was programmed into our DNA, and it was programmed into our blood. And it's also been secreted in other parts of the planet so that we can access it. And many of you will know that our human body appears to be matter, but actually it's light in matter. And it's the way that that matter has formed. And I talked in my conversation with Omar a few weeks ago about the 4 directions and my experiences in the near-death experience. And so it's really about how that matter, the sacred geometric energies, the frequencies, the 4 directions of earth, air, fire, and water, and ether come together to create the matter. And part of our understanding of galactic consciousness is it meets us, or we meet it, where our frequency is. And so we develop from there in all facets of our beings, because we're not just bodies, we're emotions, we are thoughts, we are psyches, we are spirits, we are souls, but we are basically divine sparks of consciousness experiencing itself. So each of us as a divine spark of consciousness has incarnated onto this planet for the experience, for the growth, for the opportunity as a divine spark of consciousness to experience itself and grow with itself. And each of us knew when we were coming here what we were coming to. Now, many of us have been paying attention to the ascension process, been paying attention to galactic consciousness, enlightenment, spiritual awareness for decades and also lifetimes. Because while what's happening now is really pushing each of us to become more and more aware of who we really are and unplug to what we're not, this is an ancient agenda that has been gradually mobilized over a long period of time. There's been tweaks here and there because we always need tweaks in a greater plan. And some things happen that are unexpected and need a bit more tweaking. And some things are just exactly how the plan is evolving. However it involves, the important thing to know is we've got this. And this is exactly what we volunteered for. And it may not look exactly like we thought it was going to, and it may not appear to be or feel like we feel as a personality it should be. It is moving in a way that is helping each and every one of us unplug from that matrix and develop our galactic consciousness. And as we develop our galactic consciousness, one of the great ways to do this is to connect in and develop a spiritual relationship with our planet. Now, many people feel they have a relationship with our gorgeous planet that we've incarnated on. And really, weren't we lucky we didn't say, I'm going to incarnate this time as an amoeba and have that experience. That our divine spark said, let's come to this planet. Let's come to this planet that's undergoing such profound change. A planet that has volunteered for ascension in the way we have. And she has created a template and numerous templates that enable us to go with her in this ascension journey. So it's fantastic. And sometimes with all the things that appear in the outer world, it can feel like, what the heck have we got ourselves into? But actually, this is an amazing experience. And when we go within, when we take our conscious awareness into the emerald, the diamond, the heart, the aspects of ourselves that are so deeply profound and so prominently connected to consciousness and all there is, it becomes clear that it is evolving and changing in a way that is incredible, and we are very privileged and honored to be a part of it. That's why we volunteered. So, developing a spiritual relationship with our planet is about understanding that our planet is a living being, and it's a she, or she's a she, and she's the divine mother, and she's the natural world personified in her body. And we've been fortunate to incarnate on her body, and we're made from her. We come in as beings, and it's like the old stories talk about, we come from the mud, and we are so strongly and deeply connected to Mother Earth. And of course, things happen in the world and in our lives as babies that we can lose that connection. But it's time to really get connected back to our gorgeous planet and to develop a spiritual relationship. So this is not about recycling, and it's not about climate change. It's not about the programming that says this is how we have to interact with the earth. This is about heart to heart, how we interact with the earth and how she helps us evolve and change and understand our cosmic memory and our galactic consciousness and our galactic awareness. So when the earth was in the designer stage, and when the beings in the blue room were co-creating the earth, and also humanity and other species, there were discussions about how best to create this planet and a perhaps dominant species or some species that could have a symbiotic relationship with the earth. And so various things were put in place in her body, and various things were put in place in different species' bodies so that we could have an easier chance of having this symbiotic relationship. The earth has chakra points. Humanity and other animals have chakra points, and plants as well. The earth has energy nodes. We too have energy nodes. The earth has subtle bodies. We have subtle bodies. The earth is a combination of the earth, air, fire, water, and ether. We are the same. And so there were many things, these are just some I've mentioned, that were part of how a species that could come, and other species as well, and have interactions with this body of earth as a form of having a spiritual enlightenment journey. There had been previous examples of humanity, and that experience and that prior development of humanity went awry. And there's not time to talk about that in great detail, but you will find discussions about that on my website and in other places, audios and videos. So it went awry. And in this current state of the human species, we have been given all the tools within ourselves and within the earth in order to understand how to develop the symbiotic relationship with our planet, with the cosmos, and develop our galactic consciousness. One of the first things that happened as a species was that within our blood and our DNA, RNA, was given our galactic heritage. So as you know, there's a lot of people now checking into ancestry. They're looking into our blood. They're wondering what our Rh negative blood means. All of these things are containers and vessels for our galactic consciousness. And as we develop our awareness of our subtle bodies, as we develop our awareness of our emotional fields and the auric fields and the encoding that we carry in the light frequency, we can begin to remember our galactic heritage from our DNA, RNA, and our blood. And the knowledge of our galactic beginnings, so the history of who we are and the history on our planet and our galactic memory, was placed into our energy fields and subtle bodies. So Mother Nature and cosmic consciousness and galactic consciousness are very clever. They've placed everything for us, ready for us to begin the journey of absolute waking up. And it's not waking up to the sense that we have been plugged into something that's not real. It's about waking up to the connection of all of us and the interconnectedness and the spiritual awakening that occurs with that, the metaphysical understanding, the spiritual awakening, the spiritual enlightenment. So this is what we're being prompted to do. And for some people, the early stages of that are becoming aware of that there is stuff that goes on this planet that feels like it's a limitation. It's a limitation model. And in the spiritual awakening, in the spiritual liberation, it's about recognizing the illusion and then moving into an understanding of cosmic memory and galactic consciousness. And I'll talk a little bit about that later. So this knowledge of our galactic beginnings and galactic memory was placed into our energy fields and our subtle bodies. So it's in our subtle bodies and our energy fields. It's in our blood and our DNA, RNA. If it's in our subtle bodies and it's in our energy fields, we can find it within our form. We can find it within our heart center. We can find it within our emotional imprints, and we can find it within the thinking patterns that we have. Most important thing is to take our energies inward rather than keep looking outward for the answers to the many questions that human species gather. And the truth about our galactic heritage is also, and this is really important, is veiled in the mythical and archetypal stories that are all over the world. And these stories were imprinted and created and help us understand our galactic heritage. They talk about the gods and goddesses. They talk about the kings and the queens. They talk about the heroes, very rarely about the heroines, because the divine feminine has been secreted. But we are now beginning to become more aware that we are actually very strongly influenced by the divine feminine and always have been. So a lot of the information from these stories, the primal stories that are in every culture on the planet, are really about who we are, where we came from. And what's happened in these stories is they resonate once again in our subtle bodies, our DNA, RNA, and our blood. So we feel them, we feel the influence of them. We're archetypal resonances are everywhere, and they're in the earth, and they're in our buildings, and they're in our bodies. And they're in the collective consciousness. And in the collective consciousness is that aspect of us that is very strongly impacted at this time as we are being prompted and primed and encouraged to heal, cleanse, and reintegrate and remember. Not just to remember in a memory way, but remember, put the thing